Hey guys, Ben here on the show, and the boys are in Long Island. We're trying to dial them up.
Ben!
There you are. There's Ope. Hey guys.
What's up?
What's up? You're up.
Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome.
Jeez.
Hold on.
Battle stations.
Okay, I think we got it figured out finally. Yeah, it's Opie and Anthony.
Hey.
And I guess we don't have to tell anyone, but we might as well, that this is going to be a very different show today.
Yeah.
First of all, Anthony and I are not even in New York City. We're on the outskirts of New York City.
We're out on Long Island.
We're out on Long Island. Want to thank the fine folks of WLIR on Long Island. Got to give them a plug today because we're broadcasting from their studios.
Yeah.
This is just, we don't even know where to begin. This is just unbelievable. At 9:15 this morning, I was getting ready to go on a train to come into work to do our show today.
From Midtown Manhattan.
And they completely shut down Manhattan, where no one is allowed into the city, which is just unbelievable in itself.
A lot of people.
Anthony, who lives in Brooklyn, could not go into the city.
No, they shut down everything coming in. There was no way you were going to get in.
So here we are on Long Island to attempt to do a radio show today.
I don't know why. I was like, and I'm never getting home, by the way. I just want to let everybody know.
Well, you can crash at my place.
Because as I was driving in, I'm on the Belt Parkway, driving away from Manhattan, clear as a bell. I could do 90 because I knew there wasn't going to be a cop with a radar gun. So I got here really quick. But on the other side of the road, heading toward the city and heading toward where I live, just a mess.
Yeah, they completely shut down the Long Island Expressway.
Yeah.
Which, for people in other cities, just imagine your biggest road in your city just completely shut down.
Yeah.
So here we are. We're trying to set up communications. We're going to set up the website so we can read some instant feedback from all over the country. We're going to take a ton of phone calls today, right, Ant?
Yeah. I mean, everyone knows what happened. I don't even know that we got to run through it 8 billion times again. Now it's all about revenge.
Right.
Whose ass do we kick?
Right.
About this? Because I can't just sit by and think of all the other times that things have happened and the president has the rah-rah speech and before you know it, weeks turn into months and you realize nothing happens and any general pissed off attitude you have just goes away and you forget about it until the next time. And you get the same crap every time. This time, we need something huge, a response quick and so decisive and brutal to whoever did this, that they have to think twice about doing it again. Or they just plain don't exist anymore. Or they don't have the resources to do anything except skin animals for clothing in the caves that they live in. That is what we should do this time, because this is unbelievable.
Yeah,
you watch it, and like everyone's been saying, it's like just watching a movie. But it's real.
Yeah, first of all, how did you hear about it? I mean, what were you doing?
Me sleeping. What else do I do at that hour?
I was up. I was having breakfast with my girlfriend in Northport, and I was listening to the morning show in New York on WNEW, the Sports Guys, and they're like,
"You're the guy that listens to that program."
So they're on the air going all morning. We're talking nothing but Giants football.
Oh.
And then I'm like, all right, I'll check them out for a little while. And then I go in and have my little breakfast, and I come out, and all of a sudden they're talking about a plane hitting the Twin Towers. You and I have talked about this on our radio show. We said on numerous occasions we're surprised that
someone hasn't done it.
Yeah, that no one has ever done that before. I'm not even talking about a terrorist attack, just a nutcase in the area that wants to just, end his life and do it, in style by crashing into one of these buildings. We talked about that recently on our show. So I'm just assuming it's a Cessna or something, and it happened. A guy, he decided to end his life, right?
Right.
And so I'm listening to the Sports Guys describe this thing, and they're talking to someone on the phone, and everyone's watching TV at this point, and I heard them live say, holy, I think they even cursed because it was just beyond belief, holy ass, a huge jet just crashed into the other tower.
Yeah.
Now, the first thought, and I'm not trying to make jokes today, I'm like, man, those guys need, ratings that bad that they're going to go down this road and come up with some wacky radio prank.
Right, you're thinking it's a joke.
I thought it was a joke. Mm-hmm. And then sure enough, I'm just, I start spinning around the dials to make sure it wasn't, and I couldn't believe it. This is like our worst fear here in New York. If you work or live in the city, it's always in the back of your mind a terrorist attack or, some kind of explosion. And sure enough, today we're dealing with this, and it's just amazing because we all know someone that works in the Twin Towers, and our thoughts go out to them and their families because
it's bad. I don't know. You have that hope that you sit and you watch and go, hey, maybe after the first plane hit, a lot of people got out, and maybe this, maybe that. It just looks bad. It's too big to not have killed a lot of people.
Yeah, because
it's awful.
What were they saying? Like 50,000 people work in the towers?
They work in there on any given day. It's a lot of people.
And after the first plane hit, if the elevators weren't, even if the elevators were working, just a panic on every floor, people trying to get onto the elevators to get out of the building. So then you got to think, all right, people are going down in the stairwells. There's no way they all got out. Well, obviously not all got out, but not a lot of people got out in time.
What was it? 18 minutes between the two planes hitting?
Yeah.
So you got to figure, you know how people move. They're pains in the asses when you're trying to get through people. And even in a panic situation like that, it would be worse. So 18 minutes to evacuate 50,000 people in a building? Please.
Right.
It just doesn't happen, unfortunately, because it looks like it's going to be really bad.
And then I'm watching the TV and they're talking to a reporter in the area, and all of a sudden I'm watching, I'm like, Is the whole building coming down in front of my eyes?
Yeah.
And then the reporter had no clue because she doesn't have a monitor, and they jumped in like, wow.
I know. Who expected that? Well, I woke up, Rick called me up and said, oh, you better leave early to get in to Manhattan because, there's trouble there, downtown. Little understatement of the century.
Right.
And, I was thinking of coming in, and I turned on the TV.
Yeah.
And there it is.
You drive right by that building every day.
Every day I drive right down the West Side Highway coming into work because I'm in Brooklyn. And drive right past the front of it. I mean, I look at it every day because it's amazing to look at, or it was anyway. Mm-hmm. Huge. And I drive past it every day, yeah. And I can only imagine the damage to the surrounding area, just having that much stuff come down on top of everything. But then I looked out my porch window, and there it was, Manhattan, South Manhattan on fire,
south of like Canal, basically.
Just big plumes of smoke coming up. Later on, I saw some military vessel going up the river when I was coming here down the Parkway. But roads closed, people just walking around and looking dazed. It's like something you don't want to believe, like a movie, like a bad movie. You're watching it, and I'm watching the side of a building come out when a plane hits it, and you go, that's good CGI.
Yeah,
that looks pretty real.
Yeah, it's so surreal. I think we're all going to wake up tomorrow and go, did that really happen?
Yeah, I'm watching people running down the street, and there was a couple of women just cowering behind a car, and I'm looking at them going, you got to give it more believability here. It's bbad acting. Looks like bad acting.
The pictures are just unbelievable. We're flipping around like crazy, and we just saw some footage of, I guess it was a cop. Basically just push a lady out of the way to outrun the wall of smoke coming his way.
Yeah, when those buildings came down, the plumes of smoke that came through the streets, like the streets act like a canyon, so it just blows down the roads in Manhattan. And some people had their backs turned. Now they heard the boom, and they start trying to get out of the way, but the cloud of smoke just engulfed them. And the people running away that saw the cloud coming weren't stopping to help the people that didn't. I saw an old lady in blue, and she's kind of walking down the street, and a big cloud of smoke's coming after her, and this big fat guy just kind of pushes her out of the way. Yeah. It's horrible, but you kind of see what we're all about sometimes. There's the heroics, and then there's the people going, hey, get out of my way. I'm saving my own ass.
Right. What about the guy that was behind the ambulance?
Yeah.
And he couldn't see the wall of smoke coming while everyone's just running by him, and he was completely engulfed.
Just, sucked them right up. Awful. But now it's all about the next phase of this thing, which is retaliation. Because you could rehash this. It's over. I don't foresee anything else happen. It's kind of eerie when you look up in the sky and don't see any airplanes. Right. I drove right past Kennedy Airport to get here. And nothing, and you're used to you take it for granted that there's going to be planes in the sky. And nothing. No planes. And now I think the next big story is going to be when we finally attack whoever's responsible for this. I don't even care if they're totally responsible. If you backed terrorism, if you're a country known to harbor terrorists, that's it. Start putting some of that those tax dollars I spent on some of this military hardware to work. Because we just have to answer hard. Bad. By the way, CNN just reported a little while ago, and we're trying not to make jokes today, trust me. Disney World and Disneyland is closed. Oh, thank God. CNN reporting that. Very important that they report that today. There's bandwagon jumpers that close things, I think. So if you're just tuning in, it is the Opie and Anthony show, and we're not in Manhattan. You can't get to Manhattan. You could barely get out of Manhattan. Did you see the footage of everyone just walking across the Brooklyn Bridge? Thousands upon thousands of people, like it was the New York City Marathon? Yeah. Amazing. They're walking up the FDR Drive, which is just a huge road in Manhattan. And, no cars. They're just walking home. The mayor just got on and said, look, walk home. Walk home today. And these are people that commute in every day. So here we are in the studios of WLIR on Long Island, and we don't have anything. No, we're just here. I guess we're going to try to take a few phone calls and whatnot. Yeah, we finally hooked up the website. I think we could get instant feedback in a few minutes here. We got to get the web address for that. We should talk to Ben and Rick. Ben's back at the station. Ben.
Yes, right here.
What's going on, bro?
Not a heck of a lot. It's just pandemonium here.
When did you come in from Boston?
I drove in from Boston last night.
Oh, you drove?
I drove, yeah. I got back in New York about 9 o'clock last night.
Because I was wondering about that. I'm like, Ben's in Boston.
Well, when the days go by, we're all going to know at least one person that perished. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, because the scope of this is huge. Just huge. They showed on CNN the track of, was that the first plane that hit the tower? I think it was the first plane, right? Yeah, it was leaving Boston, heading towards Los Angeles, and it goes on its normal track, because there's a bunch of websites where you can track the flights of aircraft. And you see it going on its normal track west, and then all of a sudden it just makes a sharp turn south. Somewhere in Pennsylvania, just as sharp as could be, turn south. It was over New York, upstate New York. Oh, it was? Okay. It turned south, and that you can assume is where these scum of the earth took the plane over. And, you start thinking all kinds of thoughts, like, these are human beings on these planes, and what the hell was going through their heads? Did they know what was going on? Was there a big commotion? Were the pilots even alive? Well, they had a guy, on a cell phone. This is all facts, by the way. We're gonna try not to, hang out in the rumor zone today. Yeah. CNN, said it was a fact that someone on that hijacked plane from Boston to LA that made the sharp turn somewhere in upstate New York, south. He was in the bathroom of the plane on a cellular phone, screaming, going, we've been hijacked. They stayed on the line with the guy until they heard a big crash, or a big explosion, I guess they said, and that was it. Boom. I think that was the plane that went down in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, okay. Which people are assuming it was shot down. Because by that point, the Pentagon had been hit, and both of the towers of the World Trade Center. So I had heard reports that F-16 fighters were surrounding a plane, and you got to assume there too, what's going through their heads. If they have to take the shot on a plane that has passengers on it, but you got to do it because it's you don't know if that plane's going to hit the Empire State Building or something, right? What's the next target? These terrorists, this scum, managed to use our own planes as bombs. Amazing. So you sit there and think about all the debate that's gone on about these missile defense systems and whatnot. That, hey, they knocked the nuclear missiles out of the sky. This is great. We're safe. These guys used our own planes, which opens up a whole nother can of worms about the lameness of airport security. You like to feel great when they ask you that question. Did you pack your own bags? Did you leave your bags with anyone you don't know? What's the guy going to say? Oh, you got me. Okay, I did. Yeah, I'm a terrorist. Yeah, because these hijackers had to get weapons on the plane. You're not gonna hijack a plane with a butter knife, right? You know, you have to assume that there was some kind of weapon there to intimidate the pilot into giving up his seat. They don't normally do that.
And you could also assume that the pilots didn't fly these planes into these buildings, that they were incapacitated, and the terrorists flew these things into these buildings. So it opens up a whole can of worms with airport security and what the future's going to hold now for people that want to travel. I mean, it's really going to get tight. But, looking in the past, it'll get like that for a while. Uh-oh. What are they showing on now?
This is new footage on CNN.
CNN, a side view of the airplane? Is that what I'm saying?
It's just unbelievable to imagine that, tomorrow when we wake up and you see the skyline of New York, and we've all seen it a million times, you're not going to see the Twin Towers there. That's just...
Yeah, the Twin Towers are just, it's a landmark. They picked 2 landmarks that are just huge. One... known for the military, the Pentagon. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you think Pentagon, you think the military. And a civilian target, it's New York City. It's the World Trade Center. This is, thousands of 50,000 people, up to 50,000 people work there. And that's a huge image of this New York City skyline. And they picked 2, and they nailed us. And watching reports on CNN and whatnot of some of these people in these Mideast countries celebrating.
In Palestine, right?
Yeah, in Afghanistan.
They were handing out candy in the streets.
And they're handing out candy. They're celebrating. They're waving flags. They're smiling and laughing at total destruction.
Obviously, this is an act of war. Worse than Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
This is worse than Pearl Harbor.
We had... a couple of thousand people die in the Pearl Harbor attack. And that was, military targets, and it was during a very unstable time. But this is civilian targets, and no provocation. Because of our policy with Israel, go screw. I cannot wait. I beg the president of this country to just wreak havoc on every country that's ever sponsored terrorism, that ever harbored a terrorist, to just not hold back. I'm in favor of some tactical nuclear warfare there, Opie. I don't care. Drop the bomb. Just clear them out so they can't even do this anymore. That's it. Done. Right. It's over on the other side of the world. I don't care.
Let's get back to
That's
Ben.
What they're saying.
Hey, Ben.
Yo.
So, your new place is right around there too, right?
I'm relatively close. I'm probably about 20 blocks away or so.
Yeah.
Mark's the one that actually saw it and called into the sports guys.
Now, yeah, Mark, Psycho Mark on our radio show. I mean, I had no doubt this was serious, but I knew it was really, really serious when I tuned in Fox News. And there's Mark. Gotta call him Mark today. Mark Walsh. As serious as I've ever seen anyone in my life be. And I'm like, that's Mark?
Yeah, I know.
And he's like an eyewitness to this whole thing. Because what? His building is pretty much right there?
He's really close. I mean, the great thing about Mark's apartment was you could look out and the World Trade Center is right there. It was the most amazing view. And he woke up this morning and in his room, you look out and he saw this thing happening and called in, and knowing him, they thought he was joking around. And,
wait, take us back. So was he getting ready for work or what?
He was getting ready to go to work.
And he actually saw the first plane hit?
I guess he heard the crash and looked out and saw this whole thing unravel right in front of him.
Right.
Because like I said, he lives within a few blocks of where the Trade Center is.
And he's just got a great view of the Trade Center, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. And so he calls up the sports guys in New York.
He calls up the sports guys, and at this point, it hadn't broken on the news. I mean, this is right when it happened. And Chris Oliveira, one of their producers, is like, Mark, come on, this, it's not a funny joke. They thought he was joking around. And sure enough, it wasn't. And that was Mark calling in.
Did he see the second plane, the 767?
I think Mark saw all of it.
Wow.
And we talked to his boss at Fox, and he's down there. You can't get in contact with him because of his cell phone down there, but he's been down there, as you said, like reporting for Fox all day, because you can only get so many people down there.
Right.
So that's what happened with him.
Yeah, being from New York and living here, and like I said, I'm from Brooklyn, and I got a view from where I live of southern Manhattan. And when I was driving in here, and I'm driving up the Belt, to look over at the familiar skyline of Manhattan, the Empire State Building, and the Twin Towers, and to just see smoke coming up from where the Twin Towers used to be is you can't even, it's not like it's like it's not real.
No,
what it is.
No, and being from Long Island, I'll give you another view. I mean, I'm way out on the island, okay? I'm a good 30 miles from Manhattan.
Yeah.
I got on the LIE shortly because it was mostly closed, and you could see the smoke 30 miles away where I was. Just a huge cloud.
It's like one of those bad movies. And the roads being closed, that's another amazing thing, with no one being allowed to go west off of Long Island, or to go south if you're in Westchester. They've closed these roads, and you see they've used everything, because a lot of the police vehicles are being used in New York. So there's huge garbage trucks and dump trucks and flares blocking the parkways and highways going towards Manhattan. And there's like a scene out of Stephen King's The Stand or something. You look and it doesn't seem real until till it sinks in.
It's really not sinking in yet at all. It's just beyond amazing. Ben, are the phones ringing like crazy or what?
Yeah, we got some calls coming in. We have Keith the cop is on the line. I don't know if you guys want to talk to him.
Oh yeah.
You want to go to him?
Yeah, was he down there?
Yeah, he's there. You want to go to him?
Oh, definitely.
All right, here we go. Keith. He's been on the hold for a little while, so maybe he'll call.
Has he?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I know that Keith wasn't actually working. He was called in. And he said, he got in, the LIE was totally wide open, he got in, but he's down there in the thick of things.
We have a lot of friends in the NYPD and a lot of friends in the fire department, so.
Yeah, and a lot of those guys are going through some tough times right now, too, because, they were right on the scene. There were a lot of emergency workers at the base of those buildings when that happened, so. Hopefully,
plus the hotel.
Miracle happened.
No one has mentioned the hotel that,
the Marriott's.
One of the towers basically collapsed right on top of it.
I know. And, another plane's down in, Philadelphia, or in, Pennsylvania.
That's the one in the outskirts of Pittsburgh, actually.
Plane was a 747, flight 93 from Newark. And that went down in the woods. Now that, I heard the earlier reports that a 747 was surrounded by F-16s, because it was headed toward Washington. So I wonder, what the story is with that. We were listening to, or watching CNN, and I think a lot of info is going to come from the black boxes and the recordings from the various towers that these planes had to go past. But, do it tomorrow, Bush.
Yeah.
Do it tomorrow. Don't wait. Bomb something. So frustrating when stuff like this happens.
I think his pop would have bombed something by now. I think Louis Block is going to call the show, Anthony, as well. Hey, Ben, you want to throw a couple phone calls on?
Yeah, well, where do you want to go, Rick? What should we go with?
Why don't we go to Bluto on line 2?
Hey, Bluto
on line 2.
Some of the guys in New York are thinking here.
Hey, Bluto. Bluto.
What a disaster.
Hey, Bluto, what's up?
You should just kill anybody whose name you can't pronounce who has a beard longer than 2 inches. Just pick a country. I don't care. Kill somebody.
See, this is the frustration that we're feeling, man.
Oh, my God, I wanted to throw up when I saw it this morning.
And what was your first thought, Bluto?
I couldn't believe it. I'm staring at the screen. I heard the sports guys. I turned the TV on thinking it's a joke, and there it is. And I'm sitting there live, and the second plane comes out of nowhere. And next thing I know, I'm like, the building's gone. It's just gone. I work 2 blocks from there.
Yeah, we all know people down there. That's what,
there must be 50,000 people there.
But just how it escalated, it was just like, the first plane, I really thought it was just a Cessna. I mean, it still sucks, but I'm thinking, okay, some wacko, decided to take his life. And then the second plane hits.
Oh, that second plane hit, you just blinked your eyes hard and went, what did I just see?
A 767 hits the Twin Towers. And then you keep watching, and then you find out the Pentagon gets hit.
And then when they fell down, it was just...
The whole news went silent. It just collapsed.
What do you say? You're just watching going, all right, the plane's hit, but hopefully, because you keep hoping that, all right, hopefully they'll be able to fight some of that fire and they'll get the people out and stuff. And then when you watch the buildings just come down, it was like, the only thing I could even equate it to is watching the Challenger explode.
And then
where you're sitting there and you're going, all right, maybe there's an escape thing or something, but then you just, the realization hits that
parachute.
No, it's a disaster, and those people are just gone.
And there were people that, they knew the building was collapsing, and they panicked and started jumping out the windows of the Twin Towers.
And then the Palestinians are cheering. Did you see that?
Yeah, handing out candy in the streets, right?
God, we're not like that.
I'm a little pissed off at CNN for even showing that. I mean,
no, get us riled up. They should show it.
It doesn't get us riled up in the right way.
I'm ready to re-up right now. I'm ready to go back down to my Navy station and hit it again. I am so pissed.
When I watch the buildings coming down, that gets me riled enough. Believe me,
yeah.
We have to respond so strong that no one could even have the potential to do this.
Just wipe them out. That's it. The end.
All right, Bluto. Thank you very much.
You guys suck.
Hey, Ben, throw us on with somebody else.
All right. You know what? We should also mention the national number. I don't know if it's working because it had problems, but we want to mention the national number, 866-277-4WOW.
866-277-4WOW, right? And of course, in the New York area, 877-692-1027, all right?
A lot of the reasons we never, in the past when we've had terrorism here, responded quickly and really strong is there's all that political bull crap you gotta put up with. You don't want to piss off this country or that one or this. I think this is big enough where the politics of it is going to take a back seat to the sheer revenge of it, that we have to now respond in a way that will show these people that, you're going to do something like this, we're going to hit you tenfold. And I don't think politics is going to be playing a big part in this one. I hope not, anyway. I hope they don't pussy out on this.
Yeah, all right. Hey, hopefully Keith the Capo calls, because he's pretty much at ground zero at this point, trying to do what he can as a New York City policeman. Ben, put us on with somebody else.
All right, let's go to Eddie right here. Go to Eddie. Eddie.
Yeah, Ben.
Hey, Eddie.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Well, you tell us.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I work for Pepsi. We're on the roof of the supermarket looking at this place. Then we drive downtown, and we're sitting there, and the thing collapses right in front of you. I'm looking at my friend. I'm like, did we really see this? Is this really happening here?
Yeah, you got to check your brain. Like, there's no way I just saw what I just saw.
Exactly. You're like, holy God, there's people in there. It's like looking at a hotel in Vegas going down, and there's people, and sure, there's somebody in there, and you just can't believe that it's happening.
Yeah, and you get like a sick feeling. Like, I just felt sick, and there's nothing you could do. You're powerless. You know what I mean?
I still got a knot in my stomach.
Yeah, I was watching. And I'm just walking around the house, and all I was saying, I'm shaking my head the whole time, just going, holy S, holy S, holy S.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
Exactly. Like, you really think that this would happen in my lifetime? I mean, come on. In this day and age. Unbelievable, guys.
You got to be careful how you say things today, but it makes the Oklahoma City bombing look like a little scratch. Well, like a little scratch.
Yeah, you know how huge that was when it happened, and before they found out it was an American that did it. Do you remember that? Everybody was like, "Oh my God, we got to kill, we got to bomb, we got to bomb." Now we know this isn't the work of Americans. Now we have to respond hard.
All right, bro. Thank you.
He's gone. We hung up on.
All right.
Let's go to Sean here on line 9. Sean.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, Sean.
I was up in Mawa. It's in northwest Bergen County.
Yeah.
And it's about 40 miles away. And I was driving in my car, and don't feel bad, Opie, I was actually listening to the sports guys, too. And when I heard about it, I went up to the cliff, and I was looking. You could barely see the outline of the World Trade Center. And then all of a sudden, just boom, a huge fireball I could just see from miles away just shot off the side of it. And then I went home and started watching TV, and I just saw them come down, and I was like,
yeah, it's
what happened to your mic?
I don't know. Did something open?
No. Wait, try it again.
There you go.
Okay.
Are you playing with the buttons here too?
I'm not playing with the buttons here. I don't know how to play with the buttons here.
When we're back in New York, you just start hitting buttons for no apparent reason.
No, I'm not playing with the buttons today. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Hey, Ben, is there any way to take a break so we can regroup and get the website hooked up and all that? I know we're not really playing commercials or anything, but...
We could feed in Wins, 1010 Wins, our sister station, our news station in New York. And go there for a couple minutes.
Yeah, we could. Let's do that for just a couple minutes so we can regroup, okay? Hey. But it's, I should tell people, it's Opie and Anthony. We're not in Manhattan because they've shut down the city. No one is allowed in Manhattan. If you weren't there before 9 o'clock this morning, we've all been sent home, basically. So we're in the studios of WLIR in Garden City. Want to thank them for helping us out, because they really didn't have to let us broadcast from their studios today. So thank you guys, we appreciate it. Why don't you throw in that feed, and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right.
All right. Hey guys, real quick. If you want to throw out the local New York number for the national, because the national just doesn't seem to work.
Okay.
Anybody listening to us, in the other cities, 212-757-1027.
Okay, cool.
They can try and reach us that way too.
Right on, man. All right, we'll be back in a few.
Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 Wins, live on Hudson and Duane Street.
That's right.
All right, and we are back with the Opie and Anthony Show. That's our sister station, of course, 1010 Wins here in New York City. But Anthony and I are not in New York City. We're on Long Island. We could not get in city. They pretty much closed down Manhattan, as you know by now.
Yeah.
And Ben and Rick are back at the station in Manhattan. They got in early today, and we're trying to figure this out as we go along today. So, and who do you have online? Keith the Cop?
We have Keith the Cop. Here we go. Keith.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, Keith, what's up, man?
We're just sitting here like in awe, just staring at it,
Where are you right now?
We're about 10 blocks away.
10 blocks away, and still just smoldering, and everything's burning down there, huh?
And you're just looking up in the air, and it's just like, it's amazing,
Yeah, two of the biggest buildings in the world were there, and now they're gone.
I mean, everybody's here. Other states have come to help us, and it's just really, it's unbelievable. I'm at a loss for words,
Yeah.
I mean, we're just waiting to see more about what's going on and, what we could do to help, but it's just, pulled everybody in.
Yeah, the emergency vehicles I saw when I was coming out here to Long Island, coming in the other way, I mean, from everywhere out on Long Island. They were just sending truck after truck of emergency vehicles out there.
Waking us up out of bed and bringing us in, and, you just sit and you sat and looked at it, and it's too incredible for words.
So Keith, are you just waiting for orders right now? There's nothing you can do at this point, or?
We're basically just, going around the area, picking up, residual stuff that's going around outside of the area, and, having a stage inside.
You got any word on injuries of any of the NYPD or any fire department? Or
we know there are, but we don't have any facts.
Yeah, jeez, man, that's too much. Where were you right when it happened? You were off duty?
I was off duty. I was home, and then they called us all in. So I mean, it's just boring just to sit and just look at see this is billowing smoke and nothing there.
Now, are there fires out of control down there, or?
Like I said, I'm about 10 blocks away. I really don't know the heart of what's going on down there. Mm-hmm. Things are sketchy.
Okay.
But, I'll, if I have anything that I can pass on.
I'm sure all of us will know a lot more, tomorrow.
Now, is there debris as far as you are?
Not, maybe, we're probably on the outskirts of it.
Like that dust you're talking about, the volcanic dust?
You've seen a lot of people walking around just covered in it.
Right.
Yeah, they're showing people on the TV that are just, their eyes are beet red, and they're covered in this white dust.
The hospitals are just out in the streets. Hospitals, just the streets are closed, and they're just treating people out in the streets.
They just showed Yasser Arafat, Opie, on the CNN, who also, him too, saying, despicable act, it's terrible. He's another one who should pay with his life.
All right, gentlemen, I gotta go.
Okay, Keith, if you find out anything, please give us a call. You're pretty close.
Okay.
All right, man, thank you.
No problem.
It's safe to assume, I guess, they're done with their terrorism here for the day. I hope. It's like, I hate reading, they're closing this, and these people have been sent home and stuff. They're done. They did it. They're long gone, Like locking up the barn after the animals get out.
Yeah.
Done. Oh, and here's some more footage of the people celebrating in their dirty country that will soon be bombed out, I hope. Damn, I hope so.
All right, why don't we take more phone calls, because everyone has a reaction. Everyone has someone that works works downtown.
Mm-hmm.
I finally got word that, most of the people that I know in that area, as far as family, are safe. Everyone is going through that same process today, trying to locate, family members and friends.
Yeah.
So, Ben, who do we have on the line?
We got Matt from Washington calling in. Matt.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Matt, what's up?
I just wanted to, first of all, say I love your guys' show.
Well, today's not a day for that.
I know that. It's the first time I've gotten through, but I usually go through the Pentagon. Today, for some reason, I was early to work, thank heavens, and because the metro stops are right in the Pentagon.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I mean, getting into the city, I was fine, and all the stuff was going on in New York, and then they evacuated us from our building. My building's right across the street from the FBI building, and it was eerie getting out of there. I mean, you're walking up. I live about 20 blocks up from the Pentagon, and as I'm walking away from the Pentagon, you can see how black the charred side of the building, and it's just...
How insane is it that they were able to hit the Pentagon?
Well, have you ever been down here?
Hell yeah, many times.
Okay.
Flown in.
But National Airport is right there.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
It's... a pilot makes an error, in a plane that big, you're there at the Pentagon. I mean,
yeah.
I've also heard reports that a fighter jet was following that plane. So,
really?
And I also heard another fighter jet has brought down a Learjet, not shot it down, but escorted it down.
I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, and possibly the one in Pennsylvania was shot down.
Well, yeah, we'll find out in the coming days. It's just amazing they used, like Anthony said earlier, our own planes. Our own planes. Again. Who would have thought that this was possible?
Right.
Maybe one hijacker, maybe two.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking at least 4?
These are 4 planes, our own planes, American and United. I guess that was a conscious decision they made there, too. Things you take for granted. You look up, they're up in the sky all the time, these planes, Hey, who cares? You don't think they're going to crash into our buildings. You think about, they're going to take a boat maybe, like they did with the coal and go into the side of one of our military vessels or something.
Or maybe a Ryder truck or...
Yeah, the Ryder truck full of a fertilizer bomb or something. But, these are our own planes. And now, how long after the World Trade Center bombing in 93 did you always look at the Ryder trucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
You always looked and went, a little suspicious there, Now, you hear a plane going over and... these guys have succeeded in doing what they do. They're terrorists, and their job is to instill terror in the people. And now, the thing you've taken for granted for years, a plane flying over, is going to give you that uneasy feeling like, hey, this is exactly what those people heard before it smashed into their building.
And at any given time, you see a plane in the sky if you're in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Guys, and my roommates are all police officers down at the Pentagon. And I haven't heard from them at all today.
See, that's scary.
Yeah,
man.
One of them's on the SWAT team, and another 3 are security, officers down there. So
yeah, this is kind of a bonding thing for the JFK listeners and the LA listeners.
Yeah,
in New York, because
the good thing about the Pentagon was where they hit, they had just remodeled, and they were getting ready to remodel one further down the hall, and it doesn't look like all the many offices that could have been filled were filled.
Right. From what I heard on the news also, the other side of the Pentagon was really the money target that it seems, thank God, they missed.
Yeah, that's facing the water, and that's, they always thought that an attack would come from that side of the water side, because that's where all the brass sits and all, It's just eerie.
And then there was a report in your area that was false, thank God, that the local police saw a plane coming right up the Potomac.
Yes.
Up
the Potomac. See, well, that's
everyone was just completely freaking out. Okay, where's that plane going to end up?
Right. Well, the speculation, a lot of these newscasts, they want to be the first. They want to get the info out. I heard earlier that there were 8 planes unaccounted for, and apparently that wasn't true. 4 planes.
2 came from Logan Airport.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you can only assume that their MO here was to take a plane that was going to fly from Dulles to LA or from Boston to LA, and then shortly after takeoff, hit a target because they're full of all the fuel they need to get all the way across the country. A flying bomb.
Yeah, better than any bomb you could build and sneak into.
And they don't have to sneak it onto anywhere. They don't have to put it in a truck. They don't have to do it's the plane itself is the bomb. They've used our own aircraft as their bombs.
But Anthony, they had to have a weapon to.
Right. That's what we were saying, in order to hijack the plane. Well, that's what we were talking about a little earlier, the Mickey Mouse security at these airports.
That's true.
It's
very true.
It's a pain in the ass, and it does nothing. It does nothing. You know,
that stupid question they ask all of us.
Right.
About, did you pack your own bags? Did bags leave your site?
You know, I am one of the strongest advocates of rights to privacy and whatnot. I've always been. The one place I would give up some of my rights to privacy is the goddamn airport. You know why? I'm not taking weapons in, and I'm not taking drugs through, and I have no problem. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B safely. So you know something? You want to check my baggage? You want to really do an in-depth work, a job on who I am and what I'm doing there? I got no problem with that.
I'm with you there,
I got
buddy.
no problem there. But you know something? At the counter, if you pack your own bags or if they were out of your view, that's bull. It does nothing.
They should scan them. I mean, I'm sure they
scan
do
them,
back
X-ray them, do everything.
Scan them right there.
Somehow these guys had to have gotten weapons on that plane to intimidate the crew into giving up their aircraft or kill them or whatever they did. I'm sure we're going to find out later on. But how did they do that? On 4 different aircraft.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Right.
All right.
And I also heard the one in Pennsylvania that went down was possibly going to Camp David, which is just north of here.
Well, there was rumors that Camp David was hit. I heard that on the way to this studio
one
today.
fell short.
That was false because that was the plane in Pennsylvania that went down.
Yeah, all right. Well, thanks for the info. Appreciate it. All right. Bye. Washington checking in.
They're saying that all air travel canceled in the U.S. until the earliest noon tomorrow, which is canceled. It's surreal to look up. Anywhere in this country you look up, you will not see a passenger plane.
It's not just America. Most of the world has canceled flights.
Yeah. That was another surreal moment was when I walked out on my balcony at my apartment, and I hear fighter planes over Manhattan. You know, that was the only aircraft that was flying. You don't see them, but you hear them, and you know the roar of those engines are military aircraft. Oh my God, we've reached the point where we now need fighter aircraft over New York City to protect it.
And warships on the way.
Yeah, I saw military ships going up the river, up the Hudson.
All right, who do we have?
Pete Radovich is on 6 with something here. Let's plug him down.
Pete from, I believe, CBS Sports these days.
Yes.
Hey, Anthony.
Pete, what's up, man?
A couple things.
Yeah.
I fly probably more than anybody you know.
Yeah, you fly a lot. He covers all the, you were affiliated with the NBA?
Right.
And
now
you traveled all over to the games?
I travel at least once a week, and I will gladly wait online for 3 hours every time I fly, if I have to make sure that they can strip search me for all I care at this point.
You know, I get annoyed waiting at airports if I have to wait because somebody's carry-on's too big or they don't have the right ticket or something. That annoys the hell out of me. But if it's for safety's sake and I know it's really going to make a difference, I don't think anybody would argue.
You know, but human nature is such that you say that today and a couple of months go by and people are like, oh, you know what? I just want to go to L.A. You know, come on, move it along.
Well, you know what? Then all the people there should carry around the little portable DVD player and show the plane hitting the building and go, okay, you want to maybe wait a little longer?
I'm just saying, I agree with you, but the human nature is such. None of us want to wait. None of us want the hassle.
It is.
You just want to get to your location as soon as possible.
You're right. This is different, though. I think this is big enough. This is Pearl Harbor. This isn't.
Yep. There you go.
Oklahoma City was big, obviously, and the World Trade Center the first time was big. This is off the charts.
The response to this is, I believe, I hope it is, but I really believe it is going to be so big. I think it's going to make the Gulf War look small compared to what we have to do now to respond to this.
And speaking of war, you guys know, during the war in Croatia, I visited my family and visited a friend on the front lines. I've actually witnessed war.
Yeah.
And for the first time in my life in America, I mean, I'm out in the suburbs. I wake up and I see this on TV, and then I walk out of my yard. I look up in the air and I see 4 military helicopters fly by, and I'm thinking, this is war again.
You're thinking, which country are you in?
Right. I mean, I've seen it.
You've seen it in your
now,
homeland.
I'm telling you, I'm having flashbacks. This is if Americans don't know what war is.
See?
This is war.
You're right. Everybody has that little emotional moment watching stuff like this. And when I was coming in, I saw South Manhattan just smoldering, and it was an act of war. It was a bomb that went off there. I don't care. It was a bomb made out of an airplane, a jet. It was a bomb, and you see southern Manhattan burning, and a warship in the river. And then you look, and there's the Statue of Liberty right out there and it's just, you realize, oh my God, we're at war here.
Yeah.
This is a war.
I'm in suburban New Jersey, and I'm looking at war, military helicopters flying by low.
Yeah. You look at the footage on the news, there's refugees that could be from anywhere in the world, Sure, they're dressed a little better, they're carrying their briefcases, but they're no different. They're people that have been displaced by a military action, and they're walking home, just like you would see anywhere else.
Yeah, well, guys, you're doing a nice job. I'm enjoying listening. Do continue, and I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, Pete. If you have anything else, give us a call, because we're just kind of making this up as we go along.
Well,
today.
I'll tell you, you're going to hear hundreds of little, just personal stories. I can tell you right now. I know you guys know Jim Bell, who worked with us.
Yeah.
He's actually flying home from Europe this morning.
Oof.
And I called his wife, knowing that, and she said that he called her once he landed in Canada, so they diverted him to Canada. The idiots on the plane, the pilot actually announced to the passengers what had happened while they were over the Atlantic.
Oh man.
My God.
Can't you just say, hey, I'm in the mood for some Canadian food.
Right.
Or something.
How about some Canadian bacon?
Yeah.
She was pissed. I mean, she was telling me, I haven't spoken to him yet. He's still on the plane in Canada. They won't even let him off the plane. But he was actually in midair over the Atlantic, and the pilot came on and announced that two planes had struck the World Trade Center. So, you're going to hear stories like that. There's going to be a million different little stories, personal stories, but, it's
Pete,
all bad.
Pete, I just flew home from Athens last week, and Aunt and I were telling the stories on the air, that helpless feeling you get just in general being over the Atlantic Ocean. And then
Could you imagine?
No, not at all.
Could you imagine having to listen to that?
No.
And I was, when I came in, because we took our vacation at the same time last week, and you come in from Florida, and I was coming into Kennedy Airport, and you pass by Manhattan, and you always look out and just, you're amazed by the view. I don't think there's many cities around the country that when you come in a jet that is so impressive as Manhattan. And, to just imagine that part of that skyline was just destroyed by terrorists is amazing.
I just pray that in the next few days I don't have to attend a funeral, and the same goes for everyone that's listening. I just think that the odds are against it, but
we've all been personally affected by this. You'll see.
People from high school, college, or anyone from the New York area. Some way, unfortunately, you're going to know someone who's involved. Hopefully not to that degree.
That statement just gave me the chills, Pete. Thank you.
No, it's
you're right. You're right.
I don't know. I'm telling you, morning, I'm sitting out to cry, scream, I have a headache.
It's just, you know what I am? I'm so pissed off. I'm pissed off, but it's also a feeling of helplessness that, you're watching this and there was nothing you could do about it. There is nothing you can do about it. I keep going into detail, imagining what it might have been like on the planes and those bastards that were just probably smiling as they drove these planes into the sides of these buildings. It makes me sick. And again, as we watch here in the studio, one of the towers just crumble into the ground, and you sit and watch, and it pisses me off.
The only thing I have is it took from the first plane's impact to when the first tower collapsed was over an hour, I think.
Yeah.
I can only hope that anyone that was on the floors beneath.
Well, Pete, that gave people a chance, but you know what?
Yeah, that's a long time.
That's a quick hour though, when you have to walk down all those flights of stairs because the elevators are either packed or not working.
I'm sure they weren't working.
I'm sure a lot of people were able to escape, but I don't know, man.
A lot of emergency workers too.
Those guys. An hour, so I'm hoping that most of the people did have time to get out. That's my only.
A lot of emergency workers, too, are going in there.
Right.
We're going in looking for people to make sure that people got out. And, you can only hope they were called out before the buildings collapsed.
Yeah, what amazed me about this whole thing is how easy it was to do.
Yeah, and
Incredible.
It's like, didn't they have a clue? Usually they have a clue when something, is in the works with these terrorist organizations.
Here you go, and I'll get on my soapbox once again with this. We went through 8 years of prosperity here in this country. Everybody was in the stock market. A lot of people made a lot of money. Relative peace when Clinton was in office. No one noticed that the ball was dropped as far as things like intelligence goes. And the military and things used to be in place that would catch stuff like this before it happened. You'd get an inkling of a terrorist group getting ready to do something. And something of this magnitude, there should have been some smell in the air that something was brewing. But we all did nothing. We were very happy here in this country. And the administration that was in office 8 years, Clinton and his pals, and I'm not pointing the finger of blame here because the terrorisms are 100% responsible for this. But there should have been something in place over the last 8 years that could have detected that something was happening and dropped the ball there.
Well,
and that's going to be addressed.
Yeah, that'll be addressed probably in a few days. Obviously, the concern.
Yeah, why? How could a terrorist organization organize something? A lot of people have to be involved to pull something like this off. It isn't 4 guys going, hey, you get this plane, I'll get this plane, and we'll crash it. It takes a lot more people that either remained quiet or there wasn't enough intelligence in place to weed out any inkling that this was happening. So we got to step things up there, I think.
Yeah. Millions. I mean, millions, and God knows how much money taxpayers pay for intelligence and all that stuff.
Well, in the last 8 years, I think it was more important to put that money elsewhere for some reason. We totally forgot that the threat isn't with the Soviet Union anymore and missiles and ICBMs. It's with things like this, with small boats going up to our ships and people in our own planes now crashing into buildings. I mean, we got to put things in place, intelligence that could weed this out.
And you're right about the bastards. They waited for the LA flights, the California flights. They'd have enough fuel.
Full tanks of fuel, yeah.
Exactly right.
All right, Pete.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
Pete Radovich from CBS Sports. Who do we have on 7, Rick?
Al.
Okay.
Al.
Oh, hey.
What's up, Al?
Yeah, I work in the trade center, man. I got out of there. I was treated and released just about 40 minutes ago. Now I'm back in Staten Island.
You're not BSing with us? Because
No,
this isn't the day to BS, man.
No.
So what happened? You got to work at what time today?
Well, I got to work early this morning, earlier than I usually do at 8:30, and then I'm screwing around in the building, and the explosion happened, and I was lucky enough not to be on my floor, which is 97.
Get out of here.
Yes.
What floor were you on?
I was in the 50s. I was on 53.
And where did the plane hit?
It hit in about the 80s, actually.
The first one, right? It's a lot higher. Okay.
Opie and Anthony, you never felt such drama in your life. I mean, people were literally, beside themselves, running around crying.
Yeah, that's pretty dramatic stuff.
My heart is beating still, just thinking about it.
All right, so the explosion hits, and what's the first thing you do?
Well, nobody knew what it was, Nobody had any idea. We were baffled. So, most people are walking around like, what was that? Was it an explosion? Where's that coming from? Some people are heading for the exits. Some people are at their desks still trying to talk on the phone.
Right.
It was such mayhem. But finally, we found out exactly what had happened, and some people started heading for that area of the building.
Why the hell would you do that?
That's what I'm wondering.
You know what it is? We aren't used to stuff like this, so we're fascinated by it, and we feel like we can't get hurt. This is America. If a plane crashed into the side of a building, hey, I'm going to go see.
Yeah,
we're a nation of rubberneckers, and it kills people. Let's go check it out.
They were looking at the Grand Canyon or one of those things.
Right.
It was sightseeing. It was unreal. There were people running through the building taking photographs with their digital cameras.
Get out of here.
I swear to God.
All All right, so then what did you do?
I went to the street, and now of course I'm.
But I mean, were the elevators working?
No, well, actually, some elevator banks were working because there are quite many of them, depending on what department you work for. But I made it to the street with not a problem. We were out of the building within 6 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
and debris was everywhere. It looked like nuclear fallout.
Yeah, just dust all over for blocks and blocks.
Then, of course, you know the rest of what you've seen on TV and everything like that.
So where were you when the second plane hit? Because
I was outside the building. I actually saw it. I'm actually there when it exploded. We feel the heat. We feel the compression. It was so horrific. Horrific is the only way I can explain it. The worst nightmare of life.
And people just screaming everywhere?
Yeah, now what I want to get through to you is that all the people who made it and went to treatment centers, they're full of debris and dust. I have a contention. That's asbestos filled. That's why I'm calling your show. Anybody leaving for home, you must take off the clothes you're wearing and put in plastic bags before you infest your family. They're going to come out on the news with reports that inhalation of asbestos particles have been imminent.
You know something? The buildings were built before they did that.
Listen, guys, it's very important that you let this message go out on the air. Anybody who is in the area covered with dust, you must bag your clothes.
Let's not start a panic.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but it's very important. In 30 years,
I know that they have done, and the codes do say that over the past few years they've had to replace the asbestos that have been in buildings.
It's called a friable asbestos. That's
usually
the stuff that's cracked up and ready to be, airborne. So the original stuff that was still nice and compact is still in the building. Guaranteed, because I'm a fireman. Not a fireman that you see riding around in the trucks, but the guy who runs a boiler system.
Right.
An engineer type. And the asbestos is all over the building. It is all over the air. It is now all airborne, all throughout Manhattan and throughout all the other boroughs now, too.
Wow.
Hey, did you see anyone jumping out the windows?
Oh, no, I didn't, but I mean, who the hell would do that?
Out of panic. I mean, you know the building's collapsing. What are you going to do?
Yeah,
you're going to take the ride. You're going to take the ride down and hope for the best. Or
anyway, remember I was saying that I do work on the 97th floor.
Yeah.
I have a friend who made it out from that. I just got in contact with him before I called you. He got burnt from his thighs down to his feet. He was out of there. His pants were scorched. His hair was burnt. He was running through walls of flames.
War injuries, that's what they are.
Yeah, he literally was like a war veteran.
Yeah.
He has a friend who was taking digital pictures. We're going to put him up on a free internet site.
All right.
For free. I'm not trying to plug anything.
No.
Well, okay. All right, someday we'll be interested in that, but right now we got to move on.
Dudes, listen, the asbestos thing, most serious. I would not kid about that.
Well,
anybody in the building covered with debris, bag your stuff and take a cold shower first.
All right, thank you, Al.
Thank you.
All right. Who else do we got?
Hey guys, this is Rick. We're just getting a report that I guess there are people lining up near the military, where you sign up for the military, near Times Square.
Really?
Lining to sign up. I don't know if it's true, but actually somebody just walked in and told us about that.
All right, let's go to another phone call.
One other thing too.
Yes,
all the letter trains, the subways here in New York are running, as well as the 5 and 6 came through too. So some of the subways
probably just outbound, right?
That's all they got. This comes down from winds.
I couldn't imagine anything inbound to Manhattan.
Yeah, and again, for the affiliates that can't reach us on the national line, you can call us in New York at 212-757-1027.
All right, cool. Let's go to another phone call.
I had just had dinner a while back at the top of the World Trade Center. There was a great restaurant up there that overlooked Manhattan.
Window of the world.
Window of the world, yeah.
It's so weird you're talking about it in the past tense.
It's I know.
It's just amazing.
You can't believe it. It's such a fixture in New York. If you're in picture the Sears Tower. If you're in Chicago and that all of a sudden is gone. If you're in Seattle, all of a sudden the Space Needle's gone. You're in St. Louis, the Arch, gone. I mean, landmarks, city landmarks. This is probably one of the most famous buildings in the world. And in New York, it's a major landmark. You drive past it all the time. And now, it's not there anymore. Picture it, just take the biggest, most famous building in your city and imagine it's been blown up.
All right.
Too much.
Who do we have on the phone?
We got Steve. Steve, you're on the show.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Steve.
Sad day.
Yeah.
Rick's news is pretty funny, though, because I've been saying all day that I'm ready to go sign up at this point.
Hold on. Wow, look at these people just running.
Yeah,
it looks like the running of the bulls.
Yeah, I know. There's people just running through the streets in panic.
It's just we're just getting more and more, a brand new video, and that's an amazing shot. Just thousands upon thousands of people running up who knows? Could be. I don't even know what road. I can't really tell, but
could be Broadway down.
I was gonna say maybe Broadway, but just running away from the wall of. Look at that! It's like it's the only way I can describe it. It's like the New York City Marathon when you see those shots where there's so many people that you can't really run yet, so you're kind of walking fast. So
they've closed the borders with Canada and Mexico. Aren't they supposed to do that anyway? Jesus Christ!
All right, who's on the line?
Hey guys, we actually got Gary Ackerman.
Gary
Ackerman.
All right.
He's down. Gary.
Hi, how are you?
Gary, what's up, man?
Man, this is the largest single tragedy in the history of our country.
Absolutely.
It is unfathomable and unthinkable what's happened here, and there's probably many more than 10,000 people who've perished today.
Oh my God.
And right now it's kind of surrealistic, looking and listening to all this and hearing it described like in a distance through fog. And as soon as we start getting more details, there's not going to be a person who is in this city, who is on Long Island, who is in the state of New York, or in the country, who's not going to know somebody who was killed today.
Yeah. I mean,
that is a huge number.
This is a day just like Pearl Harbor was. I mean, yes, you got to understand the scope of this. It's huge. We've had our brushes in the past with terrorism, of course. A lot of the times it's military or I hate to say it, but we don't feel as bad when maybe it's 5, 6, 10 people that lose their lives. We kind of shut ourselves off to that. But something this big affects everyone in the country. It's huge.
This affects the entire civilized world. First, it's going to affect us personally, because these are going to be real people pretty soon, rather than just whoever was there and we don't know who.
Right.
It'll be real people. This place was leveled. I mean, you have to look at all that steel and concrete just melted down. They're never going to find 1% of the remains of people that are lost there.
Not to mention the passengers of 2 aircraft. That were in this wreck.
I would suspect more than 1,000 people who were just on the planes perished, and this is going to be a much larger number than that.
So what do you think the response should be, Gary?
Well, we have to really take stock of the situation. I think we've all pretty much come to the conclusion that this is a terrorist attack by a fundamentalist or several fundamentalist groups, probably one group.
Bin Laden.
Well, that's whose fingerprints seem to be on this
he's
right now. He's very well financed, and when you think of how many people had to be involved in this secret heinous act, people to recruit, people to train, people to bring people to the airports, to drop them off, people to the number on each plane that you need to overwhelm passengers, crew, pilot. The fact that you need well-trained pilots who knew exactly where the targets were and how to get there.
You need people that know how to fly jet aircraft. Yeah, you can't just pull these people out of thin air. This is something we should have been able to pick up on. And I was saying that the past 8 years of prosperity have kind of undermined our intelligence. We dropped the ball.
Exactly. I just got back very recently from traveling through the Middle East, and I met with the leadership of many of the countries there, especially in the Arab world.
You met with Arafat?
I met with Arafat, as you know, quite extensively. I met with the leadership in Syria and Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince, and the people who run the government, the defense ministers and foreign ministers of each country.
What was your vibe with those people?
My vibe was that they were lying.
Right.
They were worried and concerned about the spillover from the Palestinian uprising within Israel and the West Bank and Gaza, etc., was going to spill over into their areas and disrupt their way of life. And that they claimed they were concerned, which of course they were, about it, the street, as they call it in their own country, the Muslim people pushing them. Because they were not active enough on behalf of their Palestinian brothers and weren't doing enough, and that we should get that resolved. There are people who don't want it resolved, and these are the people who don't want it resolved, and that's really what that's been all about. How do you respond to that?
Their whole power base is based upon this never being resolved.
Oh, exactly.
When stuff like that, that's when they're noticed. That's when they get the press, and that's when they get a little more power.
They get tremendous power. They talk directly to the Almighty. They're the only ones who know truth and justice, and everybody else be damned.
Right.
And they can do these vile and heinous things. I mean, this isn't a military target that they picked.
No.
This is a classic act of terrorists to strike fear into the hearts of innocent civilian people, to stampede a population, to cause them to lose their national resolve and their will, and to back off. And this is why they hate us and they hate the Israelis as well, because we have shared values that they don't share.
Right.
And we just have to know that regardless of our political affiliations or personal philosophies, we have to stand as one now.
Right. You see bipartisan support of the president now?
I've been trying to help lead the charge on our side. We have one president, one commander-in-chief. He's going to call the shots. We're going to follow. We're going to explore, all the things that we have to do as far as the policy and the security breaches or whatever or the intelligence lapses that might have taken place. But we are going to stand behind the national response to this. And our first response is naturally trying to see how many people we could save here, if any. I mean, it doesn't look good.
Well, I hate to say this, but I think we're going to spend a lot of time cleaning up 8 years of neglect on the part of the Clinton administration for letting us get so relaxed with intelligence and the military. This is the same administration that gave the Chinese their rocket program, Gary.
I think that's unfair, and I think that the thing we have to do is avoid starting to say whose fault this is.
No, I know whose fault it is. It's the terrorists' fault. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
it wouldn't be fair for me to say that they dared not do while Clinton was president. They waited for Bush. He doesn't eat from Chinola, and therefore can take and I won't take a cheap shot like that because I don't think that it's right. We're going to stand behind the president. Our military has to be strengthened. Unfortunately, we've blown the whole national surplus on giving everybody a lousy $300 when it should have been used for the defense. But that's beside. We have to stand as a people and not bicker over this and try to get political gain for one party or another.
Gary, what does the president do and when?
Well, the president has to be thoroughly briefed, and I think that everybody's trying to figure out what happened. This isn't something like you just turn to the back chapter of the book and see what the answer was. We have not received full briefings yet because everything is in a state of progress and trying to figure out what happened and how it happened. I was just talking to, Washington. We're being briefed by the people in the Sergeant at Arms Security, and I was just with the NYPD. I went down from Queens. They took me over to Port Washington, where we loaded a bunch of EMTs, emergency medical technicians, onto ships.
Yeah, a lot of Long Island emergency equipment going to New York City.
To bring them into the city by boat. Because otherwise they can't get in there anytime soon.
I noticed the roads congested going westbound.
It is a mess. It's a nightmare, and people are sitting in traffic, trying to get somewhere, and then they try to get back, and that ties things up because they realize they can't get anywhere. Mm-hmm. One of the sad sidebars to this horrendously horrifying incident is the reports we're getting and the clippings we're getting of people in some of the Palestinian areas that are celebrating
this,
for joy and laughing,
handing out candy.
It is that human beings would succumb to taking joy in this tragedy.
You use the term human being loosely, my friend, because
these are very sick, evil people that take any solace, no matter who is your political counterpart or enemy or whatever. You don't wish this kind of thing. I mean, when there's an earthquake in
Turkey,
in Pakistan, the Indians even go to help. When something happens in Turkey, the Greeks send help. The Israelis send people all over the world, to try on these emergency situations.
No, these people celebrate death in the name of God. It's just beyond any realm of reality or civilized thinking.
Right. You're absolutely right, and the fact that Mr. Arafat immediately after this happens denounces it as a terrible thing. I mean, what does he expect? He is absolutely guilty of giving license to people who would even think about this by talking the language of hate and terror, and that it's okay to kill and to show it on television programs to their school children about killing and murdering, and this is acceptable. This is no way for human beings to behave, and I think that the problem is indeed we're not necessarily dealing with human beings.
Right. It's time to get our house in order.
We're going to get our house in order. We're going to hunt these dogs down, and they will pay the price.
Last scene of The Godfather. Michael Corleone takes care of family business. It's time.
We got family business.
Yep.
All right, Gary. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Yeah. Let me just put in one additional thought here.
Sure.
And this thing hasn't been completely ferreted out yet, but the much heard about conference against racism in Durban, South Africa.
Yeah, that was a farce.
Where the Arab world had gotten together. They linked us together with the Israelis, of course, because we.
It was an American-Israeli fest.
That's right, and the Americans and the Israelis walked out, and this is in part their revenge for that. And
the ultimate at their anti-racism summit, they decide to pull one of the hugest racist attacks in history.
Exactly right. It was a conference to promote their brand of racism and to get attention for it. And this is the fruit of their work. The free and civilized world cannot tolerate this kind of thing. This is an evil that exists, and this evil will not be allowed to stand.
Thanks a lot, Gary.
Keep up the good work, guys.
All right, Gary Ackerman. Thank you, Gary.
Hey, guys, we got Lewis Black on the line.
I don't know if I could deal with him today.
Hey, one other thing, too. They're coming across CNN here. We got it on the studio that there's another building down in that area on fire.
Building 7 in the World Trade Center is burning. And
it's ablaze, right.
Okay. You guys
too much.
Let's talk to Lewis Black from The Daily Show on Comedy Central.
Lewis.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Lewis.
How we doing?
Jesus.
I know. I just was listening to Gary. It is unbelievable. I mean, what's truly unbelievable is, I wake up this morning and go into the shower. I'd finally get an apartment building that has a view.
Yeah, right? Look at Lewis's luck.
And it would be, great, I get to view this.
Carnage.
But I get up to go, I mean, this is the way things are, because you live your life. You get up, I'm going to take a shower, I'm going to go see my shrink, for obvious reasons. And walking around, and the window's wide open, and I don't notice it.
You didn't even notice?
I was looking at, because I'm looking at I've got a window that kind of spans around, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the water, I'm looking at the boats, walk away. And it wasn't until, I put the TV on, and I went, Jesus. And then you look out the window, and it was unbelievable. A friend of mine was in Brooklyn, who I talked to and saw this. I don't know how you handle this. I mean, because I'm sitting here. I was looking at it but saw the plane hit it.
Wow.
Hit the second building, standing in Brooklyn on the street.
Well, the thing is, everyone was looking in that direction because it's not every day you see the World Trade Center on fire.
Yeah.
So everyone was looking in that direction. So a lot of people did see the second plane hit it.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're amazed that you're just looking at the World Trade Center burning. But then when you see another plane hit it, you rub your eyes, open and close them a few times, and then just curse like, what the F did I just see?
Yeah. Because it really does, it's the toughest thing is that the only thing that comes close in my experience is Kennedy being shot, in the sense that everything changes.
Right, as a country, right?
Everything changes.
Yeah.
And you can say, well, the Kennedy thing may not be a big thing, but it was, because it was like, well, if you can kill the president, any schmuck can kill the president.
Right.
We're in a different ballpark. And this was like, if they can do as you were saying, I mean, this is, I could see a Cessna, okay?
Right. Yeah.
I can understand that. I can see somebody taking off from Hackensack.
We've talked about that on the show, Lewis.
Yeah.
We were surprised that no one has done that before. Hey, I hate my life and I happen to be a pilot.
Yeah.
What was that,
initially, when I saw the building burning, I thought that's what it was. I thought, okay, great.
Yeah.
And then,
that's all that's left.
But it was, how many? It was 1, 2, 3, 4 jets.
Lewis, I'm sorry. We're just looking at, ABC News. They have, a new video of the World Trade Center. All that's left, the front of one of the towers, is all you can see.
It's like a scene out of Planet of the Apes.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, the only thing we really know about terrorism, aside from the real life experiences we've had, have always been the movies. So you always thought, all right, I watch in the movies and they make an A-bomb or something and they bring it over here, or they have a bunch of troops that come across from Mexico and take us over. When you think that you look up at aircraft and now it's a potential weapon.
Yeah.
A jet plane now, you look at it, there's a potential terrorist weapon. It changes your thinking now.
Yeah.
It changes your everyday walk through life thinking.
Who would have thought that this is the way it would have happened? You know, because I think
that's what I meant. Yeah, by movies, you're just.
But I mean, you know, when you work and live in Manhattan, it's in the back of your mind that eventually something really bad is going to happen. I mean, 8 years ago with the World Trade Center, that was pretty bad. But it's always in the back of your mind. It's going to be a little worse next time. But I don't think any of us thought it would happen in this way with our own aircraft. It's just amazing.
Yeah, and it's also you know, this mentality that you learn. And it's a hell of a way to learn it. But the mentality that you learn when you go to, if you go to Europe, and you realize that these people have all been bombed.
They've dealt with this for many years.
We were always like, how could this happen?
Well,
we got in a state of, how do you train? I don't have the energy to get through the day.
Right, okay? And now to deal with this.
How do they train 4 pilots? I mean, or however many other people.
Who knows how many there were initially?
And that's what I'm saying. You can't just do this without a lot of people being involved. You can't just grab someone and put them behind the controls of a 767 and have the pinpoint target. This is something that went on for quite some time, and we were not aware of it.
Yeah.
We had no clue this was being planned.
And each plane had more than one guy to take it over.
It had to.
Yeah, you can't just have one guy.
You can't have one guy.
The other thing... and the other thing you learn too is another friend of mine said today quite aptly that, because I travel, I'm on an airplane all the time.
Yeah.
And I go through security and, about every second time, they actually check me for they check your bag where they see if there's something on it, where they do this thing now, they take a piece of paper and touch your bag and check it.
Right.
And you kind of look at it and it's like, there's a sense of it, as a friend of mine said, it's like, they've got the checkers from D'Agostino working this.
Yeah, exactly. It's bull crap security.
It is, and it has been, and I've always kind of wondered, shouldn't we, and when people would stop me, I'm like, and people get irked, you would get irked, and I go, you can't get, what are you, nuts?
Yeah.
If it takes us 20 minutes to get through there, because that's what they do everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, right.
Except for us.
Well, we feel so secure with those two huge oceans between us and the uncivilized animals of the world.
Yeah.
And then you realize they used our own planes, Lewis.
Yeah, I know.
They used American and United Airlines to smash symbolic landmarks of America, the World Trade Center and the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. We were looking in the wrong direction.
Truly. And then the other one that went down in Pittsburgh, which they're now saying had made a turn to go to Washington. It was probably,
could have been shot down.
I have no idea, but it made the turn. And that's where that one was heading. It was back to D.C., which meant they were probably either going for Congress or the House.
And that was a 747.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beyond, and it's, it's like, and it's the day where, this is what people say, everybody always goes, we've talked about this all the time on the show. Mm-hmm. Where does comedy stop?
Yeah.
It stops today.
This is where it's, but you know something? 75 years from now, they'll make fun of it.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Well, if I'm alive.
We're a mess.
If I'm alive and there's a stage, yes, but not,
No, absolutely, this is where you just draw the line.
But everybody always says, What is the line? And I don't think there's much of a line, okay? I mean, I think you can make a joke about practically anything.
Oh, man, you've been on our show, sure.
You know, but when you reach any kind of point of this type of violence, there's nothing, you just have to stop. There's nothing, nothing funny. The level of stun that most of us are at is beyond belief.
Yeah, the reality of it has more impact than any dopey joke you would ever even hazard to make about it. I mean, just the reality of watching the World Trade Center towers crumble to the ground. Yeah. I mean, who ever thought you'd see that? When they tried it in 93, you sat almost smug and proud going, look, bastards couldn't knock it down.
That's right.
They had a truck full of explosives. We all saw the crater it made on the news, and we said, look, you bastards, you couldn't even knock it down. You had carte blanche to the garage. You blew it up the base of this building, and it still stands. Go F yourself.
Yeah.
And here we are, 2001. They used planes, our own planes, and to watch them, both of these things crumble to the ground was just like you felt beaten and helpless and pissed.
Yeah. And the thing is and everybody's just watching this, all you want is like, how do you pull something like this off? I mean, one plane I understand. I could get that.
Yeah, we said that earlier.
One I get. Four, I'm beyond how.
No, you need to conspire with so many people to pull this off that we should have gotten an inkling that this was going down.
Yeah.
We've failed over the last 8 years. We had a lot of prosperity in this country, and we kind of put off things that we didn't want to think about.
Yeah.
The Soviet Union crumbled. Great. that's wonderful. That doesn't mean we don't have to turn our intelligence binoculars somewhere else. And this is where we have to look.
Well, the other thing was that how, once. The thing that I didn't understand, and God knows, you'd think, that I'm the commie pinko of the group. The one thing that is that you've got, as my friend calls him, Omaha bin Laden.
Uh-huh.
And that thing occurs at the World Trade Center, and we don't go, well, that's it. We're hunting him down. And
you know what?
We don't stop.
Louis, we don't assassinate people. That's uncivilized.
I know we don't assassinate him, but you go and get him.
You
go,
kill,
that's it.
Right.
It's called tough.
Exactly.
I don't care. I'm not talking about killing him. I mean, but I do say you track right to him. You go right into whatever countries, and you say, that's
He's
it.
in Afghanistan, and you know something? Afghanistan is backing this guy and supporting him and giving him a place to live. So now Afghanistan has to suffer.
Yeah.
This is how we have to deal with this.
I don't know how else to deal with it. I mean, you were talking about the Palestinians. I mean, these guys are, I would say, but when I saw it, my immediate reaction was it's got to be the Palestinians because they're the ones basically who were in the most sense of rage.
Right.
And so, if you do it, you don't celebrate.
Oh, they are just partying in the streets.
They're in the streets, Louis.
How stupid is that?
I hope the next video of them dancing is on the nose of one of our bombs.
Yeah, I mean, it's really beyond belief. They have just destroyed themselves in the court of world opinion.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, because in a sense, they had the underdog thing going for them.
Yeah.
In a sense, I mean, I'm Jewish. These people, in a sense, historically, and this is the thing I hope we get over in my lifetime. When you set up a situation like you set up in Israel and Palestine, hundreds of years ago, whereby you set it up so that you don't have that the British and the French go in there and set it up so that it has no solution.
Yeah.
They set it up. They're going to go, okay, you Palestinians, go live in a dump. And we're giving this to the Israelis.
Right.
And everybody goes, okay. And everything I read historically, I'm going, well, didn't somebody at some point go, look, something's going to happen from this?
Well, you know what, Louis? I don't feel that's our effing problem. And I think they should fight it out as best they can, and the top dog gets it all. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? If they have a problem between each other, which they have, and they have for quite some time, fight it out amongst yourselves. Leave us out of it.
Well, I always said, and I still believe this, if we had just gone over there and set up Vegas.
Yeah, right?
in the Middle East, which is what you do when you have a desert. You don't make it, you don't do agriculture. You do what we did in Vegas.
They're fighting over crap.
Exactly. The people who gamble together, don't fight.
Yeah.
I mean, they are fighting. They're fighting over, as my grandfather who left there 100 years ago said, I said, why'd you leave it? He said, it was a dump. He said, I don't know what these people are keeping here.
And I don't like the idea of Osama bin Laden coming out and saying, it's not him.
Yeah.
He had no responsibility. He tried to blow it up in 93. This is like the crackhead that robs the same liquor store over and over until they catch him. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's got him written all over it. He is the premier terrorist these days, the Vogue terrorist. So he's got to have some responsibility for this.
Unless it's from something, unless it's from like, unless we're dealing with like James Bond's kind of enemy,
yeah, really,
some nut job we've never
Dr.
heard of.
No or something, yeah.
Yeah, he's the only one with the money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got the money to finance this. And you know something? I don't even care if his involvement has just been influencing some other nut job. Take this guy out.
Yeah. They've
had interviews with him. They've had American journalists go in and interview this guy. Put a goddamn gun in the camera.
Yeah.
For the love of God. Unbelievable.
All right, Louis. Well, thanks for helping us out today.
Well, it's my pleasure.
Please
call
these guys. Well, call us back in an hour or so, all right?
Huh?
If you can call us back.
Okay, well, I'll keep my eye out.
All right.
You guys take care, okay?
Thanks.
And I'll see you soon.
Yeah, you got it.
Take it easy, Louis.
Louis Black from The Daily Show on Comedy Central.
He's always a nut, and this must have just put him right over the top. I mean, he's in New York City, and he's one of those guys that are
pretty neurotic to begin with.
He's neurotic. Something like he can't handle if someone's in front of him buying too many lottery tickets online. So this just must have
put him over the top. All right. Hey, Ben, Rick.
Yeah.
Yes. We could use a break.
All right. Real quick, before we go to break, I guess we're going to pick up 1010 Wins, their news coverage again. Real quick info about the subway service in New York.
Yeah.
Most service has resumed with the exception of the 3, the C as in Charlie, or the Q Express. Service on the following lettered lines has been restored. A, B, D, E, F, G, J, L, Q, R, and the W lines. Those are all running, plus the numbered lines of 1 and 9, 2, 4, 5, and 7. All those have been restored. So people are trying to use the subway system. Things seem to be getting back to normal slowly but surely.
Is this Mad Max or Rick telling us that?
They got a picture of the skyline. How insane is that you don't see the Twin Towers?
They're gone, I know.
Right here and right
That's
there.
It.
Yes, guys.
And referring back to something you guys were talking about, how the size of the operation this terrorist group must have put together. I mean, think about it. They've had 8 years to put people in place, get jobs in, airline security and stuff. They could be anywhere.
Yeah, I know. That's the scary part.
That's the scary part.
All right, man.
Hey, guys, one other note, too. It looks like the national phone lines are starting to work. So 866-277-4WOW.
If you're not in the New York area. All right,
and we'll be back in in no time at all. I just got to take a leak.
All we're doing is taking a leak. That's it. I mean, it is really weird for us today because we're not in Manhattan because obviously they shut down the city. So Ed and I had to go to WLIR on Long Island. Our friends here, we help each other out from time to time, and I want to thank them. We're in the Party 105.3 studio.
I know.
I live on Long Island. I don't even know what station this is.
You see.
Oh, that's the program director? I'm sorry.
You see the board down there, though? The board that they write the stuff on that the DJs are supposed to, like the boards we make fun of all the time.
Yeah.
That have the little things on them.
Start using Long Island's party station again.
Instead of, what was it, Long Island Summer Party Station?
Oh, so you dropped the summer on it. Ooh, look at you being a program director.
What else, Opie?
Think about what's going on this time of year. School, football, Jets, Giants. Terrorism. You gotta add terrorism to that, Mr. Director.
Yes.
Gotta get personal. A lot of stories coming in. Hey, you guys, we want to talk to a lot of people in New York that have personal experiences with this whole thing today, okay?
Or just how they're feeling, even, if you were sitting at home or something.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we've got one guy who is on line 8. We're going to get to him real soon. And Phil in D.C., who's just 3 blocks from the Pentagon.
Oh, make sure Phil stays there. And guys, today is not the day to mess with us and do Baba Booey pranks and all that crap. So please help us out today, okay? And and I are running down the hall.
Well, no, you go first.
I know. We'll separately take the leak, even though it's different circumstances today. And we'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes, okay?
Right.
All right, so we'll throw it to 1010 wins here in New York, our sister station.
Died. Again, one of the chaplains.
To give relief to the firefighters and the police.
All right, we're back. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. That's our sister station, 1010 wins here in the New York area.
I needed that.
A little bathroom break. So, all right, here we are trying to do something today. Our bosses insisted that we do a show. It was important to do a show and talk to your listeners today.
I think it's, I think it's kind of a good, kind of therapeutic there, you know. People like calling up and venting. I think that's what our show's always been about, you know. Me personally, I'd rather stay at home, to tell you the truth. But people need to vent or want to vent and tell their stories.
Well,
so
let's move on with some of these phone calls. Ben, who do we have next?
We got Philip in D.C. checking in. Philip.
Hello.
Hey, Philip.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, just wanted to relate. I only live about maybe 3 blocks from the Pentagon. You know, my usual routine of getting ready for work this morning when, you know, the building actually shook. And, you know, I had the TV on. I was watching the thing with the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
You know, wondering what the heck is going on.
Yeah, just imagine that. You're in D.C., you're watching the World Trade Center going, oh, geez, I can't imagine anything. And all of a sudden, a couple of blocks away, the Pentagon goes up.
And your building's shaking.
Yeah, unbelievable.
What did you think right when you felt it start shaking? Did you think, uh-oh, here we are now in Washington, and where next?
You know, well, I presume the worst as far as, you know, something that happened, maybe an explosion or, you know, electrical transformer or something, but I went outside.
You didn't think it was another terrorist attack?
I had no idea. No idea until I actually saw it on the news when they said that a plane and actually went down toward it.
And then you're thinking, what's going to get hit next? When is this going to end, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, okay, 2 into the Trade Center, 1 into the Pentagon. Now there's one down outside Pittsburgh.
That's when everyone started really freaking out. I mean, did you hear planes going over your head?
Oh, yeah.
And I did too, and I was like, you know, you second think, you second guess, you're going, is this the next one that's coming in somewhere? You know
they were going for the Empire State Building as well. Oh. Something happened there. Maybe the guy chickened out or something and said, you know what?
Chickened out. Well, I don't think these people chicken out.
Who knows?
I don't think they chicken out.
So you think it was 4?
They go
hijacked planes and that was
smiles on their effing faces, these people, plowing into the sides of buildings, strapping bombs to themselves, going into restaurants, whatever it is. Do you know what these people believe? They believe if they die during one of these causes, they're a martyr. So what they get is 70 virgins. They go to heaven. And they're right there on the right hand of God, the rivers of milk and honey, and 70 virgins are theirs.
And God takes care of them. 70 virgins.
They are. The culture.
Yeah, so they do these things thinking that, you know, they don't think twice about it. It's like, this is great. Oh my God, I can't believe I was picked to be the guy that blows myself up.
Yeah.
That's the mentality you're dealing with.
In the Pentagon, when you found out it was him?
Yeah, we were down there, you know, as close as they would allow us to get.
See, that's how we are messed up as humans.
We're rubberneckers.
Because that's what happened at the World Trade Centers. Everyone, you know, ran down there to see how close they could get.
Right. The people on the upper floors and on the floors below where the first plane crashed actually said, "Oh, plane crashed up on the 80th floor. Hey, let's go up and check it out."
Yeah, they went up with digital cameras. That's one report we got today. You know, we can't really confirm that, but
I don't doubt it at all, knowing humanity and how people think. It's retarded.
So you ran down toward the Pentagon, and how close did you get?
Probably within about 350, maybe 400 yards. I mean, I had a pretty good view of what was going on.
And there was just a gaping hole on the side of that?
Couldn't really see it from all the smoke that was pouring out of it, but you could tell that something big had hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in every video clip I've seen from the various locations that these planes hit, you see no piece of wreckage from the plane whatsoever. These things were disintegrated on impact. Amazing. Bastard.
Anything else, bro?
Other than that, I mean, I had a friend of mine that I happened to catch up with that works in the Pentagon. She described it as pandemonium as far as them getting out of there.
Yeah.
I mean,
every time you'd watch a movie, because that's the only real thing we have that connects us to these terrorists, what we've seen in movies. And you watch shows like the X-Files or whatnot. And the Pentagon, my God, there's no way a plane's going to hit it. The ground will open up and these anti-aircraft missiles come out, right? There's a way to protect it. You know something?
No, it was that easy.
Nothing. We have nothing.
All right, let's move on. Ben, who do we have next?
We got Danielle, who works from Boston, who works at Logan Airport in Boston.
Was flown out of there many times.
Hey,
I'll drive you to the airport.
Hey, Danielle. We've been on that flight from Boston to L.A. What's going on?
Not much.
Anything you could add?
Well, I've been thinking kind of all day about how the airport security is really going to come under attack now because of, especially, these 2 flights out of Boston were both the ones that hit the World Trade Center, and these 4 planes are hijacked. And like you guys mentioned earlier, they ask us security questions and you show your ID and it's not really a foolproof way, to see what's going on. And, a lot of people are wondering how they're getting these weapons or whatever it is past airport security and, if they have people in place.
It's feel-good security is what it is. It's there to make us feel better, but it does nothing.
Because, even if they had somebody in like an airport security type scenario, like you don't know who's going to be in front of which machine and they could get shuffled to another machine. But, I mean, God forbid they had somebody working for an airline. Like, you look at the motives behind, the 2 United flights and 2 American flights.
Yeah.
My heart obviously goes out to all those people because they're all my coworkers.
Yeah.
Passengers and everything.
Hey, Boston, you that pissed about the Yankees?
Oh, yes, please.
Come on.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Both of those planes came from Boston.
I know. So, and you think about why they picked those airlines, and it could have been because they had somebody on the inside. Because what a lot of people don't realize is that in most major airports that I'm aware of, airline employees are not subject to the same security scrutiny as, say, like, just a general passenger.
It's interesting you bring that up because I just flew in from Athens last week and I noticed, like, the pilots, okay, and the stewardesses. They didn't go through the same things we did.
No, they don't.
They just went right through.
Yeah, they go either through a separate area or like most airports have the upstairs, downstairs levels.
I was thinking about that because I'm a paranoid flyer and I'm like, that's interesting. The stewardesses and there go the pilots just walking through everything.
And you like to think, all right, they have the credentials, but, there's got to be someone that would know if they're fake. Right. You say to yourself when you're in the airport, they got to have people in place that would look and go, that's not, John Smith. I know him. And he comes in. But there isn't the recognition like that. If you have the proper credentials, you get through. Security is a goof to make us feel better.
It's so easy to say that today, but I've always thought that airport security was a complete joke. Because as humans, we've mentioned this a bunch of times, we have no patience. We have no patience. We just want to
wait.
Every time we get on something and you see something new on the TV.
I'm looking at the TV and there's just new footage that keeps coming in of the World Trade Center. That one was a real low-angle shot of when the second plane hit the tower, and the fireball, that's about from maybe 2 blocks away. And just huge. It just gets me more infuriated watching it. But it's one of those things, you just can't take your eyes off of it.
But like you guys said earlier, obviously this wasn't just 4 guys saying, all right, I'm going to take this one, you take that one. They obviously had some people in place. And if God forbid they had people in United American or whatever, they picked the long distance flights for the fuel, obviously, but you also have to look at, these were early morning flights, which are considered originating flights, which means the planes could have sat there all night because they came in the night before. Anybody could have had access to those planes who's got an airport ID.
Well, we're going to find out all that, obviously.
It's so scary. It's all speculation, obviously, but it's just so scary to think of.
This took hundreds of people.
Yeah, this was an organized attack.
And we didn't have one clue?
Yeah, something should have funneled down to our intelligence people around the world that something like this was going down. And I heard a report that bin Laden had told somebody that something big, something unprecedented,
he said that about 3 weeks ago,
was going to happen.
Yeah.
And right there, you should take note and really look into what might be happening. Check out contacts. But you know something? I don't think our intelligence agencies have the contacts that we used to. It's a different world now, and now we go to plan B and figure out how we can make it safer. They're our own planes, for God's sake.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's about it.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Well, thank you.
Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Ben, who do we got?
Let's go to Steve here on 8. Steve.
Where's Steve?
He's from New York.
Hey, Steve.
What's up? I'm in Long Island, man. I'm bummed.
Yeah.
I have a friend that works on the upper 90s in Building 2.
You heard from him yet?
No. Nobody's heard from him. His family called St. Vincent's. They haven't heard anything. And it's mayhem. It's mayhem. And, I'm sitting in my house. I wanted to go out and beat the hell out of somebody.
Yeah, but it's an anger. You have nowhere to work it off,
Well, I don't want to get into what I almost did, but you know what I just kind of thought of? The only positive freaking thing I can do is I'm going to give blood, man. I was watching the TV. They're saying how they're low on blood.
Well, they're saying anyone in the New York area, if you're near a hospital, to give blood.
Yeah, it's the only positive thing that I can possibly think to do right now. Well, I'm going to do something, that's just until I find out. It's just like a waiting game, and
it's a waiting game for, everyone. I finally got, some good news because we had some people in my family in that area, and we finally, hunted them down. But there are thousands upon thousands of people out there still trying to get in contact with people that either work in the building, work near the building, and they still don't have an answer. They just don't know where these people are.
They're not going to have one for a while. It's chaos. It's a war scene.
Plus the phone service in the New York area, it's almost impossible to call someone in New York.
I was working in Brooklyn. My cell went down the entire day. I couldn't get in touch with anybody. It's insane. I don't even want to get into that. It's insane. You don't know what to do. And it's the only positive thing I could try to think to do right now, rather than slam my head into a wall. So they're saying they need it. So, if people are out there, even if they never did it before, go do it. You might actually help save a life in this situation,
Good deal, man.
So, and you're right about the airport security, bro. It sucks.
Yeah. So, that's an easy thing to say today, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I worked in the Delta Airlines terminal on JFK when we were doing construction there, and these guys are supposed to be checking us. We used to laugh, man. I could have got a rocket launcher in there. And like you said, it's like guys from King Cullen working the security.
Well, this is going to change.
I hope
You're
it
going to
does
say
change.
It's going to get a lot harder.
You said it earlier, and I would rather give up another half hour and know that when I get on that plane, I'm safe, and something like this isn't going to happen again, than sit here and rush it along.
Yeah, I don't know. We're weird, though, when it comes to that stuff. A few months go by, and we're impatient, and we're like, come on, just get me through.
Yeah,
you're right.
It's a scary thing. It's just human nature. I just hope something changes, that this never happens again. But listen, guys, I love you guys. Have a good day, man.
All right, Steve, hang in there.
Take care, man.
Cool.
You know what else now? The focus right now, of course, with the World Trade Center being blown up is the loss of life, But I think in days to come, you're going to see the other residual effect. You know how much information was in there on their computers? All those papers you saw flying down to the street level? That is the finances of a lot of places in the world. And I don't know how they're going to recover that information. How many things have you sent to One World Trade Center? You're right. It's the address on an envelope. No matter where you are in the country, a lot of the offices there had information, credit information, things like that. That just I see how it could ever hurt. And that'll be coming up, I'm sure, in a few days. But the loss of life now is the big issue.
All right, Ben, who do we have?
We actually we got some news coming in here.
Yeah, speaking of what Steve was talking about donating blood.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of places around the area, New Jersey, Westchester County, Long Island, that we can read off real quick that people can go to if they want to donate. In Manhattan, New York Blood Center, 310 East 67th Street. Or you can go to the American Red Cross at 150 Amsterdam Avenue. In Brooklyn, try 120 Lawrence Street. That's near Metro Tech if you want to donate blood. On Staten Island, 1625 Forest Avenue. On Long Island, there are 4 locations. One in Lake Success, 2500 Marcus Avenue. In Bohemia, out east a little further, 3125 Vets Highway. Rockville Center, 333 Merrick Road. And in Huntington, Route 110. And for New Jersey people, New Brunswick on 167 New Street. And in Westchester, Elmsford, 525 Executive Boulevard.
All right, Rick. And what if someone wants a sandwich?
I'm going to have a tough time getting back home, man. I'm looking at the live shot still, just watching Lower Manhattan burn is unbelievable.
All right, Ben.
One other thing too. Penn Station has reopened and limited eastbound service is happening. So.
All right.
Yeah, and for anybody looking for information out of St. Vincent's, the info number is 212-604-7085.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Please.
And Ant, you were mentioning earlier about, only seeing this stuff in movies.
Yeah.
If you want to rent a movie to get a feel of what it's like, the movie The Siege with Denzel Washington. I don't know if you ever saw that, but
Rick, I don't need to rent a movie today.
Yeah, I think there's enough destruction on real TV.
I think I have a good idea by just watching CNN and Channel 7 here in New York and 4 and 2.
But the people out of the area can get kind of a feel.
Great. That's what you need. A feel.
Do you suggest surround sound, Rick?
Home theater. Definitely. You might want the home theater.
Find a good home theater system.
Vibrate the floor.
All right, man. Let's go to another phone call.
We got John in Washington, D.C. here. John.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, John?
Sorry, I got to talk to you under these circumstances.
Yeah, we usually come in. We like to have a lot of fun. It's hard to fit nudity into today's show.
I usually listen to you guys when I want a good laugh. I listen to you in Boston. I used to live in New York City. Now I live in Washington, and it's a bad way to talk to you guys.
Wait, hold on? Because you made me think of something. Jeremy, our program director in New York, he calls me up. And I'm just assuming there's no way Ant and I are doing a show today. I'm like, I go, Jeremy, I don't know if I have to tell you this, but there's nothing funny about this. And Ant and I kind of have a comedy show. And he's like, no, there's so much more to you guys. And I think your listeners need to hear from you today about, and get a feel of your serious side.
Okay. Terrific.
I'm like, all right, then find us a studio because we can't even make it into Manhattan today.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how long we're going to be, how are we getting into work tomorrow? Manhattan?
I need to get there. I just need to be there. It's in a weird way, John, what could you add today?
Well, what I could add is, and up front, I wanted to tell you, I'm not BSing you guys. It's the God's honest truth. I'm an airline pilot. I know, and I wouldn't call and BS about that. It's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say who I work for or whatever, but Anthony brought up a good point earlier about, training of pilots to do something like this. And to be honest with you, to be perfectly honest with you, to actually what we call hand fly the plane, just sit there and you are flying it, the autopilot's off.
Right.
That would be very extremely difficult. Like you see in the movies, people say, "Oh, can anybody fly a plane?" And the little Cessna guy comes up front, flies it.
And they talk him, or the little blow pilot in the airplane movies.
Yeah, that's very hard to do. Okay, but one thing you're overlooking, and it's just a theory, but the autopilot is highly sophisticated.
Right.
And with a little bit of teaching, I could have you flying the plane off the autopilot.
Let me tell you something. I don't want to sound silly or anything, but have you ever used Microsoft flight simulators?
It's very realistic.
Yeah,
very realistic.
I tried to fly the 767 on the Microsoft flight simulator.
That's one of the planes that hit the tower.
It is very difficult, but when you do master the autopilot, it's easy.
Now, the thing is
dialing in, and heading, speed, altitude, and hitting execute, and that's it.
Now, they definitely would need access to, some type of technical information like manuals.
Right, something tells me.
If you had someone with limited experience, even an airline pilot that was pretty limited in their experience, but they knew how the autopilot worked, and you had someone with minimal pilot training, you could, I could get someone who has minimal, even a private pilot, give them minimal training on just the autopilot. Once the plane takes off, as soon as you, in normal circumstances, not always, when you're through 500 feet, which happens in the blink of an eye, that plane goes through 500 feet literally in a split second, the autopilot's engaged. And those guys are managing the plane. They're not actually flying it, they're managing it.
They picked a perfect VFR day, too, because it's visual flight rules. Today was a beautiful day. No clouds, not a cloud in the sky.
Right,
and because if it was cloudy, they wouldn't have been able to do this.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not as easy maybe as I'm making it sound, but it could be done with minimal training. You could make someone able to program the plane to do what it did. And it sounds far-fetched, but it could be done.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had the right technical background and training to do it, you could do it. You don't have to be thousands and thousands of hours of experience in an airline. You do it with minimal experience. And I don't mean to sound sadistic or, give anyone an idea. I'm not going to say how it could be done, but it could be done,
Yeah, no, I don't doubt.
That's the thing. Hand flying it couldn't be done.
Been done.
Yeah, I mean, it's just horrible. Something, like you said, I agree with you completely, Anthony. Something has to be done about this, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know how you defend against something like that, but as far as, you know, it's worse than Pearl Harbor. It really is.
Yes, yeah, it is. No doubt.
I mean,
absolutely.
You know, those guys were military, and unfortunately I feel sad for them, and my heart goes out to their family. They signed up for it. These innocent people on this plane and, you know, in the World Trade Center, they didn't even sign up for any of this. You know, they were casualties of war.
They're showing us something on CNN right now from FlightExplorer.com, the path that the plane took when it takes the sharp left turn to head toward New York City.
Yeah, they have United Airlines 175 leaving Boston and American Airlines 11 leaving Boston, and how they took their individual routes to the World Trade Center.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of them, it was going to L.A., so it was just doing its western course, turned sharp south, and hit the World Trade Center.
Yeah,
the other one went over Jersey, circled back in like a fish hook, and came in from the other side.
Yeah, here it comes
again.
again.
The thing that's tough is that, you know, they probably, if they hijacked the plane initially right after it was out of Boston, again, it's all speculation, but if they did it right, you know, let's say they got up to altitude, boom, they hijacked the plane. You know, they tell these guys, take me to New York City. Well, the pilot's not going to necessarily say, no, I'm not going to take you to New York City. I mean, they would probably comply with it and do that. But then the point comes where there's going to be a point, like everybody's saying, none of us would deliberately fly a plane into a building.
Right.
I mean, if they put a gun in my head, I'd say, go ahead and shoot me because I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, you're better off just ditching it into the water or something and seeing what happens there at the last minute.
The point is, even if they got it pointed in the general direction, then they, you know, realize what these guys are going to do, and if they, you know, took out the pilots, which they most likely did, you know, at that point, they have to have some kind of knowledge of how the systems work to get the plane to do what it did, you know?
Well, hopefully, there's some clues on the black boxes and the ground communication to who these people were.
Yeah, I think that will give them a tremendous amount of information, because even if they, you know, obviously these guys who did it, these people who did it, you know, they're not going to talk to controllers anymore. They're just going to do what they want to do, head to New York City.
Right.
The thing is, there's still the cockpit recorder. Even though you don't have a microphone on, the cockpit's picking up all the talk in there. It can pick up, as loud as it is in a cockpit, it can pick up a tremendous amount of background noise. So you could literally go up there and you could, you know, you pop a can of soda in the background and it'll hear it. It'll hear that happen, and they can filter it out, and hey, they might not know initially, well, what is that? But they can filter it out and figure out, hey, this is, you know, the guy popped a gun open or did something, you know? And, so they'll definitely get a lot of information out of that. But I mean, I just wish you could have, like you said earlier, get some intelligence to stop it, because it's just, unfortunately, the security, I wouldn't say it's as bad as people make it out to be. It does have loopholes like any security system would.
Yeah, but I think they got to look in other places.
They do. I mean, you could become like El Al, the Israeli airline. The guys have Uzis when they check you in.
Hey, you know something? I got no problem with the right people having weapons.
No, I don't either. I mean, I don't have a problem with that either. But it's, you know, Opie brought up a good point earlier. He said, you know, when it comes down to it, we're human beings. What's going to happen is, if you put all these steps in, okay, it takes 2 hours to check in at an airport.
No one would put up with that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
initially, of course.
10 years, like, people sit there, I see it every day. People sit there and say, oh, you know, the airlines, look at the news. Every night they're bashing the airlines. Oh, delays, oh, weather, oh, this and that. You know, the people want change in the airlines. When you try to make change, they fight you the whole way, you know?
Convenience,
The thing I think would work, but people are going to say, oh, no, 2 hours, we're just down to a half hour or whatever, you know?
You know, when I came back from Athens, I got all this to go with. We were in a really long line for customs, and people were losing their effing minds, and it only took maybe 20 minutes, and I was even annoyed, you know, and they were able to get hundreds and hundreds of people through within 20 minutes, and people were still yelling and screaming. You could call up my girlfriend. There was a fist fight online because everyone was just irritated. They just had a really long flight, and they just wanted to get through customs and get home. You know, and they could care less who's in front of them trying to get into the country. You know, what their intentions were. All they wanted was to get through that customs line as fast as possible. And people were stomping on the floor, getting frustrated because one of the custom agents was taking a little more time on the person in front of them. That's what we do as human beings.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing. I've seen people get mad because we're out of soda. You know, and they throw a hissy fit. You know, you almost have to threaten them with the police and security when you land at the next airport.
Hey, what kind of plane you fly?
Well, I used to fly turboprops and moved up through a lot of different things. Right now I fly a larger turboprop, and that'll kind of narrow down who I fly for if I tell you that, if anyone knows who's listening. But I don't fly anything huge. It holds about 30
I was
people,
wondering if you flew one of those that were used today.
No, nothing like that. But I've been in simulators like that, and I have friends that fly stuff like that, and I've been there before, and I ride in the cockpits all the time. I know what it's like, and I know that they're all the same. A plane's a plane is a plane. You know, they get more complicated as they get bigger, but the basics are the same. You have the same 6 instruments in every plane, whether it be a Cessna all the way up to a 747. A plane is a plane. If you can fly one, you can fundamentally fly them all with some additional training. I don't mean to, downplay what an airline pilot does. It takes thousands of hours and years of training to get the proficiency they get.
Well, they were trained in some way, but
right, exactly.
Hopefully we'll find out more and whatnot. Hey, thanks a lot, man.
Okay, guys, take it easy.
All right, John, thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Cool.
Damn.
Who's on 11?
Wait, 1 second, too. We also have a couple lines on that are free on the national, 866-2774. Wow.
Okay, cool.
And go to Danny here. Danny.
Hello, how you doing, guys?
Hey, where are you calling from, Danny?
Queens, New York.
Right on.
All right, listen, guys, can we get serious for one moment here?
Like we haven't been?
Yeah, but I don't know how to say it, but anyway, this is the way I see it. I mean, don't you guys think that it's sort of United States' fault for these idiots who did this to us? Guys, listen to me. I'm sorry, I'm not defending anything that they've done. First of all, I just want to say that my heart goes out to all those victims.
What are you trying to say? It's the United States' fault for
no. Okay.
Get there.
All right, hold on a second. I am getting there. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying United States messes around with so many countries. Yes, we're number one. New York City, yes. Hold on a sec. Yes, New York City's number one. Yes, we're the number one nation and everything. We're the best, right?
Yeah.
Therefore, everyone hates us, right?
Yeah, okay.
Therefore, people want to do harm to us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what if we were number one and we weren't getting involved in so many...
I don't think you'd get an argument from many people that I would love if we could just mind our own goddamn business and be the country we are without having to police the world. For some reason,
yes, we are policing the world.
Yeah, for some reason that fell in our lap.
Right.
For some reason that fell in our lap, and people look to the United States for leadership and guidance and whatnot. But as far as the Middle East goes, which is just a hotbed of trouble, I don't think we should have anything to do with it. Could we support Israel? Yeah, fine. It doesn't mean we back everything they do or every opinion they have.
I understand.
And want to duke out with Palestinians or land. We just look at the World Trade Center is no more because of a land argument that's been going on for some time. I don't think we want to be part of that. I don't think you'll get an argument. But as far as it being our fault because we're in that position,
okay,
I'm not gonna listen to that.
Hang on a second. Okay, I don't mean it as our fault towards that, but I think that we have. Why didn't this happen to another country? Why is it that the United States always gets?
It happens in other countries.
It happens all over the world.
It happens all over. We've been lucky, and because of...
Don't you think that because we're New York City and because we're the United States, we shouldn't be getting involved with all these... we're being the freaking police over here for the entire world. Is that right? Listen, let me just tell you something, okay? I don't know how you guys feel about this, but being drafted is not a cool thing. To know that your butt is going to go to a war... Okay, let's get down serious over here, all right? Everybody's talking about, let's go attack. But think, sit down and think. If you get called, if that phone rings, and it's the president, let's say, right? And he tells you, oh, hello there, pick up your bag.
All right, Danny, let's move on.
Hey, thank you, man.
Danny from
he's like going nowhere.
Danny from Queens, thank you.
Here's a good one on DC.
I was falling asleep as he was talking. I'm sorry.
You guys, we're trying to get through a lot of phone calls today, and we'll accept all opinions and we'll debate you a little bit, but you got to get right to your point, all right?
Yeah.
Please. Who's next?
Allie from DC.
Allie?
Hey.
Ali. Maybe it's Ali.
Yeah, Ali, yeah.
Ali, what's up?
Nothing much. I'm just down here. I'm right in Georgetown, and they've got F-16s flying all over and stuff.
Yeah, it's the only planes you'll see in the sky now or military.
Yeah, I know. I heard a roar, and I was looking up. I was like, "What's that?"
How insane is that? That's something you don't see every day.
Did you ever think
in the Georgetown area?
It's like in the '60s when the Mexican riots and stuff.
If you asked any American yesterday, Do you ever think we get to a point where, because of events, no planes would be in the skies and F-16s and various other fighter aircraft would be over Washington and New York defending its airspace?
Crazy.
You'd be like, yeah, well, what movie are you watching?
Yeah.
Right.
And all of a sudden now it's reality.
This morning.
Yeah.
What's the feel of Georgetown right now?
Well, everybody's just kind of unbelievable still for us because we're just down here and we keep seeing TV and stuff. It's hard to believe that really happened.
Are people walking around like zombies in that area?
Gone. Yeah, I mean,
because that's what we got up here in New York. People are just in shock. They don't know where to walk.
You know what? You bring up a good point. When I was driving here from Brooklyn out to Long Island, where we're broadcasting from today, a lot of traffic, a lot of people. You look into the car and you just saw their faces. They weren't as animated. Everyone just looking straight ahead, very solemn. And you know me, I'm a maniac, and I don't like people in my way. I don't like being effed with on the road. And there were a couple of instances where I would have blown the horn and just flipped the bird. All of a sudden, it wasn't that important. I was driving, and everybody was letting other people in, and just kind of, you didn't want to be bothered. It wasn't that important.
It's funny you say that, though, because we've been talking about, humans not having patience with the, airport security and all that.
Yeah.
Here on Long Island, they closed down the Long Island Expressway.
Westbound, yeah.
Which is just insane if you live in this area. It's just, you can't even function on Long Island without that road. When it's open, it sucks, and people are in traffic for days, right?
Yeah.
So they have cops on all the entrance ramps and the exit ramps, and as I'm heading to the studio on Long Island, I see people arguing with the cops. Like the expressway is closed, and they're arguing like, no, I have to go that way. And it's like, no, there's something a little more important than you today, and help us out. Help us out and understand what's going on and try to figure out how to go home on the back road.
Right.
But they're yelling and screaming at the cops. It's like,
you guys, I'm just in high school. I'm just a high school student, and the only people who aren't acting all serious is just high school students. They don't seem to understand how serious it is. They're all running around laughing and stuff.
Yeah, they're goofing and stuff. Wacky kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right, Ollie. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who's next?
All right. We'll go to John in New York.
All right.
John.
Hello.
Hey,
John. What's up?
Hey, Mom and Open Anthony?
Yeah.
All right, how you doing, guys? Listen, Anthony, I don't really agree with your views on terrorism, blaming on the last year, 8 years administration.
No, I don't want you to get me wrong. Now, I didn't say I'm blaming this on the last 8 years. I'm saying the last 8 years of prosperity, we've dropped the ball. We didn't put our priorities in our intelligence where we should have. I didn't blame the last administration on this. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat either. I don't want to get people thinking I'm getting on the soapbox for the Republican Party. I'm not.
I'm not even saying that you did that. I just have a different idea. When I was watching shows on terrorism, what I feel about is that terrorism is like fighting guerrilla warfare. Mm-hmm. These guys get lucky. It's like trying to fight Vietnam. You're not going to win because they attack in the night.
You got a good point. Yeah, with enough being thrown at you, you're going to get hit by one and get lucky. This is more than luck, though. This is something we should have known about. And that's what I'm saying. Our intelligence isn't what it used to be. We should have seen this coming in some way, shape, or form, where we could have put some kind of alert out. We've had terrorist alerts before.
Yeah,
there's something this big we should have picked up on.
Yeah, you get the stories, this guy was stopped at the Canadian border and he was heading toward New York City.
You get wind of somebody, all of a sudden they're training at this camp, and for some reason they're training, they need aircraft manuals. There's always some little loose end that gets picked up by our intelligence, but we've dropped the ball.
John, this should scare you and everyone listening to us today. This was well planned and in my opinion, they didn't have a clue. They didn't have a clue this was happening today.
Mm-hmm. We talked fine. We were up on the JFK air rail in Kennedy Airport. One of the guys spots that the Trade Center's on fire, so we start to watch. The next thing we see that giant mushroom cloud, orange mushroom cloud. We think maybe the jet fuel blew up when we heard it was a airplane. We never thought it would be another one. The problem is we have no idea what we're up against with these guys. We're not used to dealing with people that are willing to take their lives over bizarre, promises that they're going to have 70 virgins when they meet Allah.
Well, you know something? When the Soviet Union crumbled, and we were spending a lot of money and a lot of time on intelligence against the Soviet Union, we knew. Do you remember watching the news going, it's now that the Cold War's over, we have to put our resources elsewhere into terrorism.
Right.
And we never really did that.
I know.
Everyone knew from years ago, but we never did it.
As we get comfortable, these guys here, they hide under the guise of being, what it is? We don't have a particular country to attack. We should attack somebody. If these people live in that country, we should just finish them.
See, that's what it is. You got something like a Pearl Harbor. It's Japan. You know it. We went after Japan. That's how it worked.
Right.
Now, something like this, it's terrorists. It's very vague. You don't know. But you know something? We have ideas of who harbors these people, who finances it, who backs them. Right. And those are the people that maybe we've held back on in the past because of politics. Because if we bomb them, this country's going to be mad.
Well,
or this country, we have a trade agreement with this country.
Right.
Now it's time to just go in and clean up these loose ends and F the politics behind
Absolutely.
it.
I agree. If we know that who's responsible for this, we give the country where they live 1 week to give them up. If they don't give them up, we bomb the...
Hey, you know something? That might sound silly, but a lot of these countries say, I don't know who they are. All right, you don't know. We're gonna do something. We want these people, and you see how fast we start getting some of these people.
They don't understand anything but violence. There becomes a time you have to sit a plate and behave the way they are. Have to fight back with violence. There's nothing we can do here. We can't be diplomatic anymore. We have to demand these people be given up, or we go and we wreck the whole place.
I don't care how many countries we piss off by doing this. They're going to have to live with it because...
They don't have to go. I work in this city. This is where we live. My wife, I have 2 kids. We're horrified. I got the windows closed because I'm afraid of anthrax blowing around over here. That guy's really right about the asbestos. That stuff gets airborne. It'll take months for it to come back down. Once there's people walking into their house covered in all sorts of powder. People don't realize what we're up against here. And the horrifying thing is this had to be perpetrated by people living in our own country. You know, and people have to be aware.
I don't know about that, living in our own country.
Well, they're established. These communities are established. This is very, very deep warfare. These people are way, way, way undercover.
Oh, yeah. No, I know that. Yeah. But obviously they're here on a mission from another country.
Absolutely.
You know, it's not like a Oklahoma City bombing where it's
it's just a very, you know,
oh
I
my
was
God,
looking at
look
that
at
trade
that.
center.
A Murray Street sign, and an airplane engine. A piece of a turbine from an engine in the street.
Well, I was there the last time. We responded to that last explosion at the Trade Center. And just like you said, I agree with you on the point. I walked in there. I saw a few floors exploded out of the parking garage. But afterwards, I was laughing. I said, these guys couldn't even take us down. You know, we're the most powerful country. Not only one, I think once the first airplane hit the first day, everybody just must have said, oh, wow, that's unbelievable. They'll never have the, you know, guts to go crash another one into it. Once they blasted the Pentagon, this is psychotic. They must realize once and for all that this is backed by some form of government. Nobody could have this this big of a plan instituted this well unless they were letting people fly in planes in that country.
Right. A little practice, test flight. You need a base of operations.
They let them fly the planes around the country so they're prepared for this.
Exactly.
Did you see these kids jumping for joy, handing out candy?
I know.
And the Palestinians, how happy they are that we have people stuck under thunder.
I could only hope we see crying women over their dead children in another country that we bomb because
I'm horrified.
And you could say it's like, oh God, it makes us just as bad as them. Good. I don't care at this point.
It's gotten to that point. You got to do something,
and it's got to stop. We got to respond to this in a way that will clean it up and take away their resources and power to do this to us.
I say we give this country 1 week. Tell Yasser Arafat you got a week to hand these guys over. If you don't, then you're just going to suffer the consequences. No ground war. Don't send any of us over there where we're going to wind up getting killed like Vietnam. Just light the place up like Desert Storm.
All right, John. Thank you.
Take it easy, guys.
Goddamn, 2 countries arguing over a piece of crap land, and we got to get dragged into it. Unbelievable.
Ben, who do we have?
Let's go to Mike in New Jersey. Mike.
Hello.
Hey, Mike. What's up?
Yeah, nothing much, man. It's a pretty messed up situation down here.
Hell yeah. We weren't expecting to do this type of show today.
Yeah, I can barely hear you guys.
How's that?
I don't know. I don't know if it's your phone or it's the lines or something.
What do you got? We're in like 2 different studios. Whatever. What do you got, Mike?
Well, I'm just saying, Mike. That's not my real name. In case anybody is listening, that I don't want to hear me. But we've got a pretty messed up situation here at the base because we don't have enough people to carry out our job.
The base.
At the base that I'm stationed at.
He's at a base in Jersey.
Oh, okay. What are you, reserve?
No, active duty.
Really?
So why aren't you doing something?
Well, we are. We're on standby.
Okay, all right.
Because I think if you're on standby, you can't just make phone calls.
That's what I mean. It sounds a little weird.
Yeah.
All right, bye-bye.
It's a little weird. I know my brother was in the Army, and during the whole Iran hostage crisis. And they would put him on these big C-130 planes and just sit him on the runway. That's being on alert. He's not calling. Hey, man, guess what?
Right. A new vending machine. I'd call you guys.
Yeah, this is great. You know, the orders are coming in. We're going to be shipping out at 0600 and... Yeah.
All right. Should we take a break? Do we have anyone on hold that we need to get to, Ben? Rick?
There's a guy in line 2 that's not bad, and there's a guy... Here, let's go to him here.
Yeah, we can throw him on.
All right.
Dennis in New York. Dennis.
You.
Hey, Dennis.
What's up, man?
Guys, first up, I'm numb. I'm numb. I mean, everybody says you don't understand the gravity of it until you see it, and it's just... I just went over the 59th Street Bridge not too long ago, and just you don't see the towers anymore. It's shocking.
Yeah, when you see something that huge and then it's just gone and it was blown up, it's amazing.
I was on, and this is no BS. I would not even joke about this. I do communications, and I was on 5th Avenue walking up, and I saw and heard the first plane go over 5th Avenue, and they were treetopping it. They were just barely over all the buildings, just going straight down Midtown. And the whole time we were just talking about it the whole way up, like, how is that plane going?
Yeah, how is that legal? Right, yeah.
We get up to the floor where we were doing work, and everybody's just, did you hear? Like, what are you talking about? A plane just ran into the World Trade, and I just saw it. It just went by. I was just stunned.
Man, wow.
I'm free. I've been sick to my stomach all day. I'm on Queens Boulevard now, and I'm seeing like all the smoke still billowing from the area.
Well, there's another building on fire down there, and then there's all those cars and everything.
World Trade. I know people in 7 World Trade, and I'm just hoping they got out in time. I'm shaking. I can't believe it.
Dennis, you in a car right now?
Yeah.
I'm looking now at the news. There's a building that I guess was near World Trade Center with a corner of it ripped off. It looks like a prop building from a Godzilla or something. Like his tail swiped it.
Godzilla 98. It really is just absolutely disturbing. And Anthony, to back you up with the sheer amount of data that's lost from those buildings.
Yeah.
Like I said, I do communications, and you know how large those floors are. Picture multiple entire floors filled, rows and rows of servers.
Computer systems, server storage. There's a bunch of just computer storage devices on all those floors where people just upload their stuff and keep it.
Exactly, and just like what you said, all the companies have all their main data there. World banks have their data there.
Now, they might be backed up somewhere, but just getting that in place is going to be unbelievably difficult, I think.
Exactly. It's absolutely staggering.
They're saying Wall Street is probably going to remain closed for the rest of the week.
Yeah, that's where I was. I was at a stock place. I won't say the name, but they were saying the exact same thing over their loudspeakers, that it's not likely that the exchange will open at all this week.
That's downtown Manhattan.
Hey, Dennis, what's going on the roadways right now?
Oh, it's a mess, but it's an absolute horror show.
Yeah.
Just everybody, I'm on E right now. Everybody, if you pass a gas station, get some cab because you're in for the long haul. I live out. Actually, I'll be about 2 blocks away from where you guys are now. That's where I'm trying to get to.
Good luck, man.
Gonna try.
All right, Dennis. Thank you.
It's so strange to watch the news and see people being taken to the hospital in pickup trucks and the back of SUVs. You know, you'd like to think no matter what emergency happens that there's enough ambulance and professional equipment that you're going to be put on the gurney and wheeled into an ambulance and the lights go on. But you're seeing people being wheeled on office chairs and being thrown into pickup trucks and SUVs. Like, it's like watching something from another country because you couldn't imagine it ever happening here.
It just sickens me when they show that shot where you're used to seeing the
World Trade Center towers.
And there's nothing. All right.
And when that smoke clears, it's going to be even stranger to see because there's sometimes you look and you see the plumes of smoke and you could imagine them still being there, you know?
You're thinking, okay, it's behind the smoke, right?
But when that smoke clears and people see the damage and the death and destruction of this, unbelievable.
All right. Ben, who do we have?
Let's go to Mike in New York. Mikey.
What's up, Mikey?
What's going on, O&A? This is Mike. I'm down in Philly. Yeah, you guys rock. I love listening to you. I have to say, I love being an American.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that always in our darkest hour is also our finest hour. And you guys are doing a great broadcast today because it's exactly what I wanted to hear. I have been riveted all afternoon. I am representing the other 99% of your audience right now that's not in New York, that's not anywhere other than in front of their television or in front of their radio. And it's like,
you know something, we thought about, like, I especially thought about not going on the air today. I really didn't want to
I'm so glad that you did. You have no idea. Down here in Philly, they literally had the news station on, and like at 3 o'clock it was like somebody plugged you guys in, and it was like you literally heard the needle drag across the record.
Yeah.
It was cool.
I hope we're relaying the feelings of everyone in this area, because we all, and I mean everyone listening to us in the New York area, knows someone that works in that area that this happened. Mm-hmm. And most of the people listening to us right now, they still don't know if their friends or family are okay. They're scrambling and panicking and making hundreds of phone calls trying to figure it out. It took us 3 or 4 hours for my personal for the people I know.
Hold on, this just in: 47-story building 7 at World Trade Center collapsed. Just collapsed.
What?
Yeah, that's what I just saw.
Yeah, number 7, according to 1010 Wins, that was
just
on fire
saw it.
Now it's collapsed.
Just saw it on the news. There it goes.
If you're watching ABC, the ABC affiliate here in New York.
No, we got it on Channel 2.
Oh my God.
Holy S. They got footage of another building collapsing. It's like those specials where they show the buildings imploding.
I just watched it live.
How many stories was that, you think? 20, 25 stories maybe?
Jesus Christ.
So Mike, you're listening in Philly. So
man.
You know, it's we all know someone that is
unbelievable,
directly affected by this.
I feel frightened in my own home right now. I mean, like, you have no idea. It's like, I'm trying to think of what I can do first.
47-story building just went down.
That was 47 stories high.
47-story, huge
I was
complex.
just there. I got pictures of my fat butt standing in front of the trade center. Just there.
All right. Well, thank you, Mike. Did we lose Mike?
I faded Mike down.
And another huge plume of smoke coming off of Manhattan from that building 7, 47 stories collapsing. Just when the smoke was almost diffusing from the World Trade Center, now it's just again clouds of smoke going through the buildings.
That was an amazing piece of video on Channel 2. We saw it.
We were saying, look, that's a big part of the skyline also.
Holy S.
That huge building, 47 stories tall and just as wide. That's a huge building.
47-story building 7 at World Trade Center complex collapses.
Building 7.
You would assume that all the people were out of that one.
I would hope so. You would hope no one's in any of these buildings, but you just never know. Wow. Unbelievable.
I'm getting sicker.
Like I said earlier, I wasn't sure if I even wanted to go on the air because it's not the show that we do. We go in there and goof off every day and stuff.
We don't like being serious.
I don't like being serious. I don't like it. I don't want to come off appearing self-serving. Some of the newscasters, you could tell they're eyeballing that award that they might get.
Yeah, they're all looking for that
overly dramatic
piece of info or piece of video that no one else has.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know. I just thought it was. I just think it's kind of nice for people to call up and tell us what they're feeling and what they saw. A lot of the New York listeners, like Opie said, know people down there or were down there and have to deal with whether it's the traffic or debris falling.
We've had a lot of eyewitness reports of people that were in the building today when it happened and were able to get out. Who do we go to next, Ben?
We got, just to give you some more news, there's some news coming in New York. Limited eastbound service continues from Flatbush Avenue to the Atlantic Terminal in Brooklyn. And no westbound service from Jamaica to Penn Station, Flatbush Ave.
Hell no.
And Hunters Point. Just some breaking stuff here in New York.
And for anybody listening in D.C., the D.C. area definitely needs blood. You're being asked to call if you're an eligible blood donor.
Everyone needs blood.
1-800-GIVE-LIFE. That's 448-3543. And some more information coming in from the roadways. All the bridges and tunnel facilities are open primarily only to outbound traffic.
Right.
That's the Verrazano, Throgs Neck, Whitestone, Marine
I think
Parkway.
we know that. We know all this information by now, Rick, but thank you.
Just delivering it as they hand it to me.
I don't think anyone's going, I think I'm going to go catch a show tonight. I think I'm going to go to Broadway. And is the tunnel opened?
Let's go Yankees.
Well, also...
There was a rain out yesterday, right?
The expressway is now open.
All right, good. All right, anybody else on the line? Should we take a break? I don't know what to do.
Let's take a quick break.
You want to do that?
Yeah, take a quick break.
All right. Go to our news station here in New York, and you guys take a quick break.
But we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we'd like to hear from some of our regulars. You know, Louis Black really helped us out today with his feelings. Pete Radovich from CBS Sports was unbelievable. So anyone else that wants to help us out, please.
Is Old Dirty using the cloud cover to cut off the tops of parking meters today?
Actually, he's on the line. He's ready to go after the break.
Is he? Okay, we'll talk to Old Dirty.
Shook up. So
I wouldn't doubt it.
No, you know what?
Who isn't?
Yeah, all kidding aside, if Old Dirty is going to make any type of jokes or go, yo, B,
no, you know something? I don't think he's going to.
All right. If he even starts that, you guys just hang up on him because it's not the day for this crap. All right. We'll be back in a few.
1010 Wins, our sister station here in New York.
Followed after that, and people are still walking off the
yeah, we're back.
Manhattan Bridge. They're walking over.
I think we're back on the air, Anthony. I'm not even sure. All right, it's the Opie and Anthony show. Very unusual circumstances. We don't have to tell you guys, but Anthony and I are on Long Island. We couldn't even get into the city for the show today, so we're in the studios of WLIR. If that doesn't tell you how serious this is today, because we're not even owned by the same company, and radio stations and radio people are just vicious toward each other.
See, we're all coming together.
We're coming together. Actually, they've been our friends, no matter, who owns them, and they've helped us out in the past. You know how weird this is? Sean Hannity is broadcasting from here as well.
Yeah, I met him before our show today.
Yeah.
He's doing his show from here because he can't get into the city either.
Which is it's just beyond bizarre today. But here we are in the Party 105.3 studio.
What's this normally play? Dance music? Yeah? Look, they got the turntables and everything. Wow.
Can you scratch on these? No.
Scratch your ass.
All right. Well, we'll go back, obviously, but, we're here and Ben and Rick were able to make it. Well, Ben lives in Manhattan and, Rick went in early, so they're at the station, helping us out with the phone calls and stuff. So who do we go to next there, guys?
We got, Jay Moore on the hotline. Jay Moore.
Hi, guys.
Jay, what's up, man?
I'm shook up, man.
Can you even believe this?
These filthy animals.
Yeah.
My wife, by the way, is in my apartment, and her and Frosty went out in time to watch the second plane hit the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
That's something nice for your wife to see when she's visiting New York, who was supposed to fly back to L.A. today.
You're right.
And you know what? If any government official is listening, if Uncle Sam genuinely needs me, I'm 31 years old with bunions. Hey, man, I'm in.
At least you're young enough there, Jay.
31, but I can shoot straight, baby.
I know.
If they start passing out, I already got my hollow tips. If they start passing out candy on my street, it's going to be a different party.
That's right.
Unbelievable, man.
Unfreaking believable. And you know what? There's a slight there's no positive to something this horrific.
No.
But just the fact that it's so clear-cut, black and white, good versus evil, that we have unilateral support across the globe. And if any country wants to hem and haw, like Jordan, Afghanistan, and go, well, we think he's here, you know what? Tell us where he is, or tomorrow, there's no Afghanistan tomorrow.
Yeah, I think
and tomorrow
Afghanistan.
Palestine is going to be called Israel.
You know what, Jay? I don't think Afghanistan could do anything to keep from being bombed. I think Afghanistan is going to be a primary target. The other countries have to just stay out of this, like Saudi Arabia. All those people that we set up missile batteries against Iraq for have to let us do what we have to do now, which is go in there and plain and simple get some good old-fashioned American revenge and make it impossible for these people again.
You know what? I really feel
more proud to, I was just talking, me and my neighbor sitting around watching all the news footage, and I said to him, you know what, I'm more proud to be an American today than any other day of my life.
Well, I'll be a lot more proud when we just wreak havoc on some of the people that,
I
that are
agree with you. I'm
responsible for
just
this.
saying, how many countries on this globe could have 60,000 national reserves in Jersey waiting to help?
Yeah.
None. Zero. One. The United States.
We're
scumbags.
We're freaking out because the way they did this is just it's so underhanded and using our own aircraft against us like that.
So Palestinian.
Yeah.
You know why Palestine has a seat in the United Nations? Because they did so much killing, like the 72 Olympic massacre, that every other country said, hey, you know what? We'll give you the seat. Stop murdering people.
You know why they've prospered for as long as they have? It's politics. No one's really turned around and told the other countries that do support them, F off. We have to do this. But I think this time, America is going to turn around and say, I don't care if this screws up our relationship with this country or that country. This happened to us. We will do this, period. And hopefully, that good comes out of this.
I think every American feels deeply disturbed.
It's pissed off.
Personally afraid and helpless, which is not like a Vietnam or an embassy bombing all the way in Africa or on another continent. The World Trade Center is gone. I'm looking at my living room floor right now, and they're the same. It's the same. It's flat. It's gone.
Yep. How many times you've flown out of Boston to L.A.?
I've been on that flight 3 times this year.
How scary is that, man?
It's scary that my wife was supposed to fly today, and I'd be down in a Palestinian section just randomly beating people with a bat right now.
It's frightening, man.
How about the Hamas, the religious lunatic brains, saying, we have nothing to do with it. We blame U.S. policy. We say we did it.
Well, you know something? They're going to get another dose of U.S. policy that I think is going to be a little worse than the policy we've had with Israel and Palestine.
And don't think Uncle Colin, don't think his ass isn't rubbed the wrong way when they took out the Pentagon. Uncle Colin, how good does that little soft shoe he did with the Chinese look and the treaty Clinton signed with the North Koreans who have nuclear capacity? It all looks good for us right now. And I'm telling you, any country on the fence, well, you know what? You better hand them over because we're just going to call Israel tomorrow also.
Yeah, there you go.
And we're going to pig Jewish stars on everyone's forehead. We live in a country where no one can come in your house, rape your wife and sister, and beat you with a rifle and eat your food and leave, and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't know about you, but I didn't pass any tanks on my way to Yankee Stadium this year.
Right.
I didn't pass any tanks on my way to do my movie acting or whatever it was. You guys go in and do your job. You're syndicated. Any city you're in, Cleveland, no matter where it is, no one has ever seen anyone throwing rocks at tanks. You see somebody arguing with a cop, you run the other way.
Right.
And they're jealous. These dirty, filthy animals are jealous because they live underground. They eat camel crap for a living, and they just can't stand that the quality of life here is so unbelievably fantastic that the only way to cut us is to take out, we're talking Vietnam casualties, guys. There's 50,000 people in that building. Granted, they had an hour and a half to get out of there.
I hope
Vietnam was 10
out.
years in the jungle.
Yeah. Well, they say 150,000 people visit those towers every day.
And 50,000 work there.
It's going to be, I'll say it's going to be a lot worse than the numbers were at Pearl Harbor, because that was, 2,000, 3,000 people. And this, all civilians and whatnot. I mean, it's in a whole new category. Welcome to the new millennium, because this is what we're going to have to deal with. And if we don't nip it in the bud now and make it impossible for these guys to do this again by wiping out the countries that sponsor this and support it, then we're screwed. I go back and watch the president and all these other politicians parade in front of the TV. Yeah, saying we will find and bring them to justice. No, I don't want to hear that.
Assassination.
I don't want to hear that. Do you know the debacle with the Pan Am flight that went down in Lockerbie, and they have the people that did it, and the bull crap trying to get those people to trial because this country wouldn't give them to this country. You know something? I don't even want to see anything like that. I want quick retribution tenfold on what they gave. I want their little hovels. How many little dirt hovels equal the buildings that they took out today?
How many
you
dirt
can't
hovels,
even count.
How many dirt hovels do equal the building they took out today? I think you got about 11 countries worth.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Jay, did you see the footage of the 47-story building falling just recently?
That just went down about 10, 15 minutes ago.
Building?
It was the 47-story Building 7.
Building 7.
The World Trade Center complex. Yeah, just went down.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, Jay.
These guys, I've been praying all day, and I was on my knees, and I know it sounds corny coming from me. You guys are used to me, like, cracking jokes, but I wouldn't joke about this. But I'm just praying, like, I got so much, I'm so lucky. I ask God, take a piece of my heart and just spread it around to the families. Because if I have half the heart I have, I'm still going to be the happiest guy because I'm retarded. Just please, somehow, let's get this going.
The next few days are going to be rough for a lot of people, man.
Not for the United States, baby. We have 2 Ticonderoga aircraft carriers. Lincoln has them. Each one carries 92 fighter planes on it. That's 184 planes over your city. It's going to look like night.
Yeah, New York City buzzing with fighter aircraft. It's pretty incredible. But, unfortunately, they weren't up there when those guys were flying towards the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. So, all right, Jake.
They canceled all the baseball games. That's how you really know we're going to war.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the telltale sign, man. World War II. They never cancel baseball games unless it's on.
As long as we don't have to watch the Chicks play. It's like they did World War II. Oh, God. We don't need a league of their own.
Guys, I'm so happy you're safe. Is everybody safe? Everyone's in the fold?
We don't, we can't say that. We don't know. I mean, people that is associated with this radio show, we don't know. We don't know. We're like everyone else, wondering, wow, who was in the World Trade Center today? Who didn't get away in time,
I'm looking around.
Who was on the ground looking up because we're all curious and we had to get as close as possible to the World Trade Center when the planes hit and the next thing you know, the building's falling on top of you. We don't know. I can't honestly say that everyone that I know is safe.
I hope homeless Ziggy is okay. Hope he wasn't down there.
That's his area.
Little Ziggy's area.
All right. On West 4th Street holding up TGI Fridays with his bare hands.
Yeah. Jay, we got to get to a few more people, but if you want to call back, we'd love to have you, all right?
God bless you guys, and I'm looking around my house at all these scripts and stuff, and it sure seems irrelevant at this point, man.
Yeah,
let's rally. Let's be Americans and be strong and kick ass.
All right, Jay.
Swiftly.
Cool.
All right, take care, guys. God bless you.
Thank you.
Later, Jay. J-Ma.
Rick, Ben, who do we have?
We got some more info here coming in. The NYPD has ordered evacuation of all the buildings south of Canal Street, so that's pretty much all of Lower Manhattan, so just get out.
Evacuate every building in Lower Manhattan.
That's South Canal. That's a big area.
Hell yeah.
So,
oh man,
you don't have to tell us. Is Old Dirty still standing by?
Yeah. He's still there. We're going to get to him next, but I got this bulletin out of 1010 Wins. They've got employee family survivor info set up by the companies at the World Trade Center. So if you know of anyone who may have worked at Morgan Stanley, they've got a number here. It's 888-883-4391. Again, for Morgan Stanley, it's 888-883-4391. And for another company, I'm going to screw up the pronunciation, Deloitte and Touche.
Deutsche Bank.
Okay.
Deutsche Bank.
Ah, there you go, Deutsche Bank.
There's a number here. It's a local 212 number. It looks like 243-7666. That's 243-7666.
All right. Please keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
You're such a...
I know.
All right, Old Dirty.
Yo.
What's up, Old Dirty?
Is it on?
Oh,
I'm
man.
waiting for the director to say, all right, guys, nice job, cut, you know?
Yeah, I know.
It's like a Die Hard flick, dude. You saw the video?
We said that. It was like, is this Die Hard 5?
Dude, I was bugging.
I
was bugging.
And we're like, the acting's not even that good. When it's real, you realize that...
it's real people in real horror.
Yo, let me tell you something. The people who did this, let me tell you something. I think there's a new player in town. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's the same old faces, OD. It's the same old faces. It's Osama bin Laden.
We know who they are.
It's Yasser Arafat. It's all these people Oh, my God. I just watched another angle on the World Trade Center being hit by the second plane.
You know, when it collapsed, I don't know, my heart sank with it, man. I couldn't believe it, dude. I thought I was looking at, I thought I was looking at special effects, dude.
When you're watching it fall, it was the first time when it really happened and everyone's watching, there's something inside you that says, okay, put it back up. Yeah. Put it back where it is.
It was so symbolic. You're like, you know, hang in there.
Come on, where are you going?
Everything's going to be okay. Just hang in there.
They'll get someone and pull it back up so it's there again. And then you just realize, no, it's gone. It's been wiped off the face of the earth. It is gone.
Dude,
and
these people are serious, dude. I mean, when you're dealing with people that are going to go to this extreme, I mean, the attack on the cold, man, they should have woke us up, dude.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They blew up a $4 billion naval vessel that belongs to this country. Somebody should have stood up and said, hey, wait a minute, you know, these guys are getting a little bit more, you know, they're getting a little bit more cojones, man. We gotta start, you know?
You know, Old Dirty, let me say something there. You bring up a good point. When the Cole got bombed, one of our ships was in Yemen. It got bombed by a small boat full of explosives. And do you know the security on that boat? The guy had a pistol. The security personnel were not at guns. They know Yemen was a terrorist sponsoring nation.
They're in the Middle East for crying out loud.
But you know why there weren't people at the big guns on that ship? Because it was political. They didn't want to upset the people in that country because it was a port that helped us. And if we come in with our guns armed and ready to go, it might upset them. We got to get past the point of pissing people off or being afraid to piss these countries off. It's our own ass. It's American ass that's on the line here. And if we can't go into a terrorist sponsoring port with men at our guns, I don't know how we're ever going to combat this.
How do you even start a mission in a country that's not going to let you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How you going to protect your interests and their interests? Because, you know, this country, man, you got to pat it on the back. Go out there playing cop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're too politically correct to help ourselves these days. We're too politically correct to come into these countries and go, it's a hostile country. We need to protect our ships.
Dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you ain't gonna walk nowhere and not have something on you if you know you're in jeopardy of falling into some type of, you know, a catastrophe, dude. This is a catastrophe, dude.
Oh, I got another angle. This one looks like from Queens.
Wow.
And they just showed, oh my God.
Holy ass.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Channel 9 just showed an unbelievable shot.
It's a guy sitting below the World Trade Center, and the plane flew right over his head and right through the building. In slow motion. It was probably the closest shot I've seen yet.
Yeah, this camera can't be more than a block away, looking straight up. And
New footage. The plane disappeared into the side of the building.
Wow.
And it was crystal clear.
Wow.
So they planned it out to the hilt, dude. I mean,
they had some planning, that's for sure. You know, and it's just so scary to think that we had no clue, and that they used, like Anthony said earlier, they used our own planes.
That's right.
And no one had a clue. If you think about it, there had to be hundreds of people to organize something like this.
The guy who probably gave the order was out in his crib, probably somewhere in some desert, talking about, yo, it's 9 o'clock. Set it off.
He's in a cave.
And waited for CNN to pass the footage.
He's in a cave in Afghanistan, and his name is Osama bin Laden. And that guy should be taken out.
Dude, whoever it is, man, they got to catch the people who did this, man, because this is a little bit too much. You know what I'm saying? This is a bit much.
Somebody put up a policy, enacted a policy with this country that we don't assassinate people.
Yeah,
so that's why we never take out a leader. You know what I mean?
You know, let me tell you something, Anthony.
But we got to take out this bin Laden guy.
Dude, when you're dealing with gangsters, you got to get gangster, dude. You got to go down. You got to get grimy.
There you go. Yeah.
You got to get grimy, dude. You can't play this little pussyfoot game. Let's talk it out.
Yeah.
All right, yo, we're going to talk it out. But meanwhile, I got a hit team on your man. You know?
We can't worry. We can't worry about offending other people.
Come on, man.
It's our ass.
Dude, you know how many people I knew in that building, dude? Man, I'm looking forward to like a month of wakes, dude. I haven't heard from PR. PR wakes down there. I haven't even heard from him, dude.
I can't watch this, man. There are people now. They're showing them hanging out the window of the World Trade Center. That
begging for help.
And,
what a feeling of helplessness, man.
Yeah.
You're so helpless. You're like, damn, bro. You know, man, you can't do nothing.
Nothing.
Man, put a parachute on, my brother. Do it. Do something, man.
All right, OD.
Thank you,
we're gonna move on to some other calls. But thanks, dude.
The footage is just getting more and more graphic.
Well, more is coming in now
because everyone had cameras after the first plane hit.
I can't.
All right.
Believe that there's no more Twin Towers.
Guys, who do we have?
Want to go to West Coast Dave?
I was thinking Matt. Matt on line 1 on the National.
Where's he
He's
from?
out of Boston.
All right, Matt from Boston. Sure, why not? Matt. Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Man?
What's going on, man?
You tell us. What's the feel of Boston today?
Well, it was like a mass exodus, people leaving the city.
Yeah.
From Boston, yeah.
Yeah, I've yet to see traffic at 11:30 heading out of Boston. It was, the worst rush hour traffic you could imagine. I mean, it was nuts. Everybody here is just still in awe, really, of what's going on, what's transpiring.
Yeah, a couple of those planes coming from Logan.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really it's really just mind-boggling.
It's depressing. It's sad. It's just it makes everybody pissed off.
It does. I mean, I myself, and I'm pretty much just waiting for the phone call myself. And to be honest with you, speaking to some of my fellow Marines, it's just we know what we have to do.
I hope there's a response. My God, I hope there's just a tremendous response from the United States military.
Well, we all know what we have to do, and everybody I've talked to, we got a job to do. That's what we've been trained to do, and when the time comes, we're prepared to do it.
Yep.
And but I just had, I've been listening to the radio, and I've been listening to people say that, it's unfair to blame the past 8 years for what has happened today. And to be honest with you, we are not the only ones to blame, but we are there to blame ourselves.
I got to interrupt you. The footage of the kids and the people beeping their horns and
various Middle Eastern countries celebrating
like they just won the NBA championship or something, or the Super Bowl. Are they insane?
Bastards, you keep celebrating. Go ahead. Buy your flags and wave them. Go ahead. You sons of bitches.
In the past 8 years, under the brilliant leadership of Bill Clinton, we've had our military depleted to an all-time low.
And we have no more military intelligence to let us know stuff like this is happening. He sat by while the Chinese were stealing our rocket secrets. He sat by when more espionage took place against the United States than in any other administration, even during the Cold War. He did. It was very nice. It was a lot of fun watching through the whole BJ episode with Monica and sitting back, and the money was rolling in. I mean, the market was great. No real war to speak of, little things flared up. Whenever we got bored, we'd bomb Saddam, and it was always fun and everything. But for 8 years, something had to have gone wrong that we didn't know about this, and it was during their watch.
It was the American people losing sight of what was really important.
We felt good about the way things were going, so you don't want to think about stuff like this happening, but
that's what it was. And it wasn't just over the past 4 years that he started depleting the military and all that stuff. I mean, this started as soon as he took office. Okay, the military, there were military spending cuts.
And we're not blaming Clinton.
But we're the American citizens, the American voters who reelected him are the ones to blame, because what did we do in response to the military spending cuts? We reelected him to a second term.
Exactly. You know why? Because it all sounded great, all the money he wanted to pump into those social programs and stuff. When you don't have the society, the social programs aren't that good. When your buildings are being destroyed in front of your eyes, everyone forgets how important it is to be strong militarily and have the intelligence to make sure this doesn't happen.
Anthony, this just in. New York City will be closed tomorrow.
Yeah.
No joke. They put a graphic up on all the TV stations. New York City will be closed tomorrow.
New York City's closed.
Not your local school.
No.
The entire city will be closed tomorrow.
Jesus.
This is definitely, though, hopefully, I am hoping this has opened the eyes of, American citizens.
A wake-up call, man. This is quite a wake-up call.
At the very least.
And it's, something... This is really bad, and it's going to be another clip of the goddamn plane flying through the building. Unbelievable. It's going to be really bad. It is a tremendous loss of life. But if it gets us aware that stuff like this can really happen, hopefully it'll save more lives. Hopefully we can go in there and remedy this problem.
All right.
Because next time, who knows? It could be biological crap. That's the stuff you don't see, and you don't have to be at ground zero for that to F you up. Believe me.
It's very true because it's been proven, it's a proven fact that a terrorist could come into New York City with a hairspray-sized...
Hold on. Okay. Explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan. Breaking news. I sure the hell hope we're bombing Afghanistan as we speak. Wow. Oh, something's burning in Afghanistan.
Wow, look at that explosion.
Are you kidding? Because if we did it that fast, God bless America. I am looking at live footage from CNN of Afghanistan, Kabul, Afghanistan. There is a building on fire, a few explosions happening, and I just hope this is the first wave.
Looks like he learned something from his pop.
Right, quick.
All right, Matt.
Yes.
I want to thank Matt for calling the show. Why don't we move on to somebody else, Ben and Rick?
Hey guys, real quick on that Afghanistan stuff. It was unconfirmed reports that missiles were fired.
Well, I'm looking at confirmed fire coming out of a building, Rick. And, a nice big explosion there. Unfortunately, they have crappy little buildings there. I wish they had a huge landmark building. Blow up their mosques or something. Sons of bitches.
Okay. And who do we have next there? Ben, Rick?
What do you want to go to?
We want to go to, you want to go to Mark's brother?
Yeah, Mark's brother watched the Boston news conference here about what they said about Logan. Tim.
Hey, Tim, what's up, man? Tim from Boston.
Yeah, I rushed back into Boston to Hardline because I was trying to get a hold of my brother. And they had a Massport on, obviously, right after the bombing, trying to explain what had happened. And he's trying to say that, Logan is a safe airport, and we were following the correct procedures. But 2 planes drove into the side of a building today in New York City. So what I'm afraid of, and I've been talking to people, is how many different terrorist groups were on other planes that didn't take off today? Because they didn't just have 4 groups get on 4 planes and try to take off.
That's what I was saying earlier. How many more were there? Whether, something got...
They must have 50 groups on 50 planes and only 4 got off the ground. So we have all these guys still running around the streets of America.
Whole tracer rounds coming up. That's from the ground, though. That's shooting at aircraft.
Yeah, it's aircraft. Whoa.
We're watching live footage, CNN.
I'm watching the same thing.
Yeah, Kabul, Afghanistan. There's some buildings on fire.
Well, here we go.
Is that a rocket?
Rocket. Was that a rocket in?
Yeah, it looked like a rocket exploded. There's tracer fire coming up from Kabul. There's some kind of bombing going on in Afghanistan
as we speak. What else, Tim?
Well, it's just the one thing. I was listening to that Marine. He's completely correct. I mean, we don't need to watch the Russians put, missiles in Cuba. We got to watch the guys who come into our own soil and steal our own planes and fly them into our own stuff.
We were starting to feel safe. We let our guard down. Russia's no longer a threat.
You stand on the East Coast and look at the Atlantic Ocean. There's a long way before you hit one of these hostile countries. Same thing with the Pacific Ocean. And we always assumed because of that we were safe. And we were from, there's no way a military aircraft loaded with bombs is going to fly across the Atlantic and penetrate airspace and bomb us. The same thing with the Pacific. We take our own planes, stuff that we take for granted, and fly over our head, and you don't even think twice about it every day. That's the real danger. That's the danger of this millennium. We're not in the day anymore of the Cuban Missile Crisis and things being so clear cut. This is a new kind of warfare, and they hit us hard with this one.
Urban warfare, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's some kind of guerrilla warfare that we're not used to dealing with, and we gotta refocus and start kicking some ass and nipping this stuff in the bud.
All right, Tim, thank you.
Yeah, okay, guys. Thanks a lot.
You got it, bro.
See you later, bro.
Breaking news. I don't see enough burning in Afghanistan. There's not enough burning. I see one building on fire. I need more. I need more to make me feel better.
I do believe more is on the way.
I would hope so.
All right, guys, who do we have next?
We got Tacumbo.
Where's he from?
He's out of New York.
What's up, man? What's up, Owen? I'm from Yonkers.
What's up? You're from Yonkers?
Yeah.
All right.
Yo, it's amazing. This just left me totally shaken.
Yeah.
I was watching CNN, and I don't think you guys reported this yet, but Barbara Olson, that famous reporter, she was killed. She was on one of the hijacked planes.
Stop. Who?
No, her name is Barbara Olson. She was very famous. She was the blonde-haired reporter you always saw on CNN. She got famous during that OJ trial thing. And you always see her on CNN. She's always commentating on different things.
Well, I can't confirm this.
No, I'm telling you.
I know. I gotta say, I can't confirm any of these stories.
So, we gotta be really careful.
Right. If our family's listening and you say that, I don't know.
I understand that, but no, I wouldn't make that up. That's on CNN. They broadcast it twice. And I'm not making that up. She did die, and she was married to Ted Olson, who was a Solicitor General. He's still alive. She was on the hijacked plane. She snuck into a bathroom and got on her cell phone.
Was she the one that got on the cell phone?
Yeah, she called her husband twice, asking him, what should I do? But this is the most unbelievable part of it.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
She says that the terrorists, the hijackers, herded everybody back. There was no evidence of guns. They had cardboard box cutters and knives. I'm dead. Go look at it on CNN. They will repeat it again. I just can't believe that that's all they had. So she says on her particular plane, that she did not see any guns. They herded everybody back, including the pilots, which meant that the terrorists were able to navigate a 757 or whatever level plane it was. I'm sorry, 767, whatever plane it was.
Well, again, I haven't heard any of this yet, but
no problem. Well, please arm me and then report that. I'm just totally amazed. I just want to say that, no, for real, Owen A. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm just...
Yeah, we'll let you go, but thank you, bro.
No problem, man.
Cool. All right, man. We can't confirm any of that, obviously.
No. Hey, guys, actually, to back up Tacumbo, we're getting an AP report just handed over that she was supposedly on this plane, and she is the wife of Solicitor General Theodore Olson, who argues President Bush's cases for the U.S. Supreme Court.
Wow.
So she is one of the missing from the plane.
Jesus.
All right, who else do we have on the line?
Norton's checking in. We got Norton on the line here.
Yeah, I hope he's not plugging a gig.
Norton.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, boys. How you holding
What's
up?
up, man?
What's
How
up,
you doing?
The guy was talking about the Olsen woman. She said that she called it, I think, from the one that went into the Pentagon, and she said that they had, box cutters and knives.
Box cutters and knives? No guns.
No guns. She didn't mention guns. They may have had them, but that was what she saw, was box cutters and knives.
Wow.
She said they made everybody go to the back of the plane. I didn't hear what the rest of this guy's call was. I'm outside.
Yeah.
But I know I hope it's us that's bombing, and I hope we blow those back into the Stone Age.
Yeah, Afghanistan, Kabul is being, something's happening there because there's, big explosions and, I see at least one building on fire.
Yeah, it's a pretty big fire.
And there was some tracer rounds coming up from, the ground there. So you can only assume that something's flying over. I would think it would be cruise missiles that we would send in now and not aircraft. So.
If it's one of these nations that actually did it, you know what the problem? They underestimate the vengeance we're going to want. They think that we're just going to fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
And they have no idea how badly we are really going to want neutron bombs dropped on their countries.
As Japan said a few people, I feel we have awakened a sleeping tiger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They do underestimate how we get when things like this happen to us. We might beat the living crap out of each other when we're at peace. We look to each other and races fight and everything like that. But when something like this happens, we just unite and have a single enemy. And you can only hope that we get some justice here.
We will. And you know, when you hear about the Pentagon or the White House, I mean, those are military targets. But to go after the Trade Center, which, especially at a time when you know it's all civilian.
Symbolic target. They picked a military target and a civilian target, and very visible targets. They probably could have done more damage crashing those planes elsewhere, maybe a nuclear power plant or something. But the symbolism that the World Trade Center is, that's what they were going for.
And the good news is, I mean, they have obviously no military capability. It's all, I mean, it was very effective what they did, but they have obviously no planes they can send over, no effective weapons.
So why send planes over? They got ours.
Well, yeah, good point. We can do more damage in probably 20 minutes than they did all day.
Well, you know, I hope so. I hope it does take out and hurt some of the people that were responsible for this. You know, it's just great watching people get bombed when something like this happens to us. But I really do hope that we're helping out and solving a problem that we have here by doing it.
Oh, we will. I mean, you know, I'm actually happy to have Bush in the White House right now, even though he wasn't like my favorite guy, but I definitely feel more comfortable with him because it seems like, you know, he's definitely a cranky little man, so hopefully he will do something immediately, and I hope that this is what we're doing right now. I just hope we are bombing these savages while they sleep.
Well, it is dark over there.
I really hope we are killing everybody over there.
Boy, you got to give it to CNN with that new little device they have. That video phone technology they got. They're the only ones that are in Afghanistan with live footage of this bombing or whatever it is, some kind of action going on.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's just, I hope we're sending strikes over there. That would at least take a little bit of the sting out, just to know that we are attacking them immediately. You can hear Navy planes going over my house.
Who would have thought, yeah, there wouldn't be a civilian plane in the sky, but the planes you do hear, you look up over the United States of America, major cities, Washington, New York, and hear and see military aircraft, and that is all that's flying right now. 40,000 canceled flights. 40,000.
I think it's the first time in history the entire aviation system in our country has been shut down. That's what I heard. It was the first time that's ever happened in this country. And it was a good move by the FAA. I mean, hopefully maybe they saved a couple of incidents. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows how many more we're getting ready to board planes and do it in other places.
Yeah, because there's got to be Midwest targets, and there had to be some type of West Coast targets, and hopefully some of that was averted, you know.
CNN is reporting unlikely the U.S. would move this quick.
What? Saying that it might not be a United States strike, but something in the way of a civil war in Afghanistan? Well, that's coinky-dink.
Yeah, well, whoever it is, even if they didn't do it, they kept Osama bin Laden there for a long time, and even if he didn't do it, I'm happy that we're killing them.
They know Osama bin Laden is given refuge in Afghanistan, so I think this is some kind of U.S. action. Although it doesn't seem hard enough. You know what I mean?
Well, again, we really don't have any proof that it's him, I guess, so you can't just carpet bomb the whole country. I mean, that's my guess. I mean, I really don't know.
It's him. It's like I said earlier. He's the guy that tried to bomb it in 93, the World Trade Center. He's like the same crackhead that goes to the same liquor store and robs it until he gets arrested.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta know, this is his M.O.
Anthony, 4 flights went down today, and that was a total of 266 people. That's a total, not on one plane.
Box cutters and knives.
Well, you know something? You probably don't even imagine that they're going to do something like crash the plane into a building. You would think maybe they want to go to another country and get refuge, so you're not going to attack them even if they just have box cutters. Because you can't fathom they're going to do something like this.
And it's real easy to sit on the ground and say, well, if I was on the plane, I would have done exactly what those people did. You just sit back and just hope you don't get splashed.
Sit back and shut up, right?
Yeah, and hope you land safely. I mean, you know, it's easy to sit here and go, I would have jumped on him. I wouldn't have done anything.
Yeah.
I was in a McDonald's that got robbed, and I cowered like a girl. I certainly wouldn't have attacked men with knives and box cutters.
We were watching some video of one of the towers collapsing, and we saw a big fat guy running down the street away from the big cloud, and an old woman dressed in pink is limping her way, and you know she's just going to get engulfed in this smoke. There's no way she could even get up to a jog, never mind run away from this smoke. The fat guy pushes her out of the way as he just continues running down the road. That's what humanity's about. Save my ass.
You know, but that's, again, it's kind of tough. I mean, if I was running and there was I've pushed old ladies to catch buses. I mean, for my life.
For your life, yeah. Use her as a car
I mean, it's easy for me to be like here in Jersey looking at the smoke, but I probably would have done the same thing. And it's horrible, man. It's a really, really horrible day.
Yeah, and very depressing.
And it was just a symbolic thing. And I just hope that symbolically we kill as many of those savages as we possibly can.
Absolutely, Norton.
And I really, really hope we have a military strike that is... I hope we embarrass ourselves by striking so disgustingly hard.
I will be proud that my tax dollars are on some of the, fin rivets of those bombs they send over.
Yeah, I don't know when I'll be able to get into the city. I mean, maybe tomorrow they'll start allowing people in, or, who knows.
I doubt it.
No, this is just in. They have closed New York City for tomorrow.
Oh, it's already...
New York City will be closed tomorrow.
Really? Stanley Deanwitter, largest tenant in the World Trade Center, and... what about those records? What about all the people that work there and the market, the finances of the world? There were a lot of servers in the World Trade Center, a lot of computer equipment, a lot of records are stored there. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know of one person in the country that hasn't sent out an envelope to some company or another that said, One World Trade Center as the return address. It's a building that it's worldwide. It's the World Trade Center. You know what I mean? It's important to the free world.
And I hope I couldn't be the only one that's hopefully that China will just shut their yaps and stay out of this if we decide to attack one of these countries.
Well, again, what I was saying is a lot of times we hold back for political reasons, and this time we just gotta say, something, screw you. This is what we have to do. I don't care how you feel about it.
You know what? I don't see them holding back this. I don't know if you saw Colin Powell this morning, but he did not look pleased.
A little cranky?
He really looked angry, yeah, and I was very happy to see it. And Bush certainly doesn't seem happy, so I just hope we do awful things. And I really don't even know what to say. It's very, very sad day.
Yeah, because even, no matter how much we bomb them, this still happened, and it's a hard one to swallow.
But they will rebuild them. I mean, they will. They will go back up. And, we will again, in the end, we will do more damage than was done.
All right, Jim.
All right, guys. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys as soon as I can.
Okay, man. Jim Norton, everyone. Everyone just shocked.
Yeah.
This whole situation.
Who else we got, guys?
West Coast Dave checking in here. West Coast Dave.
From San Francisco.
Yep.
Dave, what's up, buddy?
Well, I just
on the
wanted
safe
to
side of hold on, what? You're calling us from the safe side of the country.
Yeah,
Jesus.
From the safe side. You wouldn't know it by the way that people are acting over here, though.
It's strange. A lot of people from New York and Washington, the East Coast, say things like, God, I would never live in California with their earthquakes.
Yeah, go figure.
How about what we have to deal with?
Yeah, no kidding. Compared to earthquakes, they'll take them any day.
Yeah.
People over here are really shaken up about all this. They closed all the airports. They closed all the federal buildings. They closed the Transamerica Pyramid. They closed the Golden Gate Bridge.
There's another building.
San Francisco was shut down.
Dave, let me bring this up again. A lot of people I don't know if a lot of people can relate to what we can here in New York when you look up and see the World Trade Center is gone. Imagine that building being gone in San Francisco, or the Golden Gate Bridge all of a sudden is just not there anymore.
It would be absolutely devastating. I mean, I feel it over here, it's a devastating feeling. I feel defeated somehow. It's awful.
Yeah, it's one of those, punches that just hurt, and we haven't had a chance to punch back yet. And,
yeah, I know.
It pisses you off.
I know. CNBC just reported, by the way, that the explosions in Afghanistan may have been the work of Afghan opposition groups.
Yeah, they're starting to say stuff like that.
Yeah, so it may not have been us.
Right. Well, we'll see. Well, hey, thanks.
Hey, no problem, guys.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for bombing Afghanistan.
The president's going to speak at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So,
listen, I wanted to bring up the possibility of what may happen economically now. Consumer confidence is really going to be shaken now that this has happened.
Yeah, the papers in the past couple of days have said, wow, we're looking, I think we bottomed out and the upturn is going to happen by the end of the year. The economy's going to be back. This just consumer confidence, really going to go down the crapper.
Yeah, you can't imagine people wanting to go out and spend a load of money on a new refrigerator or on a new car now. I mean,
yeah, now something like this happens, you really want to go out and buy that new car because you're really confident about the future.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if people have been paying attention to what's been going on in commodities lately, but I'm getting unconfirmed reports of people all over the country, specifically in the Midwest, like Kansas and Oklahoma, paying upwards of $5 a gallon for gas. I don't know if that's true or not. I just went to the pumps myself, and it was normal, $1.69.
Well, anytime something happens in the Mideast or anytime something happens here, the gas prices just go crazy. I can only imagine what's going to happen now.
Yeah, the prices of commodities have skyrocketed, and I wonder how that's really going to affect the prices of stocks when they finally reopen on Thursday.
Yeah.
You got to wonder what that's going to do.
All right, Dave.
All right, guys.
Thank you. Dave from San Francisco. Cool.
All right, later.
Hey, guys, speaking about gas prices,
yeah.
Already reports out of Kansas City, $5 a gallon, Louisville, $4, Detroit, $5, some other places as high as $9.
I would pay that and then stick the nozzle down the son of a bitch's throat that runs the gas station and pump him full of gas and then light a match. Because there's no reason to raise the gas prices hours after something like this happens.
It's pretty sick and twisted that they're taking advantage of this situation already.
Right. You son of a
advantage of the panic, because I before I came to the studios to do our show today, I'm thinking like everyone else, I better get a full tank of gas. I mean, the lines were insane, and this was at like noon, 3 hours after the whole mess. And people out there taking advantage of this already.
Sons of bitches, animals.
Who do we have on the line?
We got Matthew who's calling in from the New York area. Matthew.
This is Matthew.
Hey, Matthew, what's up?
How are you?
All right.
Radio guy. I'm a United States Marine. Corporal Brookie Battery 314 out of West Trent, New Jersey.
Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I've been waiting. I've been talking to those other guys. I've been waiting. I've been talking. I've been listening to them and conversating with them. You know?
Hey, thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
All right.
Tell them I'm on the radio.
See that? No, that's what we want going, though. They have one thought, Opie. Nothing else in their head except kill, kill, kill.
Anyone else, guys? Should we take a break? What do you want to do?
Go to David here in Boston. David.
You're truly born again hard, Private Pile.
David, what's up?
Well, I got a different story for you.
I
got my brother-in-law. 2 months ago, we threw a party for him. He got a new job. Wow, with the World Trade. You know what I'm saying?
Get out of here.
105th floor on the second building that got hit. You know?
Is he okay?
Haven't heard from him.
No clue, right? And you're just sitting there wondering.
Well, yeah. What does one go out to find them?
You know something? I don't even know how to give you an answer.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you?
Went to Brown University, took a job for $120,000 a year to go to fucking, go to the World Trade Center to work.
Well, you know, hopefully you got out. It's very hard to get phone calls out of New York right now. So
is that what it is?
Have you called his friends?
His girlfriend's in New Jersey. She can't get in touch with him either.
David, what company does he work for? We might have the number here.
Conan and Fitzgerald? Is that it?
No info on them. But if we do have those numbers, if they come up available, we'll definitely be passing them on throughout the time here.
Yeah. You know? All right, say a prayer.
All right, David.
Thanks.
See, it's stuff like that, you know. Who knows?
Yeah, and speaking of people looking for survivors, family, employees of Morgan Stanley, the number again is 888-883-4391. This is info set up by the companies at the World Trade Center. And the other company, Deloitte and Touche, it's a 212 number, 243-7666. So if you're looking for anybody who worked in those companies, give those numbers a try. Hopefully they can help you track down your loved ones.
All right, cool. Anyone else on the line?
I think we're going to take a quick break and go through some more calls for you guys.
All right, cool. All right, man. Well, it's Opie and Anthony. We're broadcasting from Long Island today because we can't get in the city. I want to thank our friends at WLIR for giving us a studio today.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break. We'll probably go to our little sister station there, the AM 1010 Winds, and we're just going to take a little leak or something, and we'll be right back in no time.
Hang on one second.
Hey, real quick, for the guy from Boston who was looking for his brother, people looking for missing loved ones can call 212-447-2998. That's 212-447-2998. That is the New York City Bureau of Labs. They could help you probably track down who you're looking for.
All right, and we'll be back in like 2, maybe 3 minutes, so stay there.
Our live coverage on 1010 Wins, and here's Eileen. Back to Doug O'Brien. Doug?
That's 1010 Wins, our sister station here in New York, and we'll go back to Opie and Anthony, who are on Long Island, guys.
Hey, thanks, Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome.
Just went and got some from the vending machine.
Yes, we can still get chocolate chip cookies.
Lunch and dinner. Yum, yum.
I know.
All right, let's go right back to the phones, guys. Hello?
Yeah, we're going to go to, what do you call it, Mike on the National.
Okay.
Mike checking in.
Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
Where are you calling from, Mike?
Trenton, Jersey.
New Jersey. What's up?
Yo, man, I don't know if anybody's brought up this angle yet, but this thing was way too well planned. Who says that this is the only thing that's going to happen?
Well, but hopefully we put in place some precautions, like taking every plane out of the sky might help from this happening again right now.
Might stop them from it for this day.
Right, I know.
Think about how well planned they had this. You know that they knew what we were going to do. You know, they knew we were going to shut down. And one guy saying that we could do more damage in 20 minutes than they did in a day.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. They shut down L.A. They shut down New York. They killed how many people? They shut down the country, and they got how many months of damage that we have to clean up?
Oh, they
knew what they were doing.
As far as they're concerned, mission accomplished, man. They did what terrorists do. They terrorized, and they stopped the machine that we like to call our lives. But, what our response has to be is something huge. So this is harder to happen next time. I don't think we could totally.
But there are already people in the media saying that we shouldn't stoop to their level. Anthony.
Please
stoop. Right, please.
We have higher standards than them, and it wouldn't be a good thing to stoop to their level and blah 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 blah.
If I'm my way, we'd send a group of 5 people to Bin Laden, to Hussein, to everybody who ever screwed with us, and just kill them. Plain and simple. No 2 questions about it.
We don't take people out. That's not our policy.
Yeah, it is. We just don't publicize it.
I wish. We also thought that there'd be missiles if the Pentagon ever got attacked by an aircraft.
Yeah, right.
A lot of these misconceptions and urban legends about this country and our monuments and things like the Pentagon were just crap.
Right.
They were nothing.
You said it earlier. You said, if a plane was heading toward the Pentagon, you just assumed the ground would open up.
The ground opens up.
And we would just something like that.
Anti-aircraft missiles launch, right? If you asked anyone in this country what happens if an aircraft, a commercial aircraft, is hijacked and heads toward the Pentagon? Oh, gee.
Well, the ground
let me tell you.
opens up.
First of all, and everyone's a know-it-all. There's guys on the roof. Let me tell you. There's guys on the roof, and they got the Stinger missiles, what they got. Yeah, right. And what they do is they shoot the plane down, and everybody gets in a big elevator, and all the important stuff drops to the mantle of the earth, and it's bullcrap. You know what happens? The plane hits the building, and it blows up. That's what happens.
Well, the other funny thing was when they put up the, F-15,
yeah.
They thought a second plane was coming.
Uh-huh.
Even if the commercial jet had gotten within 5 feet of the Pentagon, they still wouldn't have shot it down. The backlash from the Americans of an American fighter jet shooting down an American commercial plane with American passengers, they would have let it hit the Pentagon before they shot it down.
Let me tell you something, my friend. There's a 747 that crashed in Pennsylvania.
In the woods.
And it looks an awful lot like it was shot down by fighter planes.
I hope so, and I hope, because first I thought maybe it was the pilot who had enough sense to know what was going on and just down the plane himself. But if that got shot down, then, hopefully we're starting to wise up a little bit here.
I don't think they would, I don't think the guy would crash his own plane because he might get shot down. The guy was heading toward Washington. He was intercepted, and, we'll see what happened. I'm sure it'll come out. They're not going to try to cover something like that up or anything.
Really?
I hope.
Anthony, for the locals, 59th Street Bridge is now open both ways and limited service to New York on the Long Island Railroad.
Mm-hmm.
And then one other thing. A lot of people around, wonder why we get ourselves into so much trouble. And we hear about all this kind of terrorism on our side of the oceans. But nobody ever seems to think that we have our own little branch of terrorism going on in other countries. I mean, we do some responsibility because, as much as it's not publicized over here, we do have our own little terrorist organizations going on.
I will not accept any responsibility or hear that the United States is responsible for this in any way.
No.
Terrorist groups? No, I don't see that.
You don't see us, going out and causing coups, doing our own little things in other countries. Come on.
Oh, yeah, no,
it can't be that bad.
I know we do that, but you know something?
Nothing like this.
You know something? We look at what we did in Iraq. We tried to keep civilian deaths to a minimum, which is ridiculous for us. which is ridiculous. You know, they don't care. Why should we use bombs with pinpoint accuracy to take out a military installation and leave the hospital next to it standing when they don't care?
Yeah.
Dumb bombs. Let's drop some 2,000-pounders on the whole goddamn country.
When we used to firestorm, like Japan and Germany, just box everything in with a big thing of fire and burn everything inside of it.
The good old days.
What we got to do.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Catch you later.
Confirmed report, really. U.S. did not attack in Afghanistan.
They're probably sitting there like, hey, wait a minute, we're doing that. What the hell are you doing?
Who do we have next on the phone lines?
We have Patty calling in from New York. Patty.
Hi, Opie.
Hello.
Hey, Patty, what's up?
I'm exhausted from walking
Thank God
across
it's
the
not
59th
that,
Street
Patty.
Bridge.
You walked home over the 59th Street Bridge today?
Yeah, I work in Rockefeller Center, and they had evacuated our building because they smelled gas at around 10 o'clock.
Yes, I believe Saturday Night Live was a primary target.
It was it? No, you're
No,
kidding.
Patty, come on.
So we walked up to Bloomingdale's where my husband works, picked him up, and walked across the 59th Street Bridge.
How do you usually get home? You take
F train.
The train, right? Okay.
It took us 2 hours. It looked like Moses was leading his people to the promise, and there were so many people.
Yeah, I don't know if people in other cities are getting that footage where there's just thousands upon thousands of people walking across these bridges home, because that's the only way to get home today.
On the way home, leave your car.
Had to pick us up on 38th and Queens Boulevard. The 7 train was running there when we got there.
This is what I was talking about earlier, how everyone's annoyed, you know? Their little routine was interrupted.
Yeah, see?
Terrible.
You know what I'm saying?
When you look over the bridge towards the World Trade Center, nothing, just smoke. It was terrible. It was like a dream. And the people on the huge flatbed trucks, people up driving across, strangers. People were helping, but it was just amazing.
Yeah.
I just can't believe this is happening, and it's just scary. Like everybody else is saying, what else are they going to do?
Yeah, that's the point we're at. We're just like now everybody's you flinch at everything. You know what I mean? You hear that plane fly overhead in a couple of days when they open up the airports again. You're going to be thinking about it. You know, it's going to be on everyone's mind a lot. For quite a while.
Who in their right mind would jump on a plane in the very near future? I mean,
I know.
And we saw people
will, though, because either they have to or I don't know.
Yeah.
It was crazy. People who were at Wall Street, who walked all the way from Wall Street, we met them next to us. They said they actually saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center.
Yeah, that's one of the more horrible
so far they haven't shown that footage on TV.
I saw it on TV. One station, Channel 9 had it. You saw the person flying. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's.
It was. I just can't believe that this actually happened. How can they not detect the planes going a different route?
You know something? You never expect something like this to happen. So, that plane that left Boston, it was going to L.A., over New York at some point. It made a sharp turn south. And at that point, they knew something was amiss with the plane. Either no one talked to the tower or what happened, but for some reason they didn't feel like shooting it down. So it wasn't a threat. It was just a plane that was off course.
Yeah, but a half an hour?
I know, a half an hour of a plane off course.
Going south toward,
if we were a little more alert, or maybe we were tipped off at something, you might know this was going to happen, but.
I mean, hello, I don't know. I just don't understand it. And so many lives are going to be gone because of this.
Mm-hmm.
And these people are like, yeah, we tried it the first time, it didn't happen, but look what we did. We got both of them in this time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just what's going to stop them now?
Okay, well,
I just wanted to say, love your show, guys, just wanted to,
all right, Patty.
say thanks for everything, okay? Thanks for the great coverage, okay?
Well, we're trying.
You guys are doing a great job, by the way. I'm watching Afghanistan getting bombed, too, so.
Cool. I just hate being serious. Hate it.
Yeah, we like talking about boobies and whores. That's the fun stuff. But something like this happens, and it's kind of hard to joke about anything.
Right. Guys, what do we got next?
A couple things. We got some phone lines opened. So the New York number, as well as the national 866-277-4WOW, and the local number if you're in the New York area 877-692-1027. And one of the things, guys, that the guy that called in from Boston who had his brother-in-law on the 105th floor.
Yeah.
And it's at Cantor Fitzgerald, which is a law firm. They have a number set up in London where they're based for people to call about loved ones. It's 44207-894-8017. So.
You better give that number again if that guy's listening.
44207-894-8017.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Who do we have on the phone line?
Want to go to Joe on line 8?
Okay.
Out of New York?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, look, Anthony keeps saying this isn't our fault. He's wrong. We let all these ragheads into our country. We should have learned the last time. They're all in here on student visas. They come here, they make these explosives, or in this case, stole a plane.
Hey, guys are right.
I mean, it's our fault. I mean, it's time we change the sign from, give us your huddled masses yearning to be free. It's time it says, sorry, we're full.
Yeah, that argument's going to be brought up again, but, I don't consider that our fault. It's unwise, some of our immigration practices. I think we got to stop worrying about offending groups is what it is. There are these students, they call them students that come over here. I don't know what they're studying, but they're building bombs. They're doing reconnaissance work for these terrorist organizations, and we can't kick them out. You know why? Because we're not like that. We're the United States. We're all inclusive, and we would hate to offend because there would be a group that will write a letter to this organization or that and be offended that we're calling these people terrorists.
Well, we like being politically correct. Yeah.
Well, F that, man. It's time to really assess reality and not think about hurting people's feelings.
Because next time it could be chemical warfare.
Right.
Could be nuclear weapons.
Uh-huh. Who knows what's next? You never thought this,
all that fun stuff.
And for anyone sitting out there going, oh, now stop. Turn on your TV. Because who the hell imagined this? Who thought you'd ever see something like this happening? And yeah, they do keep topping themselves. Remember?
It keeps escalating.
In 93, it was a Ryder truck with some horse crap in the back.
6 people died. Oklahoma City bombing was about 168, if I'm not mistaken, and now look where we're at.
Now we're at airplanes crashing into buildings. So next, who knows, man?
And this had to be in the works for years.
Yeah, this one had to be planned for a while, and you know something? We should have known about it. We just should have known about it.
Well, we have an open door policy. Come on in and, stick it to us.
Yeah, come on in, take a good look around, tell your pals where the good stuff is, and,
It's like living in the middle of Newark and leaving your doors open. Yeah, come on in, take what you want, and go home.
I've hated our immigration policies for many years.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Joe.
People from known terrorist nations should be under the utmost scrutiny. And I don't care whose feelings it's hurting. It's just the way it is. Sorry.
All right. 4 planes went down, and the total is 266 people.
From all 4 planes.
Put together, right. So, all right. So these planes weren't, filled.
You can't say thank God because people died.
No. Did I say thank God?
No, I'm saying a lot.
I'm trying to check every word I say.
Because when something like this happens, the lower the death toll, the better, but it doesn't help because you don't want to hear that anyone died.
Just the people dying in the planes is more than the Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah.
Just to put it in perspective.
Mm-hmm. And who knows what they're going to find underneath all that rubble at the Pentagon and the World Trade Center.
And Building 7 from the World Trade Center. Guys, who do we have next?
We have our own Steve C. from Foundry, who's on the line. He's stuck in Jersey. Steve.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Steve.
How are you?
How will this affect Foundry?
I don't care because I'm in underwear that I was wearing yesterday.
The terrorists were able to fly 767s, but I'm sure they couldn't navigate FoundryMusic.com.
Saw that coming a mile away.
Very hard.
Very much.
So you didn't make it into work either today, huh?
I was going to I took the day off because I had to go to a doctor's appointment. By the time I was headed home, because I was going to come in and help Ben and Rick, I couldn't get into Secaucus where I live. They've closed off all access.
Yeah, that stomach surgery doesn't seem as important.
No. All of a sudden, things have been put in perspective. Although I would like to start taking, I'd like to sacrifice my surgery and start taking lessons how to fly an F-14, so I can fly it over and drop a nuke on somebody.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh.
So what are your thoughts today?
Just hatred for every every militant raghead that ever said a foul word about this place.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to gouge their friggin' eyes out of their pathetic heads.
When you look on the TV and they're waving their flags and celebrating the fact that people were killed and institutions around this country were destroyed, it makes you pissed off.
It's infuriating. It is infuriating to watch people it's infuriating to watch somebody rejoice at what could be tens of thousands of people crushed.
Yeah.
Did you see the world, one of the towers collapse live on TV today, like everyone else?
I was 40 miles away in Jersey, and I saw the smoke plume.
Yeah. The feeling I got watching it on live TV, I'm like, no, hang in there. Help is on the way, hang in there. Do not fall down.
Yeah, you hope.
And you could feel it in your gut.
What's gut-wrenching is that there were EMTs, there were firemen, there were policemen.
A lot of emergency workers down there trying to help out the people that they were evacuating. And, who thought those were going to just come down like that? So,
you know what's also disgusting, and I've been tuning you guys in and on and off all day, but I don't know if anyone said this, but stuff like this doesn't happen in this country without someone on this end knowing about it first.
Yeah.
That's what's really sick.
Oh, now there's a guy up there. Who's this? He's up there with a lot of medals on his chest.
You guys want me to bring up the audio on that?
Talking in front of the Pentagon. Who is he?
Yeah, bring it up.
Is this Shelton? Who is this guy?
Innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones.
He's got some medals.
I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out.
What are we going to do?
Both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Yeah, there you go.
Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Nice comb over.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity.
I think I heard this in 93.
To track down,
I know,
root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists.
Of course. And nothing happened.
Support them and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world.
So do something.
Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
It is.
Senator John Warner.
Same speech we heard after the Oklahoma City bombing.
Chairman, preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president.
There you go.
And the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history.
Al Gore right now is going,
I think
thank God I lost.
Its finest hour.
Right?
As our president and those with him, notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men in the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act.
Be ballsy. Tell us what you're bombing.
Unprecedented.
They never tell us beforehand.
We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common end to all.
Where was Superman?
And we're in this together.
He could have helped.
States is borne the brunt, but who can be next?
I hate these goddamn speeches.
Could you fade this out?
Yeah,
I'm just getting annoyed.
I get pissed off because I'm hearing the same crap we heard, like Opie said, in 93. I want to hear someone with a set of brass balls get in front of that podium and shake things up.
Who's not worried about offending someone or worried about, policies or politics.
Right. Get up there.
Be a leader. Be a real leader.
Talk like you feel. How do you feel? You pissed off? Get to the podium and say, we're pissed off. And someone's, hey, we're going to figure this out. Someone will pay. Our armed forces are ready. Well, I hope so. That doesn't tell me anything. And if these speeches just go on for days and weeks and months and then everyone forgets and nothing happens, book me passage to Afghanistan. I'm going into the desert with a gun. Find him myself.
Guys, what do we have next?
Let's see. I got a report here. The Senator Orrin Hatch says they have intelligence that two connected to bin Laden said that over private airways that we hit 2 targets. Then it looks like they have confirmed reports that bin Laden is attached to these attacks.
Gee, what a surprise.
As opposed to him saying, no, I had nothing to do with it.
He's the only one with the money and the power to do something like this. It's obvious. It's not, when someone did something bad, let me bring the Superman back up, Opie. It was always Lex Luthor, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. See? We know who it is.
All right, let's go back to the phones.
Let's go to Kevin in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Yes. Hey, guys.
What's up, man?
Hey, Kevin. I just wanted to say that we need to bomb the hell out of everything there. I mean, I'm comparing this to Vietnam in the sheer fact that we couldn't tell who was our enemy and who was. I mean, the people that were making the most effective gun runnings were the women and children. And you look at these, we need to go into that entire region, kill every man, woman, and child, and leave how the hell you pronounce his name?
Bin Laden.
Yeah, we need to leave him alive and torture him for the next 30 years.
It would be really nice to believe that would happen, but we're America, so it doesn't happen. We don't
have it in us.
I just hope we do something. And the Vietnam analogy is good because, we don't know who the enemy is. And that war was effed up because we don't piss other countries off, too. This is something we have to do. We got to get in there and do some damage and not care if we're pissing off countries that are sympathetic to these groups.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the last time anyone attacked American soil, we put the most force we could possibly put into the attack.
Yeah, I don't understand. People sometimes they don't think. It doesn't have to come by way of tank and paratroopers and missiles. This is as much an act of war as if a bomber flew over the city and dropped a bomb out of a military plane to the World Trade Center. There's no difference. This is we're at war. They declared war on us, and we have to respond tenfold.
Oh, more? Oh, no. Because if they were saying that we hit, I just heard that they announced over private radio, his troops, that we hit 2 targets. That means there was a lot more.
Yeah, we said that earlier.
Yeah, well,
just imagine what the full plan was.
Yeah, exactly.
Heads are going to roll in the military and in the CIA. That someone should have known about this, and hopefully it puts their ass in gear that they start getting their intelligence back to where it was. During the Cold War, we knew a lot of stuff, but for some reason all those got cut because we figured we didn't need it anymore. Well, we need it.
All right, Kevin, thank you.
All right, guys, I'm just venting. Thank you for letting me talk, and you guys have a nice night, or as best you can.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, bye.
Kevin from Philly.
Hey guys, we got a few minutes left, so I was hoping to get some more of these phone numbers back out to the listeners if they're looking to try and track down information on loved ones. The employee family survivor info set up by the companies at World Trade Center, Morgan Stanley. The number again is 888-883-4391, and for Deloitte and Tush, it's 1-212-243-7666, and again, they're looking for blood donations. Type O, I guess, is the most needed right now. So call location near you at 1-800-HELP-NOW or 1-800-933-BLOOD.
All right.
Thank you, Rick.
No problem.
All right.
Guys, also here in New York, Ron and Fez are here, so they'll be on live after us for people that are in New York.
How the hell they get it?
They got in.
They live in New York.
Yeah. Ron's been here all day and Fez got in, so they're going to be on here in New York after us.
Okay.
What do you guys want to do? 6:54? What do you want to do?
I'm just numb. I don't know. Who do we have on the phone?
We got Chris out on Long Island, line 4.
Line 4. Here you go. Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, hey.
What's up, Chris?
I'm from Huntington.
Yeah.
I live right near Huntington Hospital. I just had 3 F-16s fly right over my house.
Yeah, it's they're probably coming from the base out east.
Yeah, they were going west.
They closed down the Long Island Expressway at exit 61, which is about a good, 30 miles
at least.
30 miles east of New York City, and it's closed 30 miles east of New York City. That's how hard it's going to be to travel. I'm supposed to get back to Brooklyn. I'm going to have some time. I know. I don't think I'm getting back.
Stay at the treehouse.
You can stay at the treehouse.
Oh, I can't stay at Opie's house. No
Whack
way.
your head going up the stairs.
The treehouse. How do I get a drink in the middle of the night? Do I have to pull the rope and the coconuts come up? It's like the Swiss Family Robinson treehouse.
We'll figure it out.
Actually, you drop the bucket into the water.
Where's President Bush arriving?
He arrives at the White House.
At the White House?
What are you, stupid?
Yeah.
What is he, crazy?
They've actually flown him to 4 different locations.
Yeah.
Well, it was interesting. You saw all the helicopters just kind of swarming the area. I was wondering what was going on. It was, because they were getting ready to get him in.
Oh, now I'm sure that if anything happens, the Washington Monument opens up and a missile comes out. Right?
The New York Stock Exchange will be closed tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That's obvious.
They've canceled 40,000 flights. 40,000 flights. That's a lot of people at a lot of airports. Unprecedented.
And Disney World and Disneyland closed.
Damn it.
They had to report that.
Yeah, I know. No
baseball games tonight.
Who cares about baseball?
Oh, Knott's Berry Farm is closed.
All right. Well,
one last number, guys, because there's another big company in the World Trade Center, Empire Blue Cross, and a lot of employees. The number for info for them is 866-761-8265. 866-761-8265. That's Empire Blue Cross. Yeah.
And for St. Vincent's, if you're looking to track down somebody at St. Vincent's, their info number 212-604-7085. And anyone that works with Keefe, Broyette, and Woods, you have a number to call. If you're trying to locate someone, a loved one, 1-800-726-0006.
I hate when they say loved one. What if you just liked somebody? You still want to see where they are? Like if Rick was in there. He's a liked one. What's the number for liked ones? Max. Thank you for the numbers, Max.
Hey, okay, Anthony.
Anyone else on the phones?
Just a bunch of random, calls are coming in and out real quick right now.
I think we've run the course.
Yes.
George Bush, back at the White House. George W. He's coming out of his helicopter. I wonder if they did anything extra. Like if some of the people are going to be, sharpshooters on top of the White House and on the grounds.
Wow.
Look, who's the first guy that comes out of the helicopter?
He's called the Shield.
He's like the food taster guy.
The president has left the helicopter. You know they walk with confidence.
Walk confident. A lot of crisis.
Look around a lot. Make sure you're frowning.
Straight into the White House. Let me see. Could you see any other sharpshooters or anything?
He was so prepped on how to walk out of that helicopter.
Of course. What's that? White House minefield?
That's his business walk. What are those, all picnic tables?
Picnic tables stacked up. They couldn't have flown him closer to the White House? He has a long walk.
Is that picnic tables? What was that?
Picnic tables stacked up.
As a barrier?
I would hope not.
After everything that went on, they decided to make, to put a barrier around the White House, piling up picnic tables.
And we're going to deploy picnic tables everywhere.
Look at him.
There he is. Back in. There he goes. All
right. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay.
He'll be giving a speech tonight at 9. I think it's going to be a ratings bonanza, to tell you the truth.
I have a feeling that it'll be on 30 stations tonight.
Yes.
Of course.
Well, it's I can't say it's been a fun show. It sure hasn't been that. It's been different.
Nah, this is something,
It's going to be hard doing a show even tomorrow. I don't know how going to go in, whip them out Wednesday tomorrow,
This is something we just don't have a desire to do.
Yeah.
This is not our expertise, so I thank everyone for bearing with us and sharing your stories and stuff, but this just sucks.
Yeah.
Sucks big time. And our thoughts are out, go out to all the people that
have family and friends. They don't know where they are.
Yeah, exactly. And there's thousands of those people tonight.
And we can only hope that we get some retribution here, some revenge. All right.
All right, guys. Do what you gotta.
All right, we'll go back to
10-10 wins.
We'll go back to 10-10 wins, and then for you and your New York, Ron and Fez coming up in just a few minutes.
Did Jeremy tell you to say that?
No, come on. I went to school for radio. Give me a break here.
Got to get our ratings. This is the place to be. Disgusted. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey guys, don't hang up, okay?
What?
Just stay there.
Here you go. 10-10 wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
More from Lisa on 10.
Wins for you in New York.
Hey, what's up, man? It's the Opie and Anthony show.
How's it happening?
We are live in New York City. We're able to get into the city today.
Back to our home base.
A couple phone numbers we want to give out right away because we really need to do this with you guys today. We need to hear from you guys. If you're in the New York area, 877-692-1027. Anywhere else, 866-277-4WOW. That's 866-277-4WOW. I hope all the radio stations that we syndicate to are picking up our show today.
Yeah, what happened yesterday? I think a station or two bailed out of our broadcast.
Rochester could go F themselves.
What did they do?
And if I have any power in this company, we will move to another station that gets it.
Ooh.
They decided to go to local programming yesterday.
Which means?
Rock music that you've heard a million times.
Oh, a classic Bud Rock?
Yeah.
Well, why,
I'm sure they'll cut this out because we're on tape delay, but just a stupid move.
Wouldn't it be kind of...
We had a show yesterday that was all about raw emotion and people that were just sharing their feelings and their stories, and we have one of the stations that we're on deciding that, they'd rather play music.
So that's silly.
That's a station I don't need to be on. Don't need it. Anyway, yes, Ben.
Also, I just got an email. Columbus didn't carry the show either yesterday.
Why is that?
Well, Columbus, they kind of had an excuse. They wanted to, they needed the satellite for some kind of AM news station or something.
That's excuse.
They were running news?
Yeah, but
all right.
Just amazes me that Rochester would decide that music was more important than the show we put on yesterday.
Yeah, we're talking to people that were involved in what went on here in New York. So I don't know. That's odd.
All right, where do we begin today? Well, first,
day two,
the day after, whatever you want to call it.
I'm a little more pissed off.
Right. I gotta start by sharing a story, Ed, and then we could go with that. Okay.
All right.
Because I think to most people yesterday, it just didn't seem real. I mean, it was so surreal. It was like, am I watching all this live on TV? It just, you're seeing it, sure, but it was hard. You just couldn't believe you were seeing it. You know what I mean? It wasn't really sinking in. You felt like you were in a dream, a nightmare. Watching a movie, some people have said. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, am I really seeing people, falling out of these buildings, jumping to their death, people screaming? Horrible. Am I hearing the S word and the F word on national TV because they have, home video of new angles of the planes hitting the World Trade Center? I couldn't believe I was seeing it, right? So we did our show from the studios out there in Garden City at WLIR. I want to thank those guys for helping us out yesterday. We couldn't get in the city. They closed the city, you know?
Yeah.
And so after the show, you know, we walk out to our cars, and it was just, wasn't it creepy? There was just no one around.
Yeah.
The roads were dead.
Very eerie.
Very eerie. The sun, one of the nicest sunsets I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Through that cloud and stuff, it was just weird. Anyway.
It was a beautiful day.
So, the story I want to share, so I'm driving back home to, Huntington where I live, on Long Island, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, because of this job and stuff, there are hundreds of times I'm driving home late from the city or a gig or just hanging out on Long Island. And I take the same route home. And I drive by, my local, train station. Yeah. Cold Spring Harbor, you know. I go by and there's a light there. And I swear, just because of how the parking lot is set up and stuff, kind of on a hill and everything, you always look over and you always look at the parking lot for some reason. And usually you see a scattering of cars, maybe 10 or 12 people that decided to go in the city, stay over for whatever reason. Okay?
Yeah.
Last night I'm with my brother Brett, and we're driving. And also we're at the light, and he nudges me and goes, look at the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, when I tell you there were hundreds of cars in that parking lot.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, and that's when the reality of this whole thing hit me. I'm like, holy S. Not every single one of these cars, but there are a lot of people that parked in the morning that are not coming back to their cars.
Yeah.
And that's when I completely lost it, and it all just started making sense, and it sunk in. Like, holy crap.
Yeah.
This really did happen.
Yes, it did. As we watched a million times. Boy, the news. All right, you know, I think we've all seen it. You know, I don't think they have to just keep playing the clips over and over again, okay?
Oh, they will. I mean,
they'll play them forever. Enough. Please. And the people falling out of the building is just beyond even being able to deal with. Yeah, I can't watch that on TV. I can't thumb through the newspaper and see it in the paper.
Well, you know, I personally pride myself on being a tough guy. You know what I mean? I was on the Long Island Railroad this morning, and every paper decided to run, you know, one shot of the people falling.
Mm-hmm.
I freaking lost it on the train. Just lost it. It's like, a guy, you know, there's one, I don't know what paper, guy in a business suit, no shoes on, just plummeting to his death. There you go. Right in our paper. You know? If you're hearing this in other cities, do yourself a favor and try to find the New York newspapers, because there are some eyewitness accounts in there that'll just blow your mind. Because, I mean, all of the mainstream media of New York was down on the scene by the time the second plane hit.
Yeah.
And some of the accounts are just unbelievable. People walking around the building, you know, picking up business cards from this guy who worked in this company on the 90th floor of the World Trade Center. People found checks.
Yeah, there's just personal stuff from people.
Pictures.
Thrown all over the place.
You know, children's pictures that were on people's desks. Just amazing stuff in the paper today.
Yeah, I was totally bummed last night. Driving home from Long Island, trying to get into Brooklyn. You know, that's west, trying to get toward the city, which major highways were just closed. So I had to take what amounts to secondary roads and side streets, about 20 miles or so, to get home last night. And I finally get home. It's 9 o'clock or something. I'm seeing the smoke and smelling the smoke from the World Trade Center where it was. And it was so strange. I'm walking into my apartment. Beautiful night last night. You know, it was nice and cool, one of those great nights. And it was dark, and I saw the lights across the river in Jersey and Staten Island. And I'm thinking, I can't hear a thing, a little breeze. I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, like a mile or so away from me right now.
Tops,
a couple of miles. Havoc was going on. But it was fine there where I was. Yeah. Just a couple of miles away.
Yeah.
And the reality, like you said, hits you, and you just, geez, this is so effed.
And it was just
like a curse because I'm so pissed off.
And it was just such a weird feeling. I fell asleep with the TV on. I'm like, there's no way I'm turning this crap off. So, you know, I got my pillow and I'm on my couch, and I passed out when I did. I have no clue. Woke up, it was still on. And I just had this feeling I just needed to be in New York today. Just needed to, because we felt so detached yesterday from everything.
Yeah, it was kind of weird being on Long Island trying to talk about what's going on in the city when we're usually right here in the middle of Manhattan.
Right. So I go to the Huntington train station today. Mm-hmm. And it was just the weirdest thing. I've taken the same train so many times, not even funny. A ton of people going, taking the train into the city on the 922 out of Huntington, on the platform. No one was smiling. Everyone's all pissed. I understand. No one was talking. Mm-hmm. They were moving around like zombies. No one would acknowledge anyone else. There were doctors all over the platform trying to get into the city. There were guys in army fatigues all over the place with dogs. Going into the city with the dogs. Don't have to tell you what that's all about. And on the train, not a word. I mean, it was a packed train, not one word the whole ride in.
Yeah. Everyone's pissed.
And then, I walked the 23 blocks up to, where we broadcast, and it's just weird out there.
Yeah, they beat us up real good.
It's just weird. I was out front of the Empire State Building, and I just didn't, I have to admit it, I just felt like get away from this building. I swear, because, they had cornered off, they had cops all over, just kind of, because we're on terrorist alert right now.
Yeah, there's, I think it's the John F. Kennedy. The aircraft carrier?
Yeah.
That's right here in the harbor. Mm-hmm. And fighter planes. It's all you hear. But it is a little alarming when you hear the any jet engine over your head here in New York City, because you just think about it. I mean, you look up at a tall building that you're next to, because, Christ, it's New York. Mm-hmm. And, it kind of brings you right to that, right to the moment and the place, that was the World Trade Center yesterday.
We went out for coffee. There's just a truck, an army truck going by filled with the army guys.
Yeah.
Just tooling down 57th.
Who thought? Who would have thunk it?
And when we went outside, it's just weird. There's a guy downstairs at the Brooklyn Diner. Mm-hmm. He can care less about us in general. He gives us coffee, and, we see him for breakfast every once in a while. He's one of the, the managers there or something.
Yeah.
We walked out of the building. We were just kind of hanging out there, and he comes running out to shake our hand and goes, it's just so good to see you guys.
Yeah, everybody's pretty happy to see everyone.
Yeah, and they're just, in your little neighborhood in the city, they're just, running around and, saying, hey,
yeah,
all right, you're okay.
Yeah, that seems to be what everyone's doing today. And, it just sunk in, like last night after I got home, of course, I'm just watching the coverage like everyone else. And you're watching the same stuff. There really wasn't anything new happening. So it's just being bashed in your head the whole night. I think everybody was doing this. You didn't want to peel yourself away from the television, even though it was the same stuff over and over again. And finally, we just said, screw it, let's go to bed. And that's when, you're just laying there, and you try to shut your eyes and go to sleep, and all I'm seeing is planes crashing into buildings, and the fireballs, and the different angles, and the people falling. And it made it really hard to fall asleep. I think I got to sleep at 3 and woke up at 7:30 this morning.
Yeah.
I had no sleep. And I just woke up again more pissed than I was yesterday about this whole thing.
Were you happy with the president's speech last night?
No.
Could we wake up Reagan, please? Get rid of the Alzheimer's? Let's get someone with emotion.
Now, I know
that knows how to talk to the American people. I know they have things they have to do and stuff, but there's a way of showing you mean business, mm-hmm. and a way of showing a little anger and a little emotion. He was a freaking robot reading cue cards. I felt like I was watching Carson Daly. And this was like TRL or something, like, hello, say something.
It's true.
He said nothing. He said nothing last night.
And watch him. And it's your typical politician making a speech. Now, I know the whole line. We stand behind the president, that whole deal. But you know something? I want to see, either from him or somebody, some anger. Be pissed off. It's okay. I don't want an eloquent speech written by a speechwriter about how we will overcome this and how America is brave and strong. We know that, okay? We're the Americans you're talking about. What I want to hear is how pissed off we are, and how we are absolutely gonna screw some people up over this thing. The anger isn't there. The genuine emotion
that they feel as human beings is lost in their reading of these speeches. That's what annoys the hell out of me. I want anger. I'm pissed. So when I look at a leader on the TV talking about this whole thing, I want him to be pissed, to assure me. You don't have to assure me that America will go on and we will heal. I know this. I want to be assured that we're going to kick some ass. That's what I want to be assured about. And that's something I haven't seen yet. And that pisses me off. Hallelujah. We got to make a statement here. And you know, people might say I sound nutty saying this, or, oh, that's what everyone's saying or something. I truly believe, and I never thought I'd say this, that we have to use something in the line of a low-yield nuclear weapon. Either on Afghanistan, who is known to harbor bin Laden, and we have to set an example. We can firebomb the whole city over there, Kabul, with conventional weapons. And you know what? It won't mean anything. We've done this before. But if you detonate a nuclear weapon over a country, do you think another country is going to want to help out these terrorists, knowing that, hey, you know, the U.S. They'll nuke you? And I think we get away with it with the rest of the world seeing what we just went through. It's not like we'd all of a sudden be under an umbrella of nuclear weapons raining down on us. I think this is the perfect time to use a horrible weapon to make these people think twice about doing something. I've already heard people on the radio saying, don't stoop to their level.
No. Please. We will find them and bring them to justice.
Diplomacy should be used to calm down the people that will be pissed after we use some kind of low-yield tactical nuclear weapon in a desert area of Afghanistan. It doesn't even have to kill anybody. Do you understand that? I'm not talking about even nuking the city. If you drop it in the desert, just the statement it would make that we dropped a nuclear weapon on your country because you were involved with terrorists would make the ultimate statement that if you're a country that's going to back these people, this is the price you're going to pay. And I do believe a lot of countries would be pissed. Yeah, they'd have to come out and say, oh my God, this is horrible that the United States would use a weapon like this. But that's when our diplomats go out and say, hey, you know something? Look at this videotape. Thousands of people right here dead. So, you want to say this isn't justified?
Right.
Go screw. And that's where diplomacy can come in. But before that, we have to make a statement that is bigger and huger than anything we've ever done before.
Bravo. Let's go to the phones. We need to do this with you guys today, so please give us a call with your stories, your what you're feeling, all that crap. You know the deal. Frank, what's going on?
Fellas, what's happening?
Hey.
I got a couple stories, but before I do that, I just want to thank you guys for being on the air yesterday to add a little bit of reassurance and normalcy that, you know, things are going to get back to normal. Just hearing the news all day was eerie, but hearing you guys made it seem a little bit like it wasn't going to be that bad all the time. You know what I mean? Opie, I understand what you're saying. I know you don't think you did anything, but I think a lot of listeners will agree that being able to hear perspective from guys like you that we kind of feel as you're our friends made us feel a little better. I know I'm sitting in my office not knowing how I'm getting home.
We were put in a position yesterday that I have no desire to be in.
Right.
None whatsoever. I'm all about let's have some fun, let's get some chuckles out there, make you forget about your day at work. And we were thrown into a situation, and then, we did the best we could, and I appreciate that, Frank.
You guys did a fantastic job.
You know?
Couple things I wanted to relate. I work in Midtown, and last night when the train started running, I finally knew I could get to my apartment uptown, and just walking in the streets in Midtown, normally rush hour, with nobody was eerie.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing.
There's barely anyone outside our building right now.
Yeah.
And no one is smiling, no one is talking. It is just a weird scene.
And what Aunt said, I was sitting there last night in my apartment hearing F-15s flying over.
It's how weird is that when you just hear the scream of, and you could tell the difference between a fighter engine than a passenger jet engine. But it kind of shakes you up a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, I hope we're expressing this to the other cities that that obviously are in New York or Washington, how insane it is around here. It's just strange. Mm-hmm. It's like first of all, it's like a ghost town in many sections of the city. Yeah. Like Ann says, we got jets flying overhead. We got army men. We've seen guns now.
2 days ago, who would ever have thought you'd have that in one of the biggest cities in the world, New York City? Army vehicles going around, National Guard in the streets, people trying to pull bodies out of wreckage. And a huge national landmark, the World Trade Center, both towers gone. You know, it's inconceivable. It's something that only happened in the movies. And dealing with it is just, I get more pissed every time I watch those clips. And, you know, you really start thinking deep into everything. Who hasn't thought about what it was like in those planes? And the smiling face of that son of a bitch at the controls when he drilled it into those buildings. I mean, it gets me so pissed off, and there's only one way to deal with it. To make it so these people have nowhere to go. No country would dare take them in because they know that the wrath of the United States would be unlike anything they've seen in the past, except maybe for Hiroshima or Nagasaki. You know, it's the only way we can deal with this situation. And no one's saying it. No one's pissed off on the news. No one's pissed.
They're all careful. Being real careful.
If I have to look at Paula Zahn's face looking like she's smiling through this whole thing, I don't know. Maybe that's just a look. But it's pissing me off that she's looking like that.
They're all wondering how this is going to affect their political careers.
Right. Are they going to win an award when it comes around to best news coverage of a huge story? You know, no one's pissed off. I'm effing pissed. And I don't want to sit and listen to George Bush say that they can't hide forever. And these countries won't be able to back them forever. What we need now is patience. No, screw patience. Because you know what happens with patience and waiting and weeks go by? People forget and lose this pissed off feeling that they have. And it goes on business as usual. And just like when those embassies got bombed and military barracks get bombed, we forget. And we don't care. We have short-term memory loss here. We kind of, it fades away. And we can't let that happen. We gotta stay pissed.
Alan, what's up?
Yeah, hi. Just a couple of quick comments. Remember back in the Cuban Missile Crisis, Kennedy dealt with it, and he's afraid that if he didn't deal with it, he could be impeached. I wonder if the same thing would happen to President Bush. If he doesn't deal with this and try and protect the American public, could he be impeached from office also?
Well, he's obviously going to do something. It's just, the waiting is killing us all.
Yeah. And my second point is...
You can't just sit on his butt, bro.
Well, I wasn't impressed by his speech, and this morning
the speech was ridiculous. I think we could all agree. I mean, he was reading, a prepared statement, basically, on cue cards. We need love him or hate him, man. Reagan was a leader. He was a leader. When he talked to the American people, whether you agreed or disagreed, you're like, holy ass, that guy means business.
Right, people feared him.
Right, yeah, and I agree. And this morning he says, well, he's going to get money from Congress. Who needs money now? We need action.
Right, we need action.
And the other thing is, when the FBI is supposedly arresting all these guys and finding them in Miami and Boston and wherever else.
Wow, the Westin Hotel in Boston.
Yeah, that's just like finding a few cells of cancer. You got to get to the root of the cancer before you're going to eradicate the whole thing.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. And a lot of people are saying they don't agree with what I'm saying about using some kind of nuclear weapon. They're saying it would start a nuclear war. With who? Who would then launch? What nuclear powers in the world would then launch a nuclear strike against us, having seen the damage these bastards did to a couple of our cities? China? Is China going to launch against us? Is Russia going to launch? No. Will they be outraged? Sure. Yeah. And I think we have a damn good explanation. Just look at the videotape of people jumping out windows and airplanes full of people flying into the sides of buildings.
Jumping out of windows thinking that's the only chance they got.
Do you honestly think a country's going to launch a nuclear war against us for using a nuclear weapon against these animals? No. This right here is the perfect time to use it. Because there isn't a country that would respond in kind. They would look and go, holy crap, we better not handle these terrorists. We better not sponsor them. We better not put them up. We better not give them a breakfast. The United States just nuked Afghanistan.
Plus, wait till you hear how many people have died. I mean, the mayor, he's doing a great job trying to keep the city positive and together. Instead of starting to talk about numbers of how many people have died down there, he's spinning it the other way. Hey, good news, we found 5 guys, alive 4:30 this morning. We found this guy over here. They're starting to say 10 to 15,000.
They're saying thousands dead here in this. More than has been killed in terrorist acts between Palestine and Israel in years. JD, this is huge.
Hey, what's up? Hold on. I was talking to one of the sales guys. I don't think he wants to come on the air. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the people that worked at the World Trade Center, they lived in Hoboken.
Yeah.
They said half that neighborhood could be gone because so many people lived there because it was an easy commute.
Really?
Right.
And they're saying that, there are just, that area is completely devastated. People they don't know where their neighbors are.
Whole, firms that worked in those office buildings. There were firms that employed, 3,500 people a clip that just don't know where any of the people that worked in those firms are. They just disappeared. And we're supposed to sit back and be patient and wait and not be angry and show some spirit.
They can't hide forever. What are we going to play hide and seek with them?
Yeah. Still with you guys?
Hey JD, what's up?
What's up, man?
Not too much, guys. Listen, I'm with you 100% there. Time to warm up the nukes for crying out loud instead of letting them sit there collecting dust.
It would make such a statement, and
that's what there's another statement we can put right behind that, though, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's plenty of politicians out there that are just as whacked as you guys and all of us listeners are over there. We got to get these guys to get Congress to stand behind the city and the state and pack in the funds and dig out the old blueprints of the World Trade Center and put it back exactly the way it was before.
We are way too early. But
yeah, something.
That would be more of a statement than leaving an empty parking lot as a memorial.
Yeah, I don't want an effing park there. I don't want a cushy, feel-good monument or park. What we need there is a huge building, just like the World Trade Center. Just like those 2 towers.
That's a statement in itself saying you're not going to stop us. We are what we are. We will always be what we
build it bigger, build it taller, beat out the one that's in Malaysia. The one that is the world's tallest building now. Go ahead. You took that one down. We'll build one bigger and better.
Exactly. And I want to reiterate what the guy said earlier. You guys were it was so good to hear you guys. I know you guys were forced into this position, but it was still a huge relief to hear some familiar voices on the radio.
Well,
and people we can relate to,
I personally didn't think it was my place,
I didn't want to come on the air yesterday.
I'm sure you guys didn't, but you really did a great job.
You know what it is, though? Screw that. As for selfish reasons, when we got done yesterday, I felt bad, because then it was like, now I got nothing to do but think about this, It kind of was, if I could use the politically, or the cushy psychobabble word, therapeutic. It was kind of that way for me.
Yeah,
it gave us something to do and occupy our time and minds. Then when 7 o'clock rolled around, it was like, oh crap, now I got to deal with the reality of this whole thing.
Well, I think most of your listeners are all in the same mindset as you guys are, and we're all in this together, and we all feel the same way. It's just nice to be able to have some people that think the same way as your listeners do, and just to get it out, vent a little bit. Because what else can we do? We're standing there with our hands in our pockets and don't know what the next step is.
We've just been beat up, and we would like to kick some ass immediately. And I understand. Paul from Boston's checking in on instant feedback, and he says I should stop this crap and stand behind the president.
We're not saying we're not standing behind the president.
I am standing behind it, and I know that we will do something. There will be a response, and I'm sure it will be huge. I just want to see genuine emotion from these people. It seems to me like a lot of the politicians, not just George W. Bush, but a lot of them that are taken to the TV and reading these speeches are trying to make these historic, will last forever, a day that will live in infamy, Ich bin ein Berliner kind of history speeches. I don't care about that. I want real emotion. I want reality from these people. I want to know they're pissed and that they're going to do something about it.
That's what's missing with our leaders today. You just
genuine emotion.
Oh my God!
Right.
Pal, what's up?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
All right.
I've been listening to you guys maybe since like team week last year. Surprised yesterday you guys thought your composure so good. And
that was pretty good of you guys. But I'm a freshman in college. I listened to you guys all day yesterday, and you guys were angry and everything. I was just sick just sitting there. But this morning I turned on CNN, man. Like, get those hydrogen bombs up and throw them over there.
Yeah. All right, Pat, thank you. Yeah, I see everyone's just pissed. Let's go to Jamie. Jamie!
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just wanted to, sorry, a little nervous. Little sickened about everything also. I'm a volunteer fireman over here in Long Island. Yeah. I live in Huntington too, Opie, and I drove by that Cold Spring Harbor train station.
Yeah.
And coming home from my firehouse last night, going by there, about 11 o'clock at night, there's still 50 cars to 100 cars maybe in the parking lot.
Yeah, it's never like that. You know that.
Exactly. I go by there every day, 3:30, 4 o'clock.
And that's just our little community.
Right, exactly.
This is happening in all the communities around
hell yeah.
Well, you can only hope it was people that were forced to walk out and...
Yeah, you're assuming that some of them are, sure, okay, but
you get the train service home.
You could bet your bottom dollar, though, there's a few right there in Cold Spring Harbor that didn't make it.
Oh, yeah, it was weird, too, because we got called in to go sit at the Belmont racetrack to get called in as, relief crews for the city.
Yeah.
And fortunately and unfortunately, we didn't get to, our crew didn't make it to go in, but there are crews from departments that we know that did make it in there, and there are also city firemen that were friends of ours that are volunteers also on the island, too, that we've already known that didn't make it.
You know, when you hear the reports that up to 300 or 400 firefighters and police officers are dead, which in my opinion I think is a conservative number right now.
We've been hearing reports of, I won't give numbers because it's just what we were hearing, but it is a heck of a lot more than 300 or 400 tags that are still not accounted for.
You can't even imagine something like that. I mean, the outpouring of emotion for the 3 firefighters that were killed recently was unbelievable. The funerals for them, could you imagine that times 100?
Right. We were at one of those funerals for one of those guys, the one from Hempstead.
How do you even deal with something like that? 300 or 400 or more funerals for these people. I mean, it's something you can't even imagine or know how they would deal with or even carry out.
The chief of the department was standing next to command post. The chief and I think 2 or 3 of his assistants.
Yeah.
And we've been listening. We also have a scanner in my garage at work, and I got it in my car. And we're listening to Manhattan Central Communications, and they're going over the air with the announcements of the deputy chiefs and the chiefs saying that they were killed on 9/11, the box number and everything else. And you're sitting in your car listening to it, and you're like, it's hitting you. You're seeing all these cars to the train station. You're listening to it on the radio, on the scanner and stuff. And we're standing there in Belmont Racetrack just watching the smoke come over the horizon. And, listening to the scanners in Belmont Racetrack, it's just... You can't imagine. Everybody's sitting there watching on TV, and we were, say a step closer, listening to it on the scanners, you were listening on the scanner yesterday, they had a captain talking underneath the rubble with 5 of his guys, or 4 or 5 of his guys. Talking, saying he's trapped, and they couldn't get to him.
It's just despicable. And these guys, against everything your instincts tell you, they run into a building that any normal human would just flee from. And these guys, one mission to get in there and help people and get them out. And their lives were taken doing that by these animals.
Yep.
You can only imagine. We've had some little fires in this building.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the kitchen at one of the restaurants downstairs, smoke in the elevator shaft.
Maybe when we were cooking rat.
No. But just for a small situation like that, it's amazing how many firemen are in a building.
They were doing triage in the stairways, and people that were burnt.
No one knew that first building especially was coming down, and their job, the heroes that they are to go in there and help these people get out and try to fight that fire that was way up in the 80s. And it's just I cannot imagine how we have to deal with hundreds of these guys, these firefighters and cops, hundreds of them dying. I don't know how we're going to deal with that.
I don't know if you heard stories. I'll make this the last thing. I'll let you guys go on. There was a guy who was on the 80th floor of Tower 2, and when the fire broke out, when the first plane hit, they started evacuating. They got down to the 50th floor, and the PA system was saying, There's a fire in Tower 1. It's the firemen are there trying to get under control. You can resume your normal duties.
Yeah, we've heard that on the news.
So people were starting to go back up, and there's one guy was saying, screw this, I'm going out.
Yep.
And then the plane crashed right into the same floor that he was on.
Yep, made the right decision.
Yeah,
All right,
tell me.
All right, Jamie, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's go to Keith the cop, a very good friend of the show. Keith.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How are you?
Hey, bro.
Let me tell you, the pictures and the news, it pales in comparison to seeing it in person.
Yeah, well, that's something I really don't need in my nightmares for the rest of my life. I don't know how you guys are even doing it.
You know, I mean, to go down there last night and the darkness and just, it's unbelievable, man. I mean, the cars just piled on top of each other that blew up and just shells of cars, and to see the buildings just, dude, it's unbelievable. I mean, you know, and now we're here and we're starting to deal with, you know, the loss, you know, and to thinking of the people that, you know, you worked with, and to try and go on and do what we do, you know.
I don't know how the hell you do it, and how you go on after something like this and do things like, you know, go out bike riding on a weekend or so, or just go on with your life after you've seen something like this. I don't know how you guys do it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I went home finally this morning at like 6 o'clock, and we just got back into work today, and you come in and you see the resources that are here. I mean, the departments from, you know, you got to thank them from all over the tri-state area, and the amount of equipment, the construction equipment, it's just...
Yeah, we've seen it coming into the city, and the news, you watch the news, the faces on the cops and the firefighters taking maybe 5 minutes to sit down and just catch their breath. The looks on their faces, you could look at old film clips of Vietnam, and you see that same look on the people's faces that are sitting there that have been in battle. And... you know, it's not much different than what you guys are going through.
No, it's really not, you know.
And unfortunately, I think a lot of the police and firefighters and emergency service workers are going to go through a lot of the stuff that veterans of war have to go through, which is horrible.
You know, it sometimes doesn't hit you. Like, I just came back now, and I mean, the car ride in, we were together with friends and we're joking and everything, and you get in and you start seeing it again, just coming over the bridge and seeing the cloud.
Yeah, the cloud is so eerie.
It's a ghost of the World Trade Center that won't go away.
Yeah.
It's a plume of smoke, exactly where the towers were. And it gives you an image of where it was. It's a ghost of the buildings. Yeah. And it won't go away.
It's, you know, you see it on TV. It's another to see it live. It's just, I don't know how we could express it to you guys. It's so eerie because there's not a cloud in the sky in Manhattan today except for that cloud.
Yeah, another, you know, what would have been a beautiful day.
You're walking around downtown and you see the civilians and the cops. I mean, walking around with the filter masks on.
Yeah.
You know, people trying to go about their daily routine, and you know, we have to live like this now.
The other thing, taking the Long Island Railroad in today, you get a beautiful shot of the entire New York City skyline just before you go into the tunnel there.
Right.
And just as we got to that point, most people on a regular day take the skyline for granted, and it's like, oh, whatever. They'll, you know, look up from their newspaper maybe real fast or whatever. Today, it was amazing how many people shifted to the left side of the train to try to see where the Twin Towers used to be.
Yeah.
It was powerful.
Yeah,
it's awful, man.
All right, fellas, I'm going to work.
All right, Keith.
Get some sleep at some point. Jesus.
Yeah. All right, thanks, man. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, Keith.
Let's know what I did right when I got home. Polished off the bottle of Captain Morgan that I had. I got home at about 9 o'clock. It was on top of the fridge. Didn't even stop to take my usual, I just got home leak. No, just mixed it right up. I needed it. If I ever needed a stiff drink, it was last night.
That's what a lot of people did in Manhattan last night. I mean,
a lot of bars full of people with the TVs on, yeah.
People just getting completely hammered, not in a celebratory way, just getting hammered, just trying to numb the pain, and all just kind of crowded around the TVs checking it out. Ben's whole neighborhood, the bars were just completely packed.
I walked 60 blocks home last night to get the feel, so a good 60 blocks.
Wow.
You could start smelling the smoke in the 30s, and then, you know, the firefighters in the teens.
Yeah.
And just all the crap all over them, you know, from the wreckage, and then going to St. Vincent's, which was just totally indescribable because they had the stretchers and the wheelchairs and everything lined up. But, there was people were out everywhere. Restaurants were just packed with the TVs on, blaring loud, and just everyone glued everywhere.
We would love to think we're prepared for stuff like this as a country, where we would have all the appropriate equipment and everything else. And you think by some miracle, God damn it, we're the United States of America, most powerful country in the world, richest nation, that we would have everything available to us. And, we could take anything, and we will move on. But when you look at people using office chairs as stretchers and pickup trucks being used as ambulance, you realize, it doesn't even come down to the fact that we're the USA and we're rich and powerful. It's all just the people making do with what they got, just like any other people in that situation would do, You like to think some miracle is going to happen and we're going to have these big stretch ambulance show up or something, but it's just not that way, and a lot of people didn't realize this until yesterday.
Rob, New York City cop, what's up?
Hey, how are you guys? Listen, I was working here last night. I was on 57th Street, right in front of the studio, and I got to say, it was, like you guys were saying, it was surreal. I mean, I got home at like 5 o'clock in the morning, not a cloud in the sky, and beautiful night, and all I could think of, our world has changed, to no end. It's never going to be the same. It's always going to be, you're always going to have this in the back of your mind. This is going to, just like the Pearl Harbor of our generations, what all of us kept saying.
Yeah.
We were just in shock.
It's just overwhelming. I mean, most of us will get that phone call. How many of you guys are, you hear the phone ring at home, you're like, oh no, here it comes. Here it comes.
You know what it is? It's over the next few weeks when they start releasing names, you're going to realize, I mean, I play hockey in a top fireman league, and I know there's guys that I'm never going to see again, and it hasn't hit home yet. Like, you're starting to call friends up. Hey, you spoke to this guy? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we heard from him. We heard from him. But somewhere down the line, you're going to see somebody and say, hey, whatever happened to so-and-so? And it's going to be like, no, he was in the blast. And that's when it's going to start hitting home. You're going to see a lot of hearses around the neighborhood, a lot of families. Like you guys talk about Hoboken, communities are just going to be gone, destroyed. And it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah. I mean, there are families out there that are so desperate for information, they're putting websites up with pictures of their loved one going, hey, has anyone seen this guy? We haven't heard from him yet.
Right.
Ben was showing us a couple of those in the back office. I don't know how much more of this crap I could take.
Yeah.
It just rips your heart.
I just took the LAE, and then it was like exactly you were saying. You put it great. It was it's a ghost. I mean, you look there where the two beautiful buildings should be, and that smoke just does not want to go away. It's just there as a reminder of what used to be and how it's going to be. It's heart-wrenching. It's like the worst day. This has got to be the worst day of my life.
Yeah, and part of you is thinking, that didn't really happen. When the smoke clears, the tower's going to be there. It's behind the smoke. Yeah, it's right there. We just can't see it yet.
I was saying yesterday, it was like when the Challenger exploded. You didn't want to believe that it had exploded and everyone in there had died. You wanted to think that something was going to save them.
All right, Rob, we're going to let you go. You're breaking up a little bit, okay?
All right, guys. Thank you, and God bless everyone. Goodbye.
We're going to move on to Marty, who's friends with Billy Mack, a friend of the radio show. He's a New York City detective. Marty, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys? What's happening today?
Hey. All right.
I was down there last night. What could you say? A lot of devastation.
Yeah.
Something I've never seen before in the years I've been on this job. And I hopefully never have to see it again.
Yeah, well, I'm sick of the mainstream media going, asking people down there, so how do you prepare for something like this? You don't teach classes in this. You don't prepare. Shut up with the stupid questions.
Yeah, they're at the point now on the network newscasts and whatnot that they're just starting to ask the real inane, asinine questions like, how do you prepare for this? Oh, there's a class we take in horror.
There's no really class you take. I mean, you just hope for the best, and you hope you're ready for when these things happen. I mean, last night we were standing down there on Albany and Greenwich Street. It must have been about 10 o'clock, and we're watching all the firemen running up onto the rubble of what used to be, the World Trade Center, and searching for people. And unfortunately, I didn't see anybody being pulled out last night because it was just shortly after they were able to get up onto the rubble. But we're standing on the corner, and a fireman comes walking by us, a young guy,
And he comes up to us and he just happens to ask us how we're doing, how's everything going tonight. We tell him, everything's best as can be expected for now. And we ask him the same, how are you doing tonight? How are your guys? He turns around and he says to us, they're all dead.
Yeah.
And, what do you say to a guy like that?
Yeah.
Nothing.
That walks up to you and tells you that everybody he was with is dead except for himself.
And there's nothing nothing anyone can do about it.
And he just goes wandering off down the street like he's he's trying to find some kind of reason why this all happened.
Well, we have to do something to make sure that doesn't happen again. All the reports that are coming in about how they a couple of them learned how to fly in a school in Florida.
Out of Daytona, yeah.
Over a year ago. They had enrolled in this school. This had been going on, this plan had been going on for over a year, and they were using the resources of this country to construct the plan of destruction that went down yesterday, and how we didn't find out about this, how they kept this a secret, a huge undertaking that was trained in Florida, these guys, these pilots in Florida. And how did we not know about it? Where was the intelligence?
It just goes to show you how vulnerable we really are.
Yeah,
you can't predict when it's going to happen.
Hey, and said it best yesterday. I think he was one of the first guys to say it about the Pentagon. We all grew up thinking that if there was any threat to the Pentagon or any building in Washington, the grounds would open up with this just amazing, force.
Artillery, and they would take it out, and nobody could ever get there.
Right. There's lasers in there. You always hear the urban legends about how the Pentagon and the White House and the Capitol all have these defense systems built in that nothing could penetrate. But you know something? They could have picked any one of those buildings and devastated any of them. We are a lot. We're kind of more vulnerable than we thought.
This is true. I tell you, but I'm proud to be a New Yorker, and I'm proud to be a New York City detective. The things I saw last night from people, civilians walking around, doctors who came there on their own time, just walking through the crowds of people to try to help people.
Yeah.
People bringing us water and offering us things. Deli owners opening up the stores and saying, listen, guys, if you're hungry, please come and grab something to eat.
Yeah, the city has turned into, I think I heard on Don and Mike, the city has really turned into a small town. I mean, it's amazing. You can walk by the same shops every day and never talk to anyone. And today, people are coming out of their shops and seeing what they could do. And it's nice to see that.
It's nice to see it. It's a typical New York story. Everybody pulling together as one.
You know what, though? I really can't wait till we get to the point where we hate each other again, because then we'll be back to normal. Then we'll know there's normalcy back in this city again when we can just turn around and hate each other. Then we know we can move on with our radio. Move on.
That's it. All right, gentlemen. Have a nice day.
All right, man. Cool. Speaking of that, like the hatred, and I was at a gas station filling up on my way in, and there was a guy, obviously Middle Eastern guy, that was working at this gas station, and very nervous. I'd seen him in the past. I gas up there. Very nervous. And when I paid him, I asked him what the credit card swipe through on the pumps isn't working, and with a very put-on American accent, he said, "No, that is broken." Like he was trying not to have an accent.
Middle Eastern or whatever.
And I had heard him talk before. He was putting this on, and he was genuinely scared. I passed by some cab drivers that, wear turbans. I could see their hair had from wearing turbans for years, they had turban head. And the big beard and whatnot, but they were not wearing their turbans today. And just really stopping at lights and eyeing around, because there have been reports that people have started assaulting people of Middle Eastern descent.
Well, what do you think of what's going on in Patterson, New Jersey, in the Arabic community? People celebrating over there. In our country, celebrating.
Despicable, disgusting people.
How do you not go over there and crush some skulls?
They're over here.
If they're so happy, I would love to see those same people go down to the World Trade Center area and celebrate down there.
Yeah.
Let's see how brave they really are.
They enjoy the fruits of this country and then spit in everyone's face by celebrate. How do you celebrate something like that? Awful people. Just despicable. But what comes around will truly go around, and I can only hope that this government and the military really do what's necessary to just nip this in the bud right now.
All right. Irene, what's up?
Hi guys, what's up?
Hey.
I just wanted to, I work at Chase Manhattan Plaza, which is literally 2 blocks up
It's right there.
from there, and I was there yesterday. And the experience of being that close was horrifying.
Yeah, I bet. You could tell just by
the window. You could see the plane crash right into the building.
You saw the second plane?
We saw the second plane. And the entire floor, I work at the conference center at JP Morgan Chase, and the entire floor just screamed. People started running out of the buildings, and we had to get everybody who didn't work there out. And it was horrifying. Then we're sitting there watching. They wouldn't, after we got everyone out, the building wasn't officially evacuated, and so we're sitting there watching the news, and all of a sudden, the sky gets dark, and someone screams, "Holy S." Huh. And all we see are parts of bricks, body parts, coming towards the window. And it was just horrifying. And,
That's wonderful. Yeah, I'm just, I'm still disgusted and stunned.
It was the most, we finally evacuated, and we got outside, it was pitch black. It looked like a total war zone. Everyone was covered in ash. I live in Staten Island. There was no way for me to get home. I had to walk through Brooklyn to the Verrazano Bridge because I refused to get on a train.
You know what a lot of people don't realize when you watch the videos and you see that rolling, what looks like an avalanche of white soot and debris going down the street? Inside that cloud, it's glass. It is not, but it is not white. It looks like, it'll be like a whiteout around me. It blocks out every bit of light. The only reason it looks white is because the sun's reflecting off of the top of it and the outside. But once you're inside, it is pitch black. There was a video clip of a guy with a camcorder that got engulfed in this cloud. And he said, you could hear the audio. He goes, I don't know if I'm blind right now. He goes, I can't see anything. He goes, I think I've been blinded. But the fact was, he had just been in this cloud where no light came in. It was pitch black.
Yeah, exactly. And just to feel, when we saw the plane crashes, our whole building, the building shook. We thought it was an explosion inside in our building. And it was just like, oh my God, what's going on? When the first plane hit, we didn't realize it. We thought something, there was an explosion. There's legal paperwork hitting our window. We could read the paperwork. We could see who these people were. We could see their addresses and names and paperwork going by our windows.
A lot of people didn't know that first explosion was a plane because a lot of people weren't really looking up there until they heard the explosion, and they didn't know what it was. But then when everyone's attention was grabbed and you're looking at the fireball and you saw that second plane go in, then everybody was like, this is a terrorist attack and the real deal. And that's when I think people really started trying to get out of those buildings. But
yeah, exactly.
The eyewitness accounts in the New York papers, I gotta say it again, if you're in another city, try to pick up the New York papers because some of the reading is just unbelievable. They had a story of one guy, when the tower started collapsing, he started running. You just start running, you don't know which way you should run, right?
Right.
And now he's thinking, is this thing going to fall over like a tree? Do I have to try to outrun 110 stories?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He had no clue that it was collapsing within itself, and which was a problem right there. But he wasn't sure if the damn thing was falling over like a tree right toward him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just very scary, very sad. I just hope they just find out exactly who them. Just annihilate all of them at this point. With what I
well, there's a lot of anger there. Yeah.
Just annihilate them. It was unnecessary. There are daycare centers in those buildings.
Yeah, what I'm hearing, though, is those were evacuated right away.
Yeah, they accounted for all the kids, thank God. But I'm going to go, guys.
Okay, Irene.
All right, Irene.
Thanks for sharing with us today, all right?
All right.
There's some FAA regulations that have just started. Curbside check-in gone. Permanently. That's it. No more of the curbside check-in. All bags subject to multiple searches throughout the airport. Which means you could just be walking around, going to the bar, hey, let me see your bag. Let me search your bag. Only ticketed passengers allowed in the boarding area. Random multiple ID checks held throughout the airport at all times. Again, guy can just walk up to you. Let me see your ID. I have no problem with any of these. This is fine by me. I don't care. The only carry-on luggage, I applaud this. Small purse or briefcase, anything larger like a backpack, check it. I have that. I like that too. Why the heck? There's no reason you have to bring huge bags into carry-on.
Oh, you'll have tons of people complaining at the airport.
Yeah. Oh, I'll put it here. No, check it. Get off the plane. No knives of any kind allowed past security. Includes small knives like Swiss Army knives. First-class passengers, pull back to plastic knives. Remember? They'd give you the metal knife that you could cut your tough steak with.
Help secure, you know?
Yeah.
We let our guard down. It's so funny we talk about Star Wars and all that, and this was done with box cutters.
Box cutters.
Holy ass.
A couple more, because all luggage is going to be searched several times. FAA recommends you travel light when flying. The more luggage you have, it'll slow you down more. And the FAA recommends, because of the searches, you arrive 3 hours early before a regular domestic flight. It was 2 hours before an international flight. Now it's 3 hours before a domestic flight. So, we'll see how long people do this before it becomes a big inconvenience.
Yeah, let's see how much patience the American people really have. They say they have it.
Yeah.
Brian, what's up?
Hey guys.
Hey. You're on the radio, Brian.
Yes, I'm on the radio. I was in a building yesterday. I was on the 70th floor in the Tower 2, the second tower to have been hit. And I guess I'll just give you the sort of the blow-by-blow of what I experienced.
Okay.
I got in early. I usually get in about 8:20, and I was reading, and about 8:45, I looked at the clock on my phone, and I saw it was, close to 8:45, and then, seconds later, I heard this, tremendous, sort of booming, noise. And, my first thought, the first thought that I had was that somewhere down the hallway, like a series of we have these big file cabinets, on the floor, and I thought, it's totally irrational, but I just thought, well, it sounded like a series of file cabinets had fallen over.
Is that what it sounded like?
Well, I mean, that was, thinking back, that's not really what it sounded like, but I couldn't
First thing that popped in your head, right?
Yeah, I couldn't have imagined that it was an explosion in the other tower, so.
What floor were you on?
I was on the 70th floor.
70th?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you said that earlier.
Yeah, and I was in the second tower, and,
all right.
So when that noise happened, I mean, this silly thought that I was having, like, shoot, a file cabinet has fallen. And then I hear this guy down the hall from me who has a window office. I was in a cubicle. This guy who has a window office, I hear his voice. And this will echo in my mind forever. He just starts, oh God, oh dear God. He's shouting this, and it's the only voice I hear. And that's when it hit me that, something, significant may have happened. And, me and two other guys went to, we look out the window, and we saw, then we saw that the other tower was actually on fire, and that, the sky was sort of filled with, the woman earlier was describing that these papers flying through the air. It was like papers and smoke.
Wow.
And, this other guy, Mike, that I work with, just goes, that building's on fire. It was just, he said it as though he was just like, we're all kind of...
Yeah, like, no crap, we're looking at it.
Yeah, we were looking at it.
But you had to say it just to make it real.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
what did you do? Did you instantly go, I'm getting the hell out of here?
Well, then, no. See, then we all sort of, we didn't know what had happened, and then we all kind of, the people from other departments, we all kind of congregated in the hallway, the center hallway there near the elevator and the fire escape stairwell.
Yeah.
And, we all sort of stood around not knowing what to do for about 5 minutes, I'd say, and sort of made sure that everyone we knew who we had seen that morning was accounted for. And then we at that point entered the stairwell, and we just began walking. I mean, this narrow fire escape stairwell was just, it's thousands of people.
Right. And
just opened the door. We opened the door, and instantly we just saw a cavalcade, a cascade of human bodies.
And that's when you decided you were just getting out of there.
Yeah. And then
how long after you left the door did the building come down?
After I left when I got out on the ground.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 minutes.
10 minutes. And were there still a lot of people behind you, or a lot of people trying to get out?
I guess I assumed that there had to have been, because, you would look up and just see bodies, and look down and just see bodies in the stairwell. And, I guess I was about the Well, at one point, an announcement came on. I guess it was we were close to the 59th or 55th floor. An announcement came on. It said, Port Authority came over the speaker and said, Building 2 is secure,
Jeez, man. How many people did that kill?
Yeah, that's the thing. And I guess I can't really, from their perspective, from their point of view, it was secure because there was kind of a rumor. It was that the plane had hit the building. No one knew for sure, but
yeah, that's just it. No one knew that it was a plane.
Yeah, and even when thinking that it was a plane, it was like, oh well, this has been just a terrible accident. So
right.
This can't possibly be happening. In 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, it's going to happen again.
You know something though? An inferno in a building right next to the one you're in. I would just have to take the day off. Maybe I'm just lazy and I would love to just have the day off, but an inferno in the building right next to mine, I'd leave the building. I don't care if I heard this building's secure. Now, you know something?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm leaving. It's time to go get a cup of coffee and some fresh air. Right. Call me a pussy. Right.
I have to say it wasn't the most reassuring message. Building 2 is secure, and so we got off on the 55th floor because, you can't get back through the doors. And on every floor. So we got off on, I think it was 55, and this guy sort of came running to us. I was with my friend Brian. We were walking down. A bunch of people were walking together, and this guy is like screaming, I've just seen people jumping from the other building. And so, at that time, we just were like, okay, yeah, we're just going to continue on down.
Yeah.
And I guess I was on I'd say the 45th floor when the second plane hit.
When it hit your building.
Right.
And what was that? What did that feel like?
That was far more, intense than hearing it from across the other building. I mean, there was this tremendous explosion.
And what was the sound? Like a twisting metal? Did you hear?
No, it was just more like a really deep sonic boom. And right as that happened, we were all in the fire escape stairwell, and it was hot from the body heat and of all these thousands of people, and the building at that point just began rocking and swaying.
Oh, man, huh?
Like a ride at the carnival.
So you're trying to walk down these stairs, and are you actually going back and forth against the railing?
Oh yeah. And at that point, as that happened, it was not like I thought I was going to die, but it was more like I was just filled with. I went into this, strange zone of consciousness where I was certain that I was just about to die.
Oh, wow.
There was no question in my mind. And
that's a great feeling to have, huh?
No, I've had better feelings on the scale of feelings, the whole broad spectrum. But at that time, and then I said to my friend Brian, I said, "Are we being bombed? What the hell?"
Yeah, exactly. Because now it's. Now it's your building, and did you think you were being bombed? Did you think it was terrorists?
No, I didn't then.
I would probably assume that whatever was burning in the other building had exploded and kind of hit your building.
That's what we sort of figured. My friend Brian said, no, I think that was a fuel tank from the plane that crashed into the other building. And which, sounded perfectly reasonable. And
yeah, because the last thing you're thinking is people are aiming planes at your building.
That's really what it is. Is just we're all in the fire escape, and of course no one is going to assume that this is happening,
Right.
I mean, and so the building, it's sort of kind of stopped. I mean, the motions, the rocking motion was pretty violent at first.
Were people just in a complete panic in the stairwell, running over each other?
Yeah, what was no. I have to say that, it could very well have just become chaos, and people were crying and praying to God and just talking out loud, and there was a lot of that. But
how about talk and pray outside? Shake your ass down those stairs.
But we could only move so quickly, and at
that's
times,
because people are crying and praying. Move.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God, I'd be one of those guys pushing people out of the way. Let me out of here.
I know, but
I couldn't take that.
There was none of that, and I'm just amazed. We were, and at times it would become so congested that. We couldn't go any further, and people above would start screaming, move!
Yeah, I get pissed on the line when, hey, the trailers are starting in the movie theater, and somebody's taking too long to get in. Yeah. That pisses me off. Never mind a life or death situation.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And so, and then we just started counting the floors. It's like 32.
Oh, my God. You don't know what's, now, did the building do anything else on your way down that led you to believe that it might actually collapse?
No. Right after it stopped swaying, I didn't feel much more secure, but it didn't. There was nothing that gave me any indication that it was going to collapse.
And now how'd you feel? Obviously, great when you got out.
Oh yeah.
But when you looked up, when you got out, what were you thinking? What were you seeing?
Well, when we exited, there's that Borders bookstore right there, and that's where we came up through. And we were all sort of just, going single, this big long line. And the emergency workers, the cops and the rescue workers were screaming, do not look up. Whatever you do not look up.
Yeah, because stuff is just coming down.
Yeah, oh yeah. So then I crossed
on the head of the face.
Yeah, I crossed Church. I think it's Church Street. And I'm sort of walking up to Broadway, and then I turned around and what I saw, I saw both of the Twin Towers smoking and flaming.
Yeah.
And it looked like a special effect from a Die Hard movie. It looked like something that I was seeing. I wasn't even in my body as I was seeing.
No, not at all.
No one could believe their eyes.
So how close were you when the building collapsed?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Did you keep moving away from the building?
And then, I did, because I met up with, I sort of lost my friend in the shuffle. Then I met up with my other friend, this girl named Lauren, and I said, we were so dazed, and I said, what do you want to do? And she goes, I just want to, I want to keep walking.
Yeah,
we started walking north, and we didn't stop. I mean, and as we were walking up to Broadway, we were seeing blood in the streets, and this debris and things like that.
Now, when it finally did collapse, did you know it collapsed? Were you able to see it?
No. Well, when our building collapsed, our building was the first one to collapse. We didn't know because we're still walking north.
Mm-hmm.
And then we sort of stopped. We made some phone calls and called our parents, and then we kept going, and we stopped on Broadway and 10th Street.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's this sort of what was once this magnificent view of the Arc at Washington Square Park, with the towers behind it. And we saw, One World Trade, and we thought that our building was shrouded in smoke.
Yeah, but it was gone.
Right, we couldn't see it. And then we watched as that building collapsed.
And just, I can't even imagine what you were thinking, knowing that minutes earlier you were in there.
That's something that I'm not sure. I think I still may be in shock.
Yeah, I think so. You're like those people that are survivors of a plane crash or some kind of a cataclysmic event. I'm sure you go through the mindset of what if,
right?
What if I didn't decide to leave, or what if I went upstairs?
Yeah, well, if the plane hit, right near our floor, the 70th floor, and time just became this. We didn't know it, but time became this crucial, precious factor.
Right.
If we had lingered, there was only 18 minutes between the crashes. And
now, you did wait for a little while before you did decide to leave.
Yeah, well, I'd say we sort of waited in the hallway for about 5 minutes or so.
What finally made you decide that was the time to get out, though? I'm sure you've been hashing that over your head.
Yeah, we were just standing there looking at one another, and some people were already crying, and it just sort of struck us all collectively like a series of light bulbs above our heads, like, okay, now.
Let's just go.
Now we're going right now.
Well, thank God for you, man.
Yeah, and
geez, that's an incredible story, Brian.
Yeah. For a while, as Lauren and I were walking, we were thinking, I wonder how long it's going to take before they repair our offices.
Yeah, repair them.
Yeah,
because you can't imagine.
Right. And we're like, I guess we'll be out of work for the next month or two, and then. We just saw the tower collapse, and then I said, okay, but where's the other one? And this woman on the street said they're both gone.
Wow.
And,
Now, Brian, goddamn, I forgot what I was going to ask him. It was, you're up there in the building. There's a question I wanted to ask him, but...
does it have anything to do with the planes crashing in the Trade Center yesterday?
Yeah, something about that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Did you sleep last night, Brian?
I'm sure.
I did sleep last night. I was on the phone all day, and that's another thing that I want to talk about is at some point later in the day, I went out to my friend's house in New Jersey. After Lauren and I, we had walked from the World Trade Center to 65th and West End Avenue, which is where her dad's office was, and from there. I got a ride to New Jersey, and I checked my messages later, it was surreal because I talked to my mom, and she knew I was alive. She's the first person I called, but people were leaving messages on my machine as though I were dead.
Oh my God.
There were people crying and telling me that they loved me, and I'm listening to
there, sure.
I'm listening to this, and having seen the footage now, I can understand that they probably thought there's no way that anyone could
get it. Have you talked to? That's what I meant to ask you. Have you talked to people that you work with?
Yeah, I've talked to some of the people. Pretty much, I think everyone in my department is accounted for.
Great.
And I talked to the guy that I walked down with those 70 flights, and we both sort of talked about how when we heard that explosion and we felt the building shudder, we had the same thought. We didn't say it at the time, but talking about it later, we both thought that right then we were going to die. And it was good to talk to him, and I've talked to some other people, and I guess that's all you can do for a long time is just kind of talk about it and try and process it, because I'm still not sure that I really even understand the enormity of what happened, and in my life and on the lives of everyone who was there and everyone in the city. And I just want to say also that the people who were escorting us out of the building, I mean, those people, they're heroes. They were just reacting in they were so effective and efficient, and it was just, I can't praise them.
Yeah, like I said earlier, these are people that are doing things that go against every instinct you have for survival.
Yeah, exactly.
It's human, and they put themselves in that situation, and it's so upsetting that this scum of the earth can do stuff that just wipes their lives out like that. Somebody like you that was directly affected by this, how do you feel about the people that did it? And what kind of response would you like to see? I know it's early, like you said, you're still processing what happened to you, but how do you feel about this, and what would you like to see?
I have been thinking about that, because I've been watching these politicians, on television, and I really would like to see some kind of swift, decisive action. And I've never really been someone like that. It wasn't like during Desert Storm I had a yellow ribbon on my car antenna. I'm a patriotic person, but it's never been like. But I do feel a kind of fervor about this. I'm incensed that. I just wonder what kind of psychotic, crazed person would just fly an airplane.
Is it more personal because you were affected directly, or is it something that you just want to see taken care of once and for all?
No, it's not really
like a personal vendetta. Like this son of a bitch almost killed me.
It's not so much a personal vendetta. I don't really feel like, I want, action taken just for me personally. It's just, I do want something done, but I also have to say that, I have been disheartened watching the president on television, because I saw him in his two little, press speeches or press conferences, and it's so clear to me that he's looking down, reading notes.
Yeah, I want some prepared speech. Yeah, some genuine human pissed offedness.
This is a time to speak from the heart. Yeah, right. The cue cards and your speech writers, talk to us.
Yes, that's exactly right. I've seen other people like Colin Powell and Giuliani. They've been great. They've been talking, but I don't get the sense. I know that George Bush, I'm sure he means, what he's saying, but just to see him read these lines has been somewhat, depressing.
I guess their mindset, too, is that the president has to remain like he's totally in control and unflappable.
Yes,
but, I want to see some genuine emotion from this guy. We're all pissed off. It's okay for you to be, too. You know what I mean? And let's deal with this and nip this in the bud.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking as I've been watching him, and in one sense, I do feel like he and these people they have this under control. But I would like to hear something from his heart.
All right, Brian. Brian, what a story, man.
Brian is Steve Lynch's good friend here.
Really?
Steve Lynch is in the studio.
Yeah, both Kalamazoo boys.
It's a miracle. I gotta say, when we have a mutual friend who called me as soon as the first plane hit and said, Brian's in that building. So I went over to her place immediately. And I feel weird saying this in front of Brian, but with each subsequent incident,
I was more and more sure that he was dead.
Oh, man.
I mean, how do you not? When the second plane hits, it's like, all right, he was in one of those buildings. When the building comes down, you're like, there's a 50-50 chance, if that he's alive.
Right.
Then the second one comes down, and you're not hearing anything from anybody.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd hear.
Yeah, well, I heard it. I mean, I did hear a lot of that. I mean, my friend in Chicago was watching it, and just as he was watching the towers burn, he was sort of rationalizing, oh, he could be below this, or he could have gotten out already, but then just to watch on television as they both collapse.
Thank God they lasted as long as they did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a testament to those buildings that they didn't just immediately collapse from the damage of the plane and the explosion and all that jet fuel exploding, that they didn't instantly just pancake on themselves, that they stood there long enough that, you know, you, Brian, and a lot of other people, thank God, were able to get out of there.
Yeah.
And keep it from even being a bigger loss of life.
But that's what it felt like when I was in the stairwell and the plane hit my building. It did feel like the building was just going to topple over.
Oh man, I can't even imagine.
All right, Brian. All right, well, thanks a lot, guys. And I'm still here, and a lot of people are still here, and we're just. Do
you drink, Brian?
I did last night, yeah.
I would recommend it.
Yeah.
Dr. Anthony says drink.
Well, I'll try and tender that prescription right now.
All right, Brian, man. Thanks so much.
There are so many stories to get to, Anthony. I mean, we've been on an hour and 10 minutes straight. There's no reason to take a break. There's no reason to go to, local news.
No.
Let's keep going.
One thing to add with the patience factor, people still have no patience. This morning on Houston Street, which is where all the trucks and everything is stored, which is, 20, 25 blocks away from the scene, there's still people arguing with the NYPD about trying to get into that area in Soho. So I'm walking around at like 9 o'clock this morning, and this dude is like, well, I need to get to work in Soho. And the cop is like, well, just show me your ID. He doesn't have it. And the cop's like, listen, I've been ordered by the President of the United States and the governor. I can't allow you down there. And the guy's giving him crap. And it's like, it's only 24 hours later, and this dude's trying to get down.
Let these guys do their jobs.
Crazy.
Lisa's really upset on line 9. Lisa.
Hi, Al. Hi, Aunt. How are you?
Hey, what's up? All right, what's wrong?
My parents were flying from Rome to Newark Airport, and they were supposed to land yesterday on Flight 41.
Okay.
And apparently their flight got rerouted, and they had to go back to Rome, according to Continental. But they won't give me any information on how to get in touch with my parents. And the phones have been up and down, and I don't know why they haven't gone in touch with me if they can't. But I work in the New York area. I'd like to let them know that I'm okay, but Continental won't even tell me. They said, we put them up in a hotel, they're fine. Won't give me the hotel information, anything.
Now, this is a flight from Rome. They were coming here?
They were coming back. They were on vacation in Rome.
Yeah, I think only domestic flights that were coming in are going to be allowed to land, and they sent back all the international flights.
Well, I think some of them went to Canada.
But yeah, they turned them around. Well, they're fine.
I want to talk to them and tell them I'm fine,
Yeah, I don't blame you, but I'm sure they're fine. They're hanging out for a while.
Yeah.
Wow, you don't know how to get in touch with them. Well, it's just another one of those things. Well, at least, they're fine and you're fine, and eventually you two will hook up and do that huggy-kissy thing.
I just hope they're not in Rome all worried about me and my sister.
Yeah. Wow, that's...
I don't know what to say.
I know there's nothing to do but wait.
You guys don't have any powers over Continental, do you?
No.
Okay.
If something happens, we'll announce it on the radio. That's the best I can tell you. But
you know what you do? Hold a huge party at their house because they can't be pissed off at you when they get home.
Right.
Right?
Well, if someone from Continental knows and they can call you and tell you, and I'll keep listening.
Okay.
If anyone I understand all the people from Rome are put in one hotel. They just can't give me the name of the hotel, please.
All right.
Please.
If we find the name, we'll announce it, I guess.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, Lisa.
Talk to you soon. Love you.
Hang in there. All right, let's go to a New Jersey cop. Bob, what's up?
Hey, how's it going on, Ed?
Hey, what's happening?
I don't know. This is just so crazy, man.
Yeah. You been working late?
Actually just got out of work, but I've been on desk duty, and it's weird. Just you see the news, all the news footage, but at the same time, you see all the teletypes coming in for missing persons all over the state. For people who are over there. Place last seen, World Trade Center. And it's just, I can't describe it.
The numbers when they finally come out are going to be just ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, it's time to do something.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time to do something huge, and we got to make a statement. Like I said, this can't be business as usual, and the way we've handled this in the past, even though we have bombed in the past, and I don't really know what that does. That's why I was saying we need some kind of a low-yield tactical nuclear strike against Afghanistan, who has put this bin Laden clown up for years. And it would teach other countries that if they harbor these people and support them, that, oh my God, we might get nuked. Who's going to take the next guy if they think that might happen? It's got to be such a huge response that no one would want to support these people.
Agreed.
All right, Bob, thank you.
All right, take care, guys.
Get this, Palestinian President Yasser Arafat donated blood Wednesday for victims of the terror attacks in New York and Washington. Yasser, don't worry about donating blood. We'll take enough of yours when the time comes. How's he donating blood? That is an effort to fend off an attack that he knows is imminent. Clown.
John from the New York City Fire Department. John.
How you doing, guys?
No answer to that.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, John?
How you doing?
What do you got?
I just want to say I'm a New York City fireman. I was there yesterday, and it was the worst thing I ever saw. I mean, the company that just got wiped out. It's just terrible. And you talk about retaliation and whatnot. I just want people out there to remember there's no second guess in the military. And President Bush, because people will. When he does what he has to do, people will second guess him.
No, like everyone is saying, and I believe we got to stand behind him and as a nation, stand behind his decision and Congress's decision. But I just would like to see a little more human emotion and anger out of some of these politicians. The way we're all feeling, I know they feel the same way. I don't want them blurting out speeches that they hope make the history books in 50 years.
You're right.
I want real emotion.
Some of the other world leaders are giving really, moving sentiments on TV. You watch any BBC, Tony Blair talking about how this wasn't an American problem.
Haven't they always been great with those
fantastic,
speeches?
Man.
Yeah.
It really moved you,
Right from Winston Churchill. Those were speeches.
Right.
And when it seems like they're trying a little too hard to make the history books, it kind of upsets me. I would rather just have basic human emotion in this situation and let us know how you feel and what we're going to do about it. And not in some pseudo-eloquent way. In plain English, let us know that in due time we will kick some major ass because of this.
No, you guys are right. You're 100% right about that. But my worry is that in a couple of years, 3-4 years, people forget, and then when the military does their thing, and every once in a while, you always get the people second guessing them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe they got carried away. That isn't right. Well, we have to protect our country. That's number one. We could argue about little things all we want amongst each other.
Yeah.
But we have to keep our country safe. And what I saw yesterday, I mean, it's insane that this went on, and we can't ever let that happen again.
We never thought anything like this would happen, and it did. And you know something? You could sit around and think maybe stuff like biological warfare will never happen. We never thought that would, I hear about it. But that's that science fiction stuff. That only happens in movies and books and stuff. But you know something? If we don't deal with this now hard, that is a possibility that we're going to have to deal with. And to tell you the truth, I sure don't want to deal with the likes of stuff like that.
No.
Because that's a lot worse than what we even saw yesterday.
I didn't want to get into that because a lot of people, like the fire department, they train on that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And what can really be done, I don't think the average person really has any idea what could really happen.
Well, again, we like to think that things are in place to protect us from stuff like that. But the truth of the matter is, we're very vulnerable, and we have to respond to this in a way that will really make these countries think twice about helping these people out.
You're 100% right, and we will respond. I know that.
And we have to get harder and tighter with our security in this country without worrying about pissing special interest groups off and ethnic groups. We have to understand if Arab people are carrying out terrorist acts like this. We cannot be afraid to offend Arab groups when we give them a little more scrutiny when they're learning how to fly airplanes in Florida and when they're coming across the country's borders from Canada and whatnot. We can't worry about an Arab group getting pissed off that we're holding them under a closer magnifying glass.
You're 100% right once again.
It's our asses, man.
Of course. Like I said, you have to protect our country first. And don't be, when you inconvenience the airport 4 or 5 years from now, don't complain.
Right.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, people have short memories. I think that's one of the problems. And I'm not worried about now because I know President Bush is going to do the right thing. I have confidence in him.
I have no doubt about it.
But I'm worried about 4 or 5 years from now when people start to forget and these young kids growing up and we got out of here. You don't have to worry about that. They really have no idea what's going on. And then something like you let your guard down because the military's under scrutiny or they're downsizing the military, and then something like this happens again.
Yeah, how many, there's AWACS and fighter planes above a lot of major cities today. And why shouldn't that be regular operations?
Right.
Why shouldn't that be standard operating procedure in this day and age when we're not flying all those aircraft over monitoring the Soviet Union anymore? Why can't we use that to protect our own asses?
That's
How
right.
come this isn't going on? How come in the past 8 years so many military bases have closed and that money has gone on to social programs when we can't even protect our own asses?
The money goes to save a bird somewhere.
Yeah, or it's
is that a joke? I mean, it's a joke. I mean, I think this is a big reality check, and I just don't think I'll never forget it. I hope no one else ever forgets it. A little inconvenience. So what? So what? The military stops you. If I was from an Arab country and I was an American, I wouldn't care. I would understand.
Yeah.
Search me. Go ahead.
Right.
I mean, how can anyone object to that? Anyone that anyone that's a decent person wouldn't object to that.
We can't bow under. It's too many politicians worrying about what these special interest groups and ethnic groups that get together, they worry too much about what they're going to say. If you're not doing anything, you won't have a problem. Don't worry about it. But we have to start watching our own asses here.
No, but
they're doing it right under our nose in Boston.
It's unbelievable. It's
Florida.
Unbelievable. It really is unbelievable. But I hope, like I said, and I think Bush will do a great job, and I know Giuliani's doing a great job. And all the brothers out there, I tell you, just let me say this: there's a lot of brave men that work for the city. What I saw yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been a fireman for 6 years, but I always knew it, and I've been in situations with guys, and I always get impressed. But yesterday, I was even more impressed. The bravery that these guys show. They're really heroes, every one of them.
Yeah.
And the cops too, and everyone else. Even there were some civilians down there that were putting themselves in harm's way. I mean, volunteers, and it was really a sight. I was really amazed the bravery that people showed.
All right, John.
All right.
Thank you for sharing today.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, man.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, there's just nothing you could say about the emergency workers, police, fire department. It's not. You can't put it into words. These are people that have done things over the past couple of days that you wouldn't even dream of doing. I'd be under my bed cowering. And these people are just putting themselves right in the line of danger, and it's amazing.
Some of the people have just, the workers down there just sitting because there's nothing they can do at this point, and you can just see the frustration on their face. They want to do something so bad, and there's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
They're just waiting for the next hopefully, a victim, a survivor to be pulled from the rubble. Just sitting around hoping.
We just came back from a few of the different volunteer checkpoints and blood checkpoints, and they're just packed with people. You can, turning people away right now, saying, "Come back tomorrow morning."
They've got enough. Unbelievable.
Let's go to Lisa from PA. Lisa.
Hi.
Hey, Lisa.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I know this is a far cry from what has happened the past day, but my brother was on the USS Cole.
No, you know something? It is another terrorist attack. It's not any more or less important. Believe me.
The media, and especially the president, actually gave almost the exact same speech as they did last night on, we're going to, make no we're going to get these people, we're going to get them, you know, and
bring them to justice.
Yeah, and they
that's
forgot that short-term memory that you guys been talking about.
See, this is
We're going to bring them to justice.
The USS Cole was hit by a raft full of explosives, pretty much, is what it amounted to. A small boat. They were tied up in Yemen, which is a hostile country. We've used their ports before to get fuel and whatnot. God only knows why. But for some reason, it's a hostile port. It is known to harbor terrorists. And for some reason, for some political reasons, we were not allowed to have our guys on the guns on the deck of that ship in a hostile port because we didn't
surrounding the port.
Right.
There was no security.
Because we didn't want to upset the government by having our ship armed in their port. Well, F you.
Exactly. You guys were mentioning about, you know, we need to get a little more pissed. Well, I've been pissed, and I know this is, like I said, a far cry, but my family and we've all been pissed, and we just...
Hey, Lisa, what happened to your brother?
Physically now?
Yeah.
He wasn't hurt, but he was 18 minutes from the blast. He was in Main 1 18 minutes prior to the blast. He left Main 1 and left his friend to take his shift for him, his best friend. And Mark Nieto was killed. My brother has a lot of mental issues. He's scared.
And what did we do to respond to that?
Nothing.
What did we do? Nothing. Why?
I just found out some information on this the other day. Yemenis officials have arrested and imprisoned 6 men for this. They say were responsible and are planning to execute them.
Oh yeah.
Whatever time. And you know, nobody's heard anything. Nobody gives us any information. We have to find this information on our own. The media forgot about this very soon after all this went down. The only people that covered it were like far-right extreme internet sites.
How about we don't worry about stepping on people's toes, and when our ships are in hostile waters, we're allowed to defend ourselves with more than. I heard all the security that ship had was a couple of guys on deck with sidearms that had to remain unloaded.
Yep.
And that's all with a clip. They had a clip in one pocket and their sidearm in their holster, and that's the only defense that ship had because we were afraid of pissing off the people of Yemen. Well, screw you. I'm sick of us having to tiptoe around the world. It's time we step on toes and we tell the people if they're pissed off, screw you. This is our asses we're trying to save.
Just like Roosevelt said, walk softly to carry a big
effing stick. Right.
Don't let people fool you. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.
See, we forgot about the coal. All of a sudden that was nothing. And like she said, the same speech. Come on, let's do something.
Bob, what's up?
What's going on, man?
We're in Boston. What's up, Bob?
I'm up in the Boston area.
Yeah.
I just got to give you guys a big shout out for covering this thing. You're covering better than any of the local stations up here.
Unfortunately, we're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's as real as it get, Bob, because 3 miles to my right is just one of the biggest disasters you'll ever see.
Absolutely, but we just appreciate it, because there's a big cloud of responsibility hanging over this area because it all started out of Boston. We all appreciate you guys, staying on the air all day yesterday like you did, keeping us up to date.
Well, selfish reasons, it keeps our mind off of it. Even though we're talking about it, it gives us a place to all vent, you know what I mean? Not just us, but a lot of the people, they really need to just yell and be pissed off about this to more than just friends or coworkers. And this is your forum too.
Yeah, I mean, my whole thing, I don't know how you guys felt about the speeches with the president, but
I thought it was pretty lame.
Yeah, I wanted him to go.
Not enough. I just needed more. I just needed more personally, and I think I speak for everyone, obviously. You want someone with emotion that's going to speak from the heart and not worry about, what's on the cue cards or worry about, how his speech is going to be perceived that the speechwriters wrote for him, It looked like Carson Daly introing a video, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, he's sitting watching was like a machine, man. I wanted him to get on there and say, all right, you want the attention of a world power? You want to see what we can do? Here you go, goddammit.
Right.
Something.
That's what I want to hear. I mean, I want to hear something. I don't want to hear you guys are going to get it someday.
Look
together, rah.
Look in the camera. Put your finger in there. Be pissed off and let them know, in your own words and with your own emotions, how you feel and what you're going to do to respond to this. Without specifics, obviously. I'm not stupid, but just really, be honest and pissed about it.
Right.
Not a speechwriter's words.
Well, I wanted to just tell you guys that we really appreciate everything you're doing, and just say a prayer for everyone that's being affected by this tragedy.
All right, Bob. Thank you.
All right, guys.
I'm from Boston. Put more people there at Logan, you bastards. Jesus. Someone's head's gonna roll over there, I bet you. They're saying at Logan that there was no security lapse, there was nothing. And it might be hard to figure that stuff out. How they were getting the knives on the planes and whatnot. But, you had a couple planes come out of there that did a lot of damage, and somebody's heads are going to roll up there. Mark my words. Your brother-in-law's on the line. Johnny Race.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's happening, man? Usually we talk about Kiss with Johnny Race.
Yeah.
A little different
I just want to get my 2 cents in. My brother, Don Race, he's in the emergency service unit, Truck 9 out of Queens.
Right.
And he went in yesterday in the afternoon, but he was bringing the doctors to Shea Stadium and whatnot. And then he was in there about 8 o'clock last night, and he worked all the way through the night. And he's one of the few guys that helped pull out the Port Authority police.
Oh yeah.
And Kevin Mill, the bartender at Wickers, he's a steel worker during the day. He was there with his whole crew, and the guy was just trying on the phone, calling his best friends. Pulling out dead bodies.
Yeah, they've just seen some horrible stuff, huh?
It's just, it's a shame that we all got to pull together for something like this. We should be like this all the time.
Yeah, well, you're right. It's unfortunate that it takes stuff like this to keep us from yelling at people in the crosswalk when that light turns green in front of me. And, I was being a little nicer, although there wasn't that much traffic or anything, but normally if somebody tries to cross that street, when the light's green, I'm on that horn. I got the window down. I'm screaming, you mother effer. But, yesterday, it just didn't seem all that important. And I can only hope for the time where I can get pissed off at stuff like that again.
Hey, man, it's the harmonies. It should stay with us all the time, man. We got to look out for our own. That's it.
You got it right.
All right, man. Rock and roll.
All right, Johnny.
Great job, guys.
All right, Johnny. John.
Be good.
Rock and roll Johnny Race. When can we get back to the days where Johnny Race is at the Vanderbilt watching his friend get tinkled upon by a chick? When can we get back to normal? I think our listeners will let us know that. Yes, they will. Kelly, what's it's funny you mention that because radio stations in New York are already playing music and they had their one day of trying to come up with cute songs to play, and it's kind of maybe you just run out of things to say. Maybe that's it. I don't think it's a huge decision to then just throw music on. I'm pissed off at someone we work someone in our own company. Yeah. Had the nerve to ask Ken Stevens, our general manager, when all this went down yesterday. So, what are Opie and Anthony going to do on their show today? What do you think? And the paper's the same thing. They're all surprised because we blew off our regular show to, go with this. Just completely surprised. Oh yeah, we're going to do Lesbian for Day and all that fun stuff yesterday and today, of course. Yeah. Well, I guess you can't totally fault them. I mean, when they tune in on a daily basis, it is usually a little out of control. But what we always say is it's just honesty and it's who we are. And when we're having fun, we're having a lot of fun. And when we're not having fun and we're joined together with a bunch of people that are in turmoil right now, we're gonna sit down and talk about that. And that's what we do. It doesn't always have to be a joke. And this is just how we're feeling, and we're sharing the time with other people that have been through this and listening to how they're feeling. The show has always been about just going with the flow. Right. Yep. We're going with the flow. Kelly, what's up?
Hey, hi guys.
Hey.
I just want to tell you I love your show. And I have to tell you, my uncle was in one of the trade centers yesterday.
Yeah.
He was on the 37th floor. Luckily he got out. We didn't find out until 9 o'clock. No one knew if he was dead or alive.
Yeah, a lot of people really just didn't know for quite a while.
Yeah, he says that I don't know, we were in the first or second tower, but he said that he felt the building shake, like an earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
and they all ran to the elevators, and they couldn't get in because it was smoke filled. So they had to walk down the stairs and get out, and everybody was telling him to run. And he almost orphaned, I guess, 2 children yesterday because his wife died of cancer 2 months ago.
Oh, man. Oof.
Yeah, they're 19 and 14.
It's a tough old world, man. All right, Kelly, thank you.
Thank you.
Trying to get as many people on as possible today because everyone just needs to vent. Chris, what's up?
Hey, man, what's going on, OA?
Hey.
You guys are handling this thing awesome.
Yeah, well, we don't know what else to do. You know?
Yeah, you guys are handling it like 2 pros.
Thanks, man.
But I was down there. I'm an EMT.
Yeah.
And I was down when everything happened yesterday. Psycho Mark was down there.
Psycho Mark, for a lot of the cities that don't know, a friend of the show, has done a lot of great stuff for our show.
He was like a champ down there. It's just good to see somebody like him out. And
he works for Fox.
Yeah, here's another guy that is known for being an effing lunatic. We've had this guy on the air for quite a while. He got fired from our show for various sexual,
you could say it. He was there when a couple had anal on the boss's couch.
On the boss's couch in the office, and he was told
not to do it, and he pretty much said F you to our another boss and had the couple do it. But
yeah, he got fired, but everyone knows him as just being a psychopath. He goes out to appearances, and he's always screaming and yelling and saying the wrong stuff. He's just a nut. Well, here he is yesterday on Fox News, the on-the-spot reporter. You would think he was Stone Phillips or something.
Everyone was interviewing him because he was.
Yeah.
Ben could tell the stories. We'll get Ben on in a second. And I have to say it again. I said it yesterday. I'm looking at people interview Psycho Mark because he was an eyewitness to this whole damn thing because where he lives is right there.
It overlooks, his window overlooks the center, and as a matter of fact, Fox News used his apartment as their camera vantage point. They had a camera in his apartment out his window. So when he heard that first explosion, went to the window, he watched and saw everything else that happened.
That's how close he is. And I'm watching him on TV last night or yesterday, and it just didn't look like him. Like, is that Psycho Mark? I had to look like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Like, holy ass, is Psycho Mark as serious could be? His whole face was different. He didn't have a smirk.
To your doctor about Stanker 2 voice.
Yeah, he didn't have a smirk. He was as serious as I've ever seen anyone in my life.
Yeah, you just expect him to go, grab the 50 cal, get those ragheads,
Yeah, the guy's, the guy's all about goofing and just being an idiot.
But he was, the consummate professional.
Ben, who knows Psycho Mark really well, you should tell some of the stories that, seriously, Psycho Mark, I think he's going to call the show because he was right there.
He was doing such a good job. I mean,
what was he doing, Chris?
He was just, the fact that he was he was so calm, so composed, trying, even when people were like taking off.
And one thing we have learned about Psycho Mark on this show, in a different context, of course, is that he does a good job of describing what's going on. He does a great job of looking at something and then being able to translate it to people that might not be able to see it and translate what had happened prior. He's very good at that. But he's an effing lunatic, and I don't care what I saw on the news yesterday, he's still a nutcase.
Well, it was like people were like running by, and they're like, wait a minute, that's Psycho Mark.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on for a second. Hey.
I think a lot of people were like, oh my God, they got Psycho Mark. What's he going to do? Hold up a wow or something? No. No, he was a professional.
When I was seeing him on TV, I'm praying.
I know, don't do anything.
Mark, we do not need the publicity. You trust me. Just do not do it. And obviously he didn't. But Ben said while we were having coffee today that, whatever. But you should tell some of the stuff. I don't know what you want to say on the air.
And he just, Mark is, he's a nut, but he's a professional. He woke up yesterday. He's got a perfect view of the Trade Center, and he looks up, he heard the crash, and he watched the entire thing from his windows, watched people just jumping like crazy. He said easily 150 people. He saw a couple just holding each other that were jumping out the windows. He said another guy was up at the top and he had like a flag or a towel or something. He was trying to get out, and then all of a sudden you see this big
explosion.
The dude he said he just went flying way out. And Mark, Mark watched the whole thing. And the problem with Mark is we know he's an idiot, and for his family and stuff, no one could get a hold of him. We figured he probably went running down there. Ooh, I'll get a picture. I'm going inside. I'll go inside. I'll die this way. And I get a hold of him. But he told me that, he's picked up stuff. He's picked up checks on the ground. He's picked up pictures of little kids.
And I'm looking forward to picking up chicks because now I'm respectable. I can get a whole new class of chicks.
He told me, he said that there was a Suburban down there that was crashed up like a Matchbox toy car. He said it was the craziest thing he's ever seen. But yeah, it's not even Mark, being the idiot that he is, and he doesn't tell his family or anything. We're all leaving messages for him. He finally changes his voicemail message, and it's a totally different sounding Mark going, I'm okay, I'm fine. It's not the crazy, wow, let's go crazy Mark. It's the very calm Mark. So he's freaked. He's a little freaked, but he saw the whole thing from his 43rd floor apartment.
And Fox News right there in his apartment.
Yeah, right. And it's funny, I'm watching Fox this morning, and there's a shot from yesterday, and it's completely Mark's
view from his apartment, right?
And Mark also, his windows, he's up on the 43rd floor. They're not supposed to open, but of course Mark, broke the thing so they opened. So they had the camera right out of his window, and an unbelievable shot.
All right. Hey, thank you, Chris.
Hey, no problem. I just thought you guys should know.
All right, we got to go to Psycho Mark's brother Tim, who's up in Boston, I believe. Tim, what's up?
What's going on?
Hey.
Yeah, we did have the family was biting our fingernails, obviously, because he didn't think to call in to his family. When I see his building exploding around on him, you can see his actual building from the cameras.
Wow.
Crashing.
And he doesn't call anything?
Well, that's just typical Psycho Mark. I am going to give him a beat when I see him the next time, because, my mother was like bawling her eyes out. My mother's actually in Paris right now. She's bawling her eyes out. I'm calling down there. But you said you saw him on TV. You called Ben. Ben called me. His boss had finally called me. But I didn't talk to him until about 3. But that's typical, obviously. But yeah, he told me, I was like, so what happened? He was like, I was like getting dressed and heard the big explosion. He goes, you look right out his window and you feel like you can touch the Twin Towers. He just said that it was just, the debris and people falling out the window and people jumping, holding hands, jumping, stuff like that. So that's pretty tough for anybody to see, I would assume.
Yeah. Yeah,
he said there's couples jumped out the window, and he just said it was just carnage and just craziness, mayhem. I talked to him last night, and I talked to him again this morning, and he just said, you can tell that it's just a lot. He's had an hour's sleep, and it's been a lot to take in, to say the sure. I was listening to Keep the Cop, and those guys are kind of like not trained to deal with this, but they're in that profession. But you get my brother who's on the weed. Having a good time, and he sees people jumping out windows.
Yeah.
That's something to take. It's a little harder, I think.
All right. Hey, thank you, Tim.
Yep.
This is starting to suck again. Pedro.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Pedro?
I'm just exhausted, guys. Just really tired.
You've been on the scene?
Yeah, it's just nothing. Just put it to you this way, guys. Kuwait did not match this.
Yeah, you were over there, huh?
Yeah.
Now you're an EMT. What have you done? What have you seen?
I'm an EMT. I'm a military police officer.
Oh.
We were setting up our checkpoints and helping with moving rubble and debris and trying to see what we could find. Had to bring down some working dogs, trying to find some people, but there's just not a whole lot you can do.
Yeah, that's what they've said. It's like they haven't found many survivors.
It's just really hard. You got dust, concrete dust, and insulation that's about 6 inches thick in places, and you got rubble that's five stories tall. It's just so hard to look at.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell they're gonna clear that out. It's just a massive undertaking. You see these huge bulldozers down there trying to clear it out, and the bucket load is just a drop in the bucket to the amount of rubble that's down there. And they're not going to just be able to rush in there and clear it out, because they got to recover either bodies or hopefully survivors. But it's just going to take quite a while to clean that up.
Yeah, right now the Army Corps of Engineers around, they're trying to shore up what they can, the best they can, to make it safe for people to get in there and work. And it's just all about trying to get the situation as safe as possible for us to get in there and help clear it out.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be some time before anybody's able to go to work down there in that area.
Yeah, it's just really hard, looking at that skyline and missing those 3 buildings is it's weird. It's just so hard to look at.
Whoever's sending the links to like pictures of body parts, no thank you. I'm not opening any more links today. Oh, you opened a link? Don't need to see what I just saw.
That's enough of that today.
All right, Pedro, thank you.
Hey, sorry to bum you guys out.
No.
You guys rock.
Oh, sorry to bum us out. No, we're numb. Thanks, Pedro.
Yeah, close box.
All right. Is that West Coast Dave sending that? Dave sent that? Ass. Don't send that. That's that from run.com or something.
No. Well, to his defense, he didn't send that actual link. I just happened to get in a different part of the site and clicked on something, but he actually didn't send what Opie saw.
Well, I'm not even looking.
So. You don't want to. Matt, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
It's really good to hear some frustration on the air. It gets a little disheartening. You feel like you're getting nowhere when you listen to the politicians talk.
They're all jockeying for position. Not all. I mean,
I'm not speaking for the population, but, I really want to hear there's going to be blood flowing on some third world country's gutters here real soon.
I mean, I support them, just like we're supposed to, but the thing is, I'm not feeling it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit there in a phony way and say, and start waving the flag because they tell me to, or sit there and listen to these read speeches that a speechwriter wrote. I want some real feeling to come out and some real anger.
Well, so far, the only real feelings that I've heard so far come from this show. I have a friend of mine who was actually down in the area, and there's no body parts involved, but I have a bunch of about 16 pictures I'll send you guys. It's some pretty intense things, but there's no gore involved, just the actual process and of the building being struck, and it's all photos that were taken amateur. But
I have seen enough pictures.
I've seen it all.
I'm burnt out on looking at video clips and pictures. I want to turn the TV on and watch the Flintstones.
You can find it.
I'm so done with watching any more clips and videos and pictures. It's just awful.
Well, when we're going to liven things up, I can't.
I'm going to cut you off because we might have info on that flight from Rome. So there was a lady that called earlier. I think her name was Lisa, trying to figure out what hotel her parents are in Rome. Hello, Lisa.
Hello, hi. How are you?
Are you legit or what? Because this is not a date.
Actually, I'm legit. Yeah, my parents are on the same flight. I have the hotel and the phone number.
As this other girl, Lisa.
This is another girl named Lisa whose parents are on the same flight.
Okay, and you're positive about that?
I'm positive. I have the hotel. What happened was they were supposed to go to Canada and they rerouted the flight back to Rome.
Right.
And the flight didn't land until like 11 o'clock Rome time, which was like 7 o'clock Pennsylvania time yesterday.
Okay, so what do you got? Because, it's going to be almost impossible for that other Lisa to get through, so you might as well put the info in the air.
Okay, the actual address, the actual phone number to the hotel.
Just give the hotel.
The hotel?
Yeah, what hotel are you staying at?
I don't know how to say it.
Spell it?
R-G-I-S-E.
R-G...
E-R-G.
E-R-E?
E-R-G.
Start over.
I-S-E.
Hold on. Start over. Lisa, start over, seriously.
Okay, do you want the phone number to the hotel?
Well, start over with the name of the hotel. Do it slowly, one letter at a time.
E is in Eric.
E is Eric, all right.
Robert.
R.
G is in Jeffrey.
G.
I.
Is
in Frank.
F.
E is in Eric.
E. All right.
And this is in Rome. But they went back to Rome.
Wow, that's wacky. Okay.
In Rome.
Okay, and
are we allowed to give out the phone number?
Yeah, we give out the phone number. And people, it would be really stupid.
Talk to the guy there,
it would be real stupid to call Rome as a goof. So just if this girl Lisa, the other Lisa's listening, here's the number. Try giving it a call. And people, let her make the call. Don't tie up the number with your shenanigans.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, it's the international number. It's 011
011
39 06
66
440.
Okay.
And that'll put them directly into the hotel.
Right on. All right, and if Lisa didn't get that, if she could keep trying to call, we'll have that info here for her if she finally does get through.
All right, perfect. Somebody just called me and told me that they thought I was on the air.
Okay.
But actually, it was somebody else named Lisa.
Yeah. Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, man.
Bye.
Let's go to Joe. Where'd I go? Shoot.
You went nowhere.
All right, hold on. Let's go to Joe in Boston.
Hello?
Hey, Joe, what's up?
Hey, guys. I've been like, oh, man, this is crazy stuff. I lived about 20 minutes off the bridge. I used to live in Jersey.
Okay.
All right, well, I do still live in Jersey. I'm a college student, right? Now I go to Boston College, right? I had a choice of going either to NYU or to BC. Like, right at the end, I was like, you know what? I love Boston. I got to come up here because I just love this place. Now, like, NYU is, what, a couple blocks away from the World Trade Center?
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Let's get to the point.
All right. No, the thing is, man, it's like, I'm in Boston, and I live 20 minutes away from where this hotel where the FBI agents keep going in. Over the past couple nights, I've been here, or the last night.
You have nothing.
No, man, hold on. No, there's been bomb
You're
threats.
20 minutes away from something that's going on in Boston. There are people right outside the Westin Hotel. So,
Yeah, I know.
So what do you have today?
Dude, man, it's just crazy with all this
We
bomb
understand
stuff.
it's
And
crazy.
I'm hearing, like, fire trucks and police going out all crazy over here, man.
Crazy?
It's pretty insane, man.
Maybe you...
All right, man.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. There he goes.
We got a quick clip of Colin Powell.
We have to still try to return life to a sense of normalcy. We cannot be a people who are afraid to live. We cannot be a people who will move away from a relatively open society. We cannot be a people who walk around terrified. We're Americans. We don't walk around terrified.
I don't know. I kind of get terrified walking around.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
It's kind of terrifying.
Here's another clip from Colin.
Hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken. The resilience of this society will not be broken. We will find out who is responsible for this, and we will pay for it.
Okay, I like that. But, it's the resilient part. We know we're resilient. We know that life will go on and the city will get back to some normalcy. I want to hear about the ass-kicking part. Let's hear from Newt.
When you go to war, you have a whole new set of rules. You can blockade, you can use force, and you communicate to other governments, such as Sudan and Afghanistan, that the United States is now serious, that killing our men, women, and children, killing people in our cities, will never be accepted, and you're either with us against the terrorist, or you're with the terrorist against us, but there will be no neutrals.
All right. Okay, Newt. At least he's talking about the issue of the terrorists. I don't want to hear about how resilient we are. We know.
More people died yesterday, more civilians died yesterday than on any day in American history. It is clear that forces have declared war against the United States. What is not yet clear is whether we're prepared to step up to that, declare war, and use the elements of war, the military, the intelligence community, or whether we're going to try to deal with this as a criminal justice problem.
No. Let me tell you something. If Bin Laden sent his men over here, right, and they walked into a deli and stole a bag of chips, that's a criminal justice problem. They stole something. This is not a criminal justice problem. This does not see courtrooms. This sees the nose cones of bombs.
This is a war. Different rules.
This was a systematic act of war, and it is very, very important that we move in the direction of making this a matter of war, a matter of national security policy, not a criminal justice system matter. And I think that in that sense, my hope is that this morning the President will be indicating that he will be coming to the Congress soon and that he'll be asking the Congress for a declaration of war.
Very good. How many years did we have to sit and wait while the Pan Am Lockerbie debacle sat with the suspected bombers trying to be extradited? Ooh, watch out! He's sending over a subpoena. That's crap, and I really don't want to sit through more of that.
You would declare war against the terrorist organizations and any governments which support, sustain, or protect those terrorist organizations.
Yep. That's it.
You can hear the emotion in his voice. I like this.
You got a country that backs these people, supports them, gone.
The declaration would be against bin Laden and any terrorist who supported him, and the declaration would be against any state which harbored or protected bin Laden after the United States demanded that they were turned over. I think that clearly Afghanistan is a potential target, Sudan is a potential target. I don't know beyond that, but it's increasingly clear, as you just reported, that we're going to be able to track down the evidence of who was involved.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't, you talk about, we got to find out who's responsible. We know who's responsible for acts of terrorism. Maybe, is it this act of terrorism? Probably. But if it's not, it doesn't matter. It's time, like I said yesterday, Michael Corleone, the end of The Godfather, remember that? Time to take care of all the family business. Time to pay back for the embassy bombings, the barracks bombings. Time to take care of the coal bombing. And this bombing, to tie up all the loose ends, all the stuff we neglected to do for the past few years. Now's the time. So it doesn't matter if they're directly responsible for this act. They did other stuff. So anyone that harbored bin Laden, any other terrorists that have done things like this, held responsible and will be dealt with.
All right, let's go to Donna. Donna, what's up?
Hey, hi guys.
Calling from PA. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say how easily it is to get box cutters on the airlines. Because I've done it actually several times, like unintentionally.
Why are you bringing box cutters onto a plane?
Well, because...
Why do people have box cutters? How many boxes are people opening up?
No, I did it unintentionally because I work for a company that when we go to a convention, we actually ship the box cutters out in one case to open up all the other cartons that we have to display our product. And after we're done with, everybody has a box cutter, and I just sometimes throw it in my purse, forget about it totally, and carry a pretty big purse when I travel.
Yeah.
And
did anyone ever look in your purse after going through the X-ray machine and
no, never.
To go, what's that? Maybe I should
Have you seen these people that stand in front of these effing X-ray machines? Where the hell do they get their job? I don't know what they're looking at. And again, it's the whole perception. We like to believe that they are looking at that screen and they know what to look for. But you know something? Most of them look like they just stepped out of those goddamn traffic uniforms, handed tickets out on the street, and stepped in front of these friggin' X-ray machines.
Well, that's it. I've done it unintentionally. I didn't know it, or I would have taken it out, but I put it in there. I switched purses to a smaller purse when I'm going around at the convention. Switch back over to the big purse, forget all about this box cutter I had put in there.
See?
Get home.
Someone should be looking for this.
I get home, I start to clean out my purse of all the stuff of travel, and I look, and there's a box cutter in there, and I'm like, oh my God. And
they don't know what the hell they're looking at. They put things through the X-ray machine. And another thing, if you walk through that machine and it beeps, and you empty your pockets, and put it in the little basket?
Yes.
And walk through and it don't beep anymore, and then take the stuff out of the basket? Do you know what you could put inside a cell phone?
Oh, yeah.
Or other things that they just hand right back to you again?
I know.
It's ridiculous.
And my boss has even done it, and today our salespeople were in, and they said, one of them said, I carry a box cutter all the time in my briefcase. He said just, because he's out on the road a lot, and, he said, he's getting ready to fly back, and he said, I'm going to have to take it out now.
Perceived security. It's scary how easy it was.
Yeah.
It just boggles the mind.
It's perceived security. Just to look at a hairbrush.
Right.
And, even the one time we were down in New Orleans when Al Gore was there, and I went through, I had a little pouch, had a box cutter in there.
Look at you with your box cutter.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, enough with your box cutter. Let's leave those at home for now.
We always have this
Donna?
box cutter. Well, I walk through, they check my little pouch purse. I get in there. They just look in the top of it. I get in there, we're going to see Al Gore and everything.
I think we're getting back to a little bit of normalcy, Opie. This woman's annoying me for some reason.
Why?
I don't know, just your voice.
my voice.
See, I'm feeling some normalcy again.
All right, Donna, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
It didn't take long. Good.
Trying to control Anthony.
Oh, my God. Her and her box cutter.
Enough about the box cutters. Kerry, what's up?
Yeah, how you doing?
How you doing, man?
First thing I want to say is to speak to everyone. Our hearts go out to the families, all the people that went. But it's making me sick listening to what some of these people are talking about on the air. All right? First of all, the people talking about going back to normalcy in the city. There's never going to be normalcy to the people and their families that lost their lives. All right? The only way we can get back to normalcy is when we see the flash of light in the mushroom cloud, when we go over there and we bomb every one of those people responsible.
Yeah. That would be nice.
To me, every one of those people, those women and children that were chanting in the street and cheering the death of our civilians, they just became soldiers.
Potential terrorists, future terrorists. These are the same people that when there's a goddamn earthquake or a mudslide or their little stinky village crumbles to the ground, we're the first people to pack food and aid and send it over. And the elementary school kids in our country, are they jumping for joy? No. They write little letters and cards and send it over there. And their little bastards stand there with their stupid flag and jump up for joy that our people are dead.
These are those Hillary Clintons and the liberal groups of our society that want to feel bad for these people. And you got to stop feeling bad for them. I don't feel bad for them all. I want every one of them eliminated. I think they deserve it. I think they're all terrorist sympathizers. Right. And I think every one of them harbor them. They hide them out. And as far as I'm concerned, that makes you're harboring a killer. That's what these people are.
Political correctness has no place in national security. We can't be afraid to offend these people by weeding them out.
That's right, you can. What we got to do now, they declared war, and every one of those people dancing in the street, the women and children, all they're doing is raising their children to hate the United States.
Exactly.
That means in 10, 15 years from now, these people are potential terrorists.
They're cultivating weapons, is what they're doing. They're not raising children.
Destroyed, and these people are calling in with my mom, he doesn't know where I am, and the box cutters, and stupid, ridiculous things like that. It's making me sick to my stomach.
Kerry, and you're in the New York Fire Department, right?
No, my brother's New York Fire Department. They lost a lot. His house lost a lot of people yesterday.
How many did they lose?
They lost 7 altogether.
Jesus.
Out of like 14 people. And there's no normalcy to their lives. Not today, not tomorrow, not for their day. Right? And that's what the big thing is. And all these people, there was not one military target hit yesterday in New York City. These were civilians. And the people in Palestine and Afghanistan were cheering it, and it was a disgusting sight.
Yeah.
And when I see a mushroom cloud and I see them people burning in the street, then maybe some normalcy will be brought back to the society.
Yeah. All right, Kerry.
All right? Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
That's it. Yeah. Can't sit around and be all sensitive to, oh, wait, we can't offend this group, so why don't we sit here like sitting ducks? No.
Dan, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show. What's up?
Man, I was right there yesterday I was on a rooftop in New Jersey watching the whole thing. I am so pissed off right now, I can't even tell you. So see that, did you guys see Fox 5 yesterday with that fat woman with her tongue in the middle of the street at the West Bank?
Oh, that teeth falling out of her head.
Just ridiculous.
Celebrating, dancing in the streets. Did you see the guy driving by in the little truck, and he's giving the victory sign and waving, and he's got a little banner inside his truck that says Ford. like he's proud to drive a Ford. He's driving an American car, and he's cheering. And those little future terrorists, those small weapons that they're raising, are waving their flags. And I was completely disgusted, and I could think of nothing better than seeing them burn.
Just terrible. Either to blow them all up or line them all up and give them the AIDS virus or something. I don't know what to think. Anyway, the second point is I was watching Channel 7 yesterday. I saw Joe Torres on Channel 7. He's on the east side of the World Trade Center. West side, whatever he was. He was on the west or the east side. He was on one of the sides, and he gets on the news report. He says, luckily, the debris fell to the other side that he wasn't on. He's like, thank goodness that it didn't fall to my side.
Gee, other people are on the other side.
And then someone told him his earpiece, you freaking douchebag, what did you just say? He's like, oh, Joe Torres, ABC News, get me off the air, please, very quickly.
Yeah.
Just disgusting. And anyway, guys, I wanted to commend you on yesterday. It was nice to hear some familiar familiar voices, and it really got me through the afternoon. I appreciate it.
All right, Dan, thank you.
All right, man.
We're going to go to Matovich from CBS Sports. He helped us out a lot yesterday, and he's back on today. Pete, what's going on?
Hey, guys, last time I complimented you on the air, and you hung up on me, so let me just say, I just thought you guys did a terrible job yesterday.
No, we didn't hang up on you.
I'm just kidding.
We didn't have the power to do that from where we were yesterday.
No, not yesterday. Last time I talked to you guys from Philly. But anyway, I just watching the news here, and WNBC just reported that there was a flight yesterday morning at 9 o'clock from JFK to L.A. There were 3 Muslim-looking men that were arguing with the flight attendants, and the flight attendants asked them to leave the plane, and they would not leave the plane. And the flight attendants argued with them. They had to get off. They were persistent that they couldn't get off the plane.
Was this the guys that there was something wrong with their boarding pass?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
so they called the police.
Yeah.
As soon as the guys found out that the police were coming, they took off. And it turns out, it looks like that Flight 23, United Flight 23 from JFK to L.A. was another flight.
It's plane. Whoa.
So they just reported it now. It looks like it's unbelievable. It looks like there was going to be a 5th plane. And those 3 guys are at large now.
And that fits the MO, the plane, the airline, the fuel in it to go to L.A.
Right.
Right out of
at 9 o'clock.
Kennedy, 9 o'clock.
Take off at 9 o'clock.
Wow. Holy God, imagine the people on that plane.
So those bastards are out there. So there are guys that are out there right now, still alive in our country.
They got to be rounded up and destroyed. They should be strapped to the cruise missiles that we bomb their country with.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
So, and Anthony, I agree with you. Last night, I was a Clinton guy, and I know you were killing Clinton yesterday, but and I was a little nervous when Bush was elected. But last night, going into that speech, I heard everyone saying, this is the biggest presidential speech in decades. And I said, you know what? I'm with you 100%. I'm with you.
Yeah.
This is it. Let's go. And I'm telling you, about 5 minutes in, my mind started wandering. He lost me.
Yeah.
I lost interest.
I wanted a more emotional speech from this guy that was reflecting the people in this country and their anger a little better.
I wanted to be with them. I was looking forward to hearing it. I was on his team, and I'm still on his team. But
yeah,
I agree with you.
He had the same demeanor as when he was given that tax refund speech.
Exactly. He lost me. I literally called myself wandering. My mind wandering.
And one of the most important speeches ever. And you were wandering. Yeah,
I've never seen him show emotion.
Anyway,
during the inauguration, as he became president, he had no emotion. If that's how he is, all right, that's fine.
Right.
But I don't think that's how he is. I think he's trying too hard to make a historic speech than he is to just go off the cuff with a few things and really put some emotion and how you really feel into it.
He was obviously reading, number one, which I thought was a problem, too. That's what they do, but I thought this is the one time that it wouldn't have been a bad idea to just talk to us.
Roll your sleeves up, put your finger in the camera, look into it, and just go, hey, whoever's responsible, you're not getting away with this. Just something that kind of showed like you're a man that's pissed and ready to kick some ass.
It's unbelievable. And the last thought I had was... in the middle of the night, I woke up to go to the bathroom, and when it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and you don't have your wits, and I started thinking like, oh wow, they bombed the World Trade Center, and then it like hit me like a ton of bricks. Oh my God, the World Trade Center disappeared.
It's gone.
It literally like shocked me.
You can't say that enough. It's gone.
It shocked me. And then I woke up and my first thought was, oh my God, something happened to the World Trade Center and they bombed it or something. And then when it hit me, I literally just snapped to. I was wide awake.
Yeah, it's strange. It was on everybody's mind yesterday as when it happened. And then the only break I got from it was the short sleep that I did get, and then the second my eyes opened, bam, it's back in your head. It doesn't go away.
It's amazing. To me, it was even worse today because yesterday just felt like a dream, like it wasn't real. But when you wake up and you realize it really did happen, it's almost worse.
Yeah, the depression and then the anger just will not go away until I mean, call me shallow if you want, but the anger will not go away until I see some retribution.
Well, I think it's good. I mean, it's good news that plane never left, and even better news that those pricks are alive somewhere in New York.
Well, hopefully they get scooped up and they don't either get away or try to do something else.
Yeah, that's the other part of it too. But so I just want to let you guys know about that news. But anyway, keep it up, and I'll see you guys around.
All right,
cool, man.
Take care.
Bye. Where do you want to go? Grr. There's millions of calls coming in. Jay, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Up, O&A?
Hey.
Hey, I work with this one guy. I'm an engineer in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
I work with one guy who knows one of the guys who helped design that building.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were didn't really know why the buildings fell the way they did.
Yeah.
Since they're so tall, they have to be reinforced on the sides with the hurricane-type winds.
Yeah, that's why the windows are so small and thin and long on the building. I think in between each window is a big steel, what amounts to big steel pipes that run up the length of the building.
Yeah, normal buildings, they're structurally designed for the middle, but this was for the outsides. That's why the terrorists, when they hit the plane, hit on the corner, because that pretty much just crumbled everything right there.
You know, I wonder if that's actually, if the hitting on the corner was intentional, because kind of looked like both of them didn't quite know where they were going to hit it.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, man.
All right, take care.
Thanks, Jay.
What's up, Martin?
Tube construction, they call it. Hey, Adam Ferrara.
Hi, pal.
There's my pal.
How you doing?
You're okay, and you live right there, too? You're right downtown.
Right there, man, right by Washington Square Park. It's the wind blew, and it was coming up 6th Avenue. And you could really smell it. We was down there all morning just cheering on the cops' environment. The West Side Highway is lined with people with signs that say New York Heroes.
Yeah.
And just screaming.
Great. Where were you when it happened?
I was home.
You were?
I was sleeping.
Did you hear anything? I know. Actually, you didn't hear anything.
No. I woke up and the TV was on, and I looked at it, I go, what movie is this?
Yeah.
And it wasn't real. Yeah. And when the plane hit, my girlfriend was at the gym, and I just ran out of the house to go get her. And she came home. We met in the elevator. She was crying. It's just nuts.
Was the gym nearby? Or?
Yeah, on 13th.
So you're wondering about each other and stuff.
Yeah, it's nuts because you don't know what to do, and the phones go out, and you want to email. I left cold the house. I
know. Yeah, that's what happens. You know, when you're right there in the midst of it, and for relatives that don't live in New York, they just hear New York, and I think people from Syracuse were getting calls going, "Are you okay?"
Yeah,
people freak out.
My mother said, "We opened up the map. You're only a finger away." How about that?
Oh, your mom and dad. I know your mom especially. She's just like,
she had an evacuation plan. Get to Chelsea Piers. John's got the boat.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought my boy.
Yeah.
Where's my boy?
Yeah.
Send Wheezy over there. She'll kick some ass. How dare you? Do you know my son was right near there?
Yeah.
A lot of people thought we broadcasted from the Twin Towers. They didn't know. I'm reading email going, it was good to see that you guys were alive.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you got to read some of this stuff back there.
Well, we were scared because I called the office. I called your number in the back office, and then I got a hold of, I called the house. I got you and your cell phone. I couldn't get through on your cell phone.
Yeah.
So I gave my girlfriend, we have walkie-talkies that I got as a gift for something.
The two-way.
I got to take this. She goes, what is this? I go, just take this. Here's the code. Like, planning everything so I can keep track of her.
The walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
Man, it's devastating.
And I got to interrupt you.
You don't even know how to deal with it.
I got to interrupt you because Psycho Mark's on the line, and he has limited time. Psycho Mark.
Holy S, let's go out and beat up some cab drivers tonight.
There's the Psycho Mark we know and love.
I'm going to strangle the first cab driver I see. I haven't seen one all day.
Mark, it's not time to be strangling cab drivers.
Mm-hmm. You're right. I apologize.
Mark, I saw you on TV yesterday. It didn't look like you. I've never seen you so serious in your life.
Dude, I've never seen anything like what happened yesterday in my entire life.
You were right there when this whole thing went down.
Dude, it was right out my entire window. I was 5 blocks from the whole thing. I saw both the towers go down. I saw at least 100 people jump out.
Oh, man.
I saw that sick towel head take the plane right into the building. I didn't see the first one. That got me out of bed.
Yeah,
the first one got you out of bed. Well, take us through it a little bit.
What were you thinking? All right, you hear the noise, you look at the World Trade Center, it's in flames. What do you think happened? What's going through your head?
absolute, my jaw just drops, and you go, my God, this is a freaking movie. I actually thought I was tripping for a minute.
Did you know or have an idea of why it was in flames when you looked at it?
Well, when I got out of, it took about a second and a half to look out the window right after the explosion, and debris is just pouring out after the first hit. And I'm just in shock. You're like, holy crap, something just blew up huge in there. So I'm watching and watching. Yeah.
And you didn't know what it was?
Well, we didn't know at first, but then I turned the TV on, and immediately they started saying a plane hit it.
Wow.
So CNN reported it right away.
But you're still thinking it's an accident.
Right, well, you're not sure, but then there's this huge gaping hole with flames licking out, and people are jumping out, and then out of nowhere comes a 767, and this mother effer just went right through the building, dude. An entire engine, one of the engines comes flying off and goes flying down Church Street, bouncing off buildings, and ends up about a block and a half from my apartment.
You saw the engine fly off the plane?
Off the plane, bounces off several buildings, and skids down the street.
Oh, man.
Meanwhile, people aren't just running. So then, about 15, 20 minutes later, the first building starts to collapse. You could just look at it, starting to melt. Molten metals just pouring out of the corner of the building. And I'm going, oh, this is it. This thing's going down. And, I can't explain. How do you explain the World Trade Center falling down?
Yeah, there's no way.
Dude, I'm sitting there going, no effing way.
Yeah.
But as soon as I saw that second plane, I'm like, well,
that's when you knew it wasn't an accident. When the second one hit, you knew it wasn't an accident.
Yeah, exactly. It was meant to be. So then sure enough, I look outside. The Fox News truck's right outside, so I help the boys out. And I've been on my feet since the accident happened. I've not had 1 hour of sleep. Right now, I'm on top of the 34th floor of right on French Street. And overlooking. I'm actually with the Fox News crew, and we've got the picture of the building right now. And
their new valuable asset, Psycho Mark.
Dude, I just want to say hi to all the truckers downstairs and the West Side Highway down there with their WOW stickers on there, because there's a ton of guys down there. They're all waiting to take some of this rubble out. They've got maybe 200 dump trucks lined up.
Just waiting.
You would not believe the vehicles they're pulling out of there. They're just pulling out like a Suburban was flattened.
Jeez, man.
I mean, it was just insane.
Yeah.
Insane. And then last night, at 5:30, 7 World Trade Center went down.
Mm-hmm.
And they were actually able to get footage directly from my apartment when that thing went down.
Which is a huge building in itself. Stories. Like, that was almost a secondary story. It's 47 stories high, and twice the width of both of the World Trade Center towers.
So it's still on fire right now. There's still people inside. There's one guy that took the flight down 74 floors. He was on the 74th floor, and he rode all the way down, a cop, and they pulled him out.
And he called on the cell phone. When he got down, he made a call out on the cell phone. He said, hey, I'm still alive. Come get me.
He rode the building down 74 stories?
And he called on the cell phone.
How do you do that?
Dude, you just pray. I don't know.
How the hell does that happen?
No, it's just a mess down here. It's just a complete mess.
Yeah.
And I gotta go. I gotta get back to work here, and they need this cell phone.
All right, Mark.
All right.
Hey, thanks for that.
Yeah, God bless, guys. I mean, thank God I'm still alive, and what can I say? One day at a time.
Yes. How would New York have survived if we would have lost the likes of Psycho Mark?
Well, who knows? There'll be no more back.
Okay.
All right, Epsis. Take care.
All right.
Talk to you guys later.
Man, well, the rules have changed.
That went down in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
In Shanksville, just before United Flight 93 crashed, a passenger telephoned his wife, told her the plane had been hijacked, and said he and some others were going to do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can speculate, of course, that maybe perhaps they did something that kept that plane from finding its target, which they say might have been the Capitol, the White House, Camp David. Yeah, it was heading toward Washington. So, hey, who knows? Who knows? I guess once they get the voice recorders, which is another thing. Giuliani and Pataki were on the news giving a press conference, and they held up pictures of the black boxes of the 2 planes that went into the World Trade Center towers. How the hell do you find that? I mean,
those have beepers on them.
They do?
And they track them down, right. So if they're lost in the water, they can kind of zero in on the signal that's being sent out.
Yeah, sure.
That works, too. Sure.
How loud are those beavers, man?
Exactly. I sure hope they do find it. One of the planes actually, the pilot had keyed down the mic when he was flying, and the tower picked up some of the conversation in the cockpit with the hijacker. And, heard the hijacker say, "Do what we tell you, and no one will get hurt." This son of a bitch.
Did he say it in English?
Yeah, it was all in English. They heard it all in English, and they won't get hurt. Meanwhile, they crash into the World Trade Center towers. Bastards. Response.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
Hardcore response.
It's gotta be. Yeah. We gotta blow up a country.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's plenty of countries that we know sponsor terrorism. Blow one up.
Yeah. Look, what's your response? Well, that country's gone. Right. Next.
You
he had nothing to do with it. Yeah, but you know who did.
You want to take him in now?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're next.
Tom disagrees. Tom, let's hear this one.
All right, Tom.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Fan of the show.
Let's let Tom get his point across. Tom.
My point is that if we go and bomb Afghanistan off the map, that's an act of terror. And
how is that, Tom?
Well, first of all, the people in the street celebrating, and that's a couple thousand people, a very secluded event, and even people in our government have said that. As far as going to war with Afghanistan, I think with the unbelievable support we have all over the world, I think it really is simply we're coming for them. Anybody that gets in our way is going to be sacrificed. But you can't just start dropping bombs on civilians.
How do you think we should take care and get bin Laden, who is in Afghanistan? The government in charge in Afghanistan knows he's in Afghanistan.
Is protecting him.
How then do you think we should take care of this then, if not bombing Afghanistan?
I believe you send in special forces, Navy SEALs, and other high-level military. And of course, any resistance has to be dealt with in the obvious manner. But I think if
you're putting more American lives at risk.
Not only that, you don't know where he is in Afghanistan. He's hidden in caves. This country is big. The government knows where he is, and the only way to force their hand is to make their people suffer to the point that they say, "Hey, please, turn this guy over."
But I don't think that, enough, and whether you consider these people innocent or not, these people did not elect their leaders. And
then overthrow them, or pay the consequences.
And another point is that if Saddam Hussein had been killed this week, we would also be celebrating in the streets. So,
you know something? You got a point, but did he earn it?
Yeah, I mean, have you seen the papers? It's war.
He's another terrorist.
I just don't believe any more innocent people need to be killed. And if you think anybody that lives in the country is guilty, then
I'm not saying that. I'm sure there are people in Afghanistan that cannot stand their government that are crying about what happened to our people here in the United States. But you know something? What do you do? What do you do? That's their government that's holding on to this guy, and they're despicable people.
I mean, let me make clear that, redemption has to be achieved without a doubt. I'm not siding with anyone.
This is where he's being protected by the Taliban. He said 3 weeks ago in a London newspaper that something's going to happen to the United States. Yeah. What more do you need?
He's already tried once to take down the World Trade Center.
Hey, Tom, what do you tell the victims' families?
That your family's dead, so now we're going to kill many others? I don't think that's necessarily...
What do you tell the families? Let me read something that just came over. CNN report from Ground Zero of the blast. Workers are using anything they can find to pick up body parts. Those parts in any bodies are being taken to one of several makeshift morgues. What do you tell the families?
Just so telling them tomorrow that we went and killed 10,000 Afghanis makes it better?
But we you know something?
Makes me feel a little better.
We didn't go over there unprovoked and kill their people. We are sitting here, a country...
This country started a war.
That takes care of the world for some reason.
Yesterday was an act of war. It is now a war. War sucks.
War does suck, absolutely.
We did not start it.
Right, we're in a war situation right now, my friend.
And these people understand one thing, death and destruction. It's what they deal out, and it's the only thing they understand. So you have to give it back to them a lot worse than they gave it to you. There's no diplomacy with these people.
Diplomacy is gone. They started the war. They chose the rules.
You got to prevent this from happening again, because next time it's going to be even worse, believe it or not.
Right.
If you can even imagine that.
Let me say what led me to this conclusion real briefly, and then I'll get off your show. Really what triggered this kind of thought in me was the last thing the president said to us last night, and that was God bless. And the Christian belief that only Americans are God's children is just such a disgusting way to portray.
Tom?
I mean, I'm not a religious guy.
Yeah,
but the mentality, especially among Christians in this country, is that only Americans are God's children.
Tom,
and I'm just a lot of people have died. Period. It doesn't matter what race, religion, color, creed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we get Yahoo is now like that idiot you just had on. Oh, let's go beat up a cab driver. What an effing loser.
Tom, can I tell you something? This whole thing, the devastation you see on TV, is in the name of someone's God.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the name of their God. So I don't even want to hear about anyone's religion right now. I don't want to hear the president say God bless. I don't want to hear any of that, because us humans have this twisted concept of what God is. We might sit here and think it's a great thing and God is great and he will support us. Over there, their version of God says, grab a plane and smash it into buildings. So I don't even want to hear. No. That's what they do over there. That's what these people think. They think that if they do this, it will bring them closer to their God. So I don't even want to hear any religion being brought up.
And they get 70 virgins on top of that.
70 virgins, and they stay by the right hand of God in the land of milk and honey. Tom, that's what these martyrs.
Tom, you're laughing. That's what they believe.
Well, I don't really believe any religion point, but I mean, and that's not.
I'm sick of hearing any religion right now.
I agree.
What's up?
What's up? You know, I'm listening to this peace queen you got on the phone here. This is the reason we got in this place in the first place. We got to lay down nuclear weapons on these guys. You tell them you got 48 hours to put this Bin Laden guy to our doorstep, or we're going to start launching bombs to every one of these countries.
Hey, there you go.
This stuff.
We give them a little out. We say, hey, hand them over, or it's over.
And there's such.
I agree with that, but I don't agree you drop nuclear bombs on anyone.
Why not? Oh, yeah. Have you seen the footage of what's gone on? This is the only
What has gone on is unbelievably terrible.
And this is the only thing these people understand.
The people that have created this atrocity, not the people that live in the country that harbors this person.
That's
my point.
That's all these people understand. This is what they need to learn.
I'll break your effing neck.
And that's what it learns. You ruined me.
My pal.
All right, Foot.
All right,
yeah,
bye-bye.
Good point, man. You know, Tom, we're done with you.
All right, have a good day.
And I want to say, I don't want to feel like we were all beating up on Tom. He does have his opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I really disagree with it. I don't think, and Joe Curry, he had a great point.
Yeah.
With this is all these people understand.
We've got 48 hours to get the innocent out of the way.
And it's that kind of thinking that got us into this. We've always been very peaceful. We've always laid back. When we go to war, we spend umpteen $1 billion designing weapons so we could take a building out and not destroy the hospital right next door. We're pretty charitable when it comes to war. And this has gotten us into some trouble. Unless war is horrible and an awful thing that kills a lot of people in a horrible way, it's not effective. It's effective when you see what happens. See? That's war. There are dead people that did nothing laying out there. And you know how you respond to that? By effing them up even more. Because that's all they understand. Anthony?
Oh, yes. Time to start watching TV again. Another building's going to collapse.
Which one?
Building 5.
I thought that one was,
No, it's, they're being evacuated from Building 5 area because they think that's going to collapse next.
Is that the one with the pyramid on top?
I'm not sure which. Do you know which one it is, Ben?
I'm not even sure.
But now we're just waiting to watch another building collapse in the area. I guess recently another building did collapse. There are reports that a hotel has crumbled to the ground in the area.
How much more incentive you need, Tom?
You know, it's that kind of thinking, though. We went, I've said this before, we went 8 years. Very prosperous, this country, for the last 8 years when Bill Clinton was in office. And don't start yelling at me. I'm not blaming Bill Clinton for this. Right. I'm putting the blame 100% on the terrorists. But it created an environment that made it easier. Our intelligence just went down the crapper in the past 8 years. How many jobs do you remember being lost because all those bases were closing? These are important things. The National Guard got cut back. These are the people that used to do flights, regular flights over the country, just protecting the country. Remember how good you felt when the national anthem would play on one of the channels when they went off the air?
Yeah.
Years ago, when channels used to go off the air. And they would play the Star-Spangled Banner, the F-16 was flying, and then they'd show like a kid in bed at night sleeping, and don't worry, we're up here taking care of you. That's what we should be doing. We should be protecting our airspace and not cutting back because it's not necessary anymore because the Cold War's over. It just changed to another enemy and another threat that we never addressed.
Well, the money went to different things. Screw the spotted owl.
Yeah, things like that. Social programs for people that don't want it. I mean, the money that was going to the military and to these programs were very necessary, and they were all cut back, and now we're paying for it. We should have known this was going to happen when they had this planned well over a year ago.
Anthony, just to quickly jump in, partial collapse confirmed at One Liberty Plaza. Boy. Well, more damage. I just hope they know to pull people back when things like this happen. But then it just makes the rescue effort, if there aren't any survivors in there, that much harder. The cleanup, the cost. Sergio.
Hey, what you doing, guys?
You're next on the O&A show.
Listen, I want to know, when are we going to start shooting, man? They start talking, they start shooting already.
Well, I think what the president said, for some reason, we have to be patient and that these people can't hide forever, which leads me to believe it's going to be a little while, and if too much time goes by, it ends up like the USS Cole, which was bombed unprovoked in Yemen, and by Bin Laden, and we never answered that. To not answer this is an insult to the people that died.
The buildings are falling, and we're still talking.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. Lower Manhattan is pandemonium. Buildings, falling. Yep. Landmarks destroyed. And we have talk about, we might do something in the future. Be patient. I don't want to be patient. I want cruise missiles going off now.
All right, guys. Talk to you guys later. Peace.
Thanks, Sergio.
We got battleships in New York Harbor?
Yeah, the aircraft carrier.
Aircraft carrier?
Yes. You hear the fighter planes flying?
Yeah, I saw them.
Overhead? That's something. That's a little creepy here in the jet, but it's reassuring, makes you feel a little safe.
I don't want them flying over here. I want them flying over there.
Oh, no, I want them flying. I want them flying right where they are.
Go over there.
Go over there. What are you doing over here?
Push them buttons. Send that stuff off over there.
They got some other equipment they could send over there.
Sure.
When?
Hopefully soon. I'm not a patient guy when it comes to stuff like this. I want instant gratification. They did it. We know the country that he's in. We know who's giving him support and who's giving him a place to sit his dirty ass. Mm-hmm. And why aren't we now bombing that country? I don't know. I don't have an answer to you.
No. You tell them, look, we're coming in a tent.
Well, let me go to Dimitri from Boston. Dimitri.
Hey, how you doing?
All right. What's up, man?
I just wanted to say two things. I was driving today through Boston, standing at a red light. There's about 3 cars in front of me, and I look around and I see this van with 2 Arab-looking guys just standing right next to it, laughing about something. And the green light turns on, and the cars in front of me go, and I'm still standing there looking at them. And I realize that the cars in front of me just went, and nobody behind me is beeping. I look back, everybody, 5, 7 cars behind me just standing there looking at these guys. Nobody is even worrying about anything else around them. People the lives of people are changing already. We look at Israel that's been going through this for 50 years, and this is what they go through every day.
No, let me tell you something. I understand what you're saying, but this isn't what they go through every day. The amount of damage and loss of life that happened here today isn't, they haven't had anything near something as catastrophic as this in all the years piled up.
Why?
Why?
They have 5 to 6 armed people on every airplane.
Thank you. Another issue.
In the airport are security. More than half of the people, they go through chickens in the suitcases to find out there is anything.
You know why? Let me tell you why we don't do that. Because somebody might be offended that their child had to see a firearm today. I was at the airport and we were going to Disney, and my son had to see a man with a gun. Is this necessary in our country? Because people are asses. They're asses.
They live here across the ocean and don't realize what is happening. They will be offered a bulletproof vest in the airport every day as a courtesy. They will realize that they are at war. This is the first thing they got through. They need to, the lifestyles will need to change because this will keep happening. This happens so easily now.
The security is fine, upping security at the airports, but I'll tell you something. I would gladly pay an extra $20 a ticket to fly if I knew it was paying for armed marshals, trained marshals on every flight in this country that will be on that plane, and everyone knows that there are armed personnel on there. And don't start with stories of cabin pressure because of bullet holes in the walls. It's much better to have armed marshals on every flight. They will be paid through higher ticket prices. I have no problem with that. If I know that no one's going to pull a box cutter out when there are people trained to react to these situations and they are armed, you're not going to get situations like this happening.
The Israeli Air Company has been for 20 years. Not once their airplane has been hijacked. Not once. But 4 in one day.
Oh, we can't upset people that write letters to the government saying, my little Billy had to see a man with a gun.
Yeah, I can get a vegetarian meal on a flight. Guess what? I want an armed soldier on the flight.
Right, and you know something?
New York and clear up some debris there right now.
If people are going to cry and say, oh, has it come to that? If it come to that, I don't even want to deal.
It has come to that.
Right, Adam. Yes, it has come to that. And now we have to deal with it. It's a new millennium. And it didn't start January 1st, 2000. It started yesterday. There was a little delay. But this is the new age. This is the 21st century, and this is what we're dealing with right now. It's like the difference between the 1800s and the 1900s, and warfare between those two centuries. This is a new type of warfare, and this is how we have to deal with it. We got to put this political correctness and worries about pissing off certain groups away, because it's going to be our ass if we don't.
We gotta get pissed.
Right.
Across the country.
Well, I'm pissed. How about you?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
There is no more diplomacy.
Anthony, this building is like shaking. There's smoke. I'm so distracted. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it's One Liberty Plaza is about to go. It's already partially collapsed.
Smoldering.
Just in case you don't have CNN on, they just showed a panic where people are like, get back, move out of the area.
Just when you think it's over and we're in the cleanup phase, there's some of the same panic we saw yesterday in the streets.
Well, here's the details in this building. 743 feet tall, 54 floors. And it looks like it's gonna go.
Where's that?
Oh, boy. They just said some goose stepping. It's Iraq, and there is Saddam Hussein, please, he has to get it too. He has sponsored this stuff. He has financed terrorism. Whether he's involved in this action, I don't know. I don't care. He's guilty of other actions against this country and other countries that want to live free. So he should have to taste some of the wrath. Yeah, that building's gonna go, huh?
Yeah, sorry. They're making it look like it's gonna go any second.
And here is some of Saddam Hussein's quotes about what happened yesterday. America reaps thorns sown by its rulers. Here you go. The result of the thorns sown by its leaders in the world. That's what the terror attacks in the United States are.
What else did he say?
Same stuff. He keeps with the reaped thorns.
Let me go to Eric from Jersey. Eric!
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Bastard. What's up?
Well, not how you doing. I'm sorry to sound so excited. But I just want to make a comment about what you said about how kids today in society aren't allowed to see guns and the nonviolence on television and in airports. I just want to give you a lot of props for saying that because, I mean, it's the absolute truth.
This is the day we live in.
If a child sees a gun or even if it's for his own protection,
all right,
we got to have, a big uproar with, all the people who don't want any violence and whatever. You know?
Eric, I'm going to cut you off because the mayor's speaking. I want to see if there's anything.
Okay, absolutely, man.
All right.
Talk to you.
Day and age we live in.
Well, thank you, Rudy. And on behalf of New York's congressional delegation, Senator Clinton, Congressman Rangel, Ardeen, Congressman Meeks and Nadler.
See, I can't stand the name dropping they do, and they have to address everybody.
First, we got a couple of points here to make. First, I want to thank the governor for the great job that they have done. We have watched television, and I have heard from more than
there's no reason to clap.
That they feel as bad as they feel about this, they feel relieved with people like Giuliani and Pataki down here in charge and keeping things as best as they can be under these difficult times, so we thank you. I also want to thank President Bush. I spoke to the president yesterday. He assured me that he was going to do everything, and his administration was going to do everything that it could do. He said, you have a blank check. And what we are here, what Hillary and I and the delegation are here to do is assess the damage, make an inventory list, and go back to Washington. I've told Joe Olbon, I'll talk about him in a minute, and others, that we may need the kinds of help that are different than usual disasters. We not only have the so many people who've been lost and the buildings that have been lost, but we have a financial services industry that has real trouble. We have insurance debts that are enormous. We have everything.
All right,
so,
Chuck. Thank you. Thank you, Chuck.
The beauty of this display is that it's the federal...
There you go.
Thanks, Chuck.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, all right, where do we go next? Making this up as we go along.
My God.
You know, we haven't taken a break yet today.
I know.
You ever think you'd see the day you do 4 straight hours of radio without breaking it all?
Well, unfortunately, it's situations like this. You just, I'm so wound up and just annoyed.
Let's go to Alex. Alex, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I'd like to talk about national security for a minute and how many times it was breached during the 93 bombing of the Trade Center. Those guys that were held responsible came to this country with invalid visas and were detained at customs when they first arrived. They were then let go on a technicality. They then proceeded to purchase the chemicals needed to create the bomb that they made from public chemical warehouses. The worst part about it is their van that they had the chemicals in was involved in an accident on the way back from the warehouse, and it was impounded by the police. And those terrorists went to the impound lot the following day, filled out the appropriate paperwork, and got the chemicals back to make the bomb.
Jeez, man. Yeah, just a cavalcade of screw-ups in that one. And that's just the way, and then it just went downhill from there.
We didn't learn.
Every year it got worse and worse.
Downhill because we didn't learn from it. We didn't make changes.
I got to see what Hillary's going to say. Thanks, Alex.
This afternoon to visibly demonstrate the strong commitment that we feel from our colleagues in the Congress on both sides of the aisle and the very strong support that we've gotten from the President and the administration. Before Chuck and I left, we passed a resolution 100 to nothing in the Senate. And it denounced this evil act of terrorism.
You didn't get a negative vote on that one? Who's voting against that? Who's voting against that one?
It's an attack on every American, no matter where he or she lives.
What a rah resolution that is.
A strong statement of our unified commitment to rebuilding and reconstructing, as the mayor said. So we will continue to
send over Bill's penis.
All of our colleagues and the administration to make clear the extraordinary needs for resources, not just today and tomorrow and next week, for months and years to come, that will have to come from the American people and our government. I also just again want to thank the mayor and the governor for their leadership.
It's like a friggin' award show.
I want to thank our firefighters, our police officers, our emergency medical,
my flip mode squad,
all of the help at all of our hospitals. You know, the people who've really been on the front lines, and many of whom we know have already lost their lives doing their duty to help everyone else. I don't know that there's ever been a time when an act of war, and that's what this was, called into action better prepared, more resolute, or courageous soldiers on the front lines to defend our country. But we saw that, and we're seeing it. And all of America, from everything we're told and the response that we're getting, understands that. And I believe that America will be behind New York in a way that will send a message to anyone near and far that, you know, New York is America, and America stands ready to defend what we care about, and that's this city and its people. And I thank everyone who's really been doing the hard work of trying to save lives, and we have to continue it, and we have to do everything possible to make sure that every life is that's possibly can be saved is. Thank you.
So why don't we, before we call it...
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Let's move on with Tammy. Tammy, what's up today? Tammy? She wanted to say that Krispy Kreme donuts saved her husband. Oh, how'd that happen? Steve, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey.
Did you guys hear anything about the Nostradamus predictions, the 9th month of the first year in this new century?
Yeah, the guy had a blue turban, though, right?
Everyone's been talking about this. You know, when I watched the special Nostradamus
with wasn't it Orson Welles?
Orson Welles. You know,
in the fourth quatrain.
If we read the third quatrain, the fish in the frozen fjords. It could be anything.
What is a quatrain?
When that came out, they were saying, and from this quatrain we can say this will happen in 1984.
Yeah.
Like, because the movie was done in like 79.
Yeah.
So they had all their predictions maybe 5 or 6 years ahead, and we can say without a doubt that they mean 1981. And those passed and passed and passed. You could look at anything and say, oh, a Nostradamus prediction. It's called being vague. Hey, Steve?
Yo.
What is the passage? Because a lot of people sent it to us, just in case people didn't.
I don't know it verbatim. I just heard an allusion to it.
Have that?
What's that?
In the new city.
There'll be fire in the new city.
Something about the city of York in the first year of the century.
It never says York.
It never says York.
It never says that. And besides, these quatrains are all under interpretation. They're not even sure what code he was writing in.
Right, it's not even
at the
English,
time.
right?
I don't know what calendar he was actually referring to.
All right,
because he was an underground guy.
I want the passage, just so, you know, in case...
No, I don't know if somebody else
couldn't get it
knows.
off the internet because those sites have been pounded.
They were sent...
Let's read the second quatrain. Crisp crumb coating.
It was sent to us about 100 times, and I'm pissed I don't have it in front of me, but... God, if this proves that psychics are full of ass stuff...
Call me now. Yeah, you don't know nothing.
Psychics.
Crumb coating. You know, green peas. Nostradamus loved green peas.
Call now, $9.95 a minute. The quatrains will be read to you aloud.
Yeah, I don't quite buy the whole Nostradamus thing.
But I tell you, when I saw it, scared the hell out of him.
Well, yeah.
Well, I'd just like to know what's next.
Well, we know what's next. Let's go, Bush.
Yeah, we know what's next. The next, I want to turn on the TV and see some action on our part. That's what's next. Or should more buildings just fall down and we not do anything about it? Did that fall down? Opie.
It's that's why I'm distracted. No, it looks like it's going to go any second. So.
Yumping.
Oh, this guy has the quote. Let's see what Sean has. Sean,
what's happening, guys?
You had the.
Hello, Sean.
I think so. My friend emailed it. I got in the city of God there will be a great thunder. Two brothers torn apart by chaos. While the fortress endures, the great leader will succumb. The third big war will begin when the big city is burning.
Yeah.
And the two brothers torn apart. There's the two buildings. The third big war.
Oh, there you go. The two brothers torn apart.
Doesn't sound very good to me, man.
Wow. I could interpret the phone book.
Yeah, I think the guy
what happened yesterday.
Something when he wrote that one, bro.
Two brothers. Well, the towers looked alike.
West Coast Dave said the quatrain.
Yeah, I'm deleting this email, man.
It is not by Nostradamus. It is a fake. But I do remember something like that being said in that movie there, West Coast Dave, on the West Coast. Dave?
When I saw that movie, it scared the hell out of me, and I've always been looking for a blue turban, because the guy's supposed to be wearing a blue turban.
Yeah, someone sent us a math equation. This is how crazy people get with all this.
Right.
Hey guys, something coincidental you may want to talk about. The flights that were hijacked were from United and American. They were numbered as follows: 11, 93, 175, and 77. 11 equals yesterday's date.
Right.
9 plus 3 equals 12, today's date. So that would take care of flight 93. 1 plus 7 plus 5 equals 13. Thursday's date, 9/13. 7 plus 7 equals... But read this.
You know what math I want to hear? If a bomb leaves the United States at 2,000 miles an hour...
And then,
the guy lost me. It started off like, okay.
7 plus 7 equals 14. Friday's date, not 14. Hopefully this will coincide. Hopefully this is a coincidence and the terrorists can't add. But if it is correct, there will either be acts of terrorism every day for the next few days of grand... Oh, please. I don't think so.
Math equations, though.
Yeah, they had to pick the flights, it was a coincidence that they were flights that originated near New York and had enough fuel to go to L.A. Please,
Mark,
stop it with your babble.
Mark wants to make a point here. Mark, what's going on?
What's going on?
Hey.
I just want to make a point about Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
Everybody forgets about a year or two ago when she was embracing Arafat's wife.
Oh, right. Remember that?
Peaceful and everything. I just wanted to bring that up. I didn't know if anybody remembered that.
I love that tablecloth on his head.
Remember when Arafat visited the White House and Bill had just gotten a Hummer?
Yep.
From Monica?
Yeah.
Arafat is very, very frightened right now.
And he should be.
I'll tell you, he says he's donating blood to go to some of the survivors. He's just doing that he is so scared now. He's one of the real high-profile guys.
Right. And he knows where he is. So.
Yeah, everyone knows where he is at any given moment, and he's very afraid right now, and I think he should be. He's a two-faced, despicable man, which is even worse in some ways than this Bin Laden, who hides out in caves, and everyone knows he's a scumbag. This guy looks our leaders and leaders of the free world right in the face at the UN and lies right to him. So, he has a lot to fear.
Tammy's calling back. Tammy!
Hi, guys.
Hi.
How are you?
Thanks. Good.
I heard one of the best survivor stories. It's really kind of neat to hear all these people and how, they survived just by a couple of minutes because they did this, that, or the other thing.
Yeah, there's some of that in the papers today. One guy survived because he watched Monday Night Football and stayed up late, so he went into work a little later.
A woman I work with, her husband works on the 92nd floor of the second building that was hit. On his way to work, he passed the Krispy Kreme and decided, I'm not going to have the donut. Goes up to his desk on the 92nd floor, decides he wants the donut, comes all the way back down, and that's when the bomb goes off while he has the donut in his mouth.
Well, it was a plan.
Saved by a Krispy Kreme. I have a whole new respect for that donut. What?
Okay, terrific.
Okay.
I thought it was a great story.
We're a little too excited over a donut.
Nice gift.
Well, I always liked Krispy Kremes.
It's an incredible story, yeah.
We'll set up a Krispy Kreme defense shield around the country.
Well, there you go.
Fear the giant
All right,
cobra.
thanks.
It's nice to know they're good for something.
Fear the donuts. Jeremiah from D.C., right?
Oh, hey, what's up, man? Yeah, from D.C.
Hey.
Actually passed the Pentagon yesterday on the road, and it's horrifying. I can imagine what you all are going through up there. But I just wanted to thank you all for, it's like you're echoing the sentiment of, how a lot of people feel, a lot of my friends, a lot of people that I know, how they feel, and a lot of news organizations aren't covering, comments such as ours and yours.
Yeah,
so I think to be echoing that comment, to be hearing it on the radio, because I wish I could be on the radio for like 4 hours a day just complaining up a storm, and it makes me feel good to hear it.
Is the Pentagon still burning?
I'm not sure. I'm not near it now. Passed it yesterday, but
didn't they pull the people out because there was still another fire?
I'm sorry?
There was still a fire or something? They had people
Yeah, I heard some kind of problem like that, but I don't think it's...
I just appreciate you echoing the sentiment of millions.
Yeah, I kind of got tired of watching the news and listening to some of these anchors.
Being all diplomatic, and it's not the time to be diplomatic.
Yeah, they're guys, too, that, a lot of these news guys are just up there hoping they win one of these news awards for covering this story, and they're trying to get the little catchphrase or little angle that no one else is getting, and they're being very politically correct and stuff, and no one is really capturing the anger of this country right now, and it's making me sick.
Yeah.
Everyone is just pissed off, and that hasn't been addressed.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Bye. Should we take a break, finally?
Oh, you want to take a break?
I don't know.
You want to sell some honey goat weed?
No.
Yeah, right?
Howie?
No. Huh? We go to Windsor.
You gotta take a leak.
That's what I got.
All right.
I see everyone else squirming around here. We just went 3 straight hours. How about we do like a 2-minute break in? We can keep going if you want.
Well, we could do that. I just want to get to John on line 2.
John's right.
Because he disagrees with me.
You know what? We don't have to take a break.
No, that John would be.
No. We don't have to take a break. You start with John. I'll take my league. All right. And then you take your league, and then Adam takes his league, and we'll just keep going.
Line 2.
All right. There's John.
John. You better be there. Opie's got to take a league.
John. Hey, John. You gotta be kidding me. Hold on. Try this. John. Hey, Johnny. He's gone.
Well, what he said was he disagrees with me about the bombing because he doesn't. We don't know who did it yet. How many times do you have to say it?
Come on. The guy said 3 weeks ago in a London paper, look, this stuff's coming your way.
And not only that, this isn't about who did it. We assume it's bin Laden.
Right.
But it's not directly about who did this. It's about who harbors terrorists, who supports them, who gives them the money and the training facilities and just the place to sit their dirty asses down. Mm-hmm. That's what it's about. This isn't about retribution for this act. This is cleaning house for all the stuff that we've had to put up with for years. This is, as I've said before, Michael Corleone, the end of The Godfather. We take care of family business today. Stuff that built up for a while. Just because they're not directly responsible for this act, we have to clean up. We have to go into these countries that support terrorism and give these people safe harbor and make them think twice and make other countries think twice about harboring them. There's no upside for a country to harbor a terrorist. That's what the point we got to put across. We got to put across that if
harm will come to you.
Right. If you harbor them, we will screw you up so incredibly bad that there's no upside.
And Afghanistan was all mad at us because of the sanctions we put on that country because they wouldn't turn bin Laden over.
Right.
Give us the guy. What do you want? We'll give us the guy that did this to us.
You know why they're not giving us the guy?
Why?
He, first of all, has a lot of money and a lot of power. And they need that, Afghanistan. They're having their own battles. They need somebody, a lot of money and a lot of power. But no one is really hurting Afghanistan for holding on to this guy. No one's bombed Afghanistan for holding on to this guy. We just sit by while the coal gets bombed and people die, and we've done nothing. That's why we have to go in and clean house. Start with Afghanistan. Make it so they have to throw him out. Look, you can't stay here.
Yep.
America's pissed. You got to go somewhere. Another country now, he says, I would like to stay here and rest or get my army together here.
Not here.
Get my people. Oh, really? You do? What's in it for me? Because I know a bombing is in it for me.
If you stay.
Right.
So pack up the camel and get the hell out of here.
That's what I'm talking about, John, who hung up. That's why we can bomb these countries without knowing, who did this act. This is a war on terrorism, not a war on the terrorists that did this act. Yeah, we'll get them too. But this all of a sudden is a war on terrorism. And it's got to be fought seriously this time. Not a little half-assed, send a few cruise missiles and forget about it.
Hey, let's go to Ron. Ron, who's in the Marines. Ron.
Hey, what's going on, Owen?
Hoorah. What's up, Ron?
Hoorah. Hey, I just wanted to call in and say how right you guys are. It's amazing how much funding we spend on everything else, and yet we cut back on our national defense.
We've castrated ourselves.
We did, and now we're paying the price for it.
We've castrated ourselves. We've cut so much out of the military. And people don't understand, not only do we need it to protect ourselves and our country, it does give the country jobs.
Yeah, the economy.
The economy. A lot of people make money from the military just being there and being strong and being large numbers and having the bases around. Whole cities have been built on the fact that military bases are there. And they cut these programs and the bases, and this money has gone to programs that are they're meant for people that don't want them and don't care. They're waste of money. They're waste of money. The top priority should be that things like what happened yesterday don't happen, and we need a strong military and a strong intelligence agency to find out that stuff like this is going on and deal with it.
That's a fact. And it's a shame that we've been going through this stuff for 10 years, and now we're backed in a corner to where we have to do something about it.
Yeah.
Because they just came to our backyard and they screwed with us.
A lot of people look at a terrorist strike like we saw yesterday differently than a military strike done by another nation with bombers. For some reason, the plane has to be green, doors have to open up, and bombs have to drop for people to go, oh my God, it's worse.
This is worse.
Right. It's our own equipment, and it's equipment you take for granted that flies over your head every day.
And it was aimed at innocent people.
Yeah.
It wasn't aimed at a military installation.
But for some reason, some people can't soak it in as real war. If you saw a foreign country's or a terrorist organization's plane fly over and bomb bay doors open up and bombs come out, paratroopers come down and murder people in the streets, you would be like, oh my God, we have to do something right now. Some people don't seem to understand that just because it was our aircraft, that was a personally guided jet fuel missile.
Well, we don't know who the enemy is. Well, we know where they are.
Right, and we know who's supporting them. We have to do something. It was a strike just as sure as it was if tanks rolled across our border and shot them with their guns.
And guess what? If they did have a military and tanks and boats, they would be landing on shores. They don't have it. That's why they used our planes.
The oceans, not enough to defend us anymore. It worked for many, many years, the fact that we were isolated by two huge oceans. It's not a fact of life anymore in this millennium. We have to deal with this right now, right where we are.
Hell, these guys trained right in Florida.
Yeah.
Right in Florida.
We let them come over here and use our schools to teach them to kill us. We got to stop worrying about upsetting people and upsetting groups and put the magnifying glass closer to some of these people. And find out who they are without worrying about stepping on toes or worry about a congressman that wants to get reelected having to receive too many letters from a certain group or organization or whatnot and say, ooh, am I going to get reelected? But we can't worry about this anymore. We got to worry about these people hurting us.
Let's get Norton in here. Norton, what's up?
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Hi, Adam.
Hey, Norton.
I'm agreeing with you, Aunt, I'm so sick and tired of them being frightened of offending people.
Yep.
I want everybody with a bad mustache and a hyphen in his last name to be bodily searched before he gets on a plane. Right? They're terrorists, and I'm sick. And they were dancing in Patterson, in Jersey.
Well, now I'm getting reports now that wasn't happening. Somebody had made that up And the police chief from Patterson actually called up Don and Mike and said that absolutely was not true.
Okay, well, they were dancing in their own homes. They were dancing somewhere. I'm sick and tired of it.
We saw them dancing over there in the Middle East. They were loving it in Iraq.
Yeah,
they're loving
running
it.
out of their filthy hovels and dancing in bare feet, these savage animals.
With their dirty asses that just smell.
Yeah, and their just stupid peeled-back foreskin they haven't washed. I am so sick and tired of it. There should be armed guards on every flight. Armed security, and they were talking about that, and then someone said, well, it's going to scare passengers. Like heading for Tower 2 to scare passengers.
Absolutely. I would much rather have a professional armed marshal, somebody that his single job is to be trained in the art of taking out terrorists on aircraft, maybe the art of negotiating with these people right up until you blow his head off. I mean, it's got to be done. This is the new millennium that we are living in right now. Like I said, the new millennium didn't start 2000 in January. It started yesterday. Yep. This is what we are dealing with now.
I actually was eating, and I live in Jersey by the GW Bridge, and you can smell it smells like a fire.
Yeah, it's burning.
It was blowing up 6th Avenue. Eyes are tearing and everything.
It's absolutely, they effed up the skyline. I mean, you look at New York, every time I look at the city, I just get rage at what they did to the skyline and all those people. I just want us to bomb. I said this yesterday. Bomb the country.
Norton, Anthony mentioned it earlier, too. How eerie is that cloud? It feels like it's the ghost of the Twin Towers.
It doesn't want to leave. It's like it's a plume of smoke coming up from where the towers were. That's just a reminder that something was there.
Yeah.
And it will not go away.
Yeah, it's really, really disturbing. I mean, that's why I can't even look at it. That's why Friday and Saturday I gotta do bananas in Poughkeepsie. I mean, I have to.
You whore! Holy smoke! You whore! Oh my God, you are truly despicable, Jim Norton.
I'm an awful little man.
You are.
I think the comedy owner is despicable.
You gotta work.
Shows. Norton, how do you do that?
Do what?
How does a comedian get up on stage in front of a crowd that you know damn well is going through the same thing everyone else is, and try to make them laugh?
I want to go on last night. I really did. It's not that you make fun of what happened because it's disgraceful. You can talk about it, but
yeah, that's true, because we don't normally do shows like this, so I guess it's just a place to get together and vent.
Yeah, but I'm probably going to go on somewhere tonight in Jersey if I can. I just got to get on stage, and of course I'll address it.
I don't know how you do that.
You just go on and scream.
Yeah, I mean, basically...
You got to get it out of your system.
You got to talk about it. I mean, there's nothing funny about it.
Oh, but it's like this, the show we do on a daily basis isn't quite like the one we've been doing for the past couple of days.
But joke in 4 hours.
Right.
You know what it is? Because somebody on your show said it before. I mean, can Hillary Clinton say one thing that's realistic?
No.
Can they stop trying to get the poignant quote? I'm sorry. I didn't want to see them singing, God bless America. I don't want my Senate and Congress.
She went on and thanked everybody. You thank the cops, you thank the firemen, you do what you can to help, and then you figure out when are we going to strike back at these people.
Yeah, standing around singing, I want to see anger out of these people. Colin Powell is the only one with any balls in the entire administration.
Yeah, him. Newt Gingrich had some great remarks, too.
Did any of you guys see Schwarzkopf on with Brokaw last night?
Yeah.
He goes, those bastards. And Brokaw didn't even know. He was really pissed.
But you know something? I love that. There's a guy who just looked in and said, those bastards. You could tell what he was feeling. It wasn't a written speech trying to get the next line that'll end up in social studies books years from now.
Spitting out sound bites.
Yeah, I don't want to hear the word justice. We got to sound like justice. I like when they're talking about punishing those who did it, because that implies big bombs. That's what I want to hear.
I don't want to hear how resilient we are as a people and how they will not undermine the spirit of this great nation. We know that.
I want a rallying cry. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. Let's go get them.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I want to hear somebody finally express anger.
This was our finest hour.
That's it. That's what I'll follow you. That's the guy I'm going to follow.
Absolutely.
Are you guys in Manhattan today, or are you get into New York?
Disclose that.
Yeah.
They're still not open from Jersey, though, is it?
George Washington Bridge open.
It is open so I could get in and do my set tonight.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I wasn't sure.
Where are you going, Norton?
No, I'm not going to play. It's just a set in the city.
Norton, I might have to go see it tonight.
No, because
I want to see how
I actually went down to the cellar last night. There was no show, but I just went down to sit at the bar and be with people and hear the speech.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm doing a set at stand-up tonight, but it's just a 10, 12-minute set. But I just got to get on. I mean, just to get some sense of normalcy.
I went with Lenny Clark. We got on our bikes and rode down there. He goes, "Come on, pal, we're going patrolling."
Lenny Clark on a bike.
Me and Lenny Clark.
Wow.
And we rode down just to see it, just to do something, just to be together. And
miracles do happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you do feel a weird bond with other people because you know they're absolutely hating. And as far as whoever called up and said that they really don't know who it is, yes, they do.
Yep.
And it's unfortunate, but you don't think it's a black guy, you don't think it's a Jewish guy, you don't think it's an Irish guy or an Italian. It's an Arab group. We know that. All right, they found outside of Boston in one of the cars a videotape that had a fuel consumption information and flight information, like plane flying information, and a Koran. All right, that's not a member of the IRA.
Right.
It's not racist, but we know who's doing it. And if they don't like living here, I wish they would leave. I really do. If you're not happy here, please go away.
No, they're not happy that we're happy. Saddam Hussein, let me see that quote right there. Here's the mentality we deal with these people. He says, exporting evil not only wherever its armies are, but also wherever its motion pictures go.
Of course.
This is Saddam Hussein talking that he doesn't like our motion pictures.
And whoever calls them motion pictures in this day and age, they're movies.
We don't like those talkies.
Exactly.
If the American people remember all this, they will salvage their security and the security of the world from their rulers.
We'll feel more secure when you're dead.
On the other hand, if what happened in the U.S. was an internal matter, the work of American nationals, then the house dwellers know best where their evil resides.
He's turning it around.
He's trying to turn it around because of the Oklahoma City bombing. But no, we know who did this. And we're coming for it.
And you're right. There was no rebuttal, as far as I know, in Yemen for the coal.
No, there wasn't. They put a warning to Afghanistan. They wouldn't give them Bin Laden, so they put a warning and said, "Look, anything happens, we're holding you responsible." That was the rebuttal.
Mm-hmm.
After they bombed one of our ships, that's what they get.
A military ship. What more do you need? They blew a friggin' hole in a battleship.
Because they weren't allowed to man the guns.
Why? You're afraid of Yemen?
They don't want to. No, they didn't want to annoy Yemen.
Stop. They want to offend people in Yemen. Don't be offensive.
Right. Jim, we're going to let you go.
All right, guys.
It's getting a little too crazy around here.
Take care, Jim.
Take care, boys.
When do I get to take a leak?
Whenever you want, man.
Okay.
We got to go, too. We got Josh from D.C. Josh.
Yeah.
Hey.
Pentagon, 2 days ago, or a day ago, my dad was in his office. And I have no idea who these people are. I have no idea why they're doing this, but they decided to fly their plane into my dad's office.
And,
I'm feeling this a lot more intensely than anybody else is.
Wait, Josh, so your dad's dead?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
I mean, these people killed my father. They killed my family. Right now, I'm 16. I got 15 days till I'm 17. And if we go to war, first thing I'm doing, I'm going down to a Marine recruiter's office and filling out papers. So I can go over there, and I can give you guys what they deserve.
Yeah, I mean, and what do you think they deserve, Josh?
Nothing less than death. They deserve nothing less than to be shown that their actions shouldn't be tolerated. These things can't be tolerated in America. That's not what we're based on. I mean, we've let these people come here. We give them a home. Hell, we give them money. Our government gives them money to live here. And the thanks they have to show for this is killing millions of innocent Americans, thousands, of innocent Americans for no reason.
You're right.
You're
right, man.
I'm speechless. I mean, what do you say to something like that? Your dad was just at work, right?
He's an Army intelligence officer. He was sitting in his office.
Right.
I had people come into my school and tell me what had happened, and I was devastated. Nothing else to do. I'm sitting there in my government class, sitting there going on about what's going on, and my guidance counselor walks in the door and drags me out in the hallway and said, "Your father works in the Pentagon, right?"
Right.
Yeah. And from there, everything just went straight down.
Jesus.
All right, Josh. Well, thanks for sharing today. I mean, there's nothing we could say to that. Nothing. All right. Awful, man.
Thank you, though.
All right, Josh. Awful. Stacey's saying we're being irresponsible. Stacey, what's up?
Man, I mean, you guys are totally entitled to your opinion, but I think you're being totally irresponsible.
In what way, Stacey?
You guys are inciting people to violence.
In what way are we inciting people to violence? What do you mean? Inciting people to violence in this street? I mean, on our streets, or inciting our government to violence?
How do we incite? I'm afraid that you guys are talking about nuking and blowing up and hurting people. You are inciting people to hurt other people in the United States.
How?
Because
we're never. No, let me tell you something.
You know it wasn't an Irish person. You know it wasn't a black person. Well, you know what? The Arab, anyone who's from Middle Eastern countries, are very obvious. And you're advocating this.
We would never condone any violence to anybody that is in this country or driving a cab or anything, because we never said that.
No, but you guys are working people up to a point that it could happen, and I just think that's a little irresponsible.
Well, you know something, Stacey? I'm sorry. I got a little worked up yesterday looking at 2 planes smash into our city, and it worked me up a little bit. Inciting people to violence, the violence I saw yesterday, maybe I am a little worked up.
Stacey, we know people that died yesterday, okay?
Yeah.
Stacey, did you hear the last phone call? A 16-year-old kid's father was killed.
I know people who are in the Pentagon and are possibly dead. I don't know. I haven't heard. I've been trying to.
Stacey, what should we do?
All right.
What should we do?
Well,
should we all sing God Bless America?
Show, it would be nice to hear a lot of other opinions instead of everybody who's saying, let's nuke them, let's nuke them.
Well, you know something? There aren't many other opinions out there. That's pretty much what a lot of people are thinking right now. And we have put on the air other people that have other points of view.
Very few, and then they're called peace queers.
Yeah, the peace queer that I called up earlier, yeah.
I mean, I've been listening to you guys, and I'm glad to hear that there's this forum talking about the issues.
All right, but we're not controlling the phone calls. This is what's coming in.
You're voicing your opinion.
Right.
You guys are just also feeding the fire, you know?
Feeding the fire? No, the fuel in the planes they crashed into our buildings fed the fire. This is... Aren't you outraged, Stacey?
Oh, I am certainly outraged.
And what would your answer be to this outrage?
My answer is to find out who did it and punish those people. Not innocent people need to die.
How do we punish?
You know what?
How do we punish this guy?
How do we punish?
Fighting terrorism with more terrorism?
No. It's not called terrorism. It's called war.
No, it's war.
It's still...
Stacey, take a flight from Cleveland to New York City. I'll personally give you a tour of what's going on about 3 miles to my right now.
Terrorism and war...
You can help pick up body parts.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Terrorism and war are not the same thing. Innocent people were killed yesterday.
If we go and bomb the crap out of Afghanistan and don't care who we're aiming at, and we kill a whole bunch of people who have nothing to do with, like, the military...
Then maybe they will think twice about harboring a terrorist. No, terrorism is when you're going about your life and all of a sudden you're dead. You're trying to work, you're going about your life, your government is very just, very generous with its support in the world. It is pretty much the world's police force.
You're saying terrorism only happens to democratic countries that, really aren't democratic in the first place? There's no such thing as
No, there's terrorism all over the place.
You're saying it's only to just countries.
No, I'm saying this is our version of what happened yesterday. These are who terrorized us. We didn't ask for this. We didn't do anything that justified them doing this. Now our response is going to be harder than what they dealt us.
This is the only language they understand.
And Bin Laden is being supported by Afghanistan.
Cut off. Hey, I'm all for going and killing the people in the military who were helping to orchestrate
It wasn't the military.
And can you hear me? Yeah.
Wait, Heather's on the line with Stacey.
All right, I want to just tell you one thing, okay? My brother's in the Marines. Okay, he's in there. They shipped him out yesterday. Yeah, I know. And you don't have any problem with, my brother going over there and risking his life for your ass so you can wake up in a safe country tomorrow? I'm sorry, you can't tell me that there's too much violence. The only language these people are going to understand is if you blow up their family and make them suffer the way that we are.
Last person to suffer and gives up wins, right? Or loses. That's it.
Yeah. I'm sick and tired of this country. You know, we are a tough country.
It's a little something called Vietnam. Same shit happened. Excuse my language.
All right.
Yeah, my father happened, and we were killing innocent people over there. And what happened? Most of the people who came back were shunned from society. And
yeah, I know. My father was a Marine,
psychological problem.
He came off the plane after being in Vietnam for 3.5, 4 years. Came home after seeing what he saw over there, and some friggin' hippie pacifist spit in his face that just provided freedom for him. I don't want to hear things like.
Hello?
Hello?
Heather?
Yeah, the only language that these people are going to understand is when you blow them up.
Yeah.
We claim we have all these balls and you know, we're like this tough country. Show them for once. Right. What's about making friends and shaking hands in other countries? That has nothing to do with it.
That same opinion can be handed over to the same people and they can say it back to us.
You know what?
We're a bunch of assholes.
I feel this way because of what they did to us.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go over there and drop a bomb on them because I just felt like for the hell of it, I felt like killing people.
It's not the same thing if we do it to them. It is a response to their terrorism.
Right.
And it's all they understand.
Justified.
So you're saying we can't fight violence with violence? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's not the intelligent thing to do.
Yes, it is. They don't understand intelligence.
What do you want us to do? Go over.
You're going to reason with someone that thinks that if they fly a plane into a building, they're going to get closer to God? You're going to reason with that person?
Right. What do you think the political correct thing to do is? Request a letter from them?
Having higher military presence, it probably would not have stopped this thing from happening.
Maybe it didn't stop it from happening because we weren't looking behind our backs, but now we're going to shove it in their face. We should shove it in their face.
Should we also intern all the Afghanis and Arabian people or people from the Middle East just like we did during World War II? Would that help solve the problem?
Did we mention anything about internment, Stacey?
No, but I'm asking you, would that help solve the problem so that we're watching our back?
You know what? If we weren't so worried about people that, you know, and I'm not going to sound like a racist because I really don't think I am until this whole thing.
Don't worry about it.
But what I'm saying is, if we're so damn worried about having a friggin' lawsuit up our ass because of discrimination charges, then maybe these people wouldn't be in the position to screw us as they are.
There you go. We're all scared. We're walking on eggshells.
Let's intern everybody who does not look like an avatar.
Now you're on Stacey, you're on the other side of the spectrum now. You went all the way to the other side of the spectrum. There's a middle ground here where we don't have to tiptoe around and be so politically correct and, like Heather said, be afraid of lawsuits. We can go a little the other way though and look into some people a little closer. If you're coming over from an Arab nation with of student visa and you don't go to school, maybe you're doing something else here.
Further, that's not what any.
No, that is what I'm talking about. How do you think these people got in the positions to get through 2 planes in 15 minutes? How do you think these people got in the position so that they slipped through? There was somebody on the inside. There was somebody on the inside letting them in there. Come on. Okay, well, and even if there wasn't, okay, the reason that those people were in the job in the first place.
Two different airlines.
5 planes.
No, somebody got them into the country.
Stacey, you're infuriating some people. Going to hang up on you.
Yeah, I think what you're doing is working people up. I'm sorry, Stacey.
Because I'm advocating that we don't go nuke other countries.
When they
start World War III,
when they're knocking on your door,
we got to make sure this never happens again.
Don't you understand that?
You know something? I feel a little bad here because I assumed, and stupid effing me, I assumed that if you were in other parts of this country and saw it on TV, maybe you felt the same thing we felt just a couple of miles away or absolutely at ground zero where this happened. But for some reason, it didn't translate over TV, I guess. I guess what Stacey saw wasn't strong enough, and we really, I guess, only the people that are right around this horror actually understand what happened, because Stacey apparently doesn't understand.
Stacey, we're smelling death today. What are you smelling?
You go outside, you take a breath, you smell death is in the air. Maybe you need a little of that.
I want to know what she really thinks. If this guy came in and her family was all dead in there, would you still be singing the same song? Would you still be saying that, you can't fight violence? If you watched your mother or your father dying.
Did I not say that we need to hurt the people who actually did it. But we can't go around killing innocent people.
But the people who are hiding them are not innocent.
It's called collateral damage.
Who is innocent? What, the little kids that are screaming and clapping and cheering at 5 years old? They don't even know what they're talking about.
Future terrorists.
They don't know what they're talking about. That's called being innocent.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's called being brainwashed and being a threat to this country. You know who's innocent? The poor people in their buildings, the poor cops and firemen that went to try to save people.
Right.
I agree with you.
Those same little kids that you're calling innocent are going to grow up and carry guns just like their parents.
They're weapons under construction.
That's what they're being taught.
Oh, are you going to go over there and teach them something
inherent in them?
So we'll send teachers over there, Stacy, to teach them a better way. It's a lost cause. The only thing we can do, you can't teach a roach not to walk out of your wall and eat a crumb. You kill it. That's what it is. They're roaches. You don't teach it. You don't teach things that it's instilled in these people. From the time they're kids waving flags, celebrating death of Americans. They're not children at that point. They are weapons under construction.
During, the 50s and 60s, and they learned that all the communists were pigs, and, all the other racial epithets for, Asian people for, who in Vietnam and stuff. Well, apparently then, by your standards, then they would have to be considered roaches too. Because a lot of people, back in, the 40s and 50s were brought up to hate other people because of, what the government was and everything. We taught people to hate, Vietnamese. We taught people to hate communists.
And we evolved
past it. Just as bad as the other people.
Stacey, I think you're entitled to your opinion just like everybody else.
Yeah, we're just as bad.
All I can say to you is that the same thing you're talking about is what I feel got us into this problem in the first place. I'm not naming presidents. All I'm saying is that if we spent a little more time considering our own citizens in this country, rather than going around and shaking hands in every other friggin' country, like you said, and then they're talking crap to our faces, and we're sitting there smiling and taking it.
Yeah.
That's what got us into this. Who cares about foreign affairs? To a point you have to do that, I understand. But to another point, you don't give up your own citizens, and you take care of your own country first.
Let's not worry about stepping on toes and take care of our own asses.
That's right, we have to. Where are we going to be? What are we going to be laying there with bombs going off on our heads, blowing our kids up and blowing our families up, and then sit there and say violence isn't the answer as your last breath coming out?
Hey, Stacey.
Why are you so upset about if we get blown up, not that if other people get blown up?
Because
people are going to die, and it's not right if they deserve it. If they're innocent people, they don't deserve to die.
You know what? They wanted to die. They wouldn't have crashed themselves suicide into a building and killing a million other people.
Those people did that. Those people deserve to die because, of that.
Where do you think that came from? You think it was just them in a little country called Those People? Yeah. And they just hopped on the plane and that's all that was left is just those people. They're ingrained. They're in a lot of different countries in this world. It's not just a group that you can find and take care of. You have to weed them out of the countries that support them and allow this to go on, Stacey. We're not terrorists like you say. We're not as bad as them. Look at the last war, the Persian Gulf War. We went out of our way to keep civilians from being killed at the risk of pilots. We made sure that flight plans and bombs were dropped on areas that wouldn't kill civilians. And is that terrorism?
That's good. That's wonderful. And that's what
it doesn't work. That was the way of the 1900s. We're in the 2000s now. The new way is to F them up so bad that these countries think twice about helping these terrorists out.
That's how Saddam got away. We were too careful.
Too careful. That son of a bitch should have been dead.
We should have blown up Saddam when we knew where he was, and we were so worried about taking out innocent people, quote, your innocent people, that look who's doing it now.
See? All right, came back to bite us in the ass.
Heather, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bravo, Heather.
I needed to vent, all right?
Stacey, turn on the TV and look what's happening in this world.
Check out the front page of your paper, right?
Yeah, watch the people falling 80 stories out of windows to their death.
That just wanted to go to work.
Unbelievable thinking like that. That's the thinking that got us here.
Mark, what's going on? You're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hi, I just wanted to tell Stacey that
You know, they bombed Gaddafi, they killed his son 15 years ago, and he hasn't been heard of since.
One of the biggest terrorists of the early 80s was Muammar Gaddafi. This son of a bitch was responsible for so many terrorist acts. And what happened? Ronnie Reagan sent the planes in, bombed him. He wound up killing his daughter. And we never heard from him again. This guy.
That's right.
Never heard. He stripped his ass right up.
That's right. I watched yesterday. I was 5 blocks away when the building fell, and I say just, you know, do whatever you can to kill these people.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
We got the board out from Cleveland, our Cleveland station. Dan, what's up? Dan, you still on the line?
Yeah, I'm still here, man.
What do you want to say?
Hey, Cleveland is going nuts because Stacy is from Cleveland.
Right.
I'm the producer. I'm the guy that runs the board at 92.3, and Cleveland is just absolutely going nuts that she even said she was from Cleveland. I'm telling you that right now, guys.
I have a feeling the vibe there in Cleveland is a little different than she was putting across.
Yeah. I mean, I want you, and everybody wants you guys to know that is not how Cleveland feels. She is one person in a huge city that's behind everybody in New York.
Yeah. Oh wait, her last name is coming in. It was Stacey Bin Laden. Oh, I'm sorry. Now it makes sense.
Yeah, we know that, Dan. Thank you.
All right, guys. Later.
Thanks, man. Let's go to Francesco. Francesco.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, the remark that Stacy chick, I don't know if you guys remember yesterday when there was you see those people hanging out the windows, and beneath them, the plane already crashed. Those people had no way of getting out. The stairs were gone, and the last chance of hope was people looking at them. And by looking at them on TV and just watching them, and you know that there's no way they're alive, how can this freaking twat, Stacy, say something like that? These people had no way of leaving. They're stuck up there. Only God knows who can help them. They had no way of getting out, and that's the only last cry for help. And
it amazes me that
it's unbelievable. I can't help, especially a woman like that saying something like that. It's like choking her right now.
It amazes me that there's people out there like Stacey that think that, and she is, you know, I hate to say it, but she is entitled to her opinion.
Oh, yeah,
but I can't understand how you could watch something like what happened yesterday and have that mindset. We tried it her way. It's been her way for so long. We don't go into other countries and bomb them on the basis of them supporting a terrorist. We haven't done this before. Like I said, we're very surgical with taking out military targets and trying to save the civilians. We've done that for years. We're the nice nation.
Yeah.
You know something? They don't understand that. Unless war is as horrible as the war that was perpetrated upon us yesterday, for them, what's going to stop them? Oh, we killed some soldiers at a SAM missile site, but the kids' school and the hospital are fine. No, you have to make them understand.
And they took advantage of it. There was explosives in the milk factory. We went in during the Gulf War. It's milk. It's milk. Yeah, it's milk that blows up.
Yeah, they moved They started moving people to various hospitals and milk factories for the children.
You and your children are at risk.
Yeah, they're building rail guns and whatnot under the guise that they're water purification plants.
You and your dancing children.
And we're being all nice. Just what you said before. The fact that we didn't just go into Baghdad and kill him, Saddam Hussein, is a testament to the fact that we just don't do that. Well, you know something? It's a new century, and now it's time to do that. Mm-hmm. It's all they understand.
The rules changed, and they changed.
Right. They brought it right to our biggest city.
So,
and now it's time to do something about it.
Our policy is that we don't assassinate leaders.
That is Gerald Ford's debacle back when he was in office. The guy did nothing.
He ain't in office no more.
Right. Gerald Ford, a waste of space in the White House after Nixon lost his effing mind.
That's it.
And lost the office. They put in this Gerald Ford, who was never elected to office, and he signs a bill into law that the United States will not participate in assassinations of people, which means we couldn't just go in to kill Saddam just to kill him. If as we were bombing a building he died, whatever. But we should have been able to send people in to kill him, just like Bin Laden. We don't do that. You know something? It's a different time than it was in the mid-'70s.
Ford's no longer the president. We're coming to get you.
Hey,
right.
Stacey pissed off so many people. Chris is a New York City cop. Chris, what's up? You're next.
Hey, Opie, Anthony.
Hey.
My name's Chris.
I'm a New York State cop.
What's up, man?
Spent about 20 hours outside City Hall yesterday. The utter destruction that's going on is unbelievable. What these people don't understand is the people who did this are like the Army there. They don't wear green uniforms. They don't wear blue uniforms. They walk down their streets carrying their AK-47s, and nobody cares. What are we going to do about this? It's crazy.
We're going to screw them up so they think twice about ever helping these people.
You know, we have all these liberal people in this country. And, Opie, I'm a Democrat. But you know what? I'm a cop now, and I see the way this liberal world thinks that, oh, we should just turn the other cheek and we shouldn't fight back. That's their army. You know what? Bomb them.
You know what,
do
Chris?
surgical strikes, bomb them.
You know something, Chris? It almost worked in the past because you could protest here, and it's all right to think like Stacey or think like we do and hold up signs and really pour out what you're feeling in protest. And the results, you never really see them. The people that have died in the past have been military people, and that's tragic. It's tragic, but they go into it knowing it's their job.
Right.
Nowadays, it's coming home, people. It's international terrorists coming to your office buildings now and killing you. So you can't now just sit back and think about it like we did in the past. Action has to be taken unlike it's ever been taken before, just like they're doing.
Absolutely.
This is a new kind of war. We've seen thousands die and landmarks destroyed, and we can't deal with it the way we used to deal with war.
No, they're killing thousands of people. When's the last time the United States went in and killed 1,000 people? They don't even do it during the war.
No, we know where people are.
They take out the vent.
We take out equipment, right. We take out equipment. We hit those places.
Well, guess
that
what?
Vent,
I'm not saying that children, but people on their equipment. They don't have they're using our equipment. They're using our friggin' airplanes.
Right.
Well, the best is, I'm sure these guys probably got, like, college tuition payments from our government to go take these flying lessons.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
Hey, Chris, why don't you tell Stacey what you have seen in the last 20 years, 20 hours?
I'm not going to joke. I wasn't in the actual zone. I was right by City Hall, and I ran for my lives when that second building fell.
Yeah.
The black smoke. Opie, I don't want to curse, but that's the most scared I've ever been on as a police officer.
You sound shooken up still.
My father's a New York City fireman for 30 years.
Oof.
I'm a cop for about 5 years. I'm going to be 30 years old. And, you know, these people say we should turn the other cheek. My father knows people who are dead. I don't know if people that I work, not in my personal precinct, but people in Manhattan, I'm sure there's cops that are dead that I know.
Stacey, you're listening? It's cops and firemen.
And you run in. You know, people don't understand.
And ran in to help.
Yeah.
Like, I visited my father's old firehouse today. I took the day off because I couldn't go back into work today. We didn't get back till late. I needed the day off, and I went with my father to his firehouse, and the guy's like, oh, how come your son became a cop? Why didn't he become a fireman? You know, fireman's such a great job. Which it is. It's 10 times better than being a New York State police officer because you have all these liberal people second-guessing your every move.
Right. You know, no one ever turns around and goes, why'd you put out that fire?
Right. And my father said to his friend, he said, what, are you crazy? My son ran into burning buildings? You know, this is what firemen do, and God bless them, Opie. You know, the building collapsed, and my job there is to get the people away. The fireman's job is to run into that building. And, you know, I sit there, and I sent you guys a message before, you know, about that liberal ass, Tom, who just pissed me the hell off. You know, if maybe he would feel the rage I'm feeling if he listened on the radio to police officers on our division radio screaming for help that were trapped on the second floor. I have my wife who wants me to open up to her. And this is the way I'm opening up to her now. She's in the bedroom. She's listening on the tape delay of when this goes on the air. And it's infuriating that we have people that, you know, that are dead, and there are people in this country who just want to turn the other cheek. They're saying you're inflaming the fires, you're fanning the flames.
Yeah.
But you know, you're not saying, you know, go to Bensonhurst, go to Bay Ridge. If you see an Arab person, kill them. You're not saying that. And by no means am I saying that. I'm saying, you know, find people who are responsible, find Osama bin Laden, find Hamas, find anyone who's ever committed a terrorist attack, you know what, it's time to maybe do some surgical strikes on their neighborhoods.
Some house cleaning.
Yes. You know, find the Hamas, find the people who did the coal. You know what? I forgot about the coal.
Yeah, a lot of people
nothing
did.
has been done about it.
A lot of people did. Everyone just forgot. You know, the people that were right there next to the hull, they didn't forget.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the families of those people that died, they didn't forget, and nothing happened. They didn't respond to it. And I will be so effing pissed off if nothing comes of this. I can only see a revolution in this country if nothing comes of this, because of how pissed off everybody is. But I mean, we need the strongest response we have ever done,
and quickly.
I was standing underneath the Manhattan Bridge. We got there about 10 o'clock after the first two planes hit, and we saw the first tower go down. Can I say shit my pants? I doubt I can. You're probably going to have to dump out of that.
That's fine.
But, you know.
We're playing on new rules today.
Awesome, guys. Awesome. But that was the best feeling in the world was when I saw our American fighter jets flying over Manhattan.
Yeah,
because we were hearing rumors that there were 8 planes that were taken, and, you know, there were only 4 that accounted for. The best feeling in my world was hearing. You heard the jet sound. You got scared for a minute, and then you saw the jet.
You realized it was a fighter.
You realized it was the good old USA coming to your rescue.
And another plane ain't coming close with that guy in the sky. You know?
Absolutely. It was beautiful.
Yep.
I just wish that George Bush would come out a little more stronger. Like you say, shoot from the hip.
Yeah.
Don't talk. You know, don't do the rhyming speeches. Don't try to sound like Jesse Jackson up there. You know, just shoot from the hip.
Right.
I understand you don't want to be excited, you don't want to act out of control, you don't want to be judged as irrational, but show a little more emotion.
I want a little relatability. I want to be able to look at him and go, yeah, he's as pissed as we are.
I saw General Norman Schwarzkopf in 2 separate interviews. The second interview, he looked even more pissed off than he was in the first.
And just like everybody, it kind of grows on you, and you get more infuriated and more bummed out about what happened as time goes by. And you want some kind of resolve.
You know, maybe you go to Afghanistan, like you said. You have 48 hours. We want Osama bin Laden and his 50 of his followers, 50 of the people who conspired, because they are murderers. You conspire to murder, you kill American citizens, you're destroying American property.
Yeah.
You know,
and we need leadership. You don't say we have an unyielding anger. I want to see it.
We give these countries billions of dollars a year total in aid to all these countries.
Yeah,
it's about time we get some of that back.
And we help out whenever there's a natural disaster. Who's the first country there?
Exactly.
And are our children waving flags, laughing at their misfortune? No, they fill out cards. They send get well cards to the children of countries. Yep. I mean, and they're raising their little animals just to turn into war machines. And it's got to be stopped. It's a brand new type of war, and it's going to take a brand new type of U.S. policy, which doesn't include being nice and being cognizant of the people's feelings in this.
Well, one of the unfortunate things is it's not just one generation of people. It's a generation that's my age, and it's their children. Because now if you go in and kill their fathers, now the 10-year-old child is going to grow up and he's going to want to go kill Americans. Mm-hmm. It's a vicious cycle, but what do? You got to get the people in power out of there. And if they're not going to get up and do it, or they don't object to it, then they are partners in this terrorism.
Yeah.
And if you go along with what your country does, you're going along with it. You're believing in their war. Then just as when we invaded Normandy, we stormed the beaches.
Yeah.
They were in German uniforms. Unfortunately, these countries, they don't wear uniforms. They wear, jeans, sneakers, and, they have an AK-47 strapped to the back. There's going to be some collateral damage if they go. But you know what? I don't know who's the terrorist there and who's an innocent person. And unfortunately, maybe some innocent people are going to die if we do airstrikes.
Well, I feel bad for collateral damage, but look where the Twin Towers used to be.
Yeah, I know.
I've seen it. I saw it today. I saw it yesterday, and I can't remember what the Twin Towers looked like.
I know. Yeah,
I can't remember exactly where they were.
You know something? It's strange to say that. When I was driving in today, we were looking at where the Twin Towers were, and I couldn't figure out how tall they were, how much taller than the other buildings they were. I'm like, did it go up to there or there? You just forget. and you realize how much of the city was just taken away. Right. Such an important part of New York City was just taken away, and it just pisses you off, man.
Okay, Anthony, I'm going to get going because I want to top the lines. I just want to remind everyone about the innocent people that died yesterday.
Yeah, let's not forget.
And the families. There's got to be 50,000 families that lost people yesterday, or know people who lost people.
All right, Chris.
Fathers who lost their sons who were cops and firemen, and children who now won't have fathers if they were firemen. It's just sad. Give blood. Donate money to the charity they're setting up. And you know what? We live in this country, and it's a beautiful thing, and you have the right to believe what you believe. If you want to be a liberal, you can be a liberal. If you want to be a hawk, if you want to be a conservative, you can be a hawk and a conservative. I try to stay moderate. At times like this, you got to return vengeance with vengeance. Yeah. And that's what it is. All right, Chris. Okay, Anthony, and just one more thing. My brothers in blue and all the firemen out there, be safe.
All right,
bye-bye, guys.
Thank you.
Wow.
Jenny.
Yo.
Hey.
How you doing?
Boys, I got to tell you that this has been the most profound sadness I've ever felt in my life. To view the democracy that I know took care of me every night when I went to sleep, being attacked by this evil. And I called you, first off, to tell you about something that I found very inspiring to happen. But I got a couple more responses after that, okay?
All right.
Well, yesterday, in a profound sense of loss and weeping and disbelief, I watched the television all day. I tuned into you guys for a brief while, and I heard somebody say, listen, fly the colors. If you do nothing else, get a flag and put a flag where somebody could see it. And I got myself together today and decided to go out and buy a flag. And I went to someplace I never go. I went to Kmart. And right at the door, they had flags. And I grabbed the flag, and I felt a little corny. I didn't know if, people were going to be looking at me as if I was a radical.
Did they up the prices of the flags?
No.
Like they're doing with the gas?
About $1.50.
Oh, another thing. Let me just interrupt for a minute.
But listen to this, fellas. Here I am online with my flag. And all of a sudden, next to me, around me, I see all walks of life. I'm talking clearly, construction workers, guys that just got off the job. I'm talking teenagers. I'm talking everybody with their flags. Behind me, people are excusing themselves out of lines. They're getting flags.
Oh, yeah. Before
you know it, and we're all giving each other the high. You know what I mean? Everybody gets one. Now there's got to be a rush to the flags. There's got to be about 20 or 30 people, right, buying 3 and 4 flags at a time. I got them pasted up all on my windows now. But I need to respond to something that I heard earlier on the television show when somebody called in, and Anthony, and thank you for correcting him, when he said, this is what the Israelis deal with every day.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. In fact, if it wasn't for the Israelis, I dare say we wouldn't be the target we are.
Now, the other side of the spectrum.
Let me tell you something.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Drop bombs. Everybody's been saying that. That's the easy way out. That's not the way we're going to do this. You know what we're going to do? We're going to mobilize an army, and we're going to teach them a lesson. And we're going to take care of Uncle Saddam, who is definitely a part of this, who's definitely lending money, military strategy, and whatever else he can because he got his ass whipped so bad. And what we're going to do is teach the lesson that we taught in World War II. We're going to mobilize an army, and we're going to occupy their countries, and they're going to be our bitches.
Well, that would be nice.
All right, Jenny, thank you.
You know what the scariest thing was yesterday? The Statue of Liberty with the Twin Towers gone and all the smoke around it.
Oh, I know.
That scared the hell out of me.
Well, there were other, targets that you would imagine they would aim for, but they weren't just going for symbolic. They were going for loss of huge amounts of life. Because there were other things that could have done more damage, but the loss of life, they knew, was right there.
Eric, what's up?
Hello?
Hey.
Yeah, man. Fucking yesterday, when the second building fell, I was like, man, fucking scared, man. Cause,
wait, Eric?
Yeah.
What's the F word?
We really want this on the air, and we have no idea how they're handling the show down the hall today, so...
Yeah, but just try to,
try not to tear that out. We want to get your feelings on the air, okay?
It's just that I'm really, I'm pissed, man, because, I have 2 cousins and a best friend that work in building 2.
Yeah.
And my cousin worked on like the 70th floor, and like my best friend worked on like the 50th, and they found the bodies.
Oh, damn.
And I called St. Vincent's, and they're gonna find them, and then I kept calling, and they said that they left early for work, and they were still there, and then today I called, and they found their body. And I was listening to the show, and I heard fucking Stacy, talking crap, and I was like, my best friend's daughter's like 8 years old, when she's old and she's asking, where's daddy, it's gonna be like, she's like, be diplomatic, forget that, man.
Yeah, these bastards, man, they gotta pay for this. They gotta pay. I mean, there's no bringing anyone back, which is a bitch, but, we gotta make them pay so this doesn't happen again. Too many people died for us to brush this one under the carpet or do a symbolic little throw a few cruise missiles. We have to do something that will eliminate this from happening in the future. And that means changing the way we deal with this stuff, because we can't just sit back and have had this happen without doing something about it.
I was when she was talking, I was just thinking when she she's 8 years old right now, and when she's like 14 or 15 and asking where's my dad, I'm her godfather, so right now she like looks up to me because she has no father figure. How am I supposed to explain that he died in this? And what makes me feel worse is that I helped him get that job.
Oof, wow.
I just feel like crap because it's like, I almost led him to his death.
Nah, your fault. You keep looking back and tracing to one thing or another, but no, the thing that killed them were those bastards that flew those planes into the tower.
They should just take all those turban heads away and just like kill them all.
Hey, tell her, he died in a war. Because that's the truth of it, man.
Well, yeah.
Awful. Eric, man, you take care.
Take care.
There you go. One of the many stories like that, just heartbreaking.
The guy that called in,
just heartbreaking.
I was on the phone with a trooper. The guy that called in about the story with the 3 guys getting on the plane.
Yeah.
Remember that call right before I came in?
Mm-hmm.
If he's out there, call back in because there's some authorities that want to talk to him about it and what he heard.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
About that.
All right.
How do you deal with something like that? How do you deal with something like that? Why do we have to sit here and even deal with this?
There's thousands of those stories today.
Thousands.
Yeah.
And this ain't even the 100th of it. How the hell are we going to sit back and bury over 400 fire and policemen? How does a city do that?
It's not even 400. There's thousands of people.
Yeah, well, they don't have any final number, but it doesn't matter. When recently 3 New York firefighters died in the line of duty.
Father's Day.
Yeah.
Or right around Father's Day.
The city fell apart, man. It was heart-wrenching to sit and watch this. How do you deal with hundreds? We shouldn't have to, and for some reason now we do.
Hundreds of fire guys.
And
New
York City Police.
Yeah. I'm so disgusted. But maybe I'm working up people too much. Am I?
No.
Am I working people up a little too much?
It's raw emotion.
Work people up enough to get up the energy to swim over there and beat the hell out of them.
If we could as humans, how many people would be swimming over just to
wish
punch
I
people?
had the gift of flight.
It's so friggin' not right.
You know what?
To have to sit here and deal with this.
I was going to go to more calls, but, there's nothing to say after that last call.
Yeah.
There really isn't.
That pretty much, says it all.
We're out of here.
Man. All right, man.
Ron and Fez will continue in New York.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah, just, what else can you say? Hang in there as a city and a country and just...
God bless the fire and police.
Yes, and sit and hope hope this is handled in a way it should be handled, with some new thinking going into this, not the same old crap we've dealt with in dealing with this type of terrorism. It's a new millennium, and there's got to be new ways of dealing with this. How about, I hope this doesn't sound stupid, like just we'll do a moment of silence for the victims, and then we'll go to our sister station, 1010 Wins, and then Ron and Fez will continue, okay? Cool, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Definitely not today. Yeah, it's hard to really try to get your point across and be real emotional about how you feel about something, and then have to stop and talk about how's your boner, you know?
Hey, Don.
Kind of rough.
Don says I'm full of S. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, it's Tom.
Whatever. Why am I full of S?
Well, you're full of S because if you were working at this other station spinning discs, you'd be playing them.
No, I wouldn't.
Come on.
Do you know anything about Anthony and I?
Yeah, I do.
You think if we were at Q104 in New York or K-Rock, we'd be sitting here spinning tunes?
No, actually, I just...
Are you insane?
Actually, I just wanted to get on with you guys. I really have something else.
Well, you're not going to get to say it. Look, see? Opie's back to hanging up on people. Maybe we can move on at some point.
We got 2 more buildings that are ready to fall down.
Yeah.
You know, I want to start the show really by playing a message I got overnight. I've gotten a bunch of messages lately, but we all know Jeff Norris, Gorilla Boy. Jeff Norris is probably one of the toughest guys I've ever met.
Yeah.
Very stoic.
Big judo guy.
Doesn't show much emotion. Will beat the living crap out of you.
Got karate tattoos.
He's got a psycho factor in his head that I respect and appreciate.
You got karate tattoos. You better be good at karate.
He's a judo champ. Okay.
I know.
Also, he was probably, I think, the first guest on our show when we came to New York, when we had no listeners and no one listening to the station we're on in New York. So we go way, way back, right?
Yeah.
And he's helped the show on many occasions. Well, he left a message overnight that just killed us in the office. I don't even know if you heard it yet, Anthony.
No, I have not.
So I think this message is a lot for what people are feeling in New York today, okay?
All right.
Oh, what's up, man? It's Jeff Norris. Man, listen, I just wanted to call you guys, and I don't know, man, I lost a lot of people in that thing, and I don't know. I just always felt like I could talk to you, you know? And I just always respected you. I don't know, it's like all the guys from the judo team, I want you to know how much I admire you guys, man. I mean, you didn't have to know people in New York to love them, you know? Like, you do a show, you come off stage, someone comes up to you like, man, Norris, I hear you on O&A, and you're funny. Man, you just love everybody. You don't know who else is killed. All the people are dead, man. I mean, so many good things happen, you know, like meeting Brewer and Jay, and you guys do so much for people, man. I hope you didn't know anybody who died there, but this ain't no plug or nothing, but I truly mean it, man. I really respect you and Anthony. I'll talk to you soon.
There you go, Gorilla Boy. Just letting it all out. There's raw emotion right there. Go ahead, go play your Jethro Tull song.
That's what a lot of people are thinking.
Go play your music, because it's time, you know, 2 days for a huge tragedy. 2 days is enough. Let's get back to playing tunes and then talking about products that make your schween last longer.
I wish it was time to go back to that.
Bunch of tools that are in this business. Bunch of program directors that just don't get it.
Tell you the truth, I would love to just go back to business as usual. It would be so nice.
But we're not ready.
Feeling it.
We're not ready. Listeners will tell us when we're ready.
Not feeling it.
I'm assuming maybe by Monday we could start moving in that direction. You know?
Yeah.
Do we go right back to the Opie and Anthony show that a lot of people know and love by Monday? You gotta be insane to think so. You know?
How long? This blows.
We'll slowly but surely get out of it, but just really disappointed in the other stations in New York. They just don't have a clue.
Again, I guess they don't have much to say either, you know.
It's like everything's just been, the people that have gotten on and just told what has happened time and time again. And, I guess they've run out of ways to put it.
So let's go play some Godsmack.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go rock. Yeah, let's go rock.
You open up the station and let the people talk. It's pretty much it. Pretty much what we've been doing. I think it's pretty good.
And that's what we're going to do. Once again today on our show, we're just going to open up the phone lines and let you guys talk, and we'll see where it goes. Anthony and I have absolutely no plan today.
No, there's nothing you can plan. What are you going to, bring a comic on or something?
Right.
It's
Should we talk to Paula Zahn?
Paula Zahn.
Yeah. I can tell you this much. It's just really weird. I stayed in the city last night, and up in this area, 57th Street, you could smell the cloud.
Yeah, driving home, I saw the cloud of smoke has shifted direction. It was going over Brooklyn for the most part, and then it switched direction, and it was going over the entire island, Manhattan.
Right. But
stunk.
But it's a smell I've never smelled before. I don't even want to think what I'm smelling. The only thing you could say about it smells like burning plastic.
Yeah, it's burning plastic.
There's a burning plastic smell in the air. But also other smells that I don't want to think about. But it's there.
A lot of electrical smell, like when a piece of electronics burns out and you smell that smoke. It smells like that too.
Yeah. So I had the urge today because we had a couple hours to kill around lunchtime. I go, Ben, let's go and see how far down we could get. I just felt like I needed to get close to where all the action is.
Yeah.
And if there's anyone out there that could really help me out, I want to get really close.
You're insane.
I want to get really close.
Why?
For many reasons.
Watch it on TV.
I want to check it out. I want to be there. I want to get. I'm not going to sit there and talk to people. I just want to be in the area, dude. I want to take it all in.
Mark is a complete nutcase sicko, and he's disgusted. And he's been down there working for Fox. He says it's the worst thing he's ever seen, and he said he did not want to go down.
No, I do want to see that.
No,
all joking aside, I do want to see that.
Why? Consider yourself lucky. That you're not in the position where you have to deal with that and see it. And thank God there are people that are willing to get relatively crappy money to do these jobs. Because I still have nightmares about the two little twins from The Shining, and horror movies. To see something like that, it'll just stay with you for the rest of your life and haunt you.
That's all right.
I can't.
I'll take that chance. I want to go down there.
Well,
we got as far as Houston today, where there's a major perimeter. Every street corner, there's cops and sergeants, and you got to show ID to get from Houston down to Canal, right? Ben? And then there's another block at that Canal to go further south from there.
Yeah. You're not just talking the major streets like Broadway, West Broadway, 6th Avenue. Little tiny streets like Green Street, which is a tiny street, so completely blocked off from anywhere from 2 to 10 guys just fucking it off.
Yeah, it's a completely different feel down there. Up here you could feel it, but when you get closer, you really feel it. We were in neighborhoods that we've all been to that are just packed with cars and people, and we're walking right down the middle of the street.
Yeah,
which was weird upon itself. And then what corner did we have the best view, Ben?
Where are we? Of when we were on the street?
Houston and
West Broadway.
And West Broadway, right. You could just see the cloud.
And that's where you would see the Twin Towers.
And it's so much darker and more ominous down there. It is like, it's like an industrial smoke cloud just sitting there.
Yeah, it won't go away. Things are just still burning, and I guess the equipment that they're using is kicking up a lot of the dust. So as you're driving in or driving along maybe Jersey, looking over, all you see is smoke.
Yeah.
Where the towers used to be.
Yeah, and then you got people coming and going, at the roadblocks or where the police are barricaded off there. Mm-hmm. You see tons of doctors and medical people and construction workers that they're just exhausted. You can tell they haven't slept in days, walking, back out of the area.
That's another thing. There are a lot of trade guys down there, iron workers and whatnot. And you go into that line of work, you never expect that you're going to be put in a position where you have to deal with seeing mangled bodies. you know, you're a fireman or EMT or a police officer. It doesn't make it easier, but at least going into it, you know that you're going to have to deal with this kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But if you're just a trade guy, you know, now you're face to face with some of the worst stuff you can even imagine seeing, and now you have to go home and deal with that the rest of your life. Right. I don't know. Then we got on something I don't personally want to see.
Then we got on the roof of a pretty tall building in the area, and it's just amazing the closer you get. It is just amazing.
Not only that, the smoke is rolling down the little streets again. These are little streets in Soho, like Green and Mercer, and you just see it coming down. It's bizarre. It's something you've never seen before.
Yeah, for people that aren't eyewitnesses to this, you know, all the other cities and people that just haven't been down there, that see the newspapers and TV, they've started to print and show more pictures of the devastation. You know, we dealt with watching it actually happening, but now as some of the smoke clears, you just see the cars on top of each other and just pushed over on parts of the West Side Highway. Like the blast of just the building falling was like another bomb. Mm-hmm. You know, it went outward and tumbled cars on their sides. The fire, they're all just burnt. And some of those pictures are starting to make their way out, and it's just as disturbing.
And there's a few more buildings that will be coming down before this is all said and done.
Yeah, we just saw on the news a little while ago a bunch of people running away from the scene. Mm-hmm. It turns out that they got word that another one of these buildings around the World Trade Center complex is just coming down.
It's buckling.
Coming down.
It's about 57 stories or 59 stories, something like that.
The other thing wild about New York too is the amount of vigils that are out. Yeah. Last night, a huge one. I walked through Washington Square Park about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And the whole park was just lit with candles. Yeah. I've never seen so many candles. Just totally. And I met friends for dinner, and everyone came from different parts of the city, and there were vigils everywhere. Everyone saw one in a different neighborhood. And the craziest thing is there's a fire station right around the corner from where I live, and you know, just the vigils set up, and you know, a lot of those guys, you know, were down there.
Yeah, driving in, I was
you had a tough drive from Brooklyn, huh?
Yeah, Brooklyn's really hard to get into Manhattan from because it's south of Manhattan, and all the connecting tunnels and bridges are closed. So I have to go all the way up to Midtown and cut over through the Midtown Tunnel. And cutting across Manhattan, though, I passed by one of the ladder companies, and they were backing one of their trucks in, and they stopped traffic, and a couple of the firefighters get off the trucks, and they're just covered in that soot. The trucks are just filthy, and they got that look on their face like, you know, they're just tired. And it's amazing the cooperation they get, because even the firefighters, when they're backing those trucks in, the cabs and the people, you know, it's New York, we're in a goddamn hurry. And you'll see people blast through the second the truck just makes enough room for you to get in front of it. The traffic starts going up again. Everyone just sat there until that truck was in the firehouse before they started moving. And the flowers and candles and everything else in front of this firehouse, just amazing. People buying flowers from one of the stores right next door to the firehouse and just bringing them right over and putting them in front of it. And that's just, you know, that's one of so many firehouses around the city that I'm sure the same thing's happening in it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
All right, let's start with some phone calls. Stacy in Virginia. Stacy.
Hey, what's up, baby?
What's up?
Welcome to Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you had your own hell down there.
Oh, my God.
I apologize that we're not focusing more attention on the whole Pentagon and everything that happened in Washington, but, I mean, it is just intense up here as well, so.
Honey, we are all under attack. Bottom line.
Yep.
By them attacking New York, by them attacking Washington, D.C., they came in our home. We have been violated. And I'm disgusted when I turn on the TV and they say they don't know who does it, yet we can see these people are singing and freaking dancing in the street like it's a party.
Yeah.
You know, if I were in a country, first of all, I'd have fucking, if you don't want to drop the bomb, okay. Yeah. I said, don't drop the nuke. We don't have to drop nukes. I want it raining bombs in Afghanistan and Iraq. I want to give them 45 seconds.
Stacey,
not 45 minutes.
Stacey, it's going to be raining bombs. Yeah, sooner than later.
And the more I wait, it just scares me to death because I feel like you know, they're just, I feel like we've got rats that have gotten through our borders, snake demons that have gotten into our borders, and they're trying to hold us hostage, is what they're trying to do. And I just want them to feel what we're feeling. If they want to meet Allah, let's let them meet him. I want to personally let you meet Allah. If you want to meet him, I'm sick of these little raghead bastards running around like it's, and I got pissed. I was trying to call your show yesterday.
Yeah.
When this guy, first Tom, my name is Stacy, and then when I heard this other dizzy broad named Stacy, I almost ran to New York.
Yeah, props to Cleveland. The email that came in from Cleveland going, look, man, we all don't think like that Stacy chick from yesterday.
That is the problem. That's why we're having this problem today, because people thought like Stacy. When we went over to the Gulf War, we should have finished it then. It should have been finished then. Now we got to go back and do this all over again because we didn't want to hit civilians. We didn't want to hit hospitals. That's where they're hiding at. They're not going to be in the bunkers. They're not going to be in any military facilities. They're going to be hiding with the children. Mm-hmm. They're not children. They're breeding terrorists over there.
That's right. There you go.
All right, Stacey.
See? This is the anger that's out there.
Thank you, Stacey.
Thank you, baby.
We got to cut you off because
hang in there.
Go ahead.
There you go. That want to talk today. All right. All right.
Thank you.
Bye. You know, this is we're a very patient country for the most part because we've had a lot of attacks in the past against the U.S. military and even civilians. A lot of them. And we're either patient or forgetful, you know, but we sit and we don't react in a huge way because, if we did, it would affect our way of life. And for the most part, we're very happy with the life we have here in this country. This, though, has put it past the point where any rational thinking human, believes that we shouldn't do something. You know, we have to now react in a very big way. And this is the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back right here. With all the other attacks, no matter how horrible they were, you still had that on the fence thing where some people were, wanted to go in and kill, and other people like, hey, we don't know who it is, we should hang back. This attack, though, brought right to the biggest city in the country and the capital city, put it over the top, I think, for everybody. That now is the time. If the military action that takes place in response to this affects us personally now because, it affects our way of life now. If we have to be a little more secure about what we do and travel and whatnot, if we have to make some sacrifices because we're involved in a huge military operation, I think everyone's willing to do that now, just to protect us from this happening again.
There you go. And to all the other radio stations, you can't do a show and listen to people like Stacy today?
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
This is the easiest radio that you could do.
There are people scared and pissed, and
you guys are back to playing your music?
They gotta have a place to vent.
You get this type of radio, then you don't even belong in the business. This is the easiest thing. You just plunk down phone lines and let people, vent.
It helps out.
Steve, what's up?
What's up, Dix? You mind if I vent for a minute?
What? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first off, I can't stand on how everyone always bad talks New York. All the New Yorkers are S. Look at us. We're helping people that we don't know out, first off. It's helping complete strangers. Second off, I couldn't find 10 of my friends. 4 are confirmed dead. I found 3 of them. I'm still missing 3 of them. And it just blows my mind. And third one, it's that I've been trying to get to the Marines for a bunch of times. They said I'm too nuts in the head and I have gang-related tattoos. Now's the time when they actually need me because I don't have a problem putting a bullet in someone. Now's the time when they need people like me. They just have the balls, just go pop a bullet in anyone they tell them. It's complete BS.
Yeah. All right,
let's see what they do, man.
And all the people you lost, they were in the building?
3 were in the World Trade Center. There was one that was, there's 2 of them that worked on Wall Street. One of them was right by there. And, a couple of them worked right by there. Can't get a hold of a couple of them, but I know 3 of them are all right.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right, overnight.
There you go.
Here's another story from somebody that wants to...
keep playing your Rush songs because, that's more important than getting this out there.
Wants to call, tools, but couldn't make it in on the phone line. Guys, I would usually call him, but I'm not sure I'd get through. I just found out I'll be attending the funerals of no less than 6 trader friends of mine. And he says where they work, but I really don't want to put that out yet because he has numbers here. The CEO just came out and said that out of 1,000 employees that work there, 8 made it out. 8. My sense of loss is completely enormous.
Go ahead, keep playing your music.
6 friends.
I am infuriated by the rest of the New York radio stations. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. I'm embarrassed to be in this business today. Go ahead, do a twofer from Zeppelin or something. That's more important. Play your commercials, make your money. Paul.
Hey, Ope.
What's up?
What's up, man?
Oh, Paulie the bus driver.
Hey, brother, how you doing, man?
All right.
You know what the real tragedy is? It takes a tragedy for me to actually get on an hour before, now waiting an hour for Opie to actually punch the line down.
I usually don't have much to say,
I'm only
Paulie.
kidding. Listen, well, this is my story. I'm a New York City bus driver. I drive out of Staten Island. I bring people in on the express bus. I pulled in about 8:42 out of Quill Depot. It's on 40th Street and 12th Avenue. I went downstairs, I put on to Today's Show, and Katie Couric is talking to Harry Belafonte. I go into the locker room, I start changing. A friend of mine runs down and says, a plane just hit the Twin Towers. And I go, get out of here, man. And he's visibly shaken. I have a camera. I run upstairs. Now, where we're at is by the Javits Center. We have a perfect view of the Twin Towers. We can see about from the 40th floor up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in the middle, and I see this gigantic hole. And there's about 25 of us that's up on the roof checking it out. And we're just, amazed by this. And about, 10 minutes later, we see this little blur and a small fireball turn into a gigantic fireball. And just to witness that, that whole day until now, every 3 seconds, that's playing in my head.
Yeah.
And everybody just turned like to stone and white-faced and like they hit the second one, and that really, really killed us. So automatically I grabbed my dispatcher. I said, listen, whatever you need from me, I'm a doer. You know that, Ope. Every time I'm with you, man, I say to you, whatever I can do at a road show, I'm there for you, man. You know that? And he told me, go downstairs, and we commandeered our radius of where we were. No cars were getting around because we had to get the buses towards the depot. Now they're closing the tunnel. People are coming over to the waterway, and they're coming up, and about a half hour later they hit the Pentagon. And I'm like, I have no radio, and I looked at the guy like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what the F is going on?
Total shock, because, isn't that supposed to be the most secure place in the world, Washington, D.C.?
Anthony has brought it up a bunch of times, and we all...
Total amazement, man. Where's the missiles, the rocket-to-air missiles, the F-15s?
Right. We all thought.
Total amazement. So now I'm still getting traffic out of the way. Another guy comes up about a half hour and looks at me and goes, the first tower just went down. And I'm just shocked. Another guy comes by to me. They both went down. And people are just walking to the waterway, just trying to get the hell out of New York City. So now they're looking at me because I got the uniform on, and I'm like, I don't have a clue. I don't know what's going on. A guy comes over, hands me a radio, and I start listening to 1010 Wins. Other guys come over. I go back up to the roof. My dispatcher goes, we need 10 guys to go down to ground zero, because we have abandoned buses down there now, and we have to get these buses out of the way because they're in the way. I put my hand up first. I said, listen, I want to go down. I get a posse of 10 guys. We're going across 11th Avenue, and it was like a ghost town. Beamers with the convertibles, no one in cars.
Yeah.
The whole thing strewn. It was literally a ghost town getting up there. We're passing police barricades because we're telling them we got to get down there. They're just opening it up like floodgates for us. We go along Water Street. We get to the ferry. It was like a nuclear snowfall. Gray everywhere. The grass,
gray ash is falling.
Ash was everywhere, and you could not believe. Just like there was an academy right in the middle of the street, a truck right in the middle of the street. Just everything was like into the future of what a nuclear war is. And I moved to a spot where the 1 train and the 9 train is, where the Twin Towers used to be, and it's not there but black smoke, and it totally destroyed me. Yeah. And I'm there crying with my mask on, and now the superintendents come over and they go, okay, listen, we need guys to go to Maiden Lane. And Maiden Lane's almost in the heart of where it is. And I couldn't deal with it. I said, you know what? I can't really see this devastation. And I'm a tough guy, you know, but I really can't deal with it, man. So I said, listen, let me just grab a bus. I go along Water Street and I grab about 25 evacuees. And they open up the FDR for me, and I go along the FDR, and I go up 23rd Street, and they had every single rookie out of the academy. There was a cop on every block.
Yeah, well,
you know,
of course.
And every time I'm going, I go up to the next one. I go up to the next one, and I say, I got evacuees from Ground Zero. Boom! It was like Moses parting the Red Sea. That I got up to 42nd Street, and they had snowplows blocking the area. That they just let me through, and I let these people off, and I was so grateful. I mean, you know, I'm so glad I could have done something, you know?
Paul.
Yeah.
Hate to cut you off.
I'm sorry, yo.
You're really going on. We got a lot of people
to get to. You know, no problem, man. But you know where
I'll tell you one thing. If it wasn't such adverse circumstances we're dealing with, I think we'd have played the silent game with you. or I think we'd have played the train.
I would have appreciated it.
All right, man.
All right, Paulie.
Thank you, brothers.
Thank you.
Take care.
You know what? I think at the beginning of his 20-volume conversation, Opie, the thing about this attack, you think of terrorism or plane crashes, even just cataclysmic events. They happen so quickly that all you really get to do is see pictures of the aftermath and read about the experiences after it happened. With the way this happened, with the first plane hitting and every camera in the world trained on that building and what happened, we saw firsthand a plane go into a building, 2 famous landmarks collapse, things that'll stay in your head for the rest of your life. You know, I remember standing there watching the TV and watching the World Trade Center towers crumble and just shaking my head. Like you're not supposed to see that. Even if it happened, which was inconceivable, you're not supposed to watch it on television.
Yeah.
You're supposed to see the big pile of wreckage and hear about what happened and stuff. It's supposed to be something that you don't watch on a TV.
Right.
Which is, it just burns those images more into your mind.
And because of that huge cloud is just kind of sitting there.
Yeah.
A lot of us are convinced in our brains that cloud goes away and, oh, okay, they're
going to be there.
You know what I mean? Because it's just still not that real. You know, I mean, it's real, but it's just, I don't know, it's numbing. Psycho Mark.
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
All right, bro.
How much, Psycho Mark, how much cocaine are you doing to stay up this long?
Cocaine! I was hanging out with Pedro Guerrero all night.
I heard rumor that they're going to hire you to clean the dust off the streets with your nose.
Yeah, I should by now, dude. Actually, I got about 5 hours of sleep last night.
Unfortunately. You're still very close to Ground Zero?
Dude, my apartment is totally shut down. I had to climb up 43 flights to get my crap out.
Yeah, what, just to get out? They let you get up to get some stuff?
Yeah, well, they're like, go ahead, all you want. Climb up, it's all pitch black. So I spent it took me like a half an hour. Nearly wanted to kill myself by the time I got to the top.
And then walking all the way back down. You're like, sleeping in the lobby?
I slept in the lobby the first night, and then Fox set us up with some rooms in the building that we're staying in right now.
Fox! So what do you have for the show today, bro?
What do I have for the show today? Where do you want me to start other than we're just waiting for this next building to come down?
What do you know about that?
I'm looking at it right now. I mean, the other night when I was down there, I was down by the movie theater, which is along Battery Park, and that was the closest I was able to get. And that place was completely on fire. The one Liberty Plaza they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I looked in there. There's like 4th, 5th floors, all on fire. And then up toward the top of the building, the upper floors were on fire. And out of the corner of the building, you can see just molten metal pouring out.
Wow.
It's the sickest thing I've ever seen. So the structure of the thing's absolutely trash. I mean, why it's standing there, I have no idea, but it's coming down. That's one thing. When, we have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But we're just sort of sitting here on top of the case, and it's an unbelievable sight.
Yeah, a lot of the shots you guys are seeing at home are coming from Psycho Mark and Fox. They got a great angle.
Dude, we got they shot the footage of the 7 World Trade Center tower. That was done right from my apartment, right from the window, and then the power went out right in the building. And again, we walked down to 42. I've done 42 flights like 3 times already in 2 days. I can't even walk. I have blisters the size of baseballs on my feet.
Wow.
You know, I've just been up like...
Well, Mark, it's kind of hard to feel sorry for you.
No, I'm not crying. Who's crying? You know, it's just, I'm just saying it's just tough for everybody, you know?
Yeah, what else could you add today? Is that?
Yeah, I ran into a bunch of local iron workers. There's one guy, Bo and John, last night. Had a bunch of beers with them. It's just a lot of good people. I tell you, New Yorkers are serious people, and it's just amazing to see these people stand with their chins tall.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Everyone's coming together. It's very strange.
Dude, it's a sick brotherhood. Normally in New York, you'd be like, you know, F you, go F yourself, you know, go screw you.
Yeah.
But no, people are bonding together and, you know, giving each other support.
We're going downtown and the subways were packed. And usually you're pushing and shoving and then you're mumbling under your breath. Everyone, it was just so weird. They knew you had to get in and they knew where the spaces were and they kind of just parted, out of the way for you.
This is a prime example of, you go through life in this country and you read all the time and you experience the hatred that so many people in this country have for one another. And you wonder to yourself, how the hell did we keep this together as long as we have and become such a great nation? And you realize it's what happens during times like this, where everyone goes, all right, yeah, we're American and, now we'll get together and kick ass. After we kick ass, I'll get back to kicking your ass. It's almost like, hey, how many times you ever been in a bar with a couple of Irish brothers, man? Those guys will beat the living crap out of each other, but don't dare try to step in and break it up, because then they'll all turn around and kick your ass. I've seen it happen. We're a lot like that, We spend all of our free time beating the crap out of each other, but then when somebody tries to muscle in and do something to one of us, now it's time to kick some ass.
So there's just so many people down here that just want to help. There's people bringing sandwiches and water. First of all, it's real tough to get down here anyhow. They've got it all locked off.
We tried today.
Yeah, no,
we got as close.
Could get in.
We got as close as Houston. That wasn't too bad.
So
we still had about 20 blocks to go from there.
Just the smell of burning flesh and rotting corpses, dude. It's just permeating the whole area. It's just this is going to be going on for months, dude.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at earlier, but I didn't really want to say it. It's a smell I've never smelled before, and I don't want to smell it ever again.
Mark, you were telling me about all the dump trucks that they had lined up.
Oh, dude, I'm looking at them right now. I'm right above the West Side Highway, next to there's a volleyball courts down there, right next to the Travelers Insurance Building. And there's got to be 150 dump trucks just lined up the side highway. They're all going in one at a time, and they're getting loaded up with all kinds of stuff. I've seen beams come out that I've never seen before in my entire life. Just huge pieces of iron.
Yeah.
All warped.
I was looking at the pictures. There are just I-beams that look like
4-inch thick pieces of I-beams.
Pickup sticks that are just thrown on top of cars that are on their sides and crushed and burnt. And that's, the power of this is just amazing. It was like a bomb blast when those buildings came down. The blast from just the building falling did a hell of a lot of damage.
Dude, that was all just like a chiroplastic flow, And one other thing, the sound of that first explosion that knocked me out of bed, that will haunt me for the rest of my life.
Yeah, everyone has that moment.
Dude. And, but also the sound of the building collapsing, two completely distinctive sounds.
See, I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine what that sounded like. And you were so close. You were within
I'm looking
4 or 5 blocks.
Just the sound of glass and, well, first of all, you can hear just everyone just sort of, everyone just gasps.
Yeah.
You hear people screaming and yelling, and just the sound of glass and metal bending. It was just such a different sound from the initial explosion, or the first two explosions that were just boom.
So
gigantic.
Just
true sound effect explosions, just like you'd hear in a movie.
Yeah,
but the sound of that building coming down, dude, just the rarest and the sickest thing.
Yeah.
My entire life. But,
all right, Mark.
God bless you guys, and God bless America, dudes.
Yeah.
Cool, Mark.
We'll see you soon, bro.
All right, bro.
Peace.
I got a website up where I'm looking at some pictures that somebody snapped on the way down, I guess, from one of the towers, because it's people clogging up stairways, firemen going up, which is sad to think. Here's everybody running away from this, and there's the firemen going up the stairwells. Let me turn it around so you can get a look at this.
These are shots
in the
from
building? Inside the World Trade Center. The stairwells, people going down, firemen where it started getting dark. Then we go further down, more shots of the firemen. Look at from the inside, the lobby of the World Trade Center, now obviously gone. The emergency stairwell, escalators, the people coming down the escalators and the firefighters going up.
Yeah, and the fire guy's going the opposite direction.
And then just pictures.
And then he's
of the
outside
exteriors
taking,
that we've seen. But, somebody was snapping pictures as they were leaving this building.
Do we want to link this to FoundryMusic.com? I don't know.
I'll do it.
I don't know what we should be doing, so... You just decide what you want to do.
I've got help numbers all over it right now. Rick just gave me one a few minutes ago, another website with help numbers.
Yeah, there is a lot of good info on FoundryMusic.com.
I've been trying to post as many of those help sites as I can, where you can go and post pictures of your family or friends if you don't know where they are. And, I don't know. I'll think about getting this up. It's not that gory, and it doesn't look like.
No, on this, I don't see any disturbing pictures at all.
This is obviously a guy that got out in plenty of time.
This is like one of the most symbolic pictures. It's the stairwell. It's everybody running down. You see the back of everyone's head running down, and you're looking right into the face of one of the firefighters coming up the stairs.
That's FoundryMusic.com. You'll link that soon. FOUNDRY music.com.
And, just so you know, the help site, a really good help site, if you are looking for someone or if you want to volunteer or you want to donate blood, is foramerica.org.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to get to Adam, but I guess Stinky's talking to him. There's a rumor going around.
I haven't heard anying to
Are they denying
that.
it now?
We just got a printout that's being denied.
Yeah, there's a rumor that Whitney Houston dropped dead of a overdose.
But it is not true.
Now, Mr. Showbiz, reports of Whitney Houston's death denied. Whitney Houston's rep issued a shock denial today to counter reports that the singer-actress, has died. So they are denying that. But that went around like crazy about an hour before we went on the air today.
How about this little tidbit of irony and creepiness? Aides to Seattle Mayor Paul Schell were stunned yesterday when they opened an envelope containing an invitation from New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. The invitation was for a conference next month on disaster preparedness and included sessions on terrorism, major event planning, and major building collapses with implications. The location of the conference? 7 World Trade Center, the 47-story building that collapsed after the 2 towers. I had nothing but goosebumps, said Shell's spokesman.
Nah. Let's move on with Joe on the Opie and Anthony Show. Joe?
Hey, guys, what's happening?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, listen, number one, I want to tell you, I totally agree with you about these stations playing music and commercials.
Yeah, they've given up already. They're too worried about the bottom line. They're too worried about making budgets. It's all about money. And, there comes a time you got to put all that aside. And it's just amazing that they think, well, 2 days is plenty of time to kind of mourn and talk about this thing. And it's time to play our Leonard Skinner records again. It's time to play our Godsmack records again.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's certain New York classic rock stations. I flipped through to them before. Yeah. You know what song they were playing? From the Kinks, Catch Me Now I'm Falling. I was like, man, what bad taste. Yeah. Unbelievable,
if you can't do a radio show under these circumstances, then you really shouldn't be in the business, because this is the easiest, a lot of people praising Ant and I and sending us, emails and thanking us for being on the air. Let me tell you the God's honest truth. This is the easiest radio show to do. You just go on the air, you plunk phones down and let people vent. This is the only thing people are talking about in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And to just give up and just start going back to regular programming because you don't know what else to do is just pathetic, and I'm embarrassed that I'm part of this.
It's not happening.
I just like being here because, it takes my mind off of it. We're talking about it, but it kind of, instead of just sitting there not doing anything, kind of feel better about it,
What goes through your mind if you're at one of these music stations and you're just singing records?
When I'd be listening to the words and going, oh my God, that was a little inappropriate.
Yeah.
There are some songs out there that you probably shouldn't be playing.
Maybe a couple of the patriotic ones, but that's about it.
What they want.
They
do what they want.
Do what they want, but I just, I don't know.
And then
it's ridiculous.
Another thing I wanted to tell you guys, when you guys were talking yesterday about rebuilding, same exact spot.
Yeah. Well, that came up in the discussion, sure.
Yeah, but bigger. Well, I'll tell you what, my daughter had an even better suggestion. Same exact spot, but put a third tower in the middle, a little bit higher, so it looks like we're flipping them the bird.
Oh, yeah, the two things. That's pretty good.
There you go. Well, you know, it's way too early to think about that stuff, so.
Yeah, but,
all right, Joe.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
I'm just dead set against them putting any kind of a memorial park there because it's going to get to the point where the whole country's covered with memorial parks if we do that. I think we should put a building there or a couple of buildings there that just, rise up and say F you.
I think there's a way to put the building back up and also, have something for the victims,
Yeah,
so we never forget. I think there's a way to do both.
And how about the military stationing some people on the roof 24/7 with some of those near missiles that we thought were on the roof of everywhere? All right. So that doesn't happen again.
Did you see Bush on the phone talking to the mayor of New York City?
Yes. Bush coming to New York City. What, tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I was happy for one reason, that he was talking like a human being on the phone.
He was?
Oh, yeah. He was talking. It didn't seem like it was too scripted. I'm sure there were things he needed to make sure got out there, but in general, it looked like he was having a conversation with the mayor. And then he got very teary-eyed at the end of it.
Did he?
And it didn't look like forced tears or anything. It looked like true emotion. I was like, all right.
Giuliani, boy, is he taking some crap during his tenure here as mayor of New York City. Not that anyone would have planned this happening or thought this would happen or anything, but the guy has handled himself as a true professional when it comes to this city. And this is coming from a guy, I'm not a big fan of his, believe me.
Both of us.
The past 3 years that we have been here in New York City, we have butted heads with him quite a few times. One time resulted in the arrest of some of our
13 people associated with this radio show.
Of our people here.
Yeah.
But this is what comes out when disaster strikes like this in such a huge scale. This guy knows how to rally the troops. He knows how to run a city during a crisis like this. And you just gotta give this guy the credit that he deserves in this forum. I mean, in terms of handling a major city like New York in the light of a disaster like this. As far as him, shutting down the strip clubs and stuff, you could still hate him for that. But when stuff like this happens, to see him come forward with the leadership he has. And
he was at ground zero.
He was there
talking to people, and 10 minutes later, those people he was just talking to died.
And rallying the troops, the police and the fire department, the emergency workers, the construction workers, the sanitation department. This guy was able to pull all the agencies together and keep a city like New York running for the most part in the light of a disaster like this. It amazes me. It really does. And the next person that is mayor of this city, because the election is November, really now has a tough act to follow. This is coming from a guy that, like I said, I'm not a big fan of this guy personally.
Did you see Hillary?
Yeah.
Posturing and making... Whatever. All right. We got a couple sound bites from Bush's phone call with the mayor.
Hello?
In case you missed it earlier.
I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America. Thank you.
What's someone shuffling cards in the background?
Might be them taking pictures.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cameras going on. Yeah.
But you got to see the video too. It was much better than the first speech he threw at us on TV, where he was reading cue cards. I mean, this was there was a lot more heartfelt. So here's another clip from him on the phone with the mayor.
Let's be mindful that as we seek to win the war, that we treat Arab Americans and Muslims with the respect they deserve.
There you go.
I think that should be said, sure.
Yeah, you don't want, innocent people that really did just come here to leave the kind of animal thinking that goes on in some of those countries and come here to partake in the American way, and you don't want them getting hurt because they left over their hatred of the ideology that was going on in their country. And, to have them all of a sudden getting the crap beat out of them here in this country by some dopes that don't understand is really sad, and I really would hate to see that happen on any large scale.
Can we at least request that they take their towels off for a while?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think they are. I saw a lot of cabbies in the cabs here in New York, and I haven't seen many turbans.
All right,
here's a turban, probably one of the most hated hats around these days. Yeah. Like the Hitler mustache.
I was going to say, it's kind of like the Hitler mustache.
You don't walk around with the Hitler mustache.
You don't see people walking around with the Hitler mustache.
But really, a lot of those people, just, innocent people.
All right. One more clip from the press.
War that has been declared on America. It's a new kind of war. I understand it's a new kind of war. And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure these acts, the people who conducted these acts, and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions.
Yeah, well, that goes without saying.
Of course. Let's go right back to the phones. Tony, you're next on Opie and Anthony.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, Tony.
Been trying to get through to you since Tuesday. Sorry about what's going on with all you guys, but I got something that is interested and it's been bugging me. I couldn't get through to you. The more I hear the government talk, the more it irritates me. That plane that was in Pennsylvania was shot down.
How do you know?
Really?
Well, let's put it this way. I was working. I work outdoors. I can't say doing what, but at about 9:30, a little bit after 9:30, outside of Cleveland, 2 F-15s were hitting it going southeast at supersonic speed. I mean, enough to make a boom to shake you.
Well, you know something?
Call the FAA. They deny they were in the air. They say there's nothing there. I've talked to them. They're denying it. But I'm telling you, I swear as I'm sitting here, they were there.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. I don't think people would confirm that. That's a military operation. That would have been a military operation, and no one's going to confirm that, just like you wouldn't be able to call someone up and say, hey, did, the USS John F. Kennedy launch a missile here? They're not going to say yes, no, or anything. It's definitely possible. I mean, that plane was what amounted at that point, as a bomb. It was a bomb.
I'm not saying it was wrong. I mean, in the same situation, I would have done it. I think the people on the plane would gladly have had it happen in that same situation.
I think they'd have gladly not have been on the plane. But,
I mean, if you're on the plane and they say, listen, we're going to kill 10,000 people or you could die.
Well, when they get the flight recorder, I think you'll have a better idea what happened, because there are rumors also that somebody on the plane,
they overtook the hijack.
Yeah, had a cell phone and said, "Look, we're hijacked, but we're gonna try to do something to stop this." And let me tell you, I wouldn't doubt it, because that's the plane that came from Newark. And the New York and Jersey people that would have been on that plane, I could see them just going, "Hey, screw off," What are you going to do with that? And taking the plane down. But it's not out of the realm of possibility, Tony, that it was shot down.
Well, I think they're just worried about the repercussions. If they say something, that people will be outraged. I mean, most Americans I know, most people I've talked to, wouldn't be outraged.
I think it's understandable, because if that thing would have crashed into the Capitol or
Air Force One
or the White House, I think it would have done a lot more damage than crashing into the woods. And I think that's got to be understood. If it did happen like that and it was shot down by American military aircraft, it's something that we got to live with. They're not a victim of the American military. They're a victim of the same terrorists that flew those planes into the other buildings.
All right, Tony.
Yeah, like I said, it's just, you got a lot of people saying, oh, well, maybe they had taken control and maybe they shouldn't have shot it down. They can't tell, and you can't wait.
All right. All right, thank you, Tony.
Yeah, later, guys.
All right, there he goes, Tony from Cleveland. Let's see what Boston's up to today. Mark, what's going on?
How's it going, fellas?
All right.
Hey.
With you on how other radio stations are going back to normal programming. Your former colleagues up here have done that.
Well, I can't talk for other cities because I really don't have the vibe in other cities we broadcast to. I want to make it perfectly clear. I am talking about the stations here in New York at ground zero. Mm-hmm. I think it's pathetic that they have gone back to regular programming. I think it's pathetic that they've decided that they need to play commercials and make money.
Yeah, let me
it's just way too early.
The feeling up here is definitely the same because there are flags all over the place like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I would think a lot of the other cities around the country feel just about the same way we feel. It's a little different being right here in the city and being a few blocks away from where all this is going down that everyone's watching on TV. But, I think people in these other cities can look at their skyline and really imagine now something horrible happening to a landmark in their city.
I mean, it definitely hits home close up to here, too.
Imagine, the Hancock building or something. The Prue Center just like being taken out. Imagine all of a sudden the Prue Center's just not there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the phone calls that you guys were taking yesterday and to listen to all these stories is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I
never thought I'd see the day that we do a radio show where we're taking phone calls from people that had family members die a day earlier.
Yeah.
That's not the type of radio we do. We don't know how to handle that type of radio.
Yeah.
We've been thrown into this position and we're doing the best we can. And
we're goofy asswipes, we don't want to have to deal with this stuff.
I get a little frustrated by the newspapers and stuff because they do think that's all you and I do. And we've been fighting this, in magazine articles and we tried on 2020. We tried with, the O'Reilly factor.
You know something though? We come off like goofy asswipes.
Well, there are times we do serious stuff on our show, but they just want to talk about, the sex that we do. All right, Mark.
Can't wait to get back to that.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll know when, Mark, you out?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, you done?
Thanks.
Just one quick question. Point that I want to get. I just think it should be mass extermination of all these countries over there. I mean, why should any of our soldiers have to give any more of our lives because of not few innocent people have died over here?
Yeah, I have faith that we're going to be very satisfied with what the president decides.
Yeah,
I have no doubt at this point anymore.
I've been really thinking it over. The day before yesterday, right after it happened, the anger and the need to just have the immediate response, then you start really thinking about what has to go into a really large-scale attack planning. And then you got to get the resources together for that attack. And that does take time, and I really do believe that's what's going on. Because I don't think people are dragging their feet on this one. The American people want it. You're not going to be a popular president if you don't respond to this in a huge way. And that's what I think is going to take a little bit of time is I think they know what the targets are. Yeah. I just think it's going to take time to get the resources.
Yeah. And you seem to be in the know. Something that has been bothering me since what day are we up to? Since Tuesday, I guess, right?
That I've been in the know or something's been bothering you?
You've said a lot of great things the last few days, Where is Dick Cheney?
Yeah.
No one has seen him on TV. I think I don't want to start any rumors or anything, but I'd feel I would feel a little safer if I would just see his face.
I think it's some kind of a security measure
where they just separate the two.
I think they have to be separated, but I think while Bush is doing what he's doing, they just keep him like the standby where let's not let out what he's doing or where he is, and I think he's helping in the planning. With the military.
Can he just poke his head out and say hi?
Hey, I'm fine.
All of a sudden, out of an office. Here I am. I'm okay.
Hey, I'm
really busy.
Okay.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah. I think he's
a little weird that we haven't seen his face yet.
I think he's in the war room there with a lot of military.
We all know he actually runs the country. I just want to see his face. Because everything's okay.
The president, think of it this way. The president now has to, today he was in Washington hospitals visiting the people that were injured at the Pentagon. Tomorrow he's going to be here in New York City. He's going to be surveying the damage done downtown.
Could you imagine the security when the president comes to Manhattan?
Well, I'm going to have a hard time getting into work because it's bad enough that every link to Brooklyn has been severed with Lower Manhattan. Now what? They're going to close other roads to get the president to and from certain places. I just hope they put him through those roads that are closed, Don't let it affect the people that have to get into the city.
You're going to see a lot of stuff in the sky tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be an amazing sight.
Dude, there's an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, I know. But you're
just off the coast. Loaded with the most state-of-the-art equipment. So, George Bush is doing all these things, visiting the hospitals, coming here. I think Dick Cheney is planning helping to plan the military action with some of the military leaders.
All right.
So the longer you don't see him, the better.
Let's go to Mark. Mark.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
All right.
It is Marc the chef.
Yes, it's me.
The French chef.
Yes, I just want to say I feel for everybody that died on Tuesday.
I heard the French surrendered when they heard that we were attacked. Is that true?
Yeah.
Even though they weren't touched.
Yeah, you can rub it a little more.
This is how crazy this situation is. The French they're even supporting us.
Yeah, we are actually. The French president is coming tomorrow actually to talk with Bush.
You're going to meet him underwater, Opie, and beat him up?
And they're going to surrender again.
It takes a disaster like this to get the French on our side finally.
Well, yeah, just France, Germany, everybody.
Yeah,
please
help us, please. It was kind of cool to see all the countries. What are we up to, like 31 countries already that support us?
Yeah, all the allies, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you see Fidel Castro denouncing this?
Fidel denounced it? Look at that.
Big time.
What a guy. Well, he doesn't have Mother Russia backing his ass up anymore, so he better stay in line.
He better stay in his underground and just stay there and lie there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, Mark.
And it's so bad. I can't believe those towers are gone.
Yeah. It's sad. Really is.
It really is, yeah.
Imagine if you will, Mark, the Eiffel Tower gone.
Well, you know what? They tried to do that one time in '95 when I was in France. They had a guy with a bomb in a subway system, and he blew himself off at rush hour. Really? And I was in that station 2 hours before the bomb went off.
Yeah.
Over 100 people died right there.
Jeez.
And it was one from the Middle East with a whole bunch of bombs around him, and he just blew himself off.
Right.
Crazy bastard.
Right, but it's crazy, man.
Yeah. Of course.
Right in the middle of the street of Paris, they used to shoot and everything.
All right, Marky.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Take it easy, Mark.
All right, bye.
Get back to the sauce.
Yeah, I am actually.
Get back to the sauce. Mark is really a great chef. I got to tell you, he's the guy that came in quite a few times. Anytime we have some kind of cooking thing on this show where we cooked rat,
he makes things
and had people
good.
eat it for the remember the first Survivor, I guess people had to eat rats, and we had rats and he cooked them along with another chef that was here that we called Jeffrey Dahmer.
Right.
And Mark cooked the rat in a pepper sauce. People were coming back asking for seconds. It was so good. So I finally went to his restaurant. I'll give him a plug. It's San Michel in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. It was unbelievable. The guy really is a good cook. He's French, so you got to hold that against him, but he can cook.
All right, Mike, what's up?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Mike from Buffalo.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, love the show. Actually, I live in Rochester, but I listen, obviously, right now from 3 to 7 in Buffalo. But
cool. We'll get back to our normal show eventually.
No, this is cool. I just wanted to say, I was listening to you earlier, and one thing that Opie had said earlier about the other stations going back to regular programming. Yesterday and the day before, we're not even in the thick of it like you guys are, but morning show, and obviously Brother Weeze spent from 6 a.m. to about 7 p.m. 2 days in a row talking about it.
Yeah, I expect that from him, of course.
Yeah, so I can't believe the other stations aren't doing what you guys do, right in the heart of it. So I just wanted to say that. I think you're right on, and love the show.
Thank you. Just imagine, because I spent 3 years in Buffalo, Mike. To get the full...
Yeah, you were in Rochester, too, weren't you?
Oh, yeah, at CMF. Just to get the full effect of, what is going on here in Manhattan, just imagine Niagara Falls as a little stream.
Yeah, just a landmark.
Just imagine it completely not there and just a little stream where it used to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Just imagine a swamp where the falls is.
I can imagine.
Can you imagine how freaked out the people up there would be?
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Even though you're from Buffalo, it's still New York. Did you have anybody around the country call you up and say, "Are you okay"? Any relatives?
But I used
they
to
just
work
hear New York.
plenty of friends down there. So, I mean, it reaches out. I mean, even up here, we talk to people and, you know, either we know someone who knows somebody, you know, it's very close.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, it's brutal.
All right, Mike. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, guys.
All right.
There's a report on a website saying terrorists may have trained on video game. Terrorists who flew passenger planes into the Twin Towers. And the Pentagon could have used a computer game, $50 computer game to help them train. Microsoft Flight Simulator.
That's the one you were just talking about, right?
I love this. I use it a lot. It's kind of cool to actually learn how to fly some of these aircraft in a simulator. But it's very accurate, and the controls of a 767, everything is represented. You have to know what all the controls are in order to fly it in the simulator, and it's very difficult. But you fly into New York in the simulator, all the buildings are represented, and I hate to say it, but I've done it in the past. Yeah. You take off from Kennedy.
I remember at first you couldn't do it though.
And you fly. No, I mean, it's hard to do. When I'm saying I hate the fact that I did.
Right.
Because no one imagined it would really happen. In the simulator, you take off from Kennedy and you fly into buildings. In the flight simulator. I don't know of one person that has Microsoft Flight Simulator that hasn't done that. You know? Cause it's computer. But the realism there is amazing. Really is. Hard to even get off the ground. With I
remember when you were first fooling around with that.
Yeah.
You couldn't get it going. And
I couldn't even figure out how to start the engines.
Right. And then you kept at it, and I remember a few weeks went by. Next thing you know, you're like, hey, dude, look, I'm flying.
Yeah. And like they were saying, it would be very hard for somebody to take off and land in these planes based on what you learned on these flight simulators. But if the plane's already in the air, you're damn right you can fly it. You know, especially with the autopilot. Through these simulators, you figure out how to work these autopilots. You put in the heading, you put in the altitude, you put in the speed, and the autopilot takes care of the rest. It will then turn the plane, do whatever it has to do to raise or lower the altitude, and keep the course. It is amazing. So, I know they did go to school in Florida and spent a lot of money at those, so I don't know if they really use those games, but they are realistic.
All right, let's go to Biznell.
Ismail, hey, what's up, man?
Ismail?
Ismail.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Nothing, man. I just wanted to get it off my chest. I was listening to your show yesterday, and I'm a big fan, but I'm of Arab Palestinian descent, man. And I just wanted to express, you know, I wasn't so much mad at his opinions. I understand that you guys you still had anger. You're so close to the event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we probably didn't say a lot of things that made sense, especially on Tuesday and yesterday.
Yeah.
We're completely freaked out, and you know. So what do you want to say today?
Man, I just wanted to tell him, you know, that especially that girl who called earlier, Stacy, she needs to shut up. Ragheads, towelheads, I don't like that, because one of my friends, because of one of the comments you guys made yesterday, you know, the cab driver one?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my friends was beaten up by 5 Americans and said, now he got his cab driver.
No. See, that's the stuff that just can't happen. I mean, and I don't think it'll happen on any large scale. Anyone that's hurt like this it's terrible, but I mean, I don't see it happening on any large scale.
Yeah, right. I mean, and then my family over there, see, you guys celebrated when, you know, they bombed Iraq. You know, people celebrated. Not like in the streets, but, you know, you were celebrating. Well, there's probably some Opie and Anthony in Iraq saying the same thing there.
But we didn't start it. That's the thing. We don't go out. We send aid to countries when there are earthquakes and when children are dying of hunger. We send aid, and what we get in return a lot of times is violence. We don't go and send our military to just bomb Baghdad for no apparent reason.
But you guys send over money to Israel. You guys bought them the tanks that shell houses.
Right.
My uncle's house was shelled this weekend.
You know what? They are an ally of ours, and they have supported us in the past, and the Palestinians have done nothing but express hatred towards our country. What do you blame us? Are we supposed to support Palestine? As a country?
How about we just pull out of the allyship?
Hey, you know something?
Let them defend for themselves. Whoever wins.
I'll applaud that, but it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It does affect us in the long run. And Israel has usually shown love for this country and support in what we do.
military support, and other kinds of support. So who are we supposed to back in this?
They're not taking and they're not giving you support. They're kissing your ass, man.
Well, you know something? I haven't seen an Israeli with dynamite strapped to his body going into,
They don't have the tanks. They don't have the guns. That's how they do it. They have to do it. One of them goes. One of them does it. He gives up his life. So what? You know, that's the way they fought. It's a kamikaze type thing. They thought that what they were doing is right. You know?
All right, listen, man. Thank you.
Thanks for giving me the time.
I can't get into that. You know, I would love for us to just pull out of that whole debacle in the Middle East, because that's a no-win scenario right there. Those people are fighting over a grudge that is older than time and based on religion and other crap that just has no place in a modern civilized society. My God. How can you worship your God by killing thousands of people? I just don't understand. And every goddamn religion is guilty of it. Catholicism, Christianity, every religion is guilty of killing thousands of people in this God's name. So I don't want to hear it.
Let's go to Seth. Seth, what's up?
Hello?
Seth, what's up?
Oh, hey, what's up? I can't believe I'm on the air. I'm a senior in high school, and I'd just like to give a perspective of you know, what it's like in a school in New Jersey, which is only like 20 minutes from the city. I gotta say that I am just extremely pissed off with how people in my school are like treating this whole thing, and even teachers.
What do you mean? Well, how are they treating it?
Well, they're just so immature. They are just totally acting like absolutely nothing is happening, and it's just really pissing me the hell off.
All right,
I'm
Seth.
just really pissed.
All right, thank you, Seth. Hang in there.
See, there's somebody having a hard time with it and also having trouble expressing himself, Opie.
If it was our regular show, we would have played Here's something when you... that's hard. I'm itching.
I know.
I'm so itching.
Yeah.
Jason, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on out there?
Hey.
Yeah, that was very offensive that guy was sitting there saying that the U.S. is bad for bombing all those other countries. I agree with you 100%. Iraq and them started it.
Yeah, well, he said what he had to say, and Ann said what he had to say, and yeah.
He obviously had a problem with U.S.'s, with the United States agenda, with backing Israel, which, you know, that's a problem that's been going on for years.
For that bad.
Yeah, there's no reason to, fly planes into buildings and kill people for a country's, support of another country. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. I agree with you 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, you know, all my deepest apologies go out to all the victims. I watched it happen from across the river, and, you know, it's just a terrible thing to happen.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Hey, Rick, what is this clip?
That's a clip of a guy calling his house, leaving a message at home for, I guess, his wife and family. He was in one of the buildings that collapsed, and I guess he couldn't get out. That was the last I heard of him.
Jesus Christ. Come on.
I'm getting a lot of this made the paper today.
It's got a little bit of a setup, too, to it.
All right.
He works for Cantor Fitzgerald, and he's a bond broker. And he was on the 102nd floor, and we just haven't heard anything at all. He called home, he left a message, and that's the last I heard from him.
I love you. I'm in the World Trade Center. The building was hit by something. I don't know if I'm going to get out, but I love you very much. I hope I'll see you later. Bye.
There you go. There's a message we've all left maybe at some point. The whole I'll see you later thing. Or
hope to see you.
Yeah, well, Jesus Christ.
All right, great. Mm-hmm. Wow, let that sink in for a second.
Yeah, that really makes you think. Who is this scum on eBay? Selling all kinds of World Trade Center stuff.
Cody, what's going on?
Yo, nothing much, O&A. What's going on, man?
Obviously, I don't know if you guys punch up eBay, but you get on eBay, and, I had some stuff in there I wanted to cancel because of what's going on. I really didn't want to deal with bidding and sending things out and everything. And, I get on eBay, and there's this guy selling the Post or the News or one of them.
Yeah, for like $5. I see this here. Here it is. World Trade Center USA Today newspaper, $9.99.
Oh, that's not even, no, there was a guy yesterday had one up for $3,000.
Yeah, well, I
think the thing that bothered me is the guy puts in his ad, I'm a New Yorker, I was there, all this. 10% of my proceeds will go to the victims' families. Now, you're buying this thing for 50 cents, you're selling it for $3,000, and you can't give the $3,000 back. I mean.
Yeah. World Trade Center musical snow globe, $25. I'm on eBay right now looking at this.
It's unbelievable. And, I got to say something else. As far as Bob Buckman and the Q and all those guys, let me tell you something, right? He abandons Long Island. He goes there. You guys are true radio hosts. I can't buy what I'm hearing on the radio now in any music store. I want to hear classic rock. I'll throw in a CD. You guys are just...
All the other stations on the FM dial gave up. They gave up. They just gave up on this whole thing. They figured 2 days was enough to dedicate to this complete disaster that's only 3 miles to our right here.
It mortifies me.
And if I'm going to say it all day so it sinks in. If you can't do a radio show under these circumstances, then you know what? You really should get out of the business. You're pathetic. You're absolutely pathetic. All you have to do is get on the phones and just plunk down the lines and let people vent and talk about all the crap that's going on around them. And for these program directors and these other stations to go, you know what? It's time to get back to the music and it's time to start making money again is ridiculous. And I'm embarrassed to be part of this.
This is what the people want, One, and you guys have always done that. When we want a couple of, as you guys say, a couple of immature assholes or whatever to make us laugh, you guys make us laugh. When we want to get something off our chest, you guys are there now to help us get it off our chest.
We go with the vibe. I mean, eventually we'll get back to doing what we do best, which is entertaining you guys. But right now, we just don't feel it. We just don't feel it. And let me tell you something, because a lot of people will attack me when this station, starts playing commercials. I know we're going to have to do that, and probably sooner than later. I understand that. But I already begged Ken Stevens that under no circumstances are Anthony and I going to do any live reads for the rest of this week. Can you imagine we're doing all this stuff and we play, phone messages from guys that are talking to their loved ones for the last time and then going into a Pinnacle Horny Goatweed read?
Yeah.
You got to be insane.
Oh, and let's face it, NFL football cancels every game for the week, and the guys in New York can't even cancel their programs?
Right.
They didn't come up with the name Opie, by the way. It is Pinnacle Horny Goatweed.
And the last thing I want to say, Owen, is I don't think the people realize what this has done to the fire department. We lose 200-300 men now. What about all the men who we're going to lose due to mental disability?
Oh, I know.
Due to guys, I mean,
my landlord is a fireman, and just by the little contact I have with him, I understand how close they are, and their phone downstairs from my place hasn't stopped ringing in the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to give too much info because, it's a really sad situation, but the phone just ringing off the hook from, these firemen's wives, and, they're back and forth with info. Have you heard anything on so-and-so or this guy or that guy? He's
got whole companies missing.
Oh, I know. It just rips your heart out. But the other stations, it's time to make money, time to play our Rush songs, time to, give away prizes for concerts.
Owen, I appreciate everything you guys have done. The world is backing us up. These guys, they didn't bomb New York. They bombed the capital of the world. And I think you guys, I just want to commend you guys for doing what you're doing. I love you guys. I listen to you. And when you guys go back to being who you are,
Cody,
normal show, I'll be there for you.
We're not patting ourselves on the back. We're not really doing much. We're just letting you guys vent.
Well, you're doing more than any other station out there, and that's what New York's all about, man.
And once again today, we'll try to go all the way to 7 without taking one break, because we feel like that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
We're not going to try to pot up some news or this or that. We'll just hang.
Let's just go.
And talk. Let's just talk.
Keep it up, guys.
Thanks, Cody.
No problem.
All right. Another thing on eBay here. It's, the domain name, WTCNewYork.org is what he's selling. And people are bidding $15,000. Like, they bid a lot to just take it off the thing. Like, obviously, the guy that bid $15,000 isn't going to send him $15,000. He's doing it just to tie it up. Mm-hmm. And his comment, "You are scum." Yeah, any of these people on eBay that are trying to sell World Trade Center stuff, just log on, push the bid to $1 million, and type the guy an email that he sucks ass.
Yeah, just F him up. I mean, this is happening all over the place. Some of the emails, some of the hotels opened up their doors and set up cots and stuff in these areas where people can't get home and things like that.
Yeah.
But they're charging $200 a cot in the lobby of their hotels because they don't have any other rooms available. So instead of just, maybe setting up cots and letting these people sleep for free in their lobby for a day or two, they're charging people $200 to sleep in a cot of a lobby of a hotel.
Unbelievable, huh?
Anything for a buck?
Price gouging. The gas prices. This is what really pissed me off, too. I saw pictures in the Midwest of a gas station charging $4.99 a gallon for premium. $5 a gallon for premium gas. I would gladly pay it if I could take the nozzle, insert it in his balloon knot, and pump him full of fuel, and then light him. Because the gall to use this opportunity to turn a quick buck is just despicable. No reason for it.
Let's go to Uncle John. Uncle John.
Hey, guys, how are you?
All right, Uncle John.
Hey, guys, I grew up in Jersey City, and I watched those buildings being built as a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched them come down, and I look over that skyline now, and I feel empty and sad and sick and disgusted. And I listen to people call in. I hear people grieving. And I listened to that girl yesterday calling, Stacy from Cleveland.
Yeah.
Talking about innocent people.
Yeah.
We lost our innocence on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
It was stripped from us. It was taken.
Again?
And our eyes now should be wide open.
Don't we always?
And 5,000 of our friends and relatives and neighbors are dead. And guys, I'm sorry I'm a little emotional, but I've been very emotional. I've been running medication and blood back and forth for the last couple of days. And I've seen a lot of stuff that I never want to see again.
Yeah.
And people out there, look, what we got to do now is this. We have to not let them win. Do not give in. America, stand tall. Stand up, give them the finger, stand proud. Say, hey, you took your shot. We're still here. And just watch your asses. We're coming to get you.
You're so right. I don't think these people in these other countries and these terrorists realize that when stuff like this happens, it does bring us together and make us stronger in the way that we want to exact revenge on the people that did this. We want to turn around and give it back to them 10 times what they gave us. I think they honestly think in their warped heads, because probably this is how they feel when something happens to them, that we would cower in a corner or stop functioning as a civilized society that we are and just lose our minds or something. This it brings us together when you see the emergency workers saving people, when you see people like, I'll give them props again, Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki rallying the troops and keeping a major city running in the face of adversity like this. And it brings people together. It makes you proud, and it makes you eager to just show them what we're about and shove it right back down their throats.
Anthony, I'm 46 years old. I've never been prouder of being an American.
There you go.
And I probably never will be prouder again. I want to say one thing. Yeah, you've been making references to The Godfather a couple of times.
Right.
There's a line I want to say. Remember when Sonny got shot and Don Corleone said, "Look what they did to my boy"?
Yeah.
That's just how I feel. Look what they did to my boy.
Yep.
And I'll tell you something. I'm an older man. I can't go back to the military. If I could, I would love to. But what these people are going to get, they're going to deserve. And we can't let sense prevail. We can't take it out on the corner drugstore guy or the grocer. The people that did this will pay. Our people are good. We have to have faith in our people.
Right.
And people will pay. They'll get what they deserve, and that's all we can hope for. And until then, guys, our firemen, our cops, God bless them.
All right. Yeah. We're going to have to all get together soon.
I'd like to.
We're all going to need to hang really soon.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Because this studio just feels cold. I mean, our people aren't around really.
I've been trying for a couple days to get through.
This place is usually filled with fun and excitement and beer and.
Yeah, it's a party. I mean,
and we come in and we're like, hey, what's up, man?
And guys, look,
do this again. And
one thing I do want to say, I've been listening to you guys every word you've been saying because I'm on the road,
Yeah.
And God bless you guys too. You're doing a good job, and I'm proud of you.
All right. I'll tell you one thing. Next time I'm at the Garden and they play the national anthem, I'm going to pay close attention.
It does make a difference.
Oh, my
I
God.
live in Lyndhurst, so I can see the skyline from my house.
Yeah.
And there was not one time that I look over there and marvel at the beauty of that skyline.
Didn't you look every time? I swear to God, I'm a New Yorker myself, and, ever since I was a kid, when you see the skyline of New York City, you're amazed by it. You're amazed by the workmanship that went into it, the years of the building. It was an evolution of building. You see buildings that are there from when we first got to Manhattan, and then you see buildings like the World Trade Center, a huge marvel to our craftsmanship, and that being gone is a lot more than just the building gone. It's the spirit that built it.
Exactly.
Part of that's gone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've had friends come in from other parts of the country. I've played the tour guide, and took them over to the, Palisades and, looked over at the city skyline and took them to the Empire State Building and took them to the Statue of Liberty. And being with them, seeing it with them for the first time was almost like me seeing it for the first time again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it really, it does. It means something,
It was an amazing sight.
It sure was. And it will be again. It still is, guys. It's an amazing sight, and it will be even more amazing again.
It's just really
They got to build a new building, and they should call it the Phoenix. Let it rise out of the ashes.
Well, that's good. Hey, I like that. It's really not sinking in that it's gone. It's just,
that's the hard part.
It's one day when that cloud, finally goes away, it's not going to be there. It's not going to be easy.
And those people that paid for this with their lives, guys, we'll never forget them. Those cops and firemen that are over there, killing themselves to help people, we'll never forget them either. God bless them all, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, thanks, John. You said it all, man. Thank you. Let's move on to Ray. Ray, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Ray.
I seen it when the second plane hit, right? And it blew up and came almost right through the building.
Mm-hmm.
I got right then and there. I got physically sick and threw up and knew what kind of damage was going to happen. Now, all you hear on all these channels, these commentators and everything, they just want to talk. Why don't they go relieve the poor men and get down to ground zero and start cleaning up and really see what happened?
Ray, there are so many volunteers down there. We got as close as we could today, which was...
No, I know. I mean, all the experts and everybody that just like to talk, let them dig and find a finger or something of somebody.
Yeah.
Let them see what it's like.
The effort going on down there is
tremendous.
Incredible.
You are all heroes. Yeah. Every one of you. Even though you think you're not doing nothing, you're giving people a chance to vent.
All right.
And you guys are just terrific because they can call up a number and just get to talk to you.
All right, cool.
You guys are great.
Thanks, Ray.
Okay, guys.
All right, bro.
Bye-bye.
Here's a guy that's really pissed off. Roy, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Oh, hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Roy.
Hey, I want to tell you about something that's going on. Obviously, there's a lot of corporations and all that looking for new office space, and I've heard on several different occasions that some owners of these corporate offices in New Jersey are exploiting these corporations that need to set up new headquarters by charging them more per square foot than they would normally do so, and the profits from this extra money that they're charging could be up in the millions per year. And I just think that there's a lot of despicable acts that are coming out of all this, people profiting from all this destruction. And I, for one, would applaud any effort on any civilian's part to take matters into their own hands and do whatever they have to do. Like, I don't know if you heard about the celebrations in Patterson and all that.
Yeah. Well, that was more rumors than anything else. The celebrations in Patterson.
I understand that, but
they had the police chief on one of the shows here. Donna Mike, was it?
Yeah.
And he said it was not going on.
And you got to be careful with things like this because there are a lot of rumors that are just floating around, and until they're confirmed, You gotta look at everything with a grain of salt.
You wouldn't even believe how many bomb threats there have been in New York City since this all went down.
We were listening to the police scanner in their office, and holy jeez, they got their hands full.
Yeah, there was a bomb scare in a building. I think it was about 2 or 3 blocks from where we are right now, just before we went on the air.
Now, I know some of these are actually people reporting, hey, there's this just package here. I don't know what it is, and they clear it out. But some of them, what type of animal, what type of just monster, after something like this happens, calls in a bomb threat somewhere? Is that a joke? Is it funny, or are you just completely out of your mind? I don't know what kind of lunatic does something like that.
Yeah, but it's all over the police scanner. Mm-hmm. I think I heard someone say there's been 33 in the last few days alone,
But they were coming in like wildfire.
Yeah, we heard 2 come in, 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, and I have a friend
in an hour
works on the east side who got a bomb threat in his office building, so they had to evacuate.
It's hard right. Yeah, you can't imagine the mentality of somebody that would do something like that.
Shot.
Yeah.
Ben lives, downtown. And what was going on in Washington Square Park last night?
It was just it was wild. It was all candles. It was all lit up. I never seen anything like it.
There were thousands upon thousands of candles, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was weird because you couldn't, when I got to 14th Street, at dinner in Union Square, which is, right around 14th Street, and to get into my neighborhood, you had to have identification. And, it was pretty serious, but to walk down University Place, which is where a lot of NYU is housed, and just the smell just got worse and worse and worse. And then Washington Square just completely lit up. It was unbelievable. It was just all lit up. I can't even imagine the amount of candles that were in there. I've never seen that many candles.
I'm surprised no one has a picture of that.
I'm sure there are somewhere. Probably see them soon. The constant reminders are everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are. When I was driving in, I got to take the long alternate route around Brooklyn, and come up until I'm about halfway up Manhattan, and then cut over. They have sanitation crews on the sides of the road, and they're doing what they normally do with the stick with the nail on it. And dunk, they're sticking. And then I'm looking at what they're picking up. Tattered papers that blew across the river from the World Trade Center.
So that is true. I heard a report that the paper made all the way to Brooklyn.
It's in Brooklyn, and I'm driving by, and I can't stop and look, but you see that they're the 8x10 papers, legal papers, and they're just tattered, and these guys are just sticking them and putting them in bags, and you realize they were in someone's office or on someone's desk in a file cabinet. And they were there, and then now they're being picked up by a sanitation guy.
In Brooklyn. Amazing. Let's go to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, you're next on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
All right, man.
First, a couple things. First thing, the quote from The Godfather has got to be, today we said all family business.
That's
it. 5 families are all gone. Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, all of them. They're all gone.
That's it. You look at Michael Corleone from The Godfather. It's time
you don't have to look very far.
Finish.
You want to make this into a movie scene. And then, second of all, this Big Brother thing, are they too busy looking at us that the guy buzzed the White House. He flew right over it twice. And they didn't see him? You know what I mean? Like, are you kidding?
What was that, the jet?
The one that hit the Pentagon.
Yeah, you see the flight plan of that? It was a circle. The guy, he was looking to hit, I guess, the White House.
And what, he couldn't...
Or the Capitol even, because his
he couldn't line it up or something?
Yeah.
Maybe the autopilot can't zero in?
No, at that point, you're not on autopilot. You're just sticking the thing yourself, and they're very hard. It's like trying to be in a tractor trailer and go down small side streets with sharp curves. You can't do it. If you come in and line yourself up
in a Toyota and you can turn on a dime.
Yeah, exactly.
You turn in the road.
So if you're heading toward the White House, and you're missing it, it's not like you just edge it over and do that.
Go over the White House and then come back again.
Last time I checked out the White House, I saw all those guys on the roof. Mm-hmm. I felt pretty secure seeing those guys up there.
You would think anywhere over D.C., if a plane veered from its flight plan and we'd already had an attack in New York, that they would be on guard and really be alert to the fact that, hey, this ain't right. This guy's in the wrong place. But another thing, it's just what we what we believed was in place in Washington. And even in New York, it's a major city. You would think there was some defense against just nuts in planes.
No one could fathom that this was possible.
You couldn't fly a squadron of bombers over the ocean or over from Mexico without the United States military knowing about it and reacting. You couldn't pull a battleship up to the coast of the United States and launch an attack that way. But just planes, man, Apparently you were able to do that with little difficulty.
Mm-hmm. Paul, you're next. What's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I just first really want to compliment you guys. You guys take a lot of crap. And
we get a lot of credit too. I mean, we got some hardcore listeners that really, they love what we do.
We're fine. It's just nice to be on the air talking.
Huh?
I'm sorry. Your sincerity and everything, you guys. And I totally agree with Anthony. But the one thing you got to really make clear to everybody is that bombing them first is absolutely necessary. But if you look at World War II. You have to remember, man, that you have to go in, you have to occupy, and you have to change the mindset, the culture, and everything. And
you need the follow-through. You're absolutely right.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. The follow-through to this. You can't just... Do you remember 98, after the embassy bombings in Africa in 98, we launched a hell of a lot of cruise missiles into where? Afghanistan. Absolutely. We've already bombed Afghanistan with a hell of a lot of hardware. It didn't stop this. It didn't stop it. That's not the way to do it. That's why I'm saying it can't just be business as usual. Send in some cruise missiles and it's over. Like Paul says, we need a follow-up to it. We need a bigger first blast into any of the countries that we're going to be dealing with. It can't just be what we've done over the years with, all right, we'll launch some cruise missiles, everyone will go rah, 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 and then forget about it again. This was only a couple of years ago. This was 1998, and it came back at us. Worse, a lot worse.
You know what, it's pretty wild. I was watching the History Channel the day before, and they were showing this thing where a German squadron or whatever, I think just one plane crew, accidentally bombed civilians in Britain. And that was it, man. They went in, they hit Berlin, and then the Germans went back, and then that was it. The 8th Air Force, the United States 8th Air Force, joined with the RAF, and we just turned that place into the Stone Age. Okay. And that's what needs to be done, like we just got through saying. But notice the resistance that we still met on June 6, 1944. People have to understand that this is going to take a while. We're going to have to follow it through, and there's going to be a heavy price to pay. But at the end, we will see final victory.
The problem these days with the follow-through that we're talking about is that we, again, are afraid of the political repercussions from these other countries. We're afraid to step on toes. We're afraid to turn around and go, hey, you know something? This is our business and this is our policy right now, and we're going to stay here in this country and occupy and deal with the problem. And we can't be afraid that we're going to be hurt politically. That's where the diplomats come in. That's where our politicians go and start talking to people, not beforehand. After we do this, to smooth things over, but we can't be afraid that other countries are going to condemn our actions. We have to do this to protect our own country now from what happened 2 days ago.
Yeah, we need, and I think what you'll see is the unrestrained leaders like you saw back then, and you said it yesterday, with FDR, Churchill.
It's situations like this that make those leaders. You can't just throw a leader into that situation. Leaders are born from situations like this, and I think, like I said, we've seen it in Giuliani. I mean, the guy really came to the table, and as I said, I'm not a big fan of his, but he proved his leadership ability in how he handled this disaster in New York. Pataki, the same thing. And these are guys that have been in office for a while here in New York and are not well liked by a lot of people. But I don't think anyone can deny what they did in the past couple of days.
Yeah. You're definitely right. Leaders are born.
They're made out of
leaders
this,
are
right.
made and not born.
Yep.
And
that's why you could look at the cliche movies of the lieutenant that came out of West Point that was trained in everything. He was given all the knowledge and then chokes in the field, and one of his underlings then get up and become the leader, because leaders are born out of situations like this.
Yeah.
All right, Paul.
I just want to say the last thing is you got to remove the restraints that we've had on ourselves,
right?
With regard to intelligence, with regard to political assassinations.
Well, everyone's coming forward now. Everyone's coming forward now and saying we need better intelligence, we need more money, we need more contact. We got to get the restrictions off. If somebody's a convicted criminal, why the hell can't he be a rat for our country? I don't care if they're paying somebody, some criminal, my tax dollars to get information that could save people in this country. George Bush Sr. Was head of the CIA, and he's disgusted with the state of our intelligence in this country today, and well, he should be.
It's interesting what you just said. Lucky Luciano was very big help during World War II. Look what he did. They took him out of prison, and he helped us move through Italy.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do,
Yeah.
All right, Paul.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Hey, Anthony, good news. The Backstreet Boys and Leonard Skinner concerts for tonight will go on as scheduled.
Thank God.
You gotta be kidding me.
Leonard Skinner
and the Backstreet Boys.
Jeez. The Backstreet Boys. Well, thank God.
And they're trying
That's important.
They're trying to fuse, the people being mad at them, so they're giving a contribution. That's like their way out of it.
Yeah, they're gonna.
There you go.
They're gonna give $10,000 to the.
Can't they just sit out for a little bit?
Keith, what's going on?
Yo.
Hey.
What's happening? Yeah, my roommate was in there, man. One of my roommates.
In the building?
Getting in the lobby, coming off the friggin' train when it happened. He was late he missed the train. He missed his wrong train.
Yeah.
And he got off, came up through got off the train station.
Misses a train, and that's the reason he's alive.
Yes, he was in the damn lobby when the first, one hit.
Oh, when the first one
he
hit?
ran the hell out and saw the second one hit. He said there was just people falling all over him.
What floor?
Not falling on him.
But falling on nothing.
He would have went to the 95th. Wow. That's where he would have been 2 minutes, but he missed the goddamn train.
Yeah.
And now he's alive.
There's a lot of those stories coming out.
And I'm at work today at a billing office with some crummy guy from Westchester complaining about $15 on his medical bills.
Yeah, it's kind of hard when you're watching people bitching about things today and yesterday. It's like, you might be pissed at some petty thing that annoyed you before 2 days ago, but you gotta let it go. And I'm one to talk, because I got a bad attitude, especially when I'm driving and whatnot. I have no patience for stuff. But,
you're not even honking your horn?
It doesn't.
You're not driving on the sidewalks yet?
Oh, I'll still honk my horn. Get out of my way. No, but I'm not as angry. The road rage just isn't there as I'm driving in.
Doesn't seem as important today.
Yeah, I just don't have the energy for it. And
that is an amazing statement, because I've been with Anthony where he will drive on sidewalks to get out of traffic situations.
I'll drive on the median. I'll drive off-road.
I see the veins in his neck practically popping because he gets so pissed off on the road.
Get out of my way! But at least you're cool now. These people are still calling me, driving me nuts. They were calling the day of when it was going on.
Yeah.
I don't know. You have any heart at all, or have any faith in your country? I mean,
a lot of roads have been blocked around New York, and you'll be in traffic, and the car in front of you will stop to ask the cop if he can turn here. You know what? No, you can't turn there. You're not allowed. No one's turning there. And the cop, I was behind somebody that did this. The cop's waving him on, going, let's go, let's go. And he's out the window having a conversation. This is, an emergency situation. Move. You gotta make your own way. You gotta improvise, adapt, overcome. If the cop says you can't go, you can't go. And you got to figure out another way to go.
Let them do their jobs. They haven't slept in days. They don't want to be out there under these circumstances.
Yeah.
This world's nuts. I'm telling you, the media ruins everything. It's just like all those other crummy stations playing music. I mean, I don't know. It's disgraceful. It makes me sick. You guys are all right, man.
It's something that it really bothers me today, and I hope people don't try to spin it another way. It's pathetic that there are stations in New York on the FM dial that have completely given up on this whole thing already 2 days later, and they're playing music and they're playing commercials Yeah. You know, I know we're going to have to play commercials eventually. We begged the boss today that please not today. And we told him we don't want to do the live reads for, a stack or two and all that because it just doesn't seem right. Yeah. But eventually we'll have to succumb. But we just,
that's all right.
We're trying to hold out as much as long as we can.
Right, but it's better than any they did,
I mean, I was spinning around, and there. Someone said it earlier. One of the stations in New York played the Kings' "Catch Me Now I'm Falling."
Well, luckily the Backstreet Boys are on tonight.
Yeah.
So don't worry about anything.
All right. Thanks, Keith.
All right, thanks, guys.
Even worse, the other rock station in town. Did you see the 3 songs they played? They played "Pardon Me While I Burn," "Pardon Me" by Incubus, into "Alive" by Pearl Jam, into "Wish You Were Here" by Pink Floyd today. Take a wild guess which genius station that is.
K-Rock.
You gotta think, man. You gotta kind of think before you do that.
First clip is a great clip.
Look at Dan from Philly checking in. How did Stephanie McMahon's boobs look? See that? There it is, rising above the disaster. To get right back to where we were.
We'll get there.
Thanks, Dan.
We'll get there.
After reading all these instant feedbacks, just to see Stephanie McMahon's boobs in writing like that made me feel good. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, because I was in the hotel last night. I was really trying to, escape the situation for a while. Mm-hmm. They give you just a few channels in these hotels in the area, like maybe 10 stations, and there wasn't anywhere else to go.
I had to turn on Comedy Central last night and Sci-Fi. I was watching Outer Limits and like that, just to get away from it.
Just to take
for
a break,
while.
take a breather,
because I just couldn't. I knew nothing new was coming in. I had seen all the clips from every angle.
How many people left their TV on last night and slept close to a TV just in case something new was going to happen?
Yeah,
that's what I did.
I don't know.
I turned it down to a low volume, just low enough so I could sleep over the noise and wake up when something was happening.
I woke up the wee hours of the morning to get a drink of water, so I go into the kitchen and as I'm drinking it, I go over to the computer and just click, and CNN's website comes up just to make sure. Okay.
Yeah. I was scared to turn off the TV. I wanted to know what the latest thing was.
Yeah.
I did wake up in the middle of the night because it must have been my mind playing tricks on me, but it sounded like a building was collapsing, and we're close enough. Like I said, we're 2-3 miles to our right here. We're close enough that in reality it could have been one of those buildings falling, and in the middle of the night you'd probably hear something. Mm-hmm. I think it was just some fighter jets going by overhead.
Yeah. Well, when the commercial air traffic started up sometime this morning or afternoon, that was a little scary. Just the sound of the jet, because the only sounds of jet engines we've heard have been fighter planes, and on the news, the sounds of the engines before they hit the buildings. So to hear a jet engine is something that, goddamn, if you live around a big city, you just take it for granted. You live close to the flight paths near LaGuardia or Kennedy. This is your daily life. You're listening to your TV, and every minute there is a plane flying over your head, and it just became second nature. But now it means something else.
What about this thought? Sitting in Shea Stadium.
Right. There you go.
Who in their right mind's going to sit in Shea Stadium and watch plane after plane after plane flying overhead? They fly if you're not from the city, they fly overhead every 60 seconds for the whole game when the flight pattern is set in that direction.
Yeah. If you're in another city and your team is playing the Mets at Shea, you hear it over the broadcast.
You could sit if it's a boring game at Shea Stadium, like nothing's going on or it's a lopsided score, you're entertained by watching these planes come in because they're flying low already, and you see them through the outfield, one after another.
Yeah.
Who's going to sit there comfortably and watch that next time they go to Shea?
It's a little scary. That's true terrorism, is when they take something that is just an everyday occurrence, like aircraft flying over your head, and now instill some fear in you of an everyday occurrence.
The reality is, instead of hitting the towers, if there was a Met game going on or something, if the circumstances were different, why not?
Why not? Times Square,
sure,
things like that. I mean, it's when you think about it, it truly is frightening.
Marie, what's up?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I have a couple things to say, actually.
Can you hold on, because we got one of our guys at Ground Zero that's checking in. I swear I'll go to you next. Hold on. Let's go right to Keith the cop, a true friend of the show that has helped us out on many, many occasions. Keith, what's going on?
Hey fellas, what's going on?
Hey.
I just wanted to check in real quick. We're actually getting ready to head down again right now. Just, you know, I want to say thank you to all the people. You know, last night coming up the West Side Highway, I mean, there's hundreds of people just standing out in the street, just, you know, waving flags and clapping and signs that say, you know, you guys are heroes. And, you know, maybe people aren't hearing it from the guys because we're doing stuff, but greatly appreciated.
Yeah, because there's so many people in New York that just don't know what to do. I mean, they're heading out to the West Side Highway with signs and clapping, and they're going to Washington Square Park to light a candle or something. We just don't know what to do.
I mean, I don't know what I'm repeating that was already said today, but like 3:30 in the morning last night coming down 6th Avenue, you know, people are still out there sitting there clapping and everything.
Yeah.
You know, showing support, and, you know, people trying to throw sandwiches in the window of the truck and water and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's really appreciated to all the people and all the other law enforcement. I'm at my precinct now, and we got, you know, Miami, Florida Police Department's here.
Now, what are you going to do today?
We're going down, basically to Battery Park, and we're going to, you know, deploy up as needed. And, you know, get in there and do the best we can. I mean, it's really hard with the amount of, you know, the Army Corps of Engineers or whoever it is, they have, you know, spots on buildings, checking them, making sure, you know.
What are you hearing on those two buildings that look like they might come down as well?
Basically, all they're saying to us is that, you know, they got spots on them, they're watching them, and, you know, as long as, you know, the spot doesn't move on the building, we're good to work. If the spot moves, then, you know, they're pulling everybody back out. So it's really, you know, it depends on the weather conditions and, you know, everything else, the amount of work that's getting done and stuff.
Yeah.
So, other than that, I mean, last night we did a lot of just, you know, helping the firemen out, grabbing them, bringing them back to, you know, their firehouse in Brooklyn so they can get some rest, and, you know, getting in there, helping out, and just trying to get our hands dirty because everybody wants to be in this helping out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And, you know, we appreciate everybody's help and assistance with what's going on.
All right, Keith.
All right, fellas?
Hey, thank you.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
We're all going to need a hang very soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, yeah. Very soon we're going to all need a hang. Jeff, what's going on?
Yeah, Keith's right what he's saying. The public has just been incredible. I was just down there today, and
you're on the job, obviously.
Yeah, okay. Every corner, you got guys coming up giving us cold cuts, sandwiches, water. You can't imagine the outpouring of support that we're getting, and just thank you. And I don't know, God bless everyone. It's insane.
All right, Jeff, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ian checking in saying his uncle had his arm amputated because of this. Something else a lot of people don't think about. You hear about the dead and the people that lived, but you really don't realize the people that lived have problems that they're going to spend the rest of their lives dealing with, like
emotional problems,
like Ian's uncle, and just plain emotional problems, physical problems.
I don't know how I would go on with my life if I'm, you know, standing there on a corner watching people, you know, jumping out of windows, being pushed out of windows, being blown out of windows. How do you, like, just go about your daily, daily life after that?
How do you do it if you know these people? You know, it's just horrible. And he says he can only take comfort in the quote from Senator John McCain. May God have mercy on the ones that committed this act, for I know that the American people won't. That is nice.
We have that?
I think that's exactly the clip that we have.
Is it? Let's hear this.
We're close to it.
John McCain.
I think the United States is in a long twilight struggle against these forces of evil that have chosen to destroy us because we are good. And I believe that it may take a lot of time, a lot of American treasure, and perhaps some American blood.
I think it's the next clip, actually.
Well, that's a pretty accurate statement right there.
Can you just hit Q on that, Earl?
You screwed me. Jesus.
Earl, even during a disaster like this, we can always depend on not depending on Earl. Thank you, Earl, for giving us another little memory of what it was like before.
It's nice to get these.
I like the little memories of what it was like before 2 days ago.
Yeah, it's nice to get some of these flashbacks.
Our message is to the terrorists, we are coming. God may forgive you. We will not.
All right.
It's okay.
It's okay, Earl.
It's okay. Everyone's a little wound up.
We're a little uptight. Relax.
We got to all get along and unite.
Don't break any phone systems, because we need our phone systems for the next few days.
That would have been 20 minutes 2 days ago.
Marie, what's up?
Hey, guys. How are you?
I'm so right.
I have a couple of things to say, and I'm not sure if they've been said already because I haven't been able to listen until today, but number one...
Hold on one sec.
Yeah.
Earl, could you give me some water?
You aren't screwing with her, are you?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm parched, and we have no interns.
Oh.
Can you do me a favor? And Ant might need something.
No, I'm fine.
Ant needs a beer.
No,
Sure.
I'm fine.
You need water, Ant?
No.
Ginger ale? Something?
No, I'm okay.
Something?
I'm all right.
You sure? Yeah. We got 2 more hours to go without stopping.
I'm okay.
Because that's what we're doing today.
I'm all right.
Earl, my water's on my desk. Would you mind? No. All right. Thanks, Earl.
Don't go pulling a Whoopi Goldberg in it either.
What's that?
The Color Purple.
I didn't see that movie. What happened?
Didn't she spit in the lemonade?
Oh, she did. Oh, man. Marie, finally, sorry.
Yeah, please don't screw with me, guys. This is kind of important.
No.
I know.
We don't have to say it. We haven't screwed with anyone the last 3 days.
Again, you know what? When that officer just called in, I forgot his name. I'm sorry. It's really just very comforting and very, like, it just makes you feel very proud to be a New Yorker when you see how all these people can pull together the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
I used to, get teary-eyed with pride. Seriously, every time I look at the skyline, and now I feel like a piece of that's been ripped out from under me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just awful. I just also want to ask you guys, have you guys started collecting any sort of donations? I mean, you're syndicated now. I mean,
well, we're going over that. We're trying to work out something.
I'm sure whatever you guys can do would be a tremendous help. And another thing, I luckily don't know anybody who happens to be missing, but I know one of my professors at school does. And she, like everybody else, has gone to the internet, listed her husband's name and everything. And she's been getting prank emails from people saying, "Hi, this is your husband, I'm fine." Okay?
Prank emails?
Yes. The man was on like the 95th floor of one of those towers.
Who the hell
I don't know.
would do
That's
something
what I
like
just
this?
wanted to say to all those ass who have nothing better to do. I mean, really, get a life. We don't need this on a regular day. Never mind on this horrible past couple of days.
These are people you can only wish brain cancer on.
And you know what? Like, I never thought I'd hear myself saying this. And it actually scared me to think this way. Don't bomb them back. Don't bomb them back. Once I saw those jerks just dancing in the street and cheering, I wanted to swim over there and strangle every last one myself.
Well, you will be represented, not with people swimming, but with destroyers and aircraft carrier.
You know what? And it scares me to say it, but I really hope so. And just honestly, for those people who have nothing better to do, get a life. Not at this time.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take it easy.
Thanks.
Bastards, man.
Through all this,
who does that?
Through all this, I finally found my line. Because a lot of people, it's going to scare me because O'Reilly, we taped a piece for O'Reilly that's going to air eventually, and they asked us about our line, and we said something. We said that we don't have a line really.
It doesn't matter what happens.
Yeah, we can't think of a line. I finally found my line.
Yeah.
This is it right here.
Well, because we based our answer on things we were familiar with.
Yeah.
This is something we are not familiar with and never expected to be, so.
No, I finally found my line, and I'm glad I did, because I was wondering what it would take.
Yeah, right?
Seriously. This could be interesting. Blind Matt.
Yeah.
He was part of Blind Boxing on our radio show with Blind Dave. He beat the crap out of Blind Dave.
Yeah.
Put him in a hospital with a bruised spleen, bruised kidney, 4 broken ribs.
Mm-hmm.
Now this whole thing that happened 2 days ago was very visual.
Yeah.
Blind Matt.
Gentlemen, how are you?
You got to walk us through, how you found out and
do you get as, I'll be honest, because I don't know. Do you get as pissed off and angry when you can't see the flames, the damage, the death?
I would have to assume yes. I mean, I'm really upset about this. I mean, obviously, I don't have the scientific vacuum to go ahead and try the other end of the experiment, and go ahead and see it. But I would say that yes, absolutely. This is despicable. It's disgraceful. And
when was the last time you saw him, Matt?
When I was 5.
When you were
31, so 26 years ago.
So what do you? Oh, God.
It's very hard to translate what he feels based on what he heard. And how it was translated to him from visual to audio.
Right, and all I can imagine based on what the description is, I used to have a visual of the skyline based from when I saw when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And now all I'm saying is these peaks, these tops of these buildings, and then just like a big gap.
Yeah.
And then like a lot of little buildings kind of, or, normal sized buildings around.
That's pretty accurate.
And, I've heard people say that, they feel disoriented when they look up. They don't have the landmarks and this kind of stuff. And,
it's just odd that we all watched the towers fall, and it was something we never thought we'd see, and the sight of it is the stuff that made people physically sick and so pissed off.
Some colleagues of mine today, and I was saying, why are you guys closed up for the last 2 days or whatever? And their answer to me was because we watched it. And, so you're right. I think you could say to me, 14 people fell out of the building in front of my face. And to me, that may not have as much impact as it does on you, seeing the arms flailing and the head of the ground and all this stuff.
Yeah, because it's never really, when things happen around the world and we don't see video of it, we just hear about it.
Right.
It does take the whole human element out of it. For me, at least. I know when I hear there's been an earthquake or a tidal wave in the South Pacific and, umpteen thousand people die, it doesn't really affect me that much because I didn't see it. I didn't put faces to it. So it's kind of hard to imagine what you're thinking.
That's true. And, I'm a young guy, but I still get choked up if something sad happens and stuff. But I find myself when I'm listening to, the cops or the firemen on the news talking about what they did, that's when I get choked up. So for me, it's kind of hearing the stories that gets me like, wow, this is terrible. And like you said, for you guys, sure, if you had to see somebody falling from 80 stories, that's got to be treacherous to see.
Yeah. You can't describe something like that.
I imagine you can't, man, and it's terrible. And, we're not even going to know how terrible this is for another week or two when they start actually counting bodies. And, fortunately...
6,000 tons of debris have been removed already.
Fortunately,
that's like nothing.
Drop in the bucket.
I don't know if this was planned or if this is something Giuliani's doing, but the one thing I think that's fortunate about this is the media is not right on top of the rubble. So it's like, I remember hearing the newscast of like Oklahoma City, and you'd see the news. Oh, they're pulling someone else out. Like the newscasters were right there. It seems.
This was too big to have them that close.
Right.
I mean, something like Oklahoma City, you still could physically get close enough to the building. The damage was so widespread that you physically couldn't get that close.
Right. So, and I called basically for two points. The first point being is, and I heard what you said about, the gentleman losing his arm and stuff as a result of this. And there are going to be so many folks coming at us, rescuers and officials and people they pull out of the rubble whose lives are going to be changed in a variety of ways. Whether it's, their arm is amputated or they have a spinal cord injury or they lost their vision or they got conked on the head or, whatever. The important thing for these folks to know, or for the families of these folks to know, and even for the professionals who may not know, is that, I myself work for a center where, our job is to help people with disabilities learn about their options, learn about their services, and adjust to their new disabilities. And there are, these centers are in every community around the state as well as in New Jersey. So, if anybody's listening, call your local elected official and ask where the local, what we call independent living center is. And, if you live in Queens, that's, my center out here in Queens. If you live in Manhattan, it's a place called Sydney down on 14th Street where I used to work. And, we're here to, to the guy with one arm, he's going to go home tonight and say, or maybe not tonight, but a month, oh shit, sorry. He's going to go, oh crap, how do I wash my one arm?
Yeah, I know.
Or how do I tie my shoes?
A lot of people are going to need help with this.
And what we're saying is, we're here to, hook him up with other guys like that.
All right. Hey, Matt, I kind of got to cut you off because we got people calling from Ground Zero and all sorts of stuff.
And just one more thing on sort of, not a totally kidding note, but I hope like 10, 20 years from now, it's not like someone pulls out the tape like you guys with Muni.
Oh, yeah, well.
At the blackout stuff. But you guys are doing a great job. I'm glad you found your line. Show all these losers, that you guys are human. And we'll talk to you soon.
Oh, yeah.
We show them that on a daily basis.
Yeah, we really
the type of humans we are. We're disturbed.
That's right, but it's all fun, man. You guys have been the best, and I've been listening to NEW nonstop. So.
Yeah, I think all the shows here have been doing a great job.
A great job.
And it should be said, man.
Really should.
Okay.
Peace.
Thank you, Blind Man.
Thank you.
All right, there he goes. We'll have him on the show under different circumstances, hopefully in the near future. Jay, are you at Ground Zero?
Well, it was Tuesday night.
Okay.
I worked there all night. Yeah, how you doing?
All right. You're a construction worker?
Yeah, I was working there Tuesday night with my brother.
Yeah.
Two of us were pulling a lot of debris out, and we came down from Westchester County, helped out for the evening. And man, I'll tell you, I was there when Building 7 went down and watched all the debris come down, and we were using my pickup truck to bring firemen back to their firehouses, and the things it was someone needs to die really bad who did this.
Yeah.
They really need to die bad.
Well, we'll see what the response is.
Hey,
seeing it on TV just does not do the damage justice. I mean,
I agree with you. I got as close as Houston Street today, which is still nowhere near, and just down there makes what you're seeing on TV completely different.
I still, for 2 days now, I've been having trouble breathing.
Yeah.
And I've been washing my eyes out, and I was only there for, 14 hours.
Yeah,
I mean, some of the guys have been there for, the entire time, and some of the firemen I brought back to their firehouses over on 37th Street and 31st Street. We're using my pickup truck like an ambulance practically, and the phones were ringing off the walls, and they weren't answering it because it was their wives looking for their husbands. It was just an ugly scene. And one more thing, everyone's talking about this, putting sky marshals up in the airplanes. It won't work.
Why is that?
It won't work.
It's worked for Israel.
Yeah, well, someone take Israel. They're a little harder than we are. Someone grabs a hostage and holds a knife up to their throat. That marshal's putting that gun down.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they should
do
double locking.
You know what? There's a professional. The marshal would be a professional that can negotiate with these. It's not just somebody does something, the marshal shoots him. It would be an armed person that has been trained in hostage negotiation, terrorist takedown. It wouldn't just be some guy there to, some yokel with a 6-gun to shoot somebody. We need professional negotiators that are armed on every domestic flight in this country. And I'd be willing, and I think a lot of people would be willing, to pay an extra $20 a ticket or whatever it would be to have that done.
Hey, if it helps, great. But I think the best way is to lock those pilots in the room and have double doors.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that would help either. You kick long enough. You can't put a bank vault door up there because it's too heavy. And, you kick long enough, you're getting in. But I don't know.
Hey, Jay, you obviously seen a lot down there. What's the one image that will just stick in your head from being at Ground Zero after the whole thing?
Smell of burning flesh.
Ugh.
The smell. If people want to bring things down there, the safety glasses, surgical masks, especially surgical masks. They're everyone's out of them down there. I brought up.
We saw people just handing them out down there. I don't know.
And they need more because they go bad quick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they clog up real quick.
I don't know who they were, but they were just handing them out to just regular people walking around the Houston Street area.
Oh yeah, they need them. I purchased almost. I spent close to $300 on them.
Wow.
Rubber gloves, eyewear, eye wash, right in Mount Kisco. Then I drove, when we went down there to start work, and I just handed them out. We ran out within an hour. I mean, it was unreal.
Yeah, this is not just a regular, dust cloud. It's who knows what the hell's floating around in that thing.
The smoke, the smell, and the burning, and it was just so nasty.
Yeah, the smell is something that I don't even want to imagine what I'm smelling.
When we came back up from being downtown, I just felt dirty.
Yeah, we had to go
wash. You wash yourself off.
We weren't even that. We were still 20 blocks away from the actual site. All right, Jay. Thank you.
All right, man.
Thanks for
Thank you.
calling the show today. Let's go on to Psycho Tim. Tim, you in Boston?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? Down at City Hall Plaza, there's about 1,000 people right now. American Airlines crew just walked in, about 100 of them, all holding flags. We just sang God Bless America.
You're at City Hall in Boston. They're doing a little memorial thing today?
Yeah, it's a pretty big memorial service. There's a lot of police here, but everybody seems to be going pretty good. They're going to have, I guess, the priest talk or something. I don't know.
All right.
I just think we're also missing a point, if you don't mind me venting real quick off the subject.
Yeah.
We still have the terrorists here in Massachusetts.
Yep.
And, the fact is that, it's actually seemed like today I walked by a cab stand. There's 15 cabs. 5 of them are Arabs, cab drivers. These little white girls are not getting in the cabs, and they're getting in the cabs with big black guys and other guys that will not ride the cabs because we don't know who's the terrorist here or not. And it's just a little amazing that we just, I don't know, they didn't just have 5 terrorists in Boston. There's probably 50 or 100 of them over here. The fact is that we got to start killing these people. I don't understand this.
All right, Tim.
Sorry about but
no, that's all right. It's real. That's all I care about. Thanks, Tim.
All right, guys.
All right.
This guy calling up saying, my brother and cousin who were in the Army about 3 years ago were both called at their homes and told to be prepared to report. They immediately called the whole family, told us to buy food supplies. This S ain't no joke. No more. And as a 21-year-old man, I'm not ashamed to say I'm worried where this is heading. Well, we gotta respond. Gotta stop this from happening again.
Flight data recorder from United Flight 93 found.
Is that the one from Pennsylvania?
There's a guy. Who is the guy carrying the black box? They wouldn't even show his face. Did you just see that video?
Yeah, he had a whole thing over him. He's covered all he had over.
He looked like a Shiite Muslim.
Yeah.
But he wasn't. But that's how they had him covered because they didn't want anyone to see who this guy was. He was holding the black box from Flight 93, and then they had plastic or something trying to cover the guy as he walks. And then then he got in the car, and then they put the plastic around the car as it was taken off away from the media.
I wonder why they did that.
It reminded me of when, in all honesty, when Britney Spears walked in the other night at the Video Music Awards because they had the person covered so well and all you saw was the black.
Maybe he's an agent and he's trying to remain
anonymous,
an undercover or something. Or you don't want your agent's faces right there on television, so that's probably what that is. But which flight was that? The one that crashed in Pennsylvania?
United Flight 93. Was that the one in Pennsylvania? I think that was the one in the.
That would seem to be the one that would be easiest to find since it was not in the wreckage of buildings.
Right. New York Stock Exchange opened Monday, and of course the NFL cancels all games this weekend. Jake, what's going on?
What's happening?
You tell me.
Well, I have a cousin that is missing.
Uh-huh.
But we're taking care of that. I guess he was on the website. His name was on there, but still haven't heard from him. But the other thing is have you heard that plane in Pennsylvania was shot down?
Well, a lot of people are starting to say that.
Yeah.
We discussed it earlier.
Yeah.
So.
And the other thing is why are we taking so long? Why would we go in with ground troops? Why wouldn't we just go over there and bomb them?
Well, I'm sure
we're going to start with the bombing.
Yeah, you got to soften up the beaches, as they say, and it's going to take a little while to plan out and get all the resources ready to do an attack that I think is going to be big enough to really shut some of these people up and be effective. And that kind of takes a while.
Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to be very satisfied with the results.
Hey, I was the first one that was right there saying, hey, let's do it right now. You get that initial burst where you just want it taken care of immediately. But the longer they plan this, the bigger it's going to be, and the bigger it should be. And they do take into consideration the safety of the soldiers. So they want to do this probably as big, do as much damage as they can, but also try to get as many of these guys back home as we can, too.
All right, Jake.
Hey, the other thing is how do you go from a comedy show to so seriousness? I give you credit.
We don't know. Just do it.
All right. Say hi to my girlfriend, Maria.
Yeah.
All right, Maria.
A lot of, whatever. But yeah, you just do it. You got to go with the pulse.
You know what it is? I might be able to explain it a little bit. When we come in here on a daily basis and we're having fun, it's because we're having fun in here. We didn't write down how we're going to have fun. We didn't, bring in people so we can have fun with them because we're supposed to. This show is always about hanging out, having fun with our friends, and laughing
and going with the flow. We don't script anything, and we never have.
And in the past, there have been short little bursts where we've been pissed off and we've addressed serious issues, but it hasn't been anything of this magnitude. So when something like this happens, all we're doing here is reacting to it the way anyone would. We don't come in here every day just to do a comedy show. We come in here to do a real show based on who we are and what we do. We like having fun in here. And today,
how do construction workers go down to ground zero and start digging for body parts?
Yeah,
they just go and do it.
Hey, you're a steel worker. You're used to just, putting some I-beams up, doing some welding, and going home to your families. And then all of a sudden you're put in a position where you're pulling bodies out and of wreckage. That's something they're not used to doing either. This is just pretty much who we are and how we feel, and there's no way to cover that up on the air. This is just who we are.
What's wrong?
This just coming across from CNN. Remember how we were watching how they're saying 5 firefighters were found alive? That's a screw up.
Why?
They're saying that never happened.
How do you get that kind of news?
I have no idea.
Bad, wrong.
But everybody, from what I'm being told, it was a screw up of major proportions.
By who? The news?
CNN's reporting it.
Oh man.
It never happened. What's going on with a lot of these news agencies, and this is another thing that makes me sick. They're all looking for that piece of information that no one else has.
Right.
Because don't kid yourself, they're all going for ratings. And they're being irresponsible, really, in a lot of cases.
Well, everyone wants to be the first. That's what it's about with these newscasts. And this first happened 2 days ago. There really wasn't a way to be first. Everyone had pretty much the same coverage. The longer it goes on, the more of a new angle you need to pull the viewers over to your station. You need to get the news on the newer things that are happening first. So a lot of times they go with the unconfirmed reports. Prime reason why the election results were given out before we really knew who won. It's exactly the same. They're trying so hard to get the ratings and pull the people into their station that they'll go with reports before they're completely confirmed.
Do we have the New York papers? Because there was an interesting thing in the paper today.
The Post, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The CNN ratings?
Yep.
One of the publicists for CNN sent out a press release to all the papers talking about how great their ratings were during this whole thing.
Yeah.
Hoping the papers would write that, CNN's ratings were through the roof. And I applaud this one writer for one of the local papers just completely trashed CNN for having the gall to send out a press release like that.
Unbelievable.
Especially when everyone is just watching TV, so there's no real way of trying to figure out, what station's getting all the people watching. Because I know personally, I've with the remote control,
you flip around like crazy.
Ridiculous. So how can you even tell, which station's getting all the rating?
Yep.
You know what guy it was? I want to give him. I want to applaud him today. It was in the Post.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it says, shame on CNN. This horror doesn't need the push of publicists. It's Adam Buckman. Who on earth would call at a time like this to talk about the ratings? Publicists in the TV news business, that's who. Thousands upon thousands of people are likely dead beneath the rubble of World Trade Center. And some publicists were phoning us here at the Post yesterday to make sure we knew how many people watched their network's coverage on TV on Tuesday. And lest anyone think I'm painting the entire industry with the same brush, let me come right out and identify who the culprits were. It was the publicity department at CNN in New York. Oops. And they also went on, that's right, they also went on to say that if Paula Zahn would be available for an interview.
Thank God.
So you could talk about Paula Zahn and what she has seen so far. And then they go on to say Paula Zahn's nowhere as close to ground zero, so what the hell would she have to say about this?
They're saying Delta Force commandos to protect reopened airspace. A lot of the airports are going to have these people, and they are looking towards some Delta Force people for onboard security. We need trained personnel who know how to deal with the use of weapons in an aluminum cylinder that's flying through the air. So they're asking for Delta Force personnel to be on some planes. That's nice. What lunatic son of a bitch is going to pull out a box cutter when there's a Delta Force a guy on one of these planes? This is the stuff I wouldn't mind having happen.
Here's the video, Ant, as the guy's carrying out the black box. Look at this guy.
Yeah, he's totally covered
Isn't that wild?
And they got sheets around him. That is so weird.
All right. Steve, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Okay, I called earlier, but I have to tell you something which I just got a call from my mother. She works for the State Department of Health and Senior Services in Trenton, New Jersey.
Yeah.
And through vital statistics, she just called me, asked me if I knew who Whitney Houston was. Well, duh. And she said around 1 p.m. today, she had died at the University of Medicine and Dentistry.
There's no way we can confirm this.
I'm not BSing you. I'm just saying what she told me. She works for the State Department.
The rumors are flying like crazy, but we can't confirm this. Now,
why wouldn't that have made the news?
Is it just trying to keep it low right now? I don't know. If you hear about it, I'm just saying you heard it here first.
What, your mom works at that hospital?
No, my mother works for the State Department of Health and Senior Services.
Okay.
And she just called me and told me that.
Well, a publicist, this is on Yahoo. Publicist, Whitney's not dead. That's the official word from her publicist's office in the wake of a fast-spreading radio-fed rumor. We didn't start that one, ladies and gentlemen. Radio-fed rumor claiming the R&B diva had died from a drug overdose. I repeat, Whitney's publicist saying she is not dead.
A lot of publicists say everything.
And she probably has family that are listening to us right now, too, so.
If it is true, I'm just saying, I'm telling you.
All right.
If it's not, I'll take the blunt of it.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
All right.
Bye.
You suck.
All right.
How about this? From Reuters, nearly 12 tons of gold appears to be buried under the mountains of debris from New York City's destroyed Twin Towers, where experts said it was securely out of reach of treasure hunters, looters, and for now even the bullion trading community. The bars, worth about $106 million, were stored in an underground warehouse near the World Trade Center and held on behalf of Comex Metal Trading. It's probably safer than it's ever been. It's probably buried under 107 stories of rubble, is what they're reporting. But 12 tons of gold bars. No wonder they have armed people down there, armed National Guardsmen.
George, you're Cuban?
Yes, sir.
And what do you got today?
Well, I was saying that normally I have, I'm Cuban descent. I came here when I was 6 years old, and I've been here 30 years, and I normally carry one of those, air fresheners in the car with the Cuban flag.
We joke about that stuff all the time on our radio show.
You know what my flag is right now?
Huh.
It's in my glove compartment. That's where it belongs right now. Because my heart is the United States, so I am. That's where I live. And I work near Patterson, and there's a lot of rioting go down there with the Muslim community. They're celebrating and cheering on what's going on. I think that's horrendous.
Well, another thing we can't confirm. I mean, the head of the police was on Don and Mike and said that was not going on. So we got to report that.
I have about 20 employees that work for me that live in Patterson, and they tell me it's going on.
That's what you're saying. We don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, guys, you're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Here's a little stupid son of a bitch story I found. Plane ordered to land by Bush Ranch. A small private plane flying in the vicinity of President Bush's ranch was ordered by the military to land Thursday. A 71-year-old pilot and his son were detained by the Secret Service after the FAA declared the plane was unauthorized. It appeared the pilot went up for a joyride in his Cessna. Obviously bad timing, they said.
Yeah, how stupid.
How do you fly your plane near Bush's ranch on a joyride thinking no one's gonna take note? The guy's lucky he didn't get shot out of the sky.
Unbelievably stupid. Alex, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Wow, you've been on your car phone for over an hour. I apologize, but the phones are crazy today. You're calling from D.C.
Yeah, hey guys. Hey, my family's from El Salvador, but I've been here for over 20 years, and this hits home, man. My heart goes out to you guys over there in New York.
Well, you're going
over
through
here
a very similar situation.
In D.C., it's crazy, man. You got police and you got military uniforms. Just every single corner.
Mm-hmm.
Just guiding the traffic. I mean, you look at the face of everybody's walking around numb. It's just freaking nuts, man. We need to get this going, and we need to get over there and just wipe them all out, bro.
In a matter of time, my friend.
God bless you guys. You're doing a hell of a job.
Thank you, Alex.
It'll be done. I have no doubts now that we will respond in a very big way.
Hey, Cliff, what's up? You're next.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey.
I don't know if you guys heard about the report in Newton, Massachusetts. You guys heard about the hotel that got found?
Weston.
No.
Another hotel?
There was another hotel they found yesterday. It's off of Needham Street. It's the big street in Newton.
Yeah.
They found newspapers with Arabic writing and
boys, I live in Newton, boys. Yeah.
And they found flight manuals or flight plans for Boeing 767. And I work at an internet company in Newton, and we got a call from the FBI yesterday. They wanted to apparently somebody last week was looking at confidential Iraqi documents, and they wanted to track it down and all. So it's hitting really close to home for me.
How about that?
All right, thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, Cliff.
Yeah, a lot of, they also found similar stuff in that rental car. If you find aircraft manuals, how to fly commercial aircraft written in Arabic, I think you found where some of the suspects were. I don't think you really have to think much about that.
Let's see what's going on in Philly today. Ed, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I just wanted to say, 94 YSP has been doing a great job of covering this all day. Between Howard and you guys, they had Cousin Ed and Larry Kane from one of the news stations down here. And they've just been calling up, letting people vent their frustration.
Yeah, that's all you could do. If you can't do this type of radio, then get out of the business. I mean, gonna say it all day long in New York here, and it's ground zero. We're right in the middle of everything. You could smell death in the air. Radio stations have already gone back to their music, their regular program.
Yeah, and WMMR, I don't think has stopped playing music.
Whatever. Just proving what they're all about. Yeah. No surprise, because the guy in New York runs that rock station in Philly as well. So he put one of his little boys in there, and that guy can't do anything without calling his little buddy up here in New York. So no surprise that they're playing music as well.
It's ridiculous.
So what do you got, Ed?
I just wanted to say you guys are doing a great job and keep it up.
That's it?
Yeah.
You waited 2 hours for that?
Yeah, what the hell?
Why not?
It's a weird time right now.
Yeah. All right. You know we're getting down to Philly soon, by the way.
I'm waiting for you.
We're slowly going to get back to, doing something that resembles our regular show, and I think we're going to get down there in the middle of October to kind of hang with you guys, so that'd be cool.
I'll look forward to it.
We have details on foundrymusic.com, FOUNDRY music.com. It's not really confirmed yet, but we're working on it.
All right. Sooner back to normal, the better.
Yeah, we're going to work toward that, hopefully soon.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Ed.
Catch you later.
All right. Yes, Rick.
The thing about the rescued firefighters and, about the guys that they thought were trapped for 2 days. Actually, Giuliani, there's a clip right there at number 1 that clears up everything about who these guys were and when they were found.
All right, so we thought we found 5 firemen that
were trapped
about 3 hours ago, right?
Right.
And 2 of the guys walked out of it.
Yeah, 2 of the 5 just
and then you just reported a couple minutes ago that was BS, and then reporting that it was BS.
Right.
And now here's Giuliani explaining the whole thing.
Exactly where these guys came from and when they were actually trapped.
They were probably digging or something, right?
They were part of the rescue effort and fell and were able to get out, and the other firefighters helped them, and they were able to get out. But they were not part of the original. They were not part of the original group of people that we were searching for.
Oh, okay.
So they were lost earlier today. That's what he's trying to explain.
Right. They probably fell down into one of these pockets, and they were able to rescue them. So It's definitely good news in a way.
Yeah.
Angelica.
Yes.
How are you?
Hi, how you doing?
Pretty good.
I thought it would be a good idea that a lot of these volunteers that are working downtown in the rescue should wear goggles. Because this isn't going to be like, a couple days work. This is going to be, a long time to clean it. And they keep suffering from these problems with their eyes, Wear those, swimmy goggles, I think that it might be a good idea. People are doing all these
goggles.
those donations.
Well, we headed down there before the show today, and people are wearing a lot of stuff.
Really? Yeah, 'cause I'm watching it, pretty much.
I saw a bunch of guys with gas masks, and they were well covered, so.
Yeah. 'Cause, I don't know. I thought it might be a good idea. It's so sad what happened.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Angelica. Sorry about that. Thank you, though. Colin, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Howdy, boys. How you doing?
All right.
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Cool.
I have to say, in past times, man, I've been to the show. I really like you guys' coverage on doing this. I'm a volunteer myself up here, upstate. I'm a volunteer fireman, EMT. And, I had a couple of guys that were down there from my own department. And one of them was just describing what he saw, and it was just unreal. Talking about just over and over, just kept repeating stuff. You just see the look of terror in the guy's eyes, man, as he was telling us. It was unbelievable. He just kept telling us over and over, I should be dead. He was there when the building came down, took off running, dove underneath one of the fire trucks. He said, fire truck and his helmet is about the only thing that saved him.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, those people that dove under the trucks, you gotta be thinking, it's a building falling. What the hell is this truck gonna do for me?
We had heard in the afternoon that two of our guys had gotten hurt. They were released at the hospital, and they were back out on the street again. And it was actually a relief that night when I went to my firehouse and I saw him standing there and telling us this stuff. And you could see just the absolute terror in this guy's eyes. I mean, I'm trying myself to be able to get down there here in the next couple of days to try to see if, what kind of help that I could possibly do. So, but anyway, it's a tragic thing, man. And hey, we need some affirmative action, and we need it now. We need it yesterday.
Yeah,
they know who these people are.
It's coming, and if I could go to a Reuters story here from
thanks, Colin.
From London. Get this. This is how scared Afghanistan is about what we might do. An Afghan Taliban, that's the government in Afghanistan, Taliban radio station monitored by the BBC said on Thursday that Taliban authorities said they were ready to hand over Osama bin Laden to an Islamic court if the United States could prove his guilt in the terror attack on the U.S.
Not good enough.
Wrong.
Not good enough.
That ain't good enough. Well, just hand him over to a court. They quoted the radio as saying, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has honestly asked America to give clear and substantial evidence for what it considers Osama to be responsible for, and the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan will hand him over to one of the Islamic courts of the world in order to be tried. Wrong. Won't work.
Try again.
These people think that we're going to just let this guy be tried in an Islamic court of the world. See, they're backpedaling right now. They're backpedaling. We all know he resides in Afghanistan. We all know a lot of countries right now are not going to take this guy. They're afraid of what we will do to any country that harbors this guy. So now what they're doing is saying, all right, look, hey, they're stalling. We'll hand him over to a court if you give us evidence that prove. Don't even entertain these sons of bitches with an answer. Don't even give them an answer, a yes, no, do you have them, do you do. This is, now we just bomb the hell out of them. And then say, hand them over. That's all they understand. If you have them, in order that you will be able to hand them over to an Islamic court, hand them over to us right now.
First plane about to take off from Dulles since FAA shut down.
Is that it?
Michelle.
Hey, how are you?
Hey. All right.
I just wanted to read something if I could.
You want to read something?
Yeah, something that I wrote. I called in yesterday and I did the same, but I wrote another one today, so.
Okay.
I'm an American female and I'm only 17 and there's no excuse for the things that I've seen. I looked at what you did and I can't help but wonder why. They only went to work. They didn't deserve to die. I woke up this morning and I actually forgot what you've done. Then I took a second and I remembered September 11, 2001. It's a date we won't forget when it brought us so much pain. To go against the world, you must be insane. I feel like I was robbed. My freedom was taken from me. But you'll get what you deserve if you don't screw with NYC. I'm sorry, it's you against the world, and as you know, there's no competition, so you better pray to God because America's on a mission. That's it.
Hey, did you say you were 17?
Yes, I am.
Oh, nice. Okay. I just heard that in the first line of your poem. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Can you call us in a couple weeks?
All right, Michelle.
All right, thank you very
good, Michelle.
Thank
from
you,
the
Michelle.
heart.
Bye.
All right. Hey, Ron, what do you have?
That's all I heard.
Hey, you know,
I'm only 17.
I was just at work today, and people are starting to finally come back to work.
Yeah,
and
today was the first day that you started seeing, people around.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be too long on this, but there's a definite byproduct of this terrorism that nobody's talking about.
What's that?
And that's the fact that people are really high-strung right now. I saw a couple of people snap at each other over nothing.
Yeah.
And it's really because they're all tensed up and keyed up over this thing. And I guess, you know, if anybody's listening, just kind of take a step back because you're not yelling at the person across from you. You're mad at someone else. Don't get freaked out about stupid things. Remember what we're focused on. You know, it was really bad to see. It really, really bothered me what I saw today.
Yeah, and people are just wound tight right now.
Yeah, and, you know, hopefully...
I haven't seen any of that. I've seen the opposite. I was on the subway, and I felt really safe today.
Well,
I'm always a little paranoid in the subway system of New York. I was sitting there, and I felt really, really safe.
Up until now, I was with you. I see a lot of, you know, sort of unexpected acts of kindness and traffic and everything else, but what I saw today in the office was really, really disturbing. And Anthony, thanks, by the way, for reminding us what the show's all about when you asked what's her name, if she was really 17. Way to stay on point, guys. You guys are doing a great job.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going down as far as people. Well, you know, people are taking out some aggressions on Arabs. It's happening. In Texas, a Molotov cocktail thrown against the side of an Islamic society. What else happened? Palos Heights. A man attacked a gas station attendant with a machete. And in Huntington, New York, Opie. Huntington, New York. That's where you live. A 75-year-old man who was drunk tried to run over a Pakistani woman in the parking lot of a shopping mall. The man then followed the woman into a store and threatened to kill her for destroying my country. A drunk 75-year-old. Jesus Christ, man. We've lost our minds.
Well, do we have to say that's something that we really shouldn't entertain?
Yeah, I mean, I think
hope we
normal.
don't have to say that.
I think normal thinking people know that a lot of the Arabs that are over here are here because they wanted to get away from the misery of living in that crap infested place that is the Middle East and a lot of the countries over there. So taking it out on them, you know, they came here because they believe in America and what it is, what it's all about. So them coming here to get away from the people that support stuff like what happened 2 days ago, to beat them up is just ridiculous to entertain something like that. There are a small percent of the people that come over here to do evil things. And hopefully we could weed those out, but I don't think that should be left up to some drunk people driving in cars or machete-wielding people that need gas. You know, maybe we could leave that to the military and you know.
I just gotta say, I have goosebumps.
Yeah, she was 17.
No.
What? Oh, sorry, what?
On CNN, they just showed a shot for maybe 2 straight minutes of just a plane in the sky, the first plane.
Oh, that took off?
That took off from Dulles since the FAA shut down, and they just showed the plane in the air. And all of a sudden, I'm just watching, and I'm just getting goosebumps and, like, the chills inside. Like,
yeah.
You know?
You know what? A lot of people, travel agents have said a lot of people canceling their reservations for flights. A lot of people afraid to fly. If I had to fly, I would love to have been on those first few flights that took off from those airports, because you know those are the safest, most secure flights that we're ever going to see.
All right.
Yeah, there it goes.
Now where do we go? I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. Is it where you want to go, Ant?
I don't know. Just troll the phones, plunk one down. I don't care.
All right, let's go back to Boston and talk
people
to
talking.
Kristen. Kristen, what's going on?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How are you?
Pretty good.
Can't really hear you, but, I don't know, it's ridiculous. He's tried to kill, 6 world leaders already. Time for him to go. I got an email today, and I don't know if you guys heard, tomorrow night at 7, they'd like to, light a candle for everybody and
I got
keep
that.
your lights on till everyone's out and alive.
Yeah, there's a couple things that people are trying to get going, and one of them is to light candles tomorrow night at 7. Here in New York, every night that goes by, there's just more and more candles everywhere. And the other thing is people are starting to drive with their lights on to, show support.
Mm-hmm.
They're just doing that as we speak, so that's pretty cool as well.
I mean, this has just rocked me. Definitely. This is a situation that
You're not
I
alone,
could
man.
never imagine.
Who could?
I hope it rocked you.
Oh, definitely. I haven't been able to do any work, nothing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And, did you know that his son had 52 children?
Oh, Rick's? Yeah.
Is that his name?
Damn, I was right on it. Rick's. That was Rick's grandfather. See, we'll get there. It's going to take time, but we're slowly getting there.
That's awful, Rick.
Well, I haven't turned BCN off in the last few days. Between you and Howard, you guys are great.
Thanks,
Nick, we
Kristen.
can live without, but
Yeah, Boston, one of the cities we give a lot of credit. A few of the stations we're on just dropped the ball. One decided that this wasn't important enough and started playing music, and we straightened them right the F up.
Well, 2 days I don't think is enough for everybody to comment. New news comes in, new feelings come out of people, and they want to vent and call up and just be pissed or sad or something. And I think that's a big part of what radio's about.
Absolutely.
It's kind of an outlet.
All right, Kristen, thank you.
Sure, guys. Have a good day. And
All right, thanks. We will, and we're gonna come.
Later.
We're gonna come see you guys soon too. So let's move on to Clint in D.C. Clint.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm down here in D.C. A little miffed about the D&M move, but I really enjoyed listening to you guys. I've got 2 quick points for you.
Yeah.
The first is I don't want the American public to forget about supporting our military. I'm a captain in the Air Force.
All right.
I want the support to continue when we start bombing these bastards. Because I don't want these liberal arts schools, all these hairy-pitted women to start marching them down the streets complaining.
Hairy-pitted women.
Doing.
Yeah.
And I want the support to continue. The other point I want to make is that it's become increasingly more acceptable for Congress not to spend. We're not where we need to be right now.
Not to spend money on the military, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
You need to continue to tell your congressmen and representatives to continue spending money so we can continue to do our job. And I can promise you one thing, is that we're going to take care of those bastards.
Yeah. Well, I sure hope they do think about this and put more money into the military that's just been dismantled over the past 8 years.
You're exactly right.
We do not have near the strength in the military that we had during the Gulf War.
No.
Even. And 8 years of prosperity and relative peace with the Soviet Union dissolving, we sat back and just let it rot away. And now, now we paid for it a little bit with the loss of the intelligence that we had and the protection that we just had. The blanket of protection over our country is gone. So we need to be spending some money and get that back.
You're right. And you had a question earlier about how come the Pentagon wasn't protected and things of that nature. Now, I don't know if you've ever been down here, but Reagan International, the flight path, they essentially fly over the Pentagon on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Now, Reagan International, a relatively new airport.
No, it's been here for a long time.
Has it been there for a while? Oh, it's just renamed.
Just renamed.
But that one's been close to the Pentagon for years.
Yeah, you can almost hit it with a rock from National. It's that close. So we heard it hit the Pentagon. I work right across the river from it, and it's disgusting that I got to go outside and smell my Pentagon burning. And wanting to know who's been in there and who's not making it out, and who are they to come in our house and think that they can get away with this because it's coming. We're going to bring it, and we're going to bring it strong. I promise you.
Very cool.
I can't wait.
It's coming. And that's why I want to make sure that you guys let your listeners know. I know you have a large listening audience, but once we start doing this, they can't backslide, They can't start complaining.
No, I think
if they want it done right, they need to let us do our job.
I think you'll have a lot of support, believe me.
And it's got to stay there.
Isn't this how you like your Air Force captains? A little bit of an accent. Name Clint. I like it. There you go. Kick some ass,
I grew
man.
up in Arkansas. That's where this came from. So
You ever hear a captain in the Air Force sound like Gay Marco?
Hey.
It's all about
Don't ask, don't tell. Hey.
It's all about the voice. And
hey guys,
confidence.
I'm not going to take a bit more of your time. I just want to leave you with that. Continue to support spending on the military and don't backslide once you start bombing the hell out of them.
You got it. Hey, Clint, do you just go home and slap your kids around?
No,
No.
not at all. Not at all.
Listen to him. Sounds like a level-headed guy.
Not unless they get out of line.
No, I understand that, but he's just, he's that type of guy. Like the Great Santini? Yeah, I was thinking the Great Santini. You ever see that movie? With the basketball. Right. Yeah, all right, Clint. Kick some ass, man. Those are the guys that are going to be doing it for us, man. Well, the approval, the approval for this is just it's like over 90% of the American people are backing, some type of action, type of severe action. Right? Said. You see Shay from Connecticut checking in. Thank God. When Ann thought that Opie got goosebumps for a 17-year-old girl, I laughed hard for the first time in days. Teen equal more gooder. More gooder. Very good. More gooder on the way. One of our buddies, Rich Voss.
Hey, man.
Hey.
This is the first time I'm driving into New York, and the skyline, it doesn't seem real, you know what I mean? I look at the smoke and the empty buildings there.
Yeah.
It's like for 3 days I've been in like a daze. Hard to even function.
Yeah, the skyline of New York is looking like a crack whore. It's missing a lot of teeth right now.
This sounds so gay. Sounds so gay, but I got pictures of my daughters on top of the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Right, that you take for granted. They're just pictures, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But now they really mean something. I can't even talk about the anger and the days I go through and stuff.
Yeah. Well, Rich, I want to ask you something specifically. How did you explain this to your kids? I know you have a few there.
Well, I said to them, I go, first I asked them if they talked about it in school, and they said some stuff. I said, look, there's just mean people that don't like Americans, and I said to them, this is like war, but it's really hard for them to comprehend because, they're young kids. I said, it's just that people don't like America, and I mean, I don't know really, to tell you the truth, how do you explain some psychopaths taking over a plane and going into buildings?
Yeah.
It's easier to explain war. It's easier when, you see tanks and aircraft carriers and people are going to war. That's a lot easier to explain than when some psychopaths just take an American plane. And it's really hard. They kind of understand. And I asked them today on the phone, I said, do your teachers talk more about it? And they said, yeah. And my ex-wife is talking to them and stuff too. It's just, it's devastating. Let me tell you, if this was Israel on Tuesday, Wednesday, Israel would have been attacking somebody, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you know something? That's gone on back and forth like a goddamn ping pong match. I never think Israel's response is strong enough, to tell you the truth. And I think what's taking a while is Bush and Cheney getting some kind of coalition of nations together to support this and to make sure they're going to support what our actions are, and getting the resources and getting the people together for something giant to really make a statement. This can only be something that the bombs cure by hitting. This has to be a message that's sent with the action. The bombs exploding and actually damaging buildings of people that support this kind of thing, or even getting bin Laden himself, that's one thing. The other part of this is that just the message that goes out that this is what will, not might, will happen to a country that supports this is just as big as the damage the bombs do themselves.
I got to interrupt you, Anthony. Breaking news, Senate side of U.S. Capitol being evacuated.
Probably a bomb scare.
Which is happening all over the country because West Coast Dave said there was a bomb scare in San Francisco today as well. I mean,
really?
It's everywhere.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe go into a couple of those countries and bomb and just show them, hey, look.
Oh, I'm sure there's a few on the short list. I think Afghanistan's the one everyone's looking at, but, you know, they have a few other ones that they're looking at, and I'm sure Iraq isn't off the list either.
Yeah. Well, listen, you guys are doing a great job, and it's really devastating. It's you know,
it's beyond anything you could even.
It's really beyond anything, and to see this right now it's horrible. And,
I thank God I don't have kids like Voss, man, and other people. I mean, I couldn't imagine. I would just be like, shut up and leave me alone. You got to sit now and explain it to children, and I just don't. I do not have that in me. I'm too selfish.
I'm like a zombie right now with that. You know what I mean? It's like it's so hard to explain, but you know, my ex-wife's good. She's smart too. She's good, and you know, so.
Now you explain it all by saying you're a zombie, because I mean, that's what we see when we walk out this building for lunch and stuff.
Yeah, everyone's just stunned. No one wants to. You don't want to laugh too hard as you're walking down the street, and no one else is. You know, because you don't want to come off like that. And there's nothing to laugh about, but you don't. If you're talking with your friends and you say something and you kind of chuckle. You don't want to make it seem like you're laughing too hard. Everyone's just walking around like yourself, like zombies.
It's
even the hot looking girls walking around aren't really doing it like they usually do. Like,
I know.
Oh, look at the cleavage. Yeah.
You know, it's a chore to go to the supermarket right now. It really is. For me to be motivated to do anything. I don't know. It sucked all the life out of me.
Yeah. All right.
But all right. Well, listen, you guys are doing a great job, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Rich.
All right.
Yeah, well, some of you guys.
When he said it sucked the life out of me, I was going to say like sitting and watching his act, but I figured I would just leave that alone.
It's coming back
for a while.
It's coming back a little bit. I think we need to kind of have the whole gang hang out tomorrow in this studio. I just kind of feel
that could be cool.
I feel naked. I mean, we usually have a lot of people around and we're having a lot of fun. I'm not saying let's cool for Friday. Party, but tomorrow's Friday, and maybe we should all just kind of
we'll have everyone come in and
together,
discuss this whole thing with the listeners and everybody coming in. And that's a good idea.
So I put the word out to the O&A crew.
Put the bat signal up.
Yeah, bring some food and stuff, because it's just been strange by ourselves.
Yeah.
No interns, nothing.
I know.
Half the staff still hasn't come back to.
They're not going to be able to get into this building. No one's going to be able to get in this building.
Well, we'll have to send people down to get them or something.
Yeah, the security in this building is out of control. I mean, they're doing what they got. Amy, what's up? You're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hi, guys. I wanted to thank you for going commercial free and allowing just us listeners to call in and just vent and talk and have someone else to talk to.
Do you believe it's all coming out of Opie's pocket? I don't
You
either.
must have some deep pockets over there, Opie.
Wouldn't you rather go listen to a Rush song on another station?
Absolutely not. You know what? This is the first time in this country that I can remember that the whole world has been on hold. I gotta tell you, I'm down the shore.
Because that's true. Because like
the whole world's on hold.
Just in our stupid lives, our true radio show is on hold.
But I mean,
everything, yeah.
Everything
like
is on hold. There are people that need to go somewhere. They need to, conduct business.
It's unbelievable.
Who in their right mind is buying anything? They're worried about the economy at this point.
What does that say about the state of
Who
mind
feels
of
like
America?
going out and getting some stereo equipment or
buying a new car?
Or a car stereo? No one,
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, I'm down the shore in New Jersey, and even down here, the aura of the people around here is just unbelievable. Like you said, now
I hear Asbury Park's deserted. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, that's nothing new.
I know.
I had a death in the family over the summer. One of my siblings died, and I went to the store that night just to get some food because we hadn't eaten. And I gotta tell you, I have not had this type of feeling since that had happened. It's like walking around feeling very vulnerable.
Yeah, that's the word too. Vulnerable. You walk around and, like I was saying earlier, just planes flying over your head, something you took for granted, something that was just a daily occurrence like anything else in your life, all of a sudden becomes something that's a little scary. You hear the jet engines, you remember, then the clips start playing in your head again, and this is something.
It's very scary.
It's something that terrorists want. This is their job, to terrorize, to make something that is an ordinary, everyday occurrence in your life something that now terrorizes you.
If Dick Cheney
that's what they've done.
If Dick Cheney can use the word bastards,
yes,
it's bad. It's just, and if Opie and Anthony, I'm a long-time listener, if Opie and Anthony are just as serious can be, you know that it's big. Really.
Yeah, really.
I really appreciate you guys. I really
definitely
do.
don't like being like this all the time. It's depressing me.
It's just, I really have to commend the American people for just putting their lives on hold and praying for these poor families who don't know where their loved ones are, and they're holding up these pictures. I'm watching MSNBC now, and these poor people just have the worst looks on their faces.
Yeah.
It's awful.
All right, Amy. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Yeah, I know eventually or sometime soon we got to get back to doing our show because my mom's listening every day without turning the station.
Yeesh, that's bad. Yeah, mine too, I bet you.
My mom, she can't go. She'll listen for 5 minutes and then she goes, I
had to
was
turn it
listening
off.
to you guys and you went into that lesbian thing and I went click.
Had to turn it off.
They've been listening nonstop.
Yeah.
Your brother wants in on this. Yes. Hold that up again.
The Joe.
Oh, okay.
Hey, man.
No plugs, right?
You're not going to do it.
No. And your mom is listening every day.
Oh, is she? Yeah.
Yeah, mom's listening every day.
God, I can't wait to turn her off. I can't wait to disgust. I can't wait till we can get back to disgusting our parents.
I know. Me too.
Yeah.
I wish I could be there tomorrow, fellas.
Yeah.
I'm going to be driving past, and be inside of the skyline within probably about an hour.
Yeah.
And and believe it or not, I actually have butterflies because I've been in and out so many times since you guys been back.
Yeah.
That I actually have butterflies in my stomach thinking about what it's going to be like to see that for the first time.
Well, yeah, you know something, you're right, because when I was driving in from Brooklyn the first time, or driving into Long Island when we had a broadcast there on Tuesday, I was thinking the same thing, like, oh man, it's just going to be, we've watched it on TV and it was just so devastating. It's going to be really bad seeing
can't
it.
compare, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Can't compare to seeing it live.
Yeah, it's awful.
Joe, you know the view you get when you take the Long Island Railroad into the city?
Yeah.
And just before you go in the tunnel, you see the entire skyline?
Right.
Yesterday coming in, everyone went to the left side of the train to get a really good look. And,
I could imagine.
And you could
imagine, man.
you could just feel I don't even know how to explain it. Just the heart and the soul of all the people on the train just got sucked out of them.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of gasped quietly.
Sure. I just got to say, man, you guys, as you know, I've been with you guys from the beginning, and you're doing a tremendous service. Kudos to you guys, man.
Thanks, Joe.
Really good job. Great radio, and you're doing a great service to the city and beyond, man.
Cool. All right, brother Joe. Thanks, man.
All right, guys.
Yeah, we'll drive it.
Okay.
Right.
Later.
Later.
Look at that. Our mothers are listening.
Psycho Tim, what's going on?
That's every politician in Boston. This is just for them to get up there and talk and promote themselves.
What, you're at the memorial service up there in Boston at City Hall, right?
Yeah, everybody showed up. Swift, yes, when the thing happened, Swift got in a car and had a police escort out to Framingham to get away from any terrorist attacks. And then she gets on the thing and she says, oh, start on people in New York, but everybody go and vote for the 9th district.
No, that's
now she's up there today in her fat body sitting there trying to get votes because she knows she's done after this time.
Hold on. Now you're talking about the governor.
The governor.
Yeah,
now Swift.
Right. Now, she was promoting who people should vote for?
Yeah, remember Opie died? So
Holy smoke. Hold on. I can't even get past that. It's a memorial service for the people that were lost.
No, this didn't happen today. That happened when the bomb went off.
Oh, when it went off?
When it hit the plane, she got in an escort and like drove out to Framingham to be safe for any bombs going off. And then she gets on the mic before. She says, "Oh yeah, this is into 7 before." She goes, to vote today, but really some of the people in New York. Now they're all up there trying to get votes. That's all
disgusting.
this stuff is. It's free politics, you know?
Yeah.
Why they have a memorial service at 5:15 in downtown Boston where everybody's going to leave.
Yeah.
So everybody walking home is like, oh, maybe I'll check this out for a few minutes.
It's Boston. Why bother? You know the Democrats are going to win everything anyway. They always do.
It's unbelievable. It's just despicable, you know.
All
They
right,
have a pre-scope and TikTok for 2 seconds, and the rest of the time it's just...
You do make a good point, because it is all free politics now, because we're all paying most of us don't really, I hate to say it, but it's the truth. We don't really pay attention to the issues and politicians, but right now, we're all watching TV, and they're all jockeying for position and stuff, because they know
the better speech.
Yeah, they know they have our attention now.
Yeah.
F them, dude. It's just disgusting.
All right, Tim.
Thanks, guys.
All right, I got to quickly go back to Rich Voss. We might have lost him. He was going into the tunnel. Rich?
Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
I just feel honored that I'm the first person you trashed since this all happened.
Okay,
I really feel good.
No problem, man.
All right, no problem. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Hopefully we can get back to tooling Rich Voss on a daily basis. That's too much.
I know the struggle.
U.S. Capitol being evacuated. There's a very visible police presence, but no immediate word of what prompted the evacuation. Word is a suspicious package is the reason. Someone left their totes rain umbrella out, I'm sure. But, hey, better safe than sorry right now.
All right.
Who else we got?
I don't know. It's just,
we just keep going to calls, man.
All right. You want to go to a Colin Powell clip?
Yeah, he's been pretty good through this whole thing. He's been very concise, very easy to understand. He's not trying to be eloquent. He's talking like a leader and saying things I think a lot of people want to hear.
We will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up. And when we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general.
How about that? Global assault against terrorism.
I sure hope so.
I like that.
That's what we want to hear. I hope they follow through with that.
We have the resources. Let's use them.
On this next,
go ahead, Rick.
This next Colin Powell clip, it's he's directing these comments towards Hussein.
He is one of the leading terrorists in the face of the earth, and I would not expect the slightest drop of the milk of human kindness to be flowing in his veins.
Oh boy. Oh, he's got to be crapping himself. Oh. Now, there's a guy, Saddam Hussein, who he's been a thorn in our ass for years. For over a decade, he's been a thorn in our ass. And we beat him up pretty good during the Gulf War. Didn't go the distance to take him out. And he has returned to be a thorn in our ass again. And you cannot convince me he has not been responsible, or at least been part of a lot of the terrorism that's gone on against this country. He sat back trying to rebuild his military in his country, and at the same time funneled billions of dollars into terrorist organizations. You cannot convince me of anything different. He's a rich guy. That country rakes in a lot of money, and where's it spending it? Not on its people, that's for sure. It's going toward terrorism against this country, and I would be very surprised if when we tie up some of these loose ends, as I like to call them, he's not one of them. Be very surprised.
Let's move on to Fred. Hey, Fred. Fred?
Yeah.
What's up, man? You're on the Opie and Anthony show. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys? I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I haven't been listening to you guys for a long time, but I'm really enjoying it. But one comment that I want to pass by about the people who are here, these Middle Easterners who are here. You know, the problem is we don't know who's good and who's not. You know, we have no idea who's really here to enjoy this great country and who's actually here to do harm. Now, the reason why I was calling is my brother-in-law is a battalion chief in New York. He was called in. The last time they heard from him was at 9:48 on Tuesday morning, and they still haven't found him. Now, another brother-in-law of mine is also a firefighter, and he managed to make it home and get some time off. But, man, you know, this is sickening, man. My niece, my goddaughter, is never going to see her father, man.
Oh, bro.
And it's like, this is crazy, you know?
Yeah.
So I you know what? I have no pity for no one right now. I don't care if they're innocent or not. At this point in time, think of how many people are actually dead now at the Twin Towers and here at the Pentagon.
Well, there are going to be a lot of countries and people that are completely innocent in this act that are going to pay for past acts of terrorism, because this is going to be the time that we tie up all those loose ends. This is what I'm feeling. I really think, we settle all family business with this one. This is the one that, if I can say, wrecked it for all those other people that got away with what they were doing. I want to believe this so much. I hope it's true, and I really think it's going to be true that those people that got away with bombing of the USS Cole, Osama bin Laden responsible for the embassy bombings in Africa, all this has got to be answered for, and I think this was that last straw that finally did it, finally got all the support that we're going to need from, of course, the American people, but also the world, to go in there now and clean up that effing mess.
You got it.
All right, Fred.
Hey, man, thanks.
Thanks. I don't know how many more of these calls we can listen to. It's just, kills you. George.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I actually, for 2 days I've been sitting home. I live in Jersey. I watched it live, and I couldn't sit at home anymore. And I went into the city. Even though I work below 14th Street, I figured I'd give it a try. And I walked down West Ave today, and I cried. There's people I got down as close as Hudson Street. And you can't, if anybody hasn't seen this thing and really seen it up close, you can't appreciate it on television. I mean, you just...
Well, I'm thankful for that, to tell you the truth.
I wouldn't use the word appreciative.
Well, I mean, you can't, because the magnitude of what has actually happened. Right. I mean, it's almost like, to some extent, my kids, think of it as it's almost like a video game to them. And then you go down and you see the people who are handing out water and waving flags, and the doctors lined up, and everybody to a person that's down there is trying to help and do something. And it makes you cry.
We got as close as Houston today, which is still a good 20 blocks away. And you feel it in that area.
Oh,
at any moment you could break down and cry because all the images going down there, man.
It tears you up.
You see the construction workers walking out just completely covered in who knows what, where they finally reach their limit and they got to go home and sleep. They got other people coming in to take their place, and you could just see it in their faces. They're just like,
I walked down with a bunch of Army guys, a bunch of reserves, and I walked down as far as I could walk down before they just didn't let anybody that wasn't working the site. But I saw those people come out that are just, covered in head to toe and just, absolutely nothing left. I have friends who are firefighters who I've talked to that were actually there when it happened. And I mean, the horror stories, it doesn't really hit you. And I mean, I thought it hit me while I was at home, but sitting there and every time a fire alarm goes off in the town, you look up and you just can't live that way. And it was like putting some closure around it to go down there and see it and try and do anything you can to help.
Yeah. It's too much.
It's just something that's going to be, like Voss said. I mean, I've been on the top of that tower, on top of that mast.
Who hasn't? If you think about it.
I was on the slab. I used to work for a television station.
Yeah. Wow.
So, I mean, I've stood close to that thing, and when I watched that thing go down, I mean, I remember being up there.
Yeah.
It was a hard day, but a day, that I needed to get across a bridge, be in the city, not let these people make us afraid of doing the things we need to do. And it was some closure, and, now it's time to mourn, pick up the pieces, help. And, I want to put those towers up so fast just to, sort of ram it down the throat to the people who have done this.
All right. Thank you, George.
Thanks, guys.
It seems like the White House is listening to us. Breaking news. Vice President Cheney moved to Camp David.
Oh, he was? Damn.
Because we asked that question earlier. It's like,
where is he?
They're answering us through CNN. I really believe that. So I'm like, I just want to see Dick Cheney. I'll feel safe. I know he's still around.
Moved to Camp David, huh?
All right, there's our answer. We're like, where is he? Isn't that weird in a way?
Yeah.
I know they're not listening, but it's whatever. Okay, Foot, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I was thinking of what Joe Buck was saying before. You know, I was on the Northern State yesterday, and when you go to the Northern State over the LIE, you used to be able to see the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
And all I just saw was the smoke, and it's this whole thing, and like this woman said that called before, it's sort of like a friend dying. It really hit home in that way.
Of course.
It's something you're familiar with and something that's been there, and you expect it to be there for your whole life.
Yeah. You know,
and then it's just gone.
And that cloud that's just hovering where the towers used to be, it's like a ghost.
It's just such
ghost just hanging
thing.
out there.
Yeah. Hey, before I go, I just want to give a shout out. I got a couple of buddies that are firemen.
Yeah.
And John LaRocchia and Billy Bingo, man, we're out there. We're thinking of you, and God bless.
All right.
All right, guys. Take care.
Take it easy, man.
Bye.
There's Joe Curry, one of my pals.
Well, yeah.
Sure, why not? Sure.
Okay.
Where was that call?
This is how we're taking our breaks, because we just feel like we have to do 4 straight hours without going to a news broadcast or something. So just bear with us when we need to get our heads together for 20 seconds.
And then we're just reading over the phones.
And drink some water, because usually
seeing who's there.
Usually we reorganize when we play commercials and stuff. We go through our instant feedback. We go through the phone, see what we got. We talk to each other, We'll play a couple rounds of foosball and go over what we need to do next. But
Jerry from Edison, thanks for the few laughs today. I feel like I haven't laughed in a month. It does feel like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, more laughs on the way. I think that's healthy. I don't want to forget anything what I've seen anytime soon, but I think laughing will be a healthy thing to do.
Yeah. If you guys keep up the total seriousness, I'll have to check CNN to see if they're telling dick jokes.
Remember that?
Yeah. Gee, who knew? God damn, man.
That used to be our mantra.
If you hear us doing hard-hitting news or real news, talking about the news, CNN will be doing the dick jokes.
I guess we're not going to be able to play that sweeper anymore.
Oops. I'm Paula Zahn, and I like them this big. Wow, a dick joke.
By the way, Paula Zahn, you're not that busy that you can't take a shower.
Is that what she's saying now?
Oh, my gosh. She's got the greasy, oily hair I'm so important, I can't even shower. No, you stick your head under a sink. CNN's not going to miss you that much.
Greg Brooks from Philly. He's got something in his email about Marcellus Wallace from Pulp Fiction. And, I think we all feel like we've taken it hard. And when people ask how you doing, are you all right? I think we could all answer, no, I'm pretty effing far from all right. But we can only hope we answer with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch and get medieval on their asses.
A few people's asses.
Yeah. That's an interesting analogy that Greg had.
All right, let's talk to Rob. Rob, what's up?
Hey, guys, LCL FTC. Long time listener, first time calling.
I figured that out.
Just checking in, they let us go today at work early because the phone line they worked Tuesday, Wednesday, today at noon, boom. The phone lines went out. And the T1 line for their computer network connection, boom, just for whatever reason went out.
Whereabouts do you work?
Parking 31st. And I mean, we're, that's like a mile away.
More breaking news. All New York airports shut down due to FBI activity.
Oh, I wonder what's going on there.
Well, that came across. They supposedly have stopped a few guys in JFK.
I was able to get into Grand Central, so that reopened because I just got home. So didn't that close earlier today?
I don't know. It's getting so confusing around here. I don't even know.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks. Hey, all right. Good talking.
All right. Thanks. Someone's got some info on the Capitol thing. Todd, what's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey.
I just want to let you guys know that Gary Ackerman was on Fox News, Channel 5, reporting about the Capitol evacuation.
Really? Our buddy Gary?
Yeah.
He's a congressman from out on Long Island.
I don't know if he's... We have a weird relationship with him because I think I could talk for Anthony as well. We don't really agree with what he has to say.
I don't agree with much of his politics at all, to tell you the truth. He's a nice enough guy. We love having him on the show. He's got a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
But as far as
it's
his
this
politics
weird relationship we have, though.
Yeah, I've always been against his politics. I
hope people know that because he has called the show a lot and he says things I just don't agree with.
He got a little upset Tuesday, I guess we talked to him. He got a little upset at the fact that I was saying that during Bill Clinton's 8-year tenure in the White House that our military and especially the CIA and our international intelligence has gone down the crapper.
Right.
And it has brought forth things like that happened yesterday. It compromised our missile technology that China now has, a direct result of spies being given carte blanche to this country because they gave money to Bill Clinton. They gave money to the Democratic election, and Bill Clinton kind of relaxed on the security, and they took a lot of secrets out of this country. And the intelligence just dwindled away to nothing. And it could have prevented, I think, a lot of what happened Tuesday.
And then he took a stab at Bush and
then
said, Bush is handing out those $300 checks.
Yeah, he was trying to somehow tie in the fact that Bush gave out the $300 tax relief checks, and somehow that had an effect on what happened. I am not and don't get me wrong, I hate when I talk badly about the Democrats or about Bill Clinton. I'm not a Republican. I'm not one of these right-wingers. I don't like a lot of their policy either, and I've criticized that. I'm a regular guy. I could be in the middle somewhere. And for him to come across that and defend his boy, Bill, just based on political lines was a little weird.
All right, so
on Tuesday.
What did he have to say on Fox?
Well, he's actually standing across the way as he's watching, just like we are, everybody evacuate the Capitol building, commenting that, sometimes they have these things in a non-threatening time where, there's just a package that's, left around and they take a look at it and then they'll go blow it up somewhere and get rid of it. And obviously now they have dogs in there and they're checking out they're checking out the package very seriously. But, everybody, all the congressmen seem to be just hanging out on the lawn, hanging out very casually, and they're actually taking the example, he said, from, Rudy Giuliani, who has been very calm and collected through this whole thing. And Anthony, I heard you before talking about that, and I got to agree with you. I was never a big Giuliani fan, never even a big Bush fan, but I think I think Bush is playing into his role now, and he's just getting a little bit more comfortable with what needs to be done.
Yeah, Giuliani, we talked about this earlier. I don't agree with a lot of his policy. We've banged heads in the past 4 years that we've been here. I don't think a mayor's job is to tell us our morality.
Right.
I don't think a mayor's job is to tell art museums what they can or can't have hanging on their walls. I don't think a mayor's job is to keep adult entertainment from adults that want to see that and pay money for it. What a mayor's job is, though, is exactly what Rudy did since Tuesday. He's acted like a leader. He's rallied the troops. He's gotten the resources of the city together to keep a huge city operating to the best it can in a situation that is just inconceivable. And I think he's done a great job and come across as a true leader. He doesn't have much time left in office as mayor in New York, but this is his finest hour in his term here.
Yeah, he's been nothing but balls out, and same thing with Bush. And if we, I think all Americans and all the listeners will sleep well at night, sleep well tonight, knowing.
Oh, really?
That Saddam and
maybe soon, but not tonight.
Maybe not tonight, but soon. I think ultimately we will finally sleep well at night when these two guys, both Saddam and Bin Laden, are off the face of the earth.
Yep. All right.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take care. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, Todd.
All right.
Jenna has an interesting observation. Jenna?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right.
I was just coming through Newark on 280, and when you guys said that they've been saying for about a half an hour that they closed the airports down, that's not true. There was a plane climbing out of Newark.
Oh, yeah?
This is ridiculous. They're lying to us, and I feel very vulnerable.
Jenna, they said New York airports.
Yeah.
New York, that's Newark, though. Newark is New York.
New Jersey. Newark is officially
Jersey.
In Jersey.
I think they closed Kennedy and LaGuardia.
All right, well, then that makes sense. But usually when they say New York.
By the way, they arrested a couple people, too.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
But can I say something else about Mayor Giuliani?
Yeah.
On MSNBC this afternoon, they had a big story where you could, watch a movie, and I watched it, and it said the world leaders, and it had President Bush, and second, right after Bush, was Mayor Giuliani. Let me tell you something. Some people don't agree with what he did in the past few years that he's been around, but you know what? he has stood so tall through this entire development that keep him in for a few more years.
Yeah, you'll live to regret that if he did, because when things get back to normal, he's still the uptight son of a bitch.
But you know what, though?
He's doing
Anthony,
a great
what's
job.
normal, though?
But yeah, I hear you.
What's normal? This is going to take a long time. Long time.
I got you.
I mean, I haven't slept in 48 hours. I'm afraid to because I live alone. Not that anything else is going to happen, but still, just the mere fact that
we don't know for
I live
sure.
I live right outside of Newark. Last night, all I heard were the planes and the Air Force and the helicopters just shipping people to the hospitals.
Yeah.
That's frightening to hear over your head.
Yeah.
And I mean, we all have our own insecurities, but we're so strong. I've seen so many flags and so many signs that say, God bless America, together we stand, and we're not going to fall. Fuck this. Oh, excuse me.
Whoa, hold on.
Sorry. But we're going to stay together.
All right. Jen, I don't think you have anything to worry about in Newark.
Well, I have a lot more to worry about.
I can't imagine them bombing anything in Newark.
It's already been bombed.
It cost thousands of dollars in improvements.
Listen, guys, thank you so much for everything. You keep the day going strong.
All right, Jenna. Thanks, Jenna. Let's go to Mike. This is another thing we should bring up fast. Mike?
Yo, O&A.
Hey.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Hey, you were talking about all this. I just came home from work, and I got an email from one of my friends saying that some scumbag is putting up websites saying that they're helping the Red Cross. And you're supposed to give out your credit card information. And what they're doing is just keeping the money for themselves.
Yeah, I'm glad to bring this up, and it has been reported. There are a lot of fake checks going up on the internet and stuff. If you want to give money and stuff, just be, make sure you know where this money's going. Just don't assume that everyone is, means well
on the up and up,
and they're gonna, do what they say, because there's a lot of people out there, a small percentage of people out there that are taking advantage of the situation. So.
The Red Cross official website, if I can give it out real fast so people know where they're going.
Hey, wait. Don't give out any sites.
No, it's the Red Cross official website. I'm looking at it from MSN.com.
Mike, let's not give out.
Yeah, we'll give it out.
And talking about the planes, I just saw 2 planes going right on top of my house, going through Newark Airport. So I guess everything.
They're open.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm in the military. I'm just waiting for that phone call. I'm ready to go and crash some skulls.
Kick some ass.
All right, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anthony, you got
Mike
something over there?
12.
Yeah.
It's the Better Business Bureau cautioning people who receive charity calls that there's a lot of people out there now that are the frauds, that are trying to use this opportunity to make a buck. Human greed is amazing. This is probably the worst time somebody could do something like this, because so many people want to help and want to give money, and these bastards come out of the woodwork like this. This should be a capital offense. This should be a capital offense. This is the same thing as looting. This is looting by proxy. If you're seen on the streets looting during a disaster when a state of emergency is declared, I'm not absolutely sure of this, but I do believe you can be shot for looting by the National Guard. So why not be able to kill these people? Capital punishment for people accepting money, looting people during a situation like this.
Jack's got info on the 4 guys arrested at which airport, Jack?
JFK.
JFK, okay.
They were posing as pilots. They had credentials and were in uniform.
Really fast?
All right, wait a minute. They had credentials as pilots?
They had credentials and in uniform.
And in uniform, and they were arrested.
They were arrested.
Masquerading as pilots.
Right.
Ooh, man, what the hell is that about?
It's on Fox, if you guys have got Fox. So.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thanks,
guys. On like every news channel now. Well, I can only imagine what they wanted to do. I would hate to think, but you know something? I never put stupidity past human beings. I bet it was like, oh, we thought it would be a good joke. Because people are that stupid. There was a guy that said at the airport this morning that was arrested and taken out because he made a joke about having a device in his briefcase.
Who in their right mind would do that?
do you then beat him with his device? I mean, how stupid? How can you tie up resources, security resources? That's a crime right there. I never understood the people that joke about having bombs at the airport and that they got to tell you that these will all be taken seriously and you'll be prosecuted. Morons. Think.
Yeah, I was trying to go to the bathroom, but Rick's in there doing who knows what. What phone call you want to go to here?
I don't know. Plunk one down. Take a look. See.
I'm trying to find one that'll just get you going, so I can run to the
take a leak. Yeah, then when you're done, I'll take one.
Pick one that is going to make you just go crazy and then take up some time.
All right. Let's see.
Not even go crazy, but
I guess Bill's got a good point on line one. That's good.
Okay.
Hey, Bill.
Go.
Bill.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man?
I'm a Vietnam vet.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of flags flying and everything else around here, and I just hope that the young people that are really going to get involved in this situation, because we know it's all going to get huge. I mean, it's going to absolutely get huge. Mm-hmm. I just hope they got the balls to back it up.
Yeah, I don't think it's just the young people too. I think there's been a lot of people, and they're well into their 30s and 40s that haven't lived through a war, a real battle. You know, we've had the Gulf War, which we lost some people there, but nothing in the line of Vietnam.
It was nothing. It was nothing. It was 6 days or 8 days or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about getting into a long-term confrontation with these people that you don't know who you're fighting, it just gets back exactly to what was happening back in the 60s and 70s.
A lot of people are saying that.
It's going to be, unfortunately, I think it's going to become an unpopular war again.
No, you know why? You know why, Bill? And I have to say this. The reason is it's New York.
Because we were attacked.
It's the capital. This was anybody that ever protested against Vietnam, their whole argument was, hey, why the hell are we going half a world away, and fighting a war that has nothing to do with us? And, you know, you guys went over there. It was your call. I understand. Believe me, I know the history. But the thing is, those people that have that argument can't even argue that now because, my God, 2 of our skyscrapers are gone. Our capital of this country was attacked. This is the exact type of aggression against this country that everyone can agree is the reason to use our armed forces. They attacked our homeland, our country.
Absolutely.
And that
this is
was
just
always
like it
the problem.
was in World War II. Just like World War II. It's an echo of it.
And that problem during Vietnam is a lot of people said, why, blah, blah, blah. But this one, I mean, there's no argument. We've been attacked on our own homeland.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that.
So
but
I think the support's going to come from there.
I'm afraid when it gets unpopular, I think the same thing's going to happen again. When we start bombing all these women and children, and all these pussies come out and they tell us, you know, you really shouldn't be doing that, it's going to happen the same thing as happened to us when we came back home.
Well, you know what? Now we have a video that we can sit them down in front of and watch our people toppling out of a building and watch our buildings burning and falling and our firemen and police officers dying in this. And then they could turn around and tell us what we should or shouldn't do.
Right. I just hope these young kids just know what they're getting into, because it's something that's extremely serious here. And lives are going to be lost. Families are going to be broken up. Everybody's going to be heartbroken, and it's just a no-win situation.
It's not an easy thing, right? You know something? You're right. It's not an easy thing. It's not something that we're going to do where there won't be more loss of American lives. But you know that I think we've been backed into that corner. We've been put in that position.
We have to do it, and if we don't strike fast, it's going to be a totally incredulous situation for the political system in this country. They've got to do something now, and they've got to do it, you know, really strong.
I agree with you, Bill. All right, man.
Okay. Thanks. Man.
Bye. CNN reporting that a White House aide is saying that more than one group could have been involved.
Well,
that's not far-fetched, right, Anthony?
No. Hell no. Could have been quite a few. And we bomb every one of them.
Bobby, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Oh, could I go to the bathroom now?
Sure.
Yeah, go to the bathroom.
Thank you, Bobby.
You're welcome. Hey, I just want to say my friends are flying to L.A. tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And they're making out a well as we speak right now because they are scared S-less.
Why do they have to go to L.A. tomorrow?
Because
I can't imagine flying anytime soon. I was going to fly in about a week or so, and I've already said, screw that, I'm taking a car.
Their flight was originally Tuesday, but it got canceled because their boss is on vacation.
But what do they have to get back to?
It's some kind of, they work for a car dealer, and they're having some kind of big meeting out in L.A. that they have to go to. And if they don't go, they're going to lose their job, and they're scared S-less, and they're making a will right now.
Well, Anthony said something interesting a little while ago. He said that, these first few flights are probably the safest flights you could ever be on.
I agree.
You know,
leave first thing in the morning.
Could you imagine if something else happens in the next week or two?
Then I wouldn't go.
Right.
Well, right now, I would have no problem just going on a plane, no problems, no questions asked.
Right.
Get on a plane, fly, and you're there.
All right, Bobby.
Take it easy, guys.
Thanks for calling the show today. Let's go to Ann. Ann, what's up?
Hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
We've been better.
Oh, I know. Listen, the thing that strikes me most about this, my dad died 5 weeks ago of cancer.
Uh-huh.
And one of the things is that, you just get this sensation that you want the world to stop. And I think that in America we have this really unrealistic expectation that people are supposed to get back to normal really, really quickly. And it's, I wish that people would stop saying that. It's not going to feel normal for a really long time. And a lot of what everybody's feeling is this need for things to just stop. And, I work at a hospital and we were preparing to get casualties on Tuesday, and just the overwhelming feeling of grief that there was nobody to take care of and the feeling of helplessness.
Yeah, those images on TV really got me as well, because you could see all these people just kind of waiting in the lobbies of these hospitals. They're there to do a job to help save lives, and they're just standing around with their arms folded because no one was coming in.
I mean, even from our administrator, we were getting misinformation about how many people we were getting, and I'm running Polaroid film down to the morgue in case they need to take pictures of dead people, and then it's just it was crazy. And I work in pediatrics, and they're telling us how many kids we're going to get, and we're clearing off floors and the gurneys lining up, and people just wanting to do anything. When the first ambulance pulled up with our only ambulance victim, person brought in by ambulance, everybody was, he must have been charged by 30 medical staff. The guy was probably more freaked out at that than anything else. But and then we got a lot of walk-ins. We got people who got home and just somebody said, hey, maybe you need to go get checked out.
Yeah.
But I think that one of the things that's really notorious in the United States is that, we expect that people are going to get over stuff really quick.
You know what, though? It's not going to be quick, but eventually we end up getting over things. We remember them, but if you think back, remember when the Oklahoma City bombing happened? Mm-hmm. Remember the images there of the kids being brought out and how awful and horrible you felt about that, and how you wondered how the hell we were going to go on after that. Or when the Marine barracks was destroyed and all those soldiers were killed, and then the embassy bombings in Africa. We do eventually go on, and this just makes just dwarfs those by comparison in just the amount of the victims.
Yeah, and I guess I'm speaking more about people. I live in Jersey City, 3 blocks from the waterfront, and I guess I'm talking about people who are right here in the midst of it. Mm-hmm. That you're talking about, like, people snapping at each other and all this stuff. It's really, they're all very normal grief reactions, and I think the worst thing that people can do is to try to say that what they're feeling isn't okay and isn't normal. Yeah. And it's totally normal to have these mood swings and to snap at people and to be moody. I work with babies, and they were reacting. They picked up on our stress, and they react to it. So people just need to be really patient with themselves and patient with each other, and I guess that's my point.
I think the difference with this, and the reason we really feel like it's going to be hard to get over, is we didn't see those other ones actually as they happened.
Exactly.
We saw the aftermath, which was bad enough. And like I said, the loss of life in this one is a lot bigger than any of those previous terrorist acts. But to see it happen on TV is just, how the hell do you get over that? Those images
you
are just
don't.
stuck
You integrate it and you move on.
Yeah.
And you do the best you can, and that's all anybody can hope for, and hope that we all just rally and support each other.
Mm-hmm.
And these bastards that are messing with people, who think that this is funny, like, this is the most.
Yeah, I don't get
thing.
that.
Well,
Opie and I are probably amongst the two most twisted sons of bitches on the face of the earth.
Oh, I know.
I'll gladly claim half of that title.
Yeah.
But to joke around and try to bilk money and to bamboozle people about dead relatives, I don't get. To phone in bomb threats when stuff like this is happening.
Crazy.
I don't understand it.
Like I know we're getting like 350 calls a day right now to our public relations department, just people desperate. And I just got off the phone with the director there, and I said, you know what? You're giving people closure. They may never have a body, but they're not going to wonder whether somebody's on a respirator 3 years from now that they never went to look for at our hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So I think people are just desperate to help.
Yeah, and it's just a small percentage that are really, taking advantage of all this crap.
It's true. That's true.
I thank God I have not seen any of that as I walk the streets, so.
Well, I just appreciate you guys giving people permission to continue to grieve over this, so good job.
Well, yeah, we're gonna move on from this, I guess, and figure it out, but.
Bernadette laughs still every time she hears me say the word country or dick, as in Cheney.
All right, well, keep up the good work, guys.
All right.
Take care.
Some of those things you just can't get away from. It's funny.
All right, let's go to Dave. Dave, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
All right.
Dave Douglas.
Guys, we have nothing to say about what happened in New York, so let's just play music.
Guys, I don't want you addressing that. We're a party station. All right, anyway.
So we'll play inappropriate songs because that's all I could think to do in a situation like this.
Oh, boy.
A lot of people's true colors coming out in the last few days. Dave, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey.
I originally called. I told him that I wanted to speak about the reaction from Bush, and I'm just looking on the internet as I'm listening to you guys and came across something that I just can't believe is absolutely amazing to me.
Well, if it's on the internet, you shouldn't believe it.
There were 2-year-old kids on some of those planes that were used as bombs against our own country. That is insane to me.
Yeah, isn't that wonderful? And they knew because they had to round up all the passengers. From what we heard from some of the cell phone calls that came from the victims, they had to round them up, so they knew everyone who was on that plane, and they looked in their faces right near them. They were in the same cockpit or cabin they were in, and just decided they weren't worth being alive.
Yeah. What I want to say is I'm 26 years old, and I hear things about my grandparents and the things they did in World War II, and the things that they did for not only their country, but for their world, just the world in general. And I think that people nowadays have to just stop living in the past about how great it was then, and then realize that this is our time now, and we have to not only just demand that action's taken that protects future kids from being used to kill ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. And everyone's given blood, and I just hope that there's a handful, I know our military's out there, and God bless them, that they're willing to not only give blood for those injured, but give blood for their country.
Well, hopefully it's not too much. Hopefully we'll be taking a lot of blood.
Absolutely. And I have no problem. We're about to decommission the old B-1 bombers from World War II.
Yeah.
My God, I would love to see them uncommission them and just do it old school style. Carpet bomb an entire village.
Let's go old school. Okay, Dave.
World War II.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Got his P's mixed up.
All right. Hey, Gary, what's up?
Hey, O&A, how you doing?
Good.
First, let me start off. You and YSP, you're doing a great job.
Yeah, YSP definitely did the right thing in Philly.
Yeah.
Right on.
Some of the stations have gone to music, and I think if you're going to play music, let it be apropos, like Goodbye Blue Sky from Pink Floyd, which is kind of what reminds me of the past couple of days. Where they start out, look, Mommy, there's no plane up in the sky.
Well, one of the stations here in New York thought it was cool to play Catch Me Now I'm Falling. But
yeah, that's kind of disgusting. But anyway, last night I had to sit down and tell my daughter, explain to my 7-year-old daughter exactly what was going on. And I have a son that's about to be born any day now. And I heard Bill, the Vietnam vet, talking about he's worried about the youth and how they're going to handle it. I was a little upset after explaining to my daughter, and if you would allow me to take the freedom, about 30 seconds of your time, I wrote down something to kind of straighten out my feelings, and maybe it'll help some of the other people, too.
Sure, go ahead, man.
I'm a 26-year-old father of 2 who is now afraid of the future that lies ahead for my family and all Americans. On Tuesday, the 11th day of September 2001, terror rained down on this great nation and helped to erode the golden facade that we have all lived behind safely. This was a day of horror, pain, fear, and a day of awakening for all American citizens as well as all civil inhabitants of this planet. Out of nothing other than pure hatred for a society who dares to live free, tens of thousands of lives were ended, and millions of individuals had their security shaken to the core. I will be the first to line up for a chance to defend this wonderful country and any other nation who wishes to live under the banner of freedom. I'm more than willing to give my life in order to preserve the freedoms that we take for granted each and every day for the sake of any and all generations that may follow me. I hope and pray that one day we can realize that we are all brothers of one true race, and that being the human race. May we one day come to the realization that we are all citizens of one nation, a free and democratic earth. I wish to call on all my brothers to stand together now and unite to eradicate the scourge of terror from our earth so that we may all live in peace. When this war is won, may we forever live as a peaceful and free planet, to never again take for granted the small things that make life truly wonderful. Until victory is ours, may God, Allah, or whomever you may worship, be with us all.
Right,
and I appreciate your time.
All right, Gary. Bravo. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
There you go.
Yes, Rick. Wow. Great clip from John McCain and CD1.
We have to be vigilant and we have to be prepared, and the sooner we eradicate this threat to our nation, the more we can have a permanent sense of security.
Judy, what's going on?
Hey, Opie, I don't want to get you pissed off.
Anthony, everybody, what's up?
I was on hold with my doctor's office on Light FM.
Yeah.
They're playing Don Headley at a New York Minute with the excerpts of what's happening with the president and everything in the background to make everything sound worse than the way he wrote the song.
I hate those. Yeah, every tragedy needs one of those songs where they...
It's bad enough they play the song, but you have to hear in the background.
Where they put all the clips... The news clips in
right.
there.
It's all filled in the background.
I'm just waiting for someone to put one together to, Celine Dion, the Titanic song.
Well, when they finish that song, they put on...
Do we have that?
Maureen McGovern, not Maureen, the other girl, I Will Remember You.
Uh-huh.
They put that on right after. So, this way, when they get you, you're crying already. So now it's like, let's kick you, leave you a little harder.
Yeah, that's I can't stand those friggin' things. They play the song of the day or whatever it has something to do with the tragedy, and then they put the news clips.
Yeah, they scramble to find the perfect song.
Didn't they do a John Lennon song or something like that? What was the last song they did like that? Was it John Lennon or someone?
Oh, God, I can't remember.
There was another song where they did that. They kept filling in the tragedy at that time.
I hate those.
Judy, the New York Minute song was sent to us. We decided before the show we weren't going to play it at all. And Ben is sitting there going, I beg you not to play it.
I don't want to even hear it.
I haven't even heard it. I just want to hear how...
it is so... it is disgusting.
Can we hear 10 seconds of it? Just to see how...
You're going to cringe in the first... Right. Don Henley actually should be suing the radio stations for doing what they did to his song.
The second I cringe, it goes off.
You're going to cringe in 10 seconds.
All right, then that's all we need.
2 airplanes
it's ridiculous.
Crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
The entire top of the building just collapsed. Do you see the plume of smoke is coming in our direction?
I've had enough already. I've had to know.
I just want to hear the vocals, how they justify this out here. Really is.
Because the guy's on Wall Street.
And for us, it's a first.
Now this nation has turned upside down.
Every
God. I know I don't really want any more destruction, but yeah.
The first line goes into the man on Wall Street.
Oh, Rick, you okay? Oh, another casualty. Rick just got hit with the friggin' CD case, man. Whoa, that
shrapnel.
Oh,
Rick got hit hard enough with having 52 brothers today.
You all right?
Sorry, Rick.
All right, guys, I hate to do that to you, Opie, but that's what's going on out there.
No, that's no surprise.
No, but we all love you and support you guys as well as the firemen and the policemen and everything that's going on.
You're right, Judy.
Nah, my brother's a cop in there, so.
Is he working?
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, my sister-in-law's brother's a fireman and found someone on his one of his partners and found his accountant. So, it's bad enough you find somebody dead.
Right.
He found somebody that's one of his partners and found his accountant. So, I mean, it's just terrible. Terrible. Yeah.
All right, Judy.
We love you guys.
There's nothing to say to that. So
no.
Hang in there, okay?
Yep, thanks. Love you. Bye.
All right. John, our former intern.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's that?
Nothing much. I just wanted to call you guys. I don't know. I tuned in the other day. I didn't know what the hell you guys were going to do, but what you've been doing for the past 3 days, like just honestly, me as a person, it's helped out so much. Like you guys have just calmed me down for 4 hours a day, and I really just wanted to say thanks for everything. I don't know, especially like I'm still personally just fathoming what's going on, and even with
all right. Even in tragedy, we don't need to hear from John. Oh, oh my God.
What? No.
That's awful. He was just on the phone.
I did not hang up on him.
That's horrible. He must have had a problem with his connection because
John, please call back.
He was disconnected.
This is no time for shenanigans. What happened to his phone?
I heard some schmuck did it with the Imagine song, and then put the clips over it. Someone was also doing the Celine Dion thing.
Oh, it's big business in radio.
They just wait for a tragedy so they could put the news clips
one of these songs,
together with the song.
One of these songs will catch on, whether it's Imagine or the Celine Dion Titanic song or that stupid New York Minute, which is atrocious.
Yeah.
And it'll catch on, and you will hear radio stations all over the country playing it.
Ugh. I never liked those things. They just seem completely self-serving to whoever put them together. You know what I mean?
They did one to the
it's too mushy and yeah.
They did one to the Columbine. They did one to the Oklahoma City bombing.
The last time they did it with a song, it was Lightning Crashes by Live for the Oklahoma City bombing, with the Oklahoma City bombing clips in the background. I don't remember that one.
Okay. Just trying to see where to go. This is taking the energy right out of us.
What, the song?
Yeah, that was just... that was... Did you hear the whole thing, Ben? In the office or something?
I agree. It's just so stupid. I mean,
I'm glad you smashed it.
I don't know.
Okay. Where do you want to go, Ian?
This guy, anywhere. That's fine.
All right. Amy, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good.
You guys are doing a great job. I just wanted to say I'm actually a social work student. I'm working on my master's, and we had our classes today. They resumed, and it's just unbelievably heartbreaking just how downtrodden we are. And I work with children, and I just can't imagine having to look at like Johnny or Sally and be like, explain to them in any kind of reason, like why mommy and daddy are never going to come home again, and like why this happened. And like us as a profession always kind of prided ourselves on looking at diversity and accepting diversity, and there's like no rationale any of us can find until looking into the situation and finding it okay. And it's just completely heartbreaking.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to say tomorrow?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have 2 kids I have to counsel tomorrow, and I have no idea what I'm going to say. I don't know.
Well, you know what? You just Something will
wing it.
Yeah, something will come to mind.
Yeah, I have people in my classes who lost people, and they're struggling with the same thing. They're like, I lost someone close to me, and they're like, how in 10 years even am I going to look at someone and ever say, like, this is okay?
Right.
See, with kids and stuff, it's so screwy. That's why I could never do it, and I'm so glad I don't have children, because I would be, you got to be honest with them, but you got to temper it with, keeping them children. You don't want to smash them in the head with this information, and I just can't do that. I'd be well, Junior, these little MRFers came over here and blew up our buildings and killed a lot of people, and now we got to go over there and kick their sorry asses. The kid be crying.
I know. One of my teachers was working in the profession for years, and she lives 2 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and she was there on Tuesday, and she even said her perception has just changed so much. It's like when you work with people, it's like you try to focus on the positive, and there's just, what do you do? I mean, it's just awful.
All right. Well, good luck tomorrow, Amy.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
They're counting on you, so try to figure something out.
I know. Hopefully by tomorrow I'll think of something.
All right, cool.
Thanks, guys.
Listen, we're running out of steam, obviously. I think you could hear in our voices. We got like 10 minutes left today, so why don't we just try to get as many phone calls on as possible so you guys could really help us, just say what you want to say and let us move on and just try to get as many calls on in the next 10 minutes, okay?
There you go.
We pretty much discussed everything, so, just make it quick and to the point, and we'll move through these phones and give a lot of people a chance to say something, okay?
All right. A lot of papers and internet sites now printing pictures of the World Trade Center on fire, having the devil face. Is the face of Satan in the smoke? Look, it's a totally different one, Rick.
Oh, that's a new?
Yeah, that's a new one. This is the Satan with the horns. I mean, you could pick out anything in smoke, for God's sake. Now they're reaching.
Yeah, I got a picture with the mummy face coming out of it.
Did Satan rear his ugly head?
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't even think twice about it.
It's like the face on Mars. All right, well, whatever.
All right, let's go through these phones now for the next 10 minutes. Mark, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey.
I live in upstate New York, up in Monroe, and I just wanted to say, man, you guys, that moment of silence you did yesterday, that was so touching, man. Sometimes to just put the anger aside for a minute and just think about people, man, it was something. And
well, I hope all the radio stations went with that yesterday. We're gonna do it again today. The interesting thing here in New York, we have this alarm set where if there's too much silence on this radio station, that this alarm goes off and goes
dead
nuts,
air
right?
alarm.
And then what happens? Do they kick it over to a tape or something?
Gives Pete a heart attack.
Yeah.
They needed
Engineers
that.
come running.
I think they installed that when Scotzo was here, just in case he dropped dead at the mic.
Yeah.
They would have to know to come in. And
Yeah, because we ended with a moment of silence, and all of a sudden the alarms are going off like crazy. I'm like, no, Ben, keep, hang in there, another 10 seconds. And then we finally got out of it, so Pete didn't have to come back to the city to figure out what was going on. So
yeah.
All right.
Just one more thing.
Yeah.
What did you guys think of Bush's comments today? Did he look a little more emotional, or?
I think he was trying. I think he heard a lot of feedback, and his people told him he's got to look a little more emotional. I want to see some honest emotion, and I do support him. I
thought I saw some honest emotion, Anthony,
during the phone call that he made.
Yeah, because it was
with Giuliani.
There were things he definitely wanted to say, but it looked like, all right, here's a guy talking to the mayor of our city and kind of talking from the heart, and I don't think you could fake, your eyes watering up like it did on him. I really thought that he was trying to hold it together. Like he wanted to show that he has a heart and emotion, but he certainly didn't want to cry in front of America. So he got out of there fast.
And
I was all right with that.
The speeches though are a little rehearsed sounding,
right?
But the phone call was definitely authentic, some emotion there.
And he's coming here tomorrow, and I can't imagine what I'm going to see in the sky to make sure this whole island of Manhattan is secure.
Yeah, man, it's going to be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, guys, I'm going to go. Today I can't really say you guys suck, man. You guys are the greatest.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Talk to you later.
All right, let's move right on to Tom. Tom, what do you have to add?
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
You guys have been doing great, man. I have to say that. First off, the songs that they put the whatever to, you know what I'm talking about. There's a station on Long Island that did Oh Beautiful by Ray Charles or whatever.
Yeah. And then they put the news clips over it?
Yeah, it's really, really good. That's the one song I heard that really goes with everything.
We're just not fans of
I
those
don't
type
like
of songs.
that.
So.
You know something? There's enough emotion and sadness and depression just watching the clips and actually hearing them as they happen. Why the hell would I want to subject myself to hearing a moving song with depressing, moving? It might just take some heroin and alcohol. Yeah, if you want to get into that state of depression.
I don't mind hearing the Ray Charles song. I just don't need all those horrific news clips.
It's too much. You're overdosing on depressing emotion. I don't need it.
I have no problem listening to Imagine by John Lennon, and that'll get me going a little bit. But you certainly don't need the news clips in there to hammer your point.
Do people like to hurt and feel like crap and feel all depressed? I don't, and I had enough with the news clips. Yeah.
The whole thing is, guys, that it, the song uplifts you as you're hearing the stuff. It's like basically saying that it's a great country to be in and that we're going to overcome it. You know what I'm saying?
I'll feel that way without the song.
Song without the clips, I can handle.
Clips without the song, we've handled. We've heard over the past 2 days.
There you go.
They're bad enough.
One more thing. Are they going to do a draft anytime soon or what for this?
Well,
I don't know
we'll
about
see what
that.
happens, all right?
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Let's try to get through these calls fast. Dave, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
I've been at the site since 8 o'clock last night, man. It's a real mess, but I'll tell you what. It's the consensus among all of us, man. We're all saying the same thing. We've got to build something bigger and better down there. We're not going to let it stop us.
You'll see backing by developers, and we'll have a beautiful new structure there in the skyline that we can be proud of.
Complete new Twin Towers again.
Yep.
All right, Dave. Thank you. And thanks for all your hard work down there. Carla, what's up? Carla.
Hey, I'm here. I'm sorry, guys.
Let's go.
I just want to say I went to buy my flag today in the Apollo Flag Shop in Totowa. There was a line of hundreds of people around the building waiting. Even when the guy came out and said, we have no more big flags, there's going to be a truck coming in, everybody still waited. I managed to get a flag. I'm hanging it from my balcony. I hope everybody will do the same thing.
Well, I hope this just isn't a fad, this whole support behind the country. And when we finally do have a response to this support for the troops, I hope it just doesn't end up a fad where then all of a sudden everyone's like, they forget. Americans, we forget really quickly because we have it so good here. And we should take our feelings on how good we have it here and keep that in mind, that terrible things have happened, and we have to support the country and our military.
We do. We really have to. And I had my roommate from college. Her brother was on the 104th floor. And when the plane hit the building, he called her and he said, I'm trapped. I don't think I'm going to get out. And he's still among the missing. So my prayers are with everyone. And I just hope that somehow or other that more lives are found under that building.
Yeah, we can only hope.
All right, guys. You're doing a great job. Thanks so much.
Yeah, Carla.
All right,
bye. Limo Ant wants in on this.
Limo.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey. Limo Ant, don't laugh. It might shake the buildings that are already very shaky with that annoying laugh of yours.
Nah, I lost a bunch of clients, so it's a bad situation, but I just wanted to tell you that...
You lost a bunch of drivers.
You're gonna lose a bunch of drivers.
Yeah, I know. It's scary. It's scary. I know a couple of car services, they're actually out of business now because they lost their signal on top of the World Trade Center. They're totally out of business. But I was calling, your old station, there's like a line a half a mile long on Sunrise for donations, BAB, people just giving flags and water and just stuff for these workers.
Very cool.
So I just want to let you guys know that. I hope all's well. You guys are doing a great job. Keep it up.
All right, bro.
All right, bro.
Thank you.
Bye.
Let's go on
God, I cannot wait for the day where we just abuse him again. So much fun.
I was biting my lip.
I know.
It was killing me. How do you not abuse him when he calls in?
Limo Ant, you gotta rail on him. He's a tool.
Ed, what's up?
We threw darts
Hey,
at him.
guys. I just got back not too long ago. Peter Gansey, he was a fire chief. He's got that story in Newsday.
Yeah.
Big hero. The first tower collapsed. He climbed out. And he was there when the second tower collapsed. They already had a wake for him earlier today. If these a-holes could see the damage that they've done to one family and friends and whatnot.
And now multiply that by thousands.
Times that by, 10,000 probably.
It's unbelievable. There's another wake tonight. It's in Farmingdale, right off of Main Street. if anybody knew him, it'd be nice to go down and show some support. But just like I said, man, it's unbelievable the damage that these people did, and somebody's got to pay.
Yeah,
somebody's got to pay.
That'll happen, I'm sure.
Thanks a lot, guys. You've been terrific.
Hang in there, man.
Bye.
Yeah, that's awful.
Mike, you're next. Mike?
Yes.
You're on the radio.
Okay.
Like now.
Yes.
Like speak.
You're on the radio.
I don't even think we could say there's a big delay, because I don't think there's
no delay. Mike.
Yes.
Speak. You're on the air.
How you doing?
Very good.
Yeah, the last song was that song by Lone Star, I believe it was. I know you had your last caller on trying to figure out who exactly it was.
Yeah. And who was that for?
That was the Dale Earnhardt tribute song.
Oh, they had a Dale Earnhardt tribute song?
Yeah.
With news clips and...
That could have taken 5 seconds instead of a minute and a half. Mike, how much dust did you breathe in today?
How much stuff did I breathe in today?
Okay. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for calling.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mike. There he goes. You
know what?
Nice.
I know you mothers are laughing right now. I know it. I know there's a bunch of you going, look at how they're trying to stay in control.
Not horrible.
I could feel it. I could feel it. Stop giggling.
Yeah.
All right. Sean, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I think that they should build a 110-story building in the shape of the middle finger.
Yeah, there's already pictures of that on the internet.
Oh, I didn't see that. No, but
no, it's okay. But there's already someone that came up with a picture of what they want the building to look like, and it's like,
wow, that'd be cool.
It's a fist with a middle finger.
You guys are doing a really good job. Thanks for helping us out.
All right, Sean. Thanks. Let's move on to Vanessa in Sacramento, California. Vanessa.
Hi.
Hi. What's up?
I've actually been listening to you guys for a while. You're the only station on the FM broadband out here that's still talking about this.
Really? Everyone else needs to go back to playing music and playing their commercials. Great.
They have. There are stations that haven't even said anything. Wow. And there's stations that are just saying, oh, everybody, put your newspapers away, turn off your TV, and let's just forget about it. And what they don't realize is our course of history has now been changed.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm just amazed. I know there's a lot of angry people, and I have been watching TV, and I've seen the New Yorkers, when they show the clips of people running, they're stopping, picking people up and carrying them out, and it's just phenomenal. The people out there, I think it's amazing, and God bless everybody out there. My prayers are with everybody that is directly affected by this, and I'm glad that you guys are still talking about it and letting people know what's going on.
Yeah, we said it a lot today. I'm embarrassed to be part of this radio business today because, if you can't do a show under these circumstances and just go on the air for 4 straight hours without playing music and commercials and just hanging and allowing people to vent, then you really shouldn't be in this business. You're pathetic. Yeah. You're pathetic as a program director if you think it's more important to go back to music already. It's odd. This is the easiest radio show to do. I mean, we're not patting ourselves on the back today. I got to tell you guys, this is a piece of cake to do. You just go on the air and you plunk down phones and you let people talk and you let them vent and say what they're feeling. It doesn't take any talent whatsoever to do this. And to think there are program directors and radio stations out there that already gave up and just went back to what they think is normal programming for their station is ridiculous.
We've talked a lot in the past few months about responsibility of broadcasting. A lot of people have asked us, how could you broadcast what you do? You're irresponsible broadcasters. I think when something happens like that happened Tuesday, it is a responsibility of radio to open it up to the people that listen on a daily basis and give them the forum that they need to speak out. And that's responsibility. Not making sure you get your spins in on your records that you're playing, not making sure you make the budget, and you gotta play your commercials. The responsible part comes when something happens, like happened on Tuesday, and then you allow the public to come on what are called the public airwaves and just talk about it.
Yeah, radio was made for this. You know, there's a lot of, see, you guys don't even know, because like I said, I'm a student of radio. Radio sucks. Everyone knows it. You know, there's a bunch of stations out there. They play the same music over and over again. The DJs have nothing to say, and all these program directors and the bigwigs in these companies, they can't understand why radio is so bad.
Mm-hmm.
I understand it, because if you can't do a show under these circumstances and just open up the phones and allow people to vent, you know, you just should not be in this business. This business doesn't need you. It's better without you. What are you sitting there on your... You know, I'll even use some technology for the people. Are you sitting there on your selector trying to figure out what song goes great with Godsmack under these circumstances? You're pathetic. Talking about the happy hour that your station's going to do tomorrow?
Yeah, some people,
and then you
I guess, want to return to the normalcy a little quicker.
Then you sit there at the R&R convention or these, you know, these big get-togethers and wonder why radio sucks. Can't figure out why radio sucks and why radio listening is down. Why aren't people listening to rock radio anymore? Why? If you can't figure it out, you really should go into another business.
This though is the, I think, the responsibility part of radio, to open it up. And, you know, we've been criticized, and a lot of people have been criticized in radio about not serving the public interest in what they do, because they don't agree with the content of the shows that are on. This is the public interest. It's times like this. And, you know, other parts of the public interest are making people laugh or have a good time on their way home when everything's fine.
Yeah.
But the responsible part, and the part that is in the public interest, is opening up the station to the listeners so they can communicate their feelings and ideas on the public airwaves like they have been on a few stations around the city.
Right on.
Yeah.
With that, we're out of here, man.
Ron and Fez.
Ron and Fez are up next, and, you know, there's only one way to end the show, just like we did yesterday. You know, a moment of silence for the victims and their families, okay? And you know, the great talk and all the phone calls will continue with Ron and Fez here in New York, okay?
Right.
I got to say it again, everyone at this station doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
With this situation. So, all right, guys, thanks. Tomorrow we're going to try to, you know, lighten up a little bit. We're going to try to get some of the O&A family in here so we can at least hang and feel like, you know, something's going on.
One more thing. You mentioned the whole station's done a great job. The freedom we've all been given to be as stupid and asinine as we want on a daily basis also has been the freedom that we've been given to come on and do what we want during this crisis, which is open up the phones and just talk to people commercial free. And you got to appreciate that and give props to management here, because they've done a great job just letting us do it.
Oh, it's killing them. They're losing a ton of money.
Oh, I know. Ken Stevens running around like chicken without a head.
Ah, he's been really cool. I gotta say, there's other people that are getting a little freaked out by it. And, you know, the reality is that we're gonna have to go back to commercials very, very soon. Mm-hmm. I'm praying. I don't control this place. A lot of people think, you know, and I do. I'm praying we could go commercial free again tomorrow and start up on Monday, but I don't know. I don't know if we can.
We'll see. We'll play it by ear.
Certainly will not be doing the live reads.
We'll play it by ear, man.
But thanks, guys. Thanks for letting us rant. And a moment of silence for the victims and their families.